Qin Yuan traversed into a formidable secret realm of the fantastical world, where his first quest was to recruit disciples for 1,000,000 years. Although he did not gather 1,000, he certainly acquired 800 disciples, all meticulously selected by the system. He had once repaired the supreme bone for his disciples, enhanced their heavy pupil, and gifted them the Emperor's cannon, the essence of pills, the essence of swords, among others. Eventually, he decided to take in any entity that could attain sentience, whether they be flowers, trees, or beasts, as long as they could awaken their spiritual awareness. At long last, the day arrived. 1,000,000 years had elapsed. A being of terrifying prowess, with a soul strength on par with 1,000,000 years and possessing unparalleled abilities, emerged from seclusion. Gradually, people began to realize that the Supreme of Sword Tao, the Supreme of Pill Tao, the Saint of Heavy Pupil, and even the ruler of the Faced Realm and the King of the Demon Clan were all his disciples. Chapter 1. 1,000,000 Years. Emergence. Only half an hour left. There are merely 30 more minutes until the system's 1,000,000-year disciple recruitment mission concludes. In the boundless abyss of the void, within a chaotic space woven by the laws of the great Tao, a black-haired man clad in dark attire stood on the shattered path patterns, gazing into the depths of the void. Behind him lay countless dark purple spatial lines, formed by the turbulence of time and space. This was the ancestral tomb of ancient times. 1,000,000 years prior, Qin Yuan had crossed into this realm, initially believing he could utilize the system to vanquish saints and trample emperors. However, upon activating the disciple fortune system, his first task was to recruit disciples within the ancestral tomb for 1,000,000 years before he could emerge. The ancestral tomb was a space formed by the intertwining of spatial turbulence, laws of the great Tao, the source of path patterns, the primal essence of all things, and the primordial purple energy, among various other forces. Today marked the final half hour of Qin Yuan's 1,000,000-year disciple recruitment. After this concluding period, he would be able to emerge. As he felt the passage of time, a single word that had been pent up in Qin Yuan's heart for an entire 1,000,000 years finally escaped his lips. Damn! This solitary utterance sent ripples throughout the ancestral tomb, causing the shattered path patterns beneath him to shimmer in and out of visibility. Observing the havoc he had wrought upon the fabric of space, Qin Yuan felt no surprise, rather, he shook his head. While the ancestral tomb was replete with various powers, laws, sources of path patterns, and primordial energies, the most ubiquitous element, spiritual energy, was conspicuously absent. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that such an unremarkable entity as spiritual energy was unworthy of existence within the ancestral tomb. This peculiarity rendered Qin Yuan's cultivation somewhat strange. For instance, under the infusion of the primal essence and sources of path patterns for 1,000,000 years, his soul's power had reached an unfathomable level, alongside an array of formidable laws. Yet the absence of spiritual energy meant Qin Yuan's cultivation remained at the Qi induction realm. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to him. Cultivation rank? Such matters had become utterly trivial for Qin Yuan, for he, at the Qi induction realm, could instantaneously obliterate an emperor. With my emergence imminent, I find myself rather nostalgic for my disciples. Gazing at the fractured expanse of time and space, Qin Yuan silently calculated the dwindling moments. As memories of his disciples surfaced, a faint smile crept upon his face. During the 1,000,000 years within the ancestral tomb, the initial period had been arduous, yet the tomb connected to various spatial points across the myriad realms. Randomly triggered, every few thousand years, cultivators from the outside world would venture into this sanctified land for practitioners to those seeking to cultivate. This was indeed a treasure trove. With a mere flicker of his will, Qin Yuan became renowned as the master of the tomb throughout the myriad realms, a figure of unparalleled might. However, he did not neglect the system's task. Over the course of the 1,000,000 years, he had gathered no fewer than 800 disciples, all rigorously vetted by the system, leaving Qin Yuan exceedingly pleased. He had repaired supreme bones for his disciples, enhanced their heavy pupil, and bestowed upon them the mightiest essences of pills and swords, alongside various top-tier techniques. Eventually, he embraced any sentient being, be it flora or fauna, as long as they could awaken their spiritual consciousness. In summary, the more disciples, the better. After all, upon emerging, he would rely on the lands his disciples had cultivated to wield his influence. Crack! The sound of space fracturing resonated in Qin Yuan's ears. Observing the widening rift, a grin stretched across his face. At last, I am emerging. Previously, due to the system's restrictions, even with the spatial rift opened, he could not depart. However, now that the million-year quest was complete, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. As his figure slipped into the spatial passage, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a ripple of great Tao engravings. Isn't this the Beast Mountain Range? What is a Qi induction realm fellow doing here? Judging from his root bone, he appears to be around 20. Is he unconscious? Should we notify the Grand Elder? In the Jiushuan realm, within the central region, deep within the Beast Mountain Range, a seemingly endless expanse of mountains stretched into the horizon. Several disciples clad in the azure robes of the Qin Yuan sword sect gathered curiously around a black-haired man clad in dark attire, who lay upon the grass. This man possessed striking features, his sword-like brows and starry eyes captivating the attention of the female disciples among them. "Leave 2 disciples behind, I shall inform the Grand Elder," one disciple stated. As he departed, Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, his gaze sparkled with the brilliance of stars, harboring immeasurable power within. This is spiritual energy. Qin Yuan calmly rose, sensing the thin spiritual energy around him and shaking his head. No wonder there was none of this in the ancestral tomb. Is this what people cultivate with? Casting a glance at the 2 female disciples remaining, he found their root bones and appearances rather ordinary, far inferior to those of his previous female disciples. However, the sect emblem embroidered upon their garments sparked a flicker of recognition in Qin Yuan. The cloud patterns swirled elegantly, with a sleek azure sword emblazoned upon their chests, exquisitely stitched. Wasn't this the design created by one of his disciples, Li Qingyuan, 3,000 years ago? Li Qingyuan, do you recognize him? Qin Yuan inquired, gazing at the 2 women. At this, the disciples' expressions changed subtly. "Outsider, do not speak the name of our Qin Yuan sword sect's esteemed ancestor so casually," one of the female disciples quickly admonished. Esteemed ancestor of the Qin Yuan sword sect? Just as Qin Yuan was taken aback, the system task suddenly triggered. Ding. A new system task has been activated. Due to the host completing the million-year disciple recruitment task, a critical reward is now available. Meeting with disciples will yield corresponding system rewards. The stronger the disciple, the greater the rewards for the host. Current task activated. Meet with disciple Li Qingyuan. Finally, I get to see my old friend. Qin Yuan beamed at the newly assigned task. "Young friend, you are within the jurisdiction of the Beast Mountain Range of our Qin Yuan sword sect. While I am unaware of how you arrived, since you are within our domain, you shall accompany us. We will ensure your safety until you leave the Beast Mountain Range." At that moment, an elder clad in a green robe approached Qin Yuan. Such courtesy? Qin Yuan scrutinized the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect in astonishment. "The entire sect is well aware of our rules and regulations. Even ordinary cultivators must be treated equally," remarked the Grand Elder of Qin Yuan sword sect with a smile. "My young friend, the reputation of our Qin Yuan sect is renowned far and wide. Are you not aware of it?" Qin Yuan gazed into the expectant eyes of the elder and apathetically shook his head. "I have not heard of it at all." Grand Elder of Qin Yuan sword sect. Chapter 2. It turns out, young friend, you are extraordinary. In the depths of the monster Beast Mountain Range, along a woodland path, a conversation unfolded. "So, you intend to venture deeper into the region to slay the Qin Ming sword-maned beast, which possesses the strength of the 7th tier." Qin Yuan, with a mere thought, became acutely aware of the entire expanse of the mountain range. Indeed, there resided a formidable beast, but its rank was not 7th tier. It was unequivocally at the 8th tier. The 8th tier corresponds to the pinnacle of the human cultivator's Zifu realm. The hierarchy of cultivation progresses from the lowest to the highest, starting with the Qi refining stage, followed by the foundation establishment stage, the acquired stage, and then the innate stage. Upon reaching the innate stage, one can begin the spirit refinement process. After successfully completing spirit refinement, a practitioner enters the spirit refinement realm, followed by the ascended spirit realm. Above the ascended spirit realm lies the divine concealment realm, where a cultivator's strength aligns with that of a 7th tier beast. Beyond the divine concealment realm is the Zifu, where one can reach a higher level and ultimately attain the primordial spirit realm. Once the primordial spirit reaches perfection, one may enter the void spirit realm, and beyond that lies the realm of the void, where one can achieve the highest level of mastery. After achieving perfection in the void realm, one must undergo the divine tribulation to enter the divine tribulation realm. Above the divine tribulation realm exists the realm of the Supreme Being, the most formidable of all. At present, the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect has just entered the Zifu realm, his strength rather mediocre, as evaluated by Qin Yuan. Indeed, young friend, do not be concerned. I possess the cultivation of the second tier of the Zifu realm, making the slaying of a seventh-tier beast a mere trifle. The Grand Elder, stroking his beard, exuded confidence. He continued, I perceive that you possess a well-rounded celestial appearance, with a hint of astral energy emanating from your brow. What do you say? Would you be interested in becoming a disciple of our Qin Yuan sword sect? Become a disciple of your Qin Yuan sword sect? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in his demeanor. Indeed, the Grand Elder encouraged, if you demonstrate exceptional talent, you may even be favored by the sect master and become an inner sect disciple, which would grant you the opportunity to receive guidance from our esteemed ancestor of the Qin Yuan sect. His eyes sparkled with respect and longing as he spoke of this esteemed figure. What is the cultivation level of your sect's ancestor? Qin Yuan inquired with growing interest. Surely, they must have reached the supreme realm? Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the Grand Elder immediately erupted into a fit of coughing. He managed a wry smile and replied, Young friend, the supreme realm is a level we dare not even dream of. Although our ancestor possesses remarkable talent, it is impossible for them to be at the supreme realm. Not at the supreme realm. What about the divine tribulation realm? Qin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Cough, cough. No. The void realm? Well, not quite. Half a year ago, I encountered the ancestor, and it seemed they were at the half-step void realm. Such weakness. Qin Yuan's incredulity was palpable, nearly causing the Grand Elder to lose his composure. Suppressing the urge to chastise this disrespectful youth, he responded slowly. A half-step into the void realm is already a formidable force in its own right. Yet, Qin Yuan's focus had long shifted away from the Grand Elder. He recalled Li Qingyun's talent, which he believed should have progressed significantly over 3 millennia. Yet, the result was merely the void realm? Where had all that cultivation effort gone? Half a day later, within a naturally formed gorge, the dark entrance loomed before them. This was the lair of the Qingming sword-maned beast. Once I slay it and acquire its 7th-tier magic crystal, we can return to the Qin Yuan sect, the Grand Elder declared confidently, adjusting his robes. He then leaped toward the dark cave, a trail of purple light shimmering in his wake. Behind him, a dozen disciples gazed on in admiration, pondering when they might reach such heights as the Grand Elder. Zifu realm. We are only at the ascended spirit realm, with 2 major realms yet to traverse. They resigned themselves to observe how the Grand Elder would vanquish the Qingming sword-maned beast. Witnessing his prowess would greatly benefit their own cultivation. The disciples seized every opportunity to learn, their eyes fixed intently on the gorge below. Only Qin Yuan remained nonchalantly leaning against an ancient tree. Suddenly, a beastly roar reverberated throughout the gorge, igniting excitement among the Qin Yuan sect disciples. The Grand Elder must be engaged in battle. Listen, that is the anguished cry of the Qingming sword-maned beast. Yes, the Grand Elder should be able to dispatch that beast in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Incorrect. I wager half a quarter of an hour. Just as their words faded, the entire gorge erupted in chaos. From the dark cave emerged a torrent of azure sword energy. The Qin Yuan sword technique. The Grand Elder had unleashed the Qin Yuan sword technique. The outcome was already determined. The surrounding disciples cheered. Yet, Qin Yuan merely adjusted his ears, pondering. Is the outcome truly settled? Indeed. The next moment, the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect transformed into a streak of purple light, soaring from the cave's entrance, revealing multiple injuries upon his body. Run. The information was erroneous. The strength of the Qingming sword-maned beast is not 7th tier, it is 8th tier. Flee. The Grand Elder's desperate cries echoed. The cave behind him erupted violently. The Qingming sword-maned beast emerged, its body cloaked in bluish-gray scales, each scale protruding with crystalline sword energy. Its tail had morphed into 7 segments of sword bone, the final segment particularly sharp. As it moved, the sword energy crystals along its spine flared like a mane, exuding an imposing aura. Its amber-hued, sword-patterned pupils scanned the Grand Elder and the disciples in the gorge with icy disdain. 8th tier. That strength is akin to the pinnacle of the Zifu realm. Quickly retreat. The disciples, upon hearing 8th tier, were left in shock. However, a few resolute individuals stepped forward, declaring, the Grand Elder is at the 2nd tier of the Zifu realm. Without our assistance, it will be even more difficult to contend with that 8th tier beast. We shall stay and help the Grand Elder. Yes, we will remain. Several disciples echoed. In the gorge, amidst the chaos, the Grand Elder, moved by their loyalty, managed to deflect a claw of the Qingming's sword-maned beast and shouted, "Do not concern yourselves with me. You must flee." "No, Grand Elder. We will stay to assist you." The life and death situation stirred deeper emotions within the Grand Elder. At this moment, Qin Yuan finally made his move. Stepping forward, he observed the touching scene and spoke. "In circumstances where the disparity in strength is not vast, remaining may present an opportunity for a desperate counterattack. However, the gap between you and that 8th-tier beast is nearly 2 or 3 major realms. Those who choose to remain, I deem them to be foolish." The faces of those disciples who chose to stay turned crimson. Qin Yuan then lifted his gaze to the Grand Elder hovering in the air, saying, "You are also of the Zifu realm. Why the panic? Employ the 3rd strike of the Qin Yuan sword technique and attack the 4th gap in the tail's skeletal segments." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Yet, when he noticed the 8th-tier Qingming's sword-maned beast's pupils flicker, alarm surged within him. This was the look of having one's own weakness exposed. Gasping, the Grand Elder suddenly inhaled sharply. His gaze toward Qin Yuan transformed entirely. No wonder he could venture alone into the depths of the monster beast mountain range. "It turns out, young friend, you are indeed extraordinary." In the next instant, he hesitated no longer, channeling the 3rd strike of the Qin Yuan sword technique and launching a frenzied assault on the tail region of the Qingming sword-maned beast. Chapter 3. Today, one of you must die. Attack the scales above its spine, won't you? Haven't you noticed how it is always guarding the central area of its back? Use the 7th move of the Qin Yuan sword technique. Why don't you? And then you ask me, can you not see the flaws in that magical beast? Such a significant flaw, yet you fail to notice it? It's a shame you are the esteemed elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect. One must wonder if your position was earned or merely obtained through connections. Furthermore, dismantle its caudal vertebra. Remove all 7 sword bones from its tail. You claim you cannot pierce its back scales with your sword? Then why not use its own sword bones to stab it? Are you trying to drive me to madness? In that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded within the gorge. Qin Yuan stood beside a great tree, continuously imparting the most practical teachings. Yet, each piece of advice allowed the elder, amidst the battle, to vanquish the 8th-tier Qingming sword-maned beast with minimal cost. As time progressed, the 8th-tier beast began to show signs of collapse and sought to retreat to its original den. "Chase it down. What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for it to rest and then counterattack? You are truly naive." Listening to Qin Yuan's words, the elder in the sky appeared somewhat bewildered. "But I am merely at the 2nd level of the Zifu realm." Qin Yuan, trembling with his right hand, pointed at the elder, questioning whether he could even kill someone of a higher level. "Today, one of you must perish, so choose." Hearing this subtly threatening statement, the elder's gaze sharpened. Although he could not discern Qin Yuan's true strength, the ability to instantly perceive the beast's flaws suggested that Qin Yuan's prowess was not inferior to his own. It was precisely for this reason that he could not detect Qin Yuan's concealed aura. After all, a true expert often conceals their presence. Determined, the elder gritted his teeth and charged into the cave, engaging in a fierce battle. "Now, that is more like it." Observing this, Qin Yuan nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, the disciples were left in utter shock. What did they witness? A young man of the Qi-gathering realm berating their elder with pinpoint accuracy. Moreover, he audaciously proclaimed that only one of their elder and the magical beast could survive. Who exactly is this man in black? Half an hour later, the commotion within the cave began to diminish. Ultimately, a purple light burst forth, revealing the elder, drenched in the blood of the magical beast, clutching an 8th-tier magic crystal tightly in his right hand. "I truly managed to slay a magical beast comparable to the pinnacle of the Zifu realm?" Even now, the elder found it hard to believe. However, the way he looked at Qin Yuan had already changed, just from the earlier guidance. His stagnated Qin Yuan sword technique had progressed several steps. "This is an expert. This is undoubtedly an expert. Senior, please allow me to bow to you." Ignoring his injuries, the elder of the Qin Yuan sect respectfully bowed to Qin Yuan. The disciples, despite their initial shock, quickly followed suit, bowing in reverence alongside the elder. "Very well. The etiquette is indeed proper." Qin Yuan nodded. "Senior, do you know the sect master?" The elder inquired cautiously. Given his familiarity with the Qin Yuan sword technique and the ability to point out its flaws, he must know the sect master. Otherwise, how could he be aware of the Qin Yuan sword technique? "I do not know him," Qin Yuan replied honestly. This response left the elder at a loss, and he then softly added, "Does the senior have time to visit our Qin Yuan sect? We shall certainly extend our hospitality." Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. He was also curious to discover whether Li Qingyun's stagnation was due to complacency. "Ahem, may I inquire about the extent of your strength?" The elder, sensing Qin Yuan's qi-gathering realm, wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite his careful perception, The aura emitted by Qin Yuan still appeared to belong to the Qi-gathering realm. He realized that it was his own lack of strength that prevented him from sensing the other's concealment. Qi-gathering realm, Qin Yuan answered truthfully. Ahem, the elder coughed. Then tentatively suggested, this place is a bit far from our Qin Yuan sect. I can summon the wind to carry you through the air, which would be much faster. Once one reaches the Zifu realm, they can walk through the air and utilize Zifu's power to draw upon the spiritual energy in the sky, allowing them to carry hundreds of lower-tier cultivators along. It does, however, consume more spiritual energy. No need, just proceed at your fastest speed. I can keep up. Qin Yuan waved his hand. The elder nodded, then consumed 2 pills to recover his injuries and spiritual energy. With a grand gesture, he enveloped the disciples in purple spiritual energy, lifting them into the air. We are ready to depart, the elder said, cupping his hands toward Qin Yuan, who stood at the edge of the valley below. Qin Yuan nodded, taking a slow step forward. However, as he stepped out, the surrounding space rippled inexplicably, and he vanished without a trace like a specter. When he reappeared, he was hovering in the air, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in front of the elder. Is this truly the Qi-gathering realm? The elder's lips twitched violently. He had just experienced a spatial shift. This is above the Dongxi realm. A formidable being. This individual is a powerhouse at the Dongxi realm. Subsequently, the elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect realized that no matter how fast he moved, Qin Yuan could effortlessly keep pace. He declares himself to be in the Qi-gathering realm. Indeed, the thoughts of an expert differ vastly from those of ordinary individuals. Half a day later, the Qin Yuan sect is situated in the most spiritually dense mountain range of the Jiushuan realm's central region. Here, 79 sword peaks stand tall, with countless disciples traversing the floating jade steps, perpetually on the move. Occasionally, the sound of sword energy reverberates through the air. At this moment, within the main hall of the sect, Qin Yuan sat high on the dais, facing the sect master of Qin Yuan sect, Li Feng, who had just finished recounting the elder's tale. Upon hearing this, Li Feng immediately rose and approached Qin Yuan, cupping his hands in respect. Senior, do you know our ancestor? I do, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Where is that little fellow now? Li Feng's pupils quivered slightly at this, and he swallowed hard, saying, the ancestor is currently in the Sword Tomb's secret realm, striving to break through to the Dongxi realm. I will inform him immediately. May I ask for the senior's name? Qin Yuan. Chapter 4. A Bow to the Master. In the Qin Yuan sect, within the Sword Tomb's secret realm, this is a small world filled with exceptionally rich spiritual energy. Surrounding it is a veil of spiritual energy that resembles delicate gauze, ethereal and tangible. The mountains rise and fall, and the sword peaks stand like colossal dragons. The Sword Tomb's secret realm claims to be a world of its own and forms the very foundation of the Qin Yuan sect's establishment. Ordinary individuals are entirely unable to enter. At present, at the summit of the Sword Peak, only 2 individuals are seated across from each other. On the left is a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, while on the right is an elderly man. However, the elder's gaze towards the man is filled with admiration. Elder of Qin Yuan. The battle from 500 years ago severely depleted your foundation. Otherwise, with your aptitude, you would have reached the Dongxi realm long ago. The blue-robed elder spoke in a deep voice, clenching his fists, his eyes aflame with anger. Had it not been for my dragging you down, you would have achieved this long ago. Do not speak of that. It is not your fault. Li Qin Yuan waved his hand and declared, now, I am merely a step away from the Dongxi realm. A fierce expression emerged on his face as he continued. Once I enter the Dongxi realm, I shall once again strike at the Qi Yuan sect. The elder in the blue robe gritted his teeth and said solemnly, I have heard that the supreme leader of the Qi Yuan sect entered the Dongxi realm a century ago. After 100 years of cultivation, he must have reached the 3rd layer of Dongxi. Only the 3rd layer. Even if it were the 9th layer, I would still confront him. Li Qin Yuan sneered. My master once advised me that when one engages in battle, one must be fiercer than one's opponent. The blue-robed elder swallowed hard. He had often heard the elder speak of his master, yet he did not know the master's name or background. The elder remained silent, and they dared not inquire further. At that moment, the jade pendant at the elder's waist trembled. Elder, it is Feng seeking an audience. The blue-robed elder looked at Li Qin Yuan. Li Qin Yuan nodded. After a while, a spatial rift appeared, and Li Feng emerged atop the peak of the Jinzhong secret realm. He bowed to both the elder and Li Qin Yuan. What is the matter? The blue-robed elder stroked his beard. It is like this. Within the Monster Beast mountain range, our leading elder discovered a presence. Li Feng succinctly recounted the events that transpired in the Monster Beast mountain range. Are you saying that a formidable being, likely of the Dongxi realm, is currently a guest at our Qin Yuan sect? The blue-robed elder exclaimed in astonishment. A powerful being of the Dongxi realm is a towering figure on this continent. Someone one cannot offend. At the very least, one must strive to befriend them. You just mentioned that he guided the leading elder in the Monster Beast Mountain range? How did he guide him? At that moment, Li Qingyun's voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, he appeared before Li Feng. The manner in which this Dongshu master guided was rather peculiar. Li Feng coughed lightly twice. Did he not appear frustrated, even scolding him a bit? Li Qingyun quickly interjected. Exactly. You are correct, elder. Li Feng nodded vigorously. At this moment, Li Qingyun's breath quickened, his tone growing grave. Did this esteemed master mention his name? I inquired about his name. Li Feng looked at Li Qingyun earnestly. He said his name is Qin Yuan. Boom. In that instant, Li Qingyun felt as if his brain had been struck by a great weight. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore through the spatial ripples of the Jinzhong secret realm, vanishing without a trace. What just happened? Li Feng was left dumbfounded. The elder had always been composed, but this sudden display of emotion left him bewildered. Could it be? Meanwhile, the supreme elder's pupils trembled. Seemingly realizing something, he immediately asked, Have you treated that esteemed master with due respect? You must not be negligent. Rest assured. We have all adhered to the teachings and regulations of the ancestor and have shown no negligence. Li Feng swallowed hard. Who is this esteemed master? I am not entirely certain. Let us go to the main hall. The supreme elder said gravely. After speaking, he departed the Jinzhong secret realm with Li Feng. Meanwhile, at the main peak of the Qingyun sword sect, many disciples had already gathered in the hall. Among them were both outer and inner sect members, as well as various elders. They had all come to pay their respects to the esteemed master. However, upon seeing Qin Yuan's appearance, they were even more astonished. So young, he appears to be at most 20, with striking features and an imposing demeanor. Is he in the Qi induction realm? Could I be mistaken? One elder whispered. Of course you are mistaken. The leading elder scolded. This is a method the esteemed master employs to conceal his true strength. With our meager cultivation, how could we possibly discern his power? Have you ever seen a Qi induction cultivator capable of employing spatial movement only achievable by those in the Dongshu realm? That elder suddenly realized his folly. In the main hall, on the upper dais, Qin Yuan observed the figures below, appearing at ease. In the next moment, a slight smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze forward. He noticed a blue light rapidly approaching the entrance of the hall. The first disciple he encountered upon exiting. Suddenly, a surge of sword energy accompanied the blue light. The half-step Dongshu realm strength left the elders and disciples within the hall feeling a chill run down their spines. It is the supreme ancestor. The Qingyun ancestor has arrived. Who is that young man? Could he be an extraordinary genius who has emerged from seclusion? The leading elder had just stated that he was an esteemed master. Yet, the young man's age seemed not much older than theirs. The disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect held their breath as they bowed to Li Qingyun, who descended into the hall. We pay our respects to the Qingyun ancestor. At that moment, two more beams of light appeared. Li Feng and the supreme elder had arrived together. They looked at Li Qingyun and Qin Yuan on the dais. Noticing that Li Qingyun did not acknowledge the bows of the elders and disciples below, but instead fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Yuan. His eyes began to redden as he stepped forward, halting 3 meters away from Qin Yuan. Suddenly, Li Qingyun came to his senses and, before all the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect gathered in the hall, knelt before Qin Yuan, who sat upon the jade chair. Disciple Li Qingyun, I pay my respects to my master. With that, 3 resounding thuds reverberated through the air, as if shattering the very fabric of time and space. Each bow was delivered with great force, causing the entire hall to tremble, with cracks appearing in the floor beneath. In an instant, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, plunging the hall into a profound silence, where even the sound of breathing vanished. Only the echoes of the bows resonated against the dome of the hall, lingering long after. Chapter 5. Cannot kill beyond one's level? Then you are unworthy to be my master's disciple. Hey, brother, did I just hear things? What did you hear? I think I heard our Qingyun sword sect's ancestor calling that young man master. I think I heard it too. All the disciples and elders within the hall held their breath. When they once again directed their gazes towards the dais, they were stunned to see their ancestor kneeling before Qin Yuan. In other words, Qin Yuan was the master of their ancestor. At the foot of the dais, the sect master and supreme elder, who had just arrived, stood frozen in shock. Their eyes were filled with an unmistakable horror. Indeed, at the moment they witnessed their ancestor kneeling, their own auras became disordered. Rise, Qin Yuan said, looking at Li Qingyun. Though his appearance had changed somewhat, the soul mark remained unchanged. Thank you, master. Li Qingyun slowly rose, his eyes already reddened. As an orphan, he had no parents and had cultivated through adversity. After revealing his talent, he fortuitously entered the ancient heavenly tomb, a place of incredible opportunities, where he received guidance from Qin Yuan. After 30 years of learning, he left the secret realm to make his mark. Now, in the central continent of the Joshuan realm, he had established the Qingyun sword sect, a grand sect. Yet, no one knew that all of his accomplishments were due to the teachings of his master. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and pay your respects. Qin Yuan stood up and bellowed at the dazed disciples and elders below. His voice erupted like thunder in their ears, snapping everyone back to their senses. They dared not show the slightest negligence and bowed before Qin Yuan on the dais. Disciples of the Qin Yuan sect, elders of the Qin Yuan sect, sect master of the Qin Yuan sect, we pay our respects to our ancestor and master. Qin Yuan smiled gently, nodding slightly as he waved his right hand. A gentle breeze lifted all the people below the stage. All right, everyone rise, he said. Then turned his attention back to Qin Yuan before him. Ding. Task completion triggered. Ding. Current disciple status. Name, Qin Yuan. Age, 3,100 years. Strength, half-step, Dongshu realm. Root bone, Qing Luo sword, broken. It can break through the divine tribulation realm when cultivated to the utmost, but has only reached this point. Ding. Based on the comprehensive evaluation of this disciple's performance since leaving the sect, cultivation, fortuitous encounters, number of enemies slain, and other factors, this disciple can provide the host with 5 billion points of luck. Note, luck points can directly enhance cultivation or can be used to elevate others' cultivation. They can also be exchanged in the store for cultivation techniques, root bones, and more. 5 billion disciples luck points. Not too much, not too little. After all, exchanging for a saint-level technique in the ancient tomb required 10 billion luck points. In other words, this disciple is worth 5 saint-level techniques? Qin Yuan exhaled softly, focusing on Qin Yuan, then slowly said, Qin Yuan, tell me, how did your Qing Luo sword break? With this single statement, he directly addressed the greatest hidden danger in Qin Yuan's cultivation. Master, Qin Yuan clenched his fists. Years ago, the Qing Luo sword I bestowed upon you theoretically could have allowed you to reach the supreme realm within 3,000 years. Even if you did not attain the supreme status, you should at least have reached half-step supreme strength. Yet now, you are merely at half-step Dongshu? Qin Yuan shook his head, raising his right hand and extending 5 fingers. You are currently worth 5 saint-level techniques. Do you understand? Seeing this, Qin Yuan's lips twitched. His master remained unchanged, always speaking with an air of mystery while retaining a childlike demeanor. Truly, he is my master. Qin Yuan wished to explain, but found himself overwhelmed with emotions. Unsure of where to begin. That old man. You come here. Qin Yuan gestured towards the Grand Elder beside the sect leader. You have a trace of the Qing Luo sword's essence within you. You should be aware. The Grand Elder's pupils trembled, not daring to be negligent, and swiftly approached the hall. Senior, it is as follows. 500 years ago, I accompanied the ancestor Qin Yuan to search for a 9-turn sword heart herb. However, after obtaining this divine herb, we were ambushed by the most elite sect in Zhongzhou, the Qian sect. At that time, ancestor Qin Yuan had already reached half-step Dongshu. Yet they dispatched 2 Grand Elders and their sect leader against us. The sect leader of Qian sect was also only at half-step Dongshu, so ancestor Qin Yuan was not intimidated. However, those 2 Grand Elders had both entered Dongshu, becoming strong beings of the 3rd layer of Dongshu. In the end, to save me, ancestor Qin Yuan had no choice but to force his way out and imparted a trace of the Qing Luo sword's energy to ensure my survival. Because of this, he exhausted the essence of his sword, and I feel deeply ashamed. As the Grand Elder spoke, his eyes turned red. Stop, stop, no need for such theatrics. Qin Yuan raised his hand to interrupt, disrupting the Grand Elder's emotional buildup. Your injuries cannot possibly affect the Qing Luo sword I gathered for Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, you explain. What happened? Seeing this, Qin Yuan could only clear his throat and scratch his head, saying, well, after I returned to the sect and settled down, I infiltrated Qian sect. During the battle with their 2 Grand Elders, they spoke ill of my master, which angered me. I intended to kill them both and leave. A smile appeared on Qin Yuan's face. This is the disciple I have taught. Meanwhile, the elders, sect leader, and Grand Elder in the hall were all bewildered. Such events transpired back then, and then? Qin Yuan inquired with a smile. Later, after I had just killed their Grand Elder, I was discovered. Then, the entire sect pursued me, even employing their sect's protective formation. Qin Yuan coughed lightly. Left with no choice, I had to ignite the essence of my sword to escape. But rest assured, master, at that time, I killed at least half of their elders, so I did not bring shame upon you. Moreover, the news from Qian sect was likely suppressed, so not many know about this incident. The sect leader of Qin Yuan sect and the people below broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. So, their ancestor was so formidable back then? To infiltrate Qian sect at half-step Dongshu and even slay one of their Grand Elders? Ultimately, he truly escaped after expending the sword's essence? Ancestor Qin Yuan, how dangerous that was. At that time, you were merely half-step Dongshu and in a wounded state. The Grand Elders of the other side were all at the 3rd layer of Dongshu. The Grand Elder gulped hard. As a disciple of the Master, one must be capable of overcoming stronger foes. Otherwise, One is unworthy of being a disciple of the master. Li Qingyun puffed out his chest proudly. As a disciple of the master, I take great pride. Chapter 6. Then let's elevate to the Dongshu realm first. Well done. This is what my disciple should be like. Qin Yuan stood up and approached Li Qingyun. I wondered why your strength was so limited. Rest assured. Now that your master has emerged from seclusion, I will help you reclaim your standing. However, you, half-step Dongshu, seem a bit lacking. As the words fell, Qin Yuan raised his right hand and lightly placed it on Li Qingyun's shoulder. In an instant, the essence of the great Tao flowed gently, as if the profound power from the primordial creation of the heavens and earth permeated the void. At that moment, a brilliant radiance burst forth from Qin Yuan's fingertips, shining like the stars and containing unparalleled power. Within it was also the purest essence of the Qin Luo sword, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens apart and reshaping the universe. Li Qingyun felt a warm current spreading through his limbs and bones, nourishing everything like a spring breeze and gentle rain. All his hidden injuries vanished in that moment. Even the most minute meridians radiated with vibrant vitality. As Li Qingyun sensed it carefully, he was astonished to find that the Qin Luo sword had, in this instant, fully restored. Within the sword, a faint golden light flickered, as if containing supreme sword intent. With each flicker, he felt the sword intent within him solidifying further. With every breath Li Qingyun took, the spiritual energy within 100 miles rippled in waves. Tens of thousands of streams of spiritual energy surged towards his body at that moment. After a brief moment, Li Qingyun looked around the space and discovered faint creases. As he took a step forward, the stars shifted, and he instantly arrived atop a distant mountain. Then, he took another step, and his figure returned to the Grand Hall. This is the ability to traverse distances in an instant. This signifies the might of a Dongshu realm expert. Although one can begin to grasp spatial power upon entering the Shushan realm, it is only a preliminary application. Only upon becoming a Dongshu realm expert can one claim to have some control over spatial power. Dongshu realm, third layer. After retracting his consciousness, Li Qingyun discovered 3 radiant stars within the void of his sea of consciousness. This is the manifestation of the third layer of Dongshu. Li Feng, the Grand Elder, and the other disciples in the sect were all filled with astonishment. In this moment, they realized that Qin Yuan's strength and methods likely far exceeded their expectations. Only the third layer, why the excitement? Qin Yuan doused cold water over Li Qingyun's head without reservation. One might think you had entered the supreme third layer. Cough, cough. Master, you are right. Li Qingyun's momentary arrogance vanished without a trace. Below, the elder who first interacted with Qin Yuan could not help but be astonished at the scene before him. The tone was strikingly similar to how Qin Yuan had chastised him in the valley. Truly a master. Master, how is it that you have emerged from seclusion, yet still remain at the Qi attraction realm? Li Qingyun whispered, gazing at his mentor. The disciples of Qin Yuan were well aware of their master's formidable power, which seemed to disregard the path of spiritual cultivation. Instead, he delved directly into the fundamental source of the Tao, the primal essence of all things, the primordial purple energy, thus revealing no tangible manifestation of his cultivation level. Consequently, Qin Yuan remained at the Qi attraction realm. You have reminded me, Qin Yuan said as he approached the steps of the Grand Hall. Remaining at the Qi attraction realm would certainly draw some puzzled gazes. Let me ascend to the Void realm for now. Inside the hall, all eyes turned to Qin Yuan, particularly the sect leader and the elders, who seemed to perceive the world anew. Was it true that the ancestral master was indeed at the Qi attraction realm? With a swift flick of his dark robe, Qin Yuan's sleeves billowed, resonating with the void. With a single step, the space beneath him rippled like water. At that moment, his cultivation surged dramatically, leaping 3 realms from the Qi attraction realm to the post-heaven realm. With the second step, his momentum ascended once more, transitioning from the post-heaven realm to the pre-heaven realm. The third step followed suit, shattering the barrier of the spirit realm beneath his feet like fragile paper. Utterly unable to withstand his might, each step was akin to an ascent to immortality. Qin Yuan's voice resonated with the rhythm of his footsteps as his cultivation climbed steadily. With the 4th step, he entered the spirit ascension realm. The 5th step brought him into the divine concealment realm. The 6th step elevated him to the purple mansion realm. All paths converged. His words echoed like the grand sound of the Tao, reverberating throughout the hall. The 7th step, the primordial spirit realm. The 8th step, the void spirit realm. Upon the descent of the 9th step, his power perfectly settled into the first level of the void realm. The pressure of the first level of the void realm loomed like a collapsing sky, enveloping the surroundings. This pressure was far more terrifying than the 3 levels of the void realm of their revered ancestor. At this moment, Qin Yuan stood in the air of the Grand Hall, his gaze sparkling with the brilliance of stars. He then proclaimed the final phrase, "In heaven and earth, I reign supreme." Thus, his cultivation was firmly established at the first level of the void realm. Inside the hall, All disciples of Qin Yuan's sect were stunned, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. What had just transpired surpassed all their previous knowledge and imagination. Everyone's face was etched with incredulity. Their gazes were riveted upon the magnificent figure standing in the air, and the shock within their hearts surged like a tidal wave, lingering unceasingly. For from this moment forth, if anyone were to inquire how long it takes to ascend from the Qi attraction realm to the void realm, they would have previously answered that it required several millennia of cultivation and great fortune to achieve. But now, they would assert that they had witnessed a person who needed only 9 steps to reach the void realm. 9 xian, 9 layers of heaven. Each step is an ascent to immortality. All paths converge, and I reign supreme in heaven and earth. The sect leader of Qin Yuan murmured, his eyes filled with an astonishment that was hard to digest. Their respect for the ancestors' master deepened significantly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 50 million faith points. Faith points can be exchanged for fortune points at an equivalent rate. Qin Yuan looked at the disciples within the sect, a smile gracing his face. He then turned to Li Qin Yuan and inquired, where's Qi Yuan's sect? I would like to go there for tea and to enjoy the scenery. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the hall collectively gasped. To have tea? To appreciate the scenery? Surely, he meant to annihilate the sect. Master, I have devised a new strategy for dealing with Qi Yuan's sect. Li Qin Yuan swiftly approached Qin Yuan. You once said that when dealing with clowns, they must be eliminated at the peak of their revelry. In a few days, the centennial Zhongzhou 3 sects grand assembly will take place. At that time, our Qin Yuan sword sect, Qi Yuan sect, and Jiuli Witch Hall will gather in the Xianxia Illusion Valley secret realm. With your assistance in breaking through to the 3 levels of the void realm, I am confident I can leave the members of Qi Yuan's sect within the secret realm. Qin Yuan nodded. Very well, you go ahead first. I will support you from behind. In the path of cultivation, resolving conflicts on your own will naturally benefit your future breakthroughs and mindset. However, the Jiuli Witch Hall piqued Qin Yuan's interest. Jiuli Witch Hall. I once took in a disciple there a millennium ago. That little fellow was fond of playing with witchcraft. This revelation sparked anticipation in Qin Yuan. Chapter 7. Each side more ruthless than the other. In the core area of Xianxia Illusion Valley, surrounded by mountains, its entrance remains shrouded in thick clouds and mist throughout the year, only revealing itself at specific moments. Within the secret realm of Xianxia Illusion Valley, the spiritual energy is abundant, and the scenery is picturesque, with various extraordinary flora scattered throughout. In Zhongzhou, 3 major sects stand at the zenith of power. Qin Yuan Sword Sect, a righteous sect, all disciples strictly adhere to the sect's regulations. Any instances of bullying or oppression are dealt with severely according to the sect's rules, earning them a formidable reputation within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Qi Yuan Sect, the majority of its members practice the earth element, characterized by a fierce and tempestuous temperament, often resorting to oppression of the weak. However, due to their intense cultivation nature, they rarely encounter rivals of equal caliber, leading ordinary cultivators to endure in silence. The last sect is one that elicits fear and dread. Jiuli Witch Hall. All disciples within practice witchcraft, and the mysterious hall master appears and disappears without a trace. To slay a rival of equal standing, they may only require a single witch insect. Yet, due to the peculiarities of witchcraft, the disciples of Jiuli Witch Hall are fewer than 100. At present, the 3 major sects have gathered before the secret realm of Xianxia Illusion Valley. Before the serene gorge, the space has begun to ripple. In front of the folds lies a massive plaza paved with blue stones, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people standing. Master, that figure in red is the leader of Qi Yuan's sect, Lai Wufeng. Li Qin Yuan whispered beside Qin Yuan. Following his gaze, he saw the leader of Qi Yuan's sect, a rugged man exuding an aura reminiscent of stone. Lai Wufeng, a practitioner of the earth element, is at the 3rd level of the void realm. Qin Yuan glanced at him and lost interest. Such a lackey was hardly worthy of his attention. Although Lai Wufeng had 2 elders beside him, both at the 5th level of the void realm, they were still insufficient. With the Qing Luo sword, Li Qin Yuan could easily handle 5 or 6 levels of foes without issue. Otherwise, he would not have been able to slay a senior elder of Qi Yuan's sect at the 3rd level of the void realm when he was merely at the half-step void realm. Master, that man in the black robe is the hall master of Jiuli Witch Hall, Lu Jiuli. As soon as Li Qin Yuan finished his introduction, a smile crept across Qin Yuan's lips. Indeed, that was his obedient disciple. Ding. Task triggered. Meet with disciple Lu Jiuli. Lu Jiuli, born with the body of 10,000 insects, shunned by the world and nearly killed, he fortuitously entered the ancient tomb. After being saved by Qin Yuan, he was taken as a disciple. However, due to the nature of the 10,000 insect body, he could only grow for a millennium before being consumed by the insects. Yet, Qin Yuan was never stingy with his disciples. He directly refined Lu Jiuli's 10,000 insect body into the heavenly transformation insect emperor body. T New York NG Huing T is the ultimate sublimation of the myriad Gu bodies, with an almost limitless growth potential. To Qin Yuan's surprise, he encountered two disciples here. However, his gaze was drawn to the distant figure of LGL, shrouded in a black robe, lost in contemplation. ZNGZH. That elder Qianxia's strength has actually advanced? A voice from Xianxiaaudiobooks murmured, revealing that a young man beside him was also at the first level of the DNGX realm. What is there to panic about? Li WF, though surprised, still bore a confident expression. I too am at the third level of DNGX. Moreover, we have a Taishang elder at the fifth level. Furthermore, what about within the Xianxia Huing? As he spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Li WF's eyes. 500 years ago, we failed to keep Qianxian at Xianxiaaudiobooks. This time, we will ensure he and his disciples perish within the Xianxia Huing. Should we assist that esteemed individual in acquiring the Qin NTI, our entire Xianxiaaudiobooks shall receive immense fortune. The elder nodded in agreement. After we eliminate Qianxian, his Qianxian sect will be utterly annihilated. Not a single one shall remain. Li WF declared fiercely. Indeed, ZNGZH. Meanwhile, at Qianxian, Qianxian addressed the gathered disciples with a commanding voice. Once we enter the secret realm, your sole task is to eliminate the disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks at all costs. Yes, Qianxian LOs. The disciples of Qianxiaaudiobooks all nodded in unison. On both sides, the determination was palpable. Leave the confrontation with Li WF and their elders to me. Your responsibility is to ensure the safety of our sect's disciples. Qianxian instructed the Taishang elder. However, the Taishang elder's countenance bore concern, for Li WF was also at the third level, and the presence of a fifth-level Taishang elder loomed. Do you lack confidence in me? Qianxian smirked, glancing at Qin Yuan with utmost respect. Moreover, I have my master with me. In Qianxian's eyes, his master was invincible, a being of unparalleled prowess capable of vanquishing all foes across time and space. Qin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Although it was preferable for his disciple to resolve matters independently, if they were incapable and forced to persist, it would simply be an act of folly. Since his retreat from seclusion, though only a handful of days had passed, Qin Yuan had yet to stretch his limbs. At that moment, the once tranquil air within the valley began to quiver. It felt as though the very essence of the heavens and earth was stirred by an invisible force. In the valley's center, the fabric of space rippled, resembling a mirror being kneaded by an unseen hand. In an instant, a spatial vortex formed. The edges of the vortex shimmered with resplendent hues, akin to gathered clouds. Breathtaking, yet emanating terrifying spatial fluctuations. At its core lay a profound darkness. The flora and fauna within the valley swayed, while above the vortex, clouds churned restlessly, casting a celestial glow upon the entire valley. Clearly, the Xianxia Huing secret realm had been activated. Within the Huing, numerous other sect cultivators and wandering practitioners lingered, for this was a grand assembly of 3 sections. Additionally, the secret realm held abundant treasures and rare spiritual herbs, which would significantly enhance their cultivation upon acquisition. Disciples of Qianxian advance. Qianxian gestured grandly, leading hundreds of disciples as they transformed into streaks of light, swiftly entering the mystical entrance. On the other side, all disciples of GLWDN, under LGL's guidance, also stepped into the illusion. Observing everyone entering the illusion, the members of Xianxiaaudiobooks remained silent, following Li WF into the realm. As the spatial folds rippled, in the next moment, Li WF led over 200 disciples into the Xianxia Huing secret realm. What awaited them was not the expansive plain of the Huing, but a colossal azure sword. The blade spanned several hundred zhang, its surface crystal clear, radiating azure light, and emanating a chilling intent. Li WF was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting drastically. Qianxian, you lack martial virtue. In response, a resounding voice echoed from the front. I care not for your so-called virtue. Chapter 8. You are worth at most 5 imperial-level techniques. On the plains within the Xianxia Huing secret realm, numerous wandering cultivators who had not ventured deeper for opportunities and treasures were left stunned upon witnessing the sudden offensive by the elder of Qianxiaaudiobooks. In that moment, the air, sliced by the sword energy carrying the Qin NTI, shattered into fragments, emitting a piercing hum. Without time for contemplation, Li WF bellowed, Stone Shield. The stone attribute's spiritual energy surged violently within him, coalescing before him into a stone shield resembling a mountain. Bang! Boom! The collision reverberated, seemingly shaking the very fabric of the secret realm. Kill. First form of Qianxian sword technique. Second form of Qianxian sword technique. Meanwhile, The unlearned disciples of xianxiaaudiobooks found themselves surrounded by the disciples of Qin Yuan. The essence of the Qin Yuan sword enveloped the plane of the Hu Ng, plunging the scene into chaos. What is happening between Qin Yuan and xianxiaaudiobooks? I don't know. Why are they fighting as soon as they enter the secret realm? Do you expect me to know? The surrounding wandering practitioners were in a state of bewilderment. Even the disciples of GLWDN appeared somewhat lost. At that moment, LGL, cloaked in black, slowly removed his hood. His face was somewhat pale, and his eyes were eerily captivating, as if countless goo worms were writhing within. A chilling aura enveloped him, sending shivers down the spine. Unbeknownst to onlookers, an ancient character of L was imprinted upon his neck. LGL's gaze fixated on a man dressed in dark robes among the Qin Yuan sword sect's ranks. Upon recognizing his visage, LGL's body trembled violently. The familiar features and aura caused his breath to quicken. Palace Master, what troubles you? His eldest disciple noticed the Palace Master's anomaly and stepped forward. All is well, LGL replied. You wait here. With that, he flew directly towards Qin Yuan. LGL, the Palace Master of GLWDN? What brings him this way? The Taishang Elder and Grand Elder of Qin Yuan exchanged worried glances upon noticing LGL's approach. Could it be that xianxiaaudiobooks and GLWDN have conspired? As their expressions shifted, LGL reached a mere 10 meters from Qin Yuan, gazing at the familiar countenance and kindred aura. He deeply inhaled and knelt before Qin Yuan. Disciple LGL pays respects to Master. His trembling voice was not loud, yet it halted the raging battle for a moment. What is this situation? The tense Qin Yuan's Taishang Elder and Grand Elder were left utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing LGL kneeling before Qin Yuan. In the distance, Qin Yuan, engaged in combat with Li Wf, also shuddered, gasping in shock. Though his master had mentioned having many senior brothers, he never anticipated that the Palace Master of GLWDN was also a disciple of his master. As for Qin Yuan, he looked at LGL and shook his head. Rise. I see. Xiao, you still prefer to use the WKU form. His words directly unveiled LGL's true state. All of this is in strict adherence to my master's teachings. My master once told me that as practitioners of witchcraft, we should strive to avoid direct confrontation with our enemies. With a sinister smile, Lu Juli rose to his feet, his cold visage instilling a sense of dread among the surrounding loose cultivators and even the elders of Qin Yuan sect. My true body is in seclusion in the Dezhou. This is merely a witch puppet of mine, possessing strength equivalent to the 5th level of Dongxiu. Containing his excitement, Lu Juli spoke. And what is the strength of your true body? Qin Yuan inquired. It is at the pinnacle of the divine tribulation realm, half a step into the supreme realm. Lu Juli declared proudly. After countless years of arduous training, he had finally reached this level, far surpassing his contemporaries. That means you are worth at most 5 imperial rank techniques. Qin Yuan calculated silently, delivering his judgment without mercy. I had thought you were at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Cough, cough. I have embarrassed my master. Lu Juli lightly coughed. Their conversation had already revealed their relationship. In the distance, in the sky, Lai Wufeng was momentarily stunned. This lad was actually Lu Juli's master? Who are you calling a lad? The next moment, a colossal azure sword, infused with overwhelming fury and accompanied by a torrent of azure sword energy, descended with ferocious intent. Li Qingyun's eyes sparkled with sword energy. How dare Lai Wufeng address his master in such a manner? At this moment, his sole conviction was to annihilate him. Crack! Even with Lai Wufeng summoning a stone shield to block, he could not withstand Li Qingyun's wrathful strike. Blood gushed from Lai Wufeng's mouth. Had it not been for the intervention of the Grand Elder of Qian sect, he would have perished beneath that azure sword energy. Look, Jiuli. Qin Yuan pointed towards the battling Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun, your junior by 5,000 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuli's insect-formed pupils flickered slightly. He then produced the witch insect order from his robe, his voice devoid of emotion. All disciples of Jiuli Witch Hall, heed my command. Annihilate all disciples of Qian sect. The disciples of Jiuli Witch Hall were all fierce individuals, though they were astonished that the youth in the black robe was the master of their hall. The order of the hall master was sacrosanct. In an instant, over 100 disciples skilled in witchcraft began to initiate their techniques, joining the fray. With their participation, the scene became utterly horrific. The sight of insects tearing flesh and blood sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding loose cultivators. At this moment, Qin Yuan also realized that the system-triggered task could only be completed upon encountering the true body. This meant that Lu Jiuli's current witch puppet incarnation was utterly worthless, yielding not even a single point of luck. Who are you calling my master a lad? I measure the password. The first style of Qing Luo, sword embryo. Qing Luo 10,000 forms sword. Li Qingyun roared. Utilizing his own Qing Luo sword embryo as a catalyst, he gathered the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Transforming myriad swords into one, the sword manifested in a dazzling display, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Countless sword energies surged toward the Grand Elder of Qin sect and Lai Wufeng, piercing through with inescapable ferocity. The myriad sword shadows, each a harbinger of death. I will make you respect my master. Qing Luo Sword Embryo, second style. Qing Luo Heaven-Splitting Slash. Qing Luo Sword Embryo, third style. Qing Luo Annihilation, return to one. Kill. Chapter 9. It is indeed the teachings of my master. All learned from my master. Qing Luo Heaven-Splitting Slash. The sword surged forth like a rainbow, wielding an invincible might. It transformed into a majestic beam of sword light, striking towards the Grand Elder of Qin sect and Lai Wufeng. Even though they were both at the 3rd and 5th levels of Dongshu, they could not withstand it. Upon impact, their spirits instantly wilted. Blood had already stained their robes. Following this, they would face the 3rd style of Qing Luo Sword Embryo. Qing Luo Annihilation returned to one. Countless sword energies converged into a singular point, forming an exceptionally pure and terrifying azure sword intent. It exhibited a tendency of a myriad of swords returning to their origin. Visually, it lacked the grandeur of the previous two techniques, yet it contained the potential to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, it could directly pierce through the enemy's essence. When the sword strikes, it is certain to injure. When it injures, it is certain to kill. Will you not take action? Sensing the impossibility of withstanding this strike, Lai Wufeng suddenly roared at the void behind him. Just as his voice fell, there was a crack. The fabric of space shattered. In an instant, a wave of tangible coldness erupted from the fractured space. Two figures stepped forth, walking upon the void. They were two gaunt old men, clad in expansive black robes, adorned with silver sword patterns at the hems. Their faces were lined with wrinkles, their cheekbones prominent, and their eye sockets deep set, yet their eyes radiated a fierce sword intent. The elder on the left bore an ancient long sword on his back, its scabbard as dark as ink, and the hilt entwined with silver thread. The other wielded a long, flexible sword, its blade resembling a serpent, glimmering with a chilling light, as though it could strike at any moment. Their presence was restrained, yet their sword intent was overwhelming. They were two formidable sword cultivators. The spectral twin swords? The two grand elders of dueling sect from Dizhou. Lu Jili recognized the identities of the two elders at a glance. The surrounding loose cultivators' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. So they were visitors from Dizhou. Moreover, from dueling sect. It was all over. We are all destined to perish here today. Seniors, what do you mean by that? The disciples and elders of dueling sect were notorious for their ruthlessness, with the two grand elders being the most merciless. The spectral twin swords signified that wherever they tread, it would become a realm of the dead. Both were formidable beings at the divine tribulation realm. If they joined forces, they could slay opponents across two realms. Hiss, divine tribulation realm experts? In Zhongzhou, for loose cultivators like them, encountering a being of the divine tribulation realm was a rare occurrence, let alone one at the Dongshu realm. At this moment, with just a wave of their hands, the fierce and gentle sword intents shattered the techniques of Qing Luo Sword Embryo. Elder Yu, Elder Ming. Witnessing the imminent demise averted, Lai Wufeng and the Grand Elder of Qin sect quickly approached them, bowing respectfully. Meanwhile, the cries of the Qin sect disciples below went unheard. As the screams faded, the last Qin sect disciple was slain. All disciples of Qin Yuan sect and Jiuli Hall returned to Qin Yuan's side. A first level of divine tribulation realm, is it? Qin Yuan squinted, gazing at the two elders by the rift in space. Master, should I go and self-destruct to take these two old dogs down with me? Lu Jili licked his lips at this moment. Although he had spent over 1,000 years crafting this witch puppet, he would spare no effort for his master. The elders and disciples of Qin Yuan sect nearby swallowed hard. They had thought their ancestor was ruthless enough, but they had not anticipated someone even more savage. To self-destruct right away? No rush. Qin Yuan lightly flicked his sleeve, wearing a leisurely smile. Jiuli, your junior Qin Yuan has ideas. Indeed, as his words fell, Li Qin Yuan in the air began to gather an even more potent azure sword intent. Although he possessed only the strength of the 3rd level of Dongshu, he showed no fear before the two divine tribulation realm experts. This was the Qing Luo Sword Embryo that the sect master had sought after so diligently. His combat spirit and demeanor were truly extraordinary. Li Qin Yuan, if you are willing to voluntarily sever the Qing Luo Sword Embryo from within you, we may spare your life. In the sky, the two elders of Yuming cast glacial glances, their tones commanding. They have arrived. It's finally here. Below, after 1,000,000 years of silence, Qin Yuan is stirred with excitement. How familiar this feels. After all, in this fantastical realm for 1,000,000 years, Qin Yuan had yet to encounter the familiar tropes. At last they have come. Look at the expressions of the two elders of Yuming, their attire, their words, their demeanor. Truly, the fate of the villain lies in their verbosity. Now, gazing at Qin Yuan, at the third level of Dongshu, the God Tribulation, a quintessential protagonist template. Of course, every disciple Qin Yuan nurtured embodies the essence of a protagonist. Spare me a way out. I care not for your nonsense. Qin Yuan laughed heartily. Do you two old hounds truly believe that because you are at the God Tribulation stage, you are invincible? God Tribulation? I am the very essence of it. Daluo Sword Embryo. 10,000 forms return to one sword. Grasping the azure sword in his hand, Qin Yuan charged unhesitatingly towards the two elders of Yuming in the sky. Ah, the demeanor of our ancestor is truly free-spirited. Li Feng observed the battle above. Such a level of combat is beyond his capability as a virtual deity. It's all thanks to our master's teachings. We are all learning from our master. At this moment, Lu Jiuli's face bore pride. Upon witnessing his disciple uncover the truth, Qin Yuan grinned and said, "What I taught you back then was to be eloquent, not to be coarse. Can I be blamed for this?" The crowd around him understood, each one comprehending the unspoken words. After all, he is an extraordinary being. What is wrong with being a bit carefree? Must one be verbose to be a sage? Truly, the Qing Luo sword embryo is remarkable. The third level of Dongshu can withstand several exchanges from the two of us combined. The elders of Yuming, their swords intertwined, executed a fierce yet gentle style. It would be daunting for ordinary folk to withstand. As they fought, they grew increasingly astonished, despite their opponent sustaining injuries. He grew bolder in the fray. They even found opportunities to counterattack. While they could not shatter their sword intent, it was enough to demonstrate his terrifying prowess. It is worth noting that their combined strength could potentially outmatch even the third level of the God Tribulation. In other words, this Qin Yuan can contend with the initial stage of the God Tribulation without falling. No wonder the sect leader dispatched us here. You are indeed not a mere elder of the sect. The eyes of the elders of Yuming glinted with chill. Their attacks became increasingly cunning and vicious. Julie, hurry and assist your junior brother, Qin Yuan remarked upon discerning their intentions. Yes, master. Lu Jiuli nodded swiftly. His form transformed into a specter, soaring into the sky. Junior brother, do not worry. Brother is here to assist you. Chapter 10, Disciple, retreat behind me. At the plains where the entrance to the Xianxia illusionary valley is located, the sky is already riddled with cracks of space. With Lu Jiuli's involvement, dark purple shamanic texts began to emerge around these spatial fissures. Lu Jiuli, are you truly going to oppose our Juling sect? They exclaimed. We respect your status in the Emperor's continent, but we are not afraid of you. If you interfere again, we will show no mercy. When the time comes to shatter your shamanic puppet, do not blame us. The elders of Yuming, feeling the power of the shamanic texts surrounding them, furrowed their brows, their voices laced with displeasure. After all, Lu Jiuli, adept in shamanic arts, holds considerable renown in the Emperor's continent. Furthermore, as a peak God Tribulation being, most sects in the continent would rather not provoke him. You have harmed my junior brother, and you forbid me, as his elder brother, from seeking retribution? Lu Jiuli sneered, continuously unleashing his shamanic techniques. In an instant, the two elders of Yuming felt the strain. The tide of battle seemed to be turning. As a shamanic puppet, Lu Jiuli's strength rests at the fifth level of Dongshu, while Qin Yuan stands at the third. A combination of a third and a fifth level Dongshu could actually force back two beings at the first level of the God Tribulation. This left the cultivators on the plain utterly dumbfounded. The disparity in battle made them question whether they were indeed practicing within the same realm. We have shown restraint, they warned. Lu Jiuli, do not hold it against us. The Qing Luo sword embryo is of great significance. Their objective in coming here was to seize the Qing Luo sword embryo from Qin Yuan, even if it meant offending Lu Jiuli. They believed that securing the Qing Luo sword embryo would outweigh the consequences. 10,000 worms devouring soul technique. Lu Jiuli wasted no time in bantering. He unleashed the most potent shamanic art. Instantly, the space around him shimmered with purple light, as countless shamanic texts and insects erupted from the void. Qin Yuan, unfazed, wielded his azure sword. Channeling the power of the Qing Luo sword embryo, he invoked the sword path. The elders of Yuming no longer held back, pouring forth their utmost strength. The clash of their battle was fierce, with the shockwaves capable of shattering distant mountains. After all, this was combat at the level of the God Tribulation. The so-called God Tribulation signifies the ordeal of lightning, marking the transcendence from Dongshu to God Tribulation, a qualitative ascension. However, those lacking resolute will or attempting to take shortcuts, reaching the peak of Dongshu through other means, face a significantly heightened mortality rate during the lightning ordeal. In summary, those who can step into the God Tribulation are giants in any corner of the Joshuan realm. These two old fellows indeed possess some prowess. While Qin Yuan can contend with the might of God Tribulation beings through the Qing Luo sword embryo, he is ultimately only at the 3rd level of Dongshu. Conversely, Lu Jiuli, despite being at the 5th level of Dongshu, is merely a shamanic puppet, unable to fully unleash his true potential. After over 100 exchanges, Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli began to show signs of retreat. Junior brother, return to master. Lu Jiuli's face hardened. This is merely a shamanic puppet I have refined for a millennium. If it blows up, so be it. If a 5th level Dongshu puppet can take down 2 god tribulation beings, as master says, that would not be a loss. 1 for balance, 2 for profit. Brother. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth. Just as Lu Jiuli prepared to reverse his technique, a clear voice resonated in their ears. Disciples, retreat behind me. Qin Yuan spoke. The thought of their supremely powerful master intervening sent shivers through Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli. They had witnessed their master obliterating those who trespassed into the ancient tombs without regard for rules. The stunning scenes are still deeply etched in their memories, impossible to erase. Yes, master. Lu Jiuli and Qin Yuan no longer hesitated, swiftly retreating to the plains below. Observing the recent battle, Qin Yuan remarked, I have observed the power of the Qing Luo sword embryo. You have only wielded 1/10 of its strength. He gazed at Qin Yuan and continued, if you could unleash even half of its power, these 2 god tribulation youngsters would not withstand 3 exchanges in your hands. Master's teachings shall not be forgotten. I will strive to practice diligently. Qin Yuan respectfully bowed to Qin Yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuli, awaiting Qin Yuan's guidance, began to feel eager. What are you looking forward to? Qin Yuan shot a glance at the shamanic puppet. Have you grown bold? Attempting to deceive me with a shamanic puppet? Once we reach the Emperor's continent, if I discover you haven't ascended to the supreme level, you shall see how I discipline you. Upon hearing those words, Lu Jiuli's expression immediately fell. He could only stand by in a state of dishevelment, remaining silent. The realm of Dongshu, 1st layer? Master? Ha. Just uttering that would bring laughter to anyone's lips. In the air, the 2 elders of Yuming observed that Lu Jiuli and Qin Yuan had retreated behind a man clad in dark robes, and they promptly activated their spiritual awareness. Upon detecting Qin Yuan's strength, astonishment filled their withered faces. On the grassland, the gazes of Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli toward the 2 elders of Yuming had transformed, as if they were staring at 2 lifeless corpses. For those who dared to speak to their master in such a manner had all perished. At this moment, the Qin Yuan sword sect, Jiuli Witch Hall, and all surrounding rogue cultivators focused their attention on Qin Yuan. After a brief moment, Qin Yuan moved. He leveled his gaze, not looking into the sky, but instead slowly uttering 3 words, too high. At the moment he spoke those words, the space within 100 feet around the 2 elders of Yuming abruptly transformed into a transparent crystalline cluster. Moreover, the void beneath their feet shattered completely, revealing a structure resembling a spider's web. Before they could utter a word, they felt an overwhelming force descending from above, akin to the weight of 10,000 mountains. The elder on the left had just lifted his right hand when he heard a crack in his bones. The other elder attempted to defend himself with his sword, but in an instant, the blade shattered. Under the law of space, they possessed no means of defense whatsoever. Not only that, but their bones began to shatter inch by inch. Their forms transformed into shooting stars, intermingled with ripples of space, crashing down onto the plain below. The ground instantly erupted into a deep pit over 100 feet wide. Life essence. Sacrifice. In the depths of the pit, the 2 elders of Yuming sensed the aura filled with the patterns of the great Tao of space surrounding them and immediately acted without hesitation. They simultaneously spat out their essence blood, sacrificing their lives and squeezing their potential, all to escape from this place. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Chapter 11 Kneel. This singular scene caused the rogue cultivators within the secret realm of Xianxia Illusion Valley to feel a prickling sensation on their scalps. The once arrogant Yuming elders, who had been so high in the sky, plummeted to the ground with a single word from Qin Yuan, and at this moment, they were even forced to expel their essence blood. What terrifying power of the laws of space! They had misjudged. That fellow's strength was formidable. In the pit, the elder of Yuming, furious, gritted his teeth while the other elder, Ming, was even more so. The 2 of them frantically consumed their essence blood, barely managing to resist the rate at which their bodies were shattering. Yet, should this continue, they would still be devoured by the space. Realizing this, the 2 Yuming elders dared not delay any longer. They swiftly retrieved a greenish jade plaque from their spatial rings and crushed it. In the haze, a wave of spatial fluctuation appeared from the air. Yuming, could there really be matters in this small zhongzhou that you 2 cannot handle? Before the figure arrived, his voice had already preceded him. In an instant, a pitch-black crack appeared in space, and an elderly figure stepped forth from it. Although his hair was white, the terrifying aura emanating from him suffocated the rogue cultivators below. Elder Tsong, quickly save us. In the pit, the 2 elders of Yuming began to show signs of blood on their surfaces. The power of space had started to ripple within them, causing them immense pain. At this moment, in the air, Song Yunzi also immediately realized that the pit below was filled with patterns of the great Tao of space. He instantly became alert and spread his consciousness across the area. However, he did not detect any experts surpassing his cultivation level. Song Yunzi, this old fellow has also arrived? Junior brother, it seems the sect master of dueling sect truly desires your Qin Luo, sword embryo. Lu Jili narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Song Yunzi, fifth layer of the divine catastrophe realm, one of the two supreme elders of dueling sect. If he unleashes the full power of the dueling sword intent, even a regular fifth layer divine catastrophe realm cultivator may not be his match. Li Qin scratched his head, remarking how good the items gifted by his master were. Hurry and save us, Elder Tsong. The two elders of Yuming cried out in despair. The power of the spatial patterns was directly threatening the depths of their souls. It was that man standing before Li Qin. He was Li Qin's master. Quickly, make him stop. Song Yunzi instantly locked his consciousness onto Qin Yuan below. But soon, he was left astounded. The first layer of Dongshu? No, this is merely a facade. He must have employed some secret technique to conceal his true strength. Having lived for over 10,000 years, Song Yunzi's sight was exceptionally keen. He cupped his hands toward Qin Yuan below and said, "Our dueling sect has never had any grievances with you. Since Li Qin has already joined your sect, we shall no longer interfere. Release the spatial confinement. And we from dueling sect will depart Zhongzhou immediately. What do you say?" Qin Yuan did not respond to Song Yunzi, but turned to Lu Jiuli and Li Qin, saying, "Look, observe how he speaks nonchalantly, as if he has no shame. Life and death enmities can be dismissed as having no grievances. Learn from this." Li Qin and Lu Jiuli immediately nodded, acknowledging their master's teachings. Before the rift in space, Song Yunzi's expression became somewhat grim. "Your strength should be mid-level in the divine catastrophe realm, right? The dueling sect of the Emperor continent. I presume you have heard of it? It is advisable to resolve enmities rather than create them. You ought to weigh this carefully." Song Yunzi's robe swayed, his voice turning cold. "Emperor continent? Dueling sect? Rest assured, I shall look into it." Qin Yuan turned around, a gentle smile gracing his handsome features. Yet his voice sent shivers down spines. "Moreover, regarding your assertion that enmities should be resolved rather than created, I hold a rather different viewpoint. As for enemies, as long as one slaughters all of them, does that not resolve the issue? Slaughtering all enemies, does that not resolve the issue?" Listening to Qin Yuan's words, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Yet upon reflection, it seemed to indeed hold some truth. "Are you truly set on opposing our dueling sect?" Song Yunzi's face had begun to flush with anger. He had endured enough. It was as if they were in a position where they could do nothing to him. The most irritating were those who stood above him. Qin Yuan slightly shook his head, expressing a lack of interest in continuing the conversation. In the void, silence reigned. He raised his right hand and slowly clenched it toward the front. As for Song Yunzi and his companions, they were deprived of any further opportunity to speak. Their bodies disintegrated inch by inch, and in an instant, the blood that gushed forth was deconstructed into shards of six-sided ice crystals. Each crimson crystal reflected the horrifying remnants of terror mirrored in the eyes of Song Yunzi and his companions. Ultimately, the trio was brutally extinguished. Such a terrifying method of celestial prowess sent shivers down the spines of all present within the secret realm, inducing profound fear and dread. Upon hearing the feedback regarding the fortune points, Qin Yuan was not the least bit surprised. It is not merely through indiscriminate killing that one acquires fortune points. Rather, it requires a connection to one's disciples' adversaries. Otherwise, Qin Yuan would have already invited those who ventured into the ancient tomb to be guests at the Wanhun banner. "Almost forgot about you too." Suddenly turning his head, Qin Yuan wore a warm smile. In the distance, the sect leader of Qi Zong, Lai Wufeng, and the supreme elder were instantly paralyzed with fear, kneeling on the ground and fervently bowing their heads to Qin Yuan. Senior. The younger generation was blind before. I hope." Before they could finish, Qin Yuan waved his hand, and the two of them exploded into a mist of blood. At that moment, all the loose cultivators, as well as the elders and disciples of Qin Zong and the disciples of Jili Wu Dian, finally understood why their ancestors and the sect leader wielded such ruthless methods. It turned out that their master was even more formidable. "What are you standing there for?" Qin Yuan pointed towards the pools of blood in the distance. "Have you forgotten what I taught you?" Lu Jiuli and Li Qin immediately nodded, their thoughts drifting back thousands of years to the vivid scenes within the ancient tomb. It filled them with nostalgia. In Chapter 12, upon seeing Qin Yuan, it was as if a wanderer had encountered the vast heavens. In the enchanting valley of Xianxia, a bizarre scene unfolded before everyone. The ancestors of Qin Yuan's sword sect and the leader of Jili Wu Dian were joyfully rummaging through the pools of blood like children. They found it, the spatial ring. Li Qin having discovered the opponent's spatial ring amidst the blood of Zhang Yunzi, joyfully approached Qin Yuan. Though he had lived for thousands of years before his master, who had existed for 1,000,000 years, he felt like a mere 3-year-old child. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuli felt like a 4-year-old. Master, I found it too. Lu Jiuli completely shed his previous enigmatic demeanor and quickly stood before Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded, waving his hand as the soul restrictions on several spatial rings were directly erased. The elixirs and treasures were somewhat lacking, but the master always enjoyed collecting such items. With a thought, the various elixirs, weapons, techniques, and spiritual herbs from within the spatial rings materialized in the air. Observing these items, he shook his head with a sigh. Their quality was indeed mediocre, far inferior to what he had previously collected in the ancient tomb. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan had always taken pleasure in gathering these items, regardless of their quality, holding them dearly. This item is rather intriguing. Among the floating artifacts, one particular object caught Qin Yuan's attention, prompting him to slightly raise his head. With a wave of his hand, a bronze key emanating an ancient, ethereal glow appeared in his grasp, measuring 3 inches in length. The bronze key was adorned with 9 winding crimson grooves. Overall, it resembled a relic crafted from the throat bone of an ancient beast. However, at the winding top, it appeared to be missing a piece. Qin Yuan's fingertip lightly brushed against the uneven parts of the key, instantly unleashing a cascade of dark golden ripples. This is the first of the 9 keys to the ancient burial ground, one of the 3 great secret realms of the Emperor continent. Upon witnessing this item, Lu Jiuli's expression transformed with excitement. The ancient burial ground. Qin Yuan squinted. Indeed, within the Emperor continent of the Joshuan realm, there are 3 ancient secret realms. Lu Jiuli explained hastily. Among these, the most mysterious is the ancient burial ground. It is rumored that within the ancient burial ground lies a great opportunity for those who ascend to the supreme realm. My physical body has now reached the pinnacle of the God Tribulation realm, and this 9 key is precisely what I have been desperately seeking. Although there are rumors of 2 such keys in Dueling Sect, I never expected one to be on Zhang Yunzi. Master, we have struck gold. After Qin Yuan grasped the purpose of the 9 key, he casually tossed it to Lu Jiuli. All right, it's yours. Master. Lu Jiuli's excitement surged, his voice thick with emotion. This item is far too precious. Do you not want it? Qin Yuan tilted his head. I do. Lu Jiuli responded without hesitation, swiftly storing it within his spatial ring. Then breaking into a foolish grin. This scene left the surrounding crowd in astonishment, especially the disciples of Jili Wu Dian, who had never witnessed their leader displaying such demeanor before. But such a valuable item, master. Do you think I need this? Qin Yuan countered, leaving Lu Jiuli speechless. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. His master was the sovereign of the ancient tomb, a superpower possessing celestial capabilities. Such an opportunity to ascend to the supreme realm was unnecessary for Qin Yuan. However, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The pool of blood that was once Zhang Yunzi suddenly trembled violently. A blue radiance surged upward from the ground. Tiny spatial fissures abruptly appeared. Soul, just wait. Li Qingyun, Lu Jiuli, and your master. Once I return to Dueling Sect, I will repay the humiliation of today 100-fold. This scene caused the expressions of the Qin Yuan sect members to change dramatically. The life-saving trump card of the God Tribulation realm. When a cultivator enters the God Tribulation realm and undergoes the tribulation, they can condense their soul, which is also why Lu Jiuli could spare a fragment of his soul to forge a witch puppet. After entering this realm, even if one's physical body is shattered, a wisp of soul can remain, tearing apart space to escape. Furthermore, if one could find a top-tier alchemist, they could completely refine a new body and be reborn. If that avenue is unavailable, they could directly possess a weaker cultivator's body, annihilating their consciousness to seize control. However, that would essentially equate to starting anew. Generally, the former option would be preferred unless absolutely necessary. Ancestor, sect leader, the members of Qin Yuan sect and Jili Wu Dian exclaimed in shock. Yet, Li Qingyun and Lu Jiuli remained composed. Run? Who can run? With our master here, who can escape? They scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, the next moment, the blue soul in the air let out an unprecedentedly shrill scream. Soul power? Qin Yuan smirked. No one understood soul power better than he did. The so-called soul is simply the spiritual energy of the sea of consciousness. And who is Qin Yuan? He possesses a soul power that spans 1,000,000 years. Could a soul that is only cultivated for a maximum of 10,000 years escape before one with 1,000,000 years of experience? Moreover, while Qin Yuan had only spent 1,000,000 years in the ancient tomb, it is crucial to note that the strength of his 1,000,000-year soul was refined from various profound laws and principles within the ancient tomb. Additionally, the fortune points Qin Yuan acquired from his disciples, aside from not being able to enhance his cultivation, were distributed amongst attributes such as laws, principles, space, and soul, among others. At this moment, in the air, the soul-transformed Zhang Yunzi suddenly realized just how absurdly wrong his belief was that Qin Yuan's strength was merely at the late stage of the God Tribulation realm. As he briefly sensed the intensity of Qin Yuan's soul, a wave of dread erupted into two explosive words in the air. Woka. After millennia of refraining from uttering such expletives, Zhang Yunzi finally could no longer contain himself. Only a soul entity could truly comprehend the sheer terror that Qin Yuan embodied. The soul of Zhang Yunzi trembled violently, and even his corporeal form began to fracture, a testament to the primal fear emanating from the very essence of his being. The consciousness he radiated was instantaneously suppressed, reduced to the primal essence of the universe. From Zhang Yunzi's soul's perspective, he beheld Qin Yuan, surrounded by a tumultuous force of soul energy that spanned countless realms, possessing a terrifying soul power accumulated over 1,000,000 years. A truly formidable being, transcending the confines of a single realm. The shattered echoes of his soul resounded from Zhang Yunzi's lips. At that moment, witnessing Qin Yuan felt akin to a drifting mote gazing upon the vast heavens, akin to a fleeting spirit glimpsing the 99 celestial thresholds. The decades of his soul power paled against the mere droplet on the brink of extinction within the ocean of Qin Yuan's soul. Life? Zhang Yunzi harbored no hope, only a desire for death to be mercifully painless. In Chapter 13, The Great Wilderness Destruction I, the Rainbow Bridge of the Emperor Continent. Within the realm of Xianxiaaudiobooks, Qin Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Yunzi's soul form. In that instant, the entire sky of the secret realm split into 3,600 violet fissures. Through these cracks, one could see Qin Yuan's consciousness entwined with a stellar river, descending like the dawn of creation itself. As the soul shadow expanded, the entire sky transformed into a singular eye of divine consciousness. This ethereal blue eye, forged from 1,000,000 years of soul power, radiated waves of primordial essence that rippled through the void. Within the secret realm, the entire azure sky morphed into an eye. This revelation sent waves of terror through the countless cultivators below, their hearts racing in fear of such overwhelming might. What a great power! Even the Supreme would pale in comparison. At this moment, Zhang Yunzi's soul began to disintegrate piece by piece. Zhang Yunzi was indeed fortunate. Next to Qin Yuan, Lu Jili exclaimed. To die at the hands of his master was the greatest honor of his life. His death held immeasurable value. Beside him, Li Qinyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, those behind them twitched at the corners of their mouths. Is this truly how one speaks? In the next moment, Qin Yuan's soul voice resonated, shattering the clouds above the secret realm for thousands of miles. The Great Wilderness Destruction Eye. With the activation of supreme soul power, the colossal ethereal eye in the sky emitted an eerie glow, causing Zhang Yunzi's soul form to grow increasingly transparent, until it ultimately vanished without a trace. In that instant, the world fell silent, and Zhang Yunzi's soul was completely extinguished. 1,000,000,000 miles away, in the Emperor Continent, Tianshu Mountain Range. This was the domain of the Zhuling sect, which had stood for thousands of years. Nestled within a naturally formed mountain range, the sect thrived, and at midnight, violet sword energy would cascade from the heavens, manifesting supreme sword intent for cultivators to practice. At this moment, within the main peak of the Zhuling sect, a palace crafted entirely from cold jade, several figures flickered about. Report to the sect leader. Elder Zhang Yunzi's soul imprint jade slip has shattered. Furthermore, the jade slips of the two elder Yuming have also broken. Within the Green Jade Palace, a steward elder, responsible for guarding the soul imprint jade slips, knelt trembling before the two figures above him, unable to meet their gaze. Someone dared to slay my brother. I will ensure the one who killed him has no place to rest in death. Above in the palace, an elder donned in a green robe, his frail face etched with unprecedented fury. The shattering of the soul imprint jade slips signified death and obliteration. He had never imagined that his brother, who possessed the strength of the fifth layer of the divine catastrophe realm, could be slain. A violent aura instantly filled the entire palace, instilling a profound sense of dread in the steward elder below. Zhang Yuji, elder brother of Zhang Yunzi, possessed even greater terror. Having reached the 8th layer of the divine catastrophe realm, did even the soul escape? Across from Zhang Yuji, a man squinted his eyes. Clad in finery, he emanated an air of absolute dominance. He was Ling Juetian, the sect leader of Zhuling, with the power of a half-step supreme, guarding the Emperor Continent. His formidable strength allowed the Zhuling sect to stand toe-to-toe with the ancient clans of the Emperor Continent. It seems the opponent possesses means to obliterate souls. Zhang Yuji, temper your aura. It appears there are formidable beings in Zhongzhou. Ling Juetian gently touched a spatial ring, and a quaint bronze key materialized in the air. Regrettably, we are left with only one key to the 9 nether knock. Zhang Yuji's spine chilled at the sound of his name. Sect leader. It was my oversight. I thought those possessing the 9 nether knock would always keep a close watch on me and the sect leader. Naturally, the sect leader's strength is unparalleled. While I foolishly placed the 9 nether knock in Song Yunzi's possession. Please punish me, sect leader. Song Yuji gritted his teeth and spoke softly. No matter. Ling Juetian smiled faintly, a hint of coldness within his smile. The one who slayed Song Yunzi will undoubtedly obtain the key. It won't be long before Qin Yuan descends to the world. At that time, we shall know who took your brother's life. It is a pity. I initially planned to devour the Qin Luo sword body before entering Qin Yuan. It seems time is insufficient now. Sect leader. Shall I personally venture to Zhongzhou to capture the one with the Qin Luo sword body? Song Yuji's face was filled with malice. Let it be for now. Other half-step supremes possessing the 9 nether knock are watching us closely. Ling Juetian shook his head. For the time being, we shall remain still. Yes, sect leader. Song Yuji could only clench his fists and bow his head. Meanwhile, in the Emperor continent, within the Zhuanggu Gorge, a perilous area of the Wushan Mountains, ordinary cultivators avoided this place at all costs, never daring to step foot here. At this moment, deep within the core mountains of Zhuanggu Gorge, there lay a valley, at the center of which lay the skeletal remains of a witch beast. Above these bones sat a figure shrouded in a black robe. He was currently utilizing a secret technique to receive all intelligence from the witch puppets. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes. His violet pupils twisted, as if containing writhing worms. Master. Lu Jiuli's eyes brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Just then, from behind the skeletal remains of the witch beast, a figure clad in green approached gracefully, carrying a portion of cooked food. Qing Fengwan. Now, we can all enter Qin Yuan. I have also obtained the 9 nether knock. Lu Jiuli sprang to his feet, grinning at the green-clad man before him. His mastery of witchcraft and secret techniques left most unwilling to befriend him. However, the individual before him, Qing Fengwan, had been his closest friend over the millennia. Carefree by nature, specializing in natural arts, he often mingled with flora and fauna, having met Lu Jiuli in a secret realm a decade ago. He had never judged Lu Jiuli's cultivation methods. Instead, they complemented each other and became inseparable friends. Where did you obtain it? Qing Fengwan inquired in astonishment. A few words cannot explain it all. Now, I must set off to the Emperor Continent's Rainbow Bridge to meet someone. Let's discuss it on the way, Lu Jiuli exclaimed, filled with excitement. From the intelligence relayed by the witch puppets, his master was already en route to the Emperor Continent. The Emperor Continent's Rainbow Bridge is the spatial passage connecting the Emperor Continent to other major continents in the Jiuxian realm. Constructed over a century by formidable beings of the Xianxia realm, the teleportation array can be activated merely by embedding a spiritual crystal. After all, the vast veins of the Jiuxian world stretch infinitely, with some cultivators unable to traverse even a single continent throughout their entire lives. As two radiant beams, one black and one azure, emerged from the Zhuanggu Gorge, they surged towards the Hongqiao of the Dizhou. Chapter 14. Arrival at the Dizhou. Qin Yuan. The Qin Luo sword embryo has achieved great success. Your cultivation speed now reaches 1,000 miles a day. When your master is not around and you cause trouble, do not mention my name. In the main hall of the Qin Yuan sect master Li Feng and others anticipated a touching farewell between master and disciple. Yet, the scene felt decidedly peculiar. Master, I understand. Although reluctance flickered in Li Qin Yuan's eyes, he recognized that his current cultivation was utterly insufficient in the Dizhou. Accompanying his master would only create chaos. I have nothing to offer you. Here, take this advanced imperial-level sword technique. Qin Yuan gently caressed his spatial ring, and a golden radiance burst forth from it. An imperial-level technique. The others in the hall gasped, their breaths growing heavy. It had been thousands of years since Central Zhou had seen an imperial-level technique. Techniques are ranked from low to high, starting with the basic levels of heaven and earth, then Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian levels. Above those is the saint level, and above the saint level lies the imperial level. A single imperial level technique, if cultivated properly, could produce a peak powerhouse of the Xianxia realm. Do not blame your master for being stingy. This advanced imperial technique is the most suitable for your Qin Luo sword embryo. Once you reach half-step supreme, I shall gift you a supreme level technique. Qin Yuan explained helplessly. Yes, master. Li Qin Yuan was profoundly moved. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples in the hall were rendered speechless. How can you say your master is stingy? You casually present an advanced imperial level technique and call it stingy. What do you mean by waiting until you reach half-step supreme before gifting a supreme level technique? What kind of terrifying figure is the master of the Qin Yuan ancestor? Supreme level techniques. They are rare even in the Dizhou. Enough now. Have you stored the Shukong Yujua properly? Master, I have secured it. If you ever find yourself in a life and death situation, shatter the Shukong Yujua, and I will come to your aid. Yes, Master. Well then, I must take my leave. Qin Yuan chuckled lightly, for he had yet to receive the backlash points from Lu Jiuli. This lad thinks he can dismiss me with a puppet? He glanced at the puppet beside him, causing Lu Jiuli to shiver involuntarily. With a tear in the fabric of space, Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli vanished from their location. In the Great Hall, Li Qingyun stood in place for a long time before regaining his composure. Turning around, he resumed his role as the ancestor. He declared coldly, "Notify the entire sect. Exterminate the Qi Yin sect." The sect master of Qi Yin and several inner disciples perished in the xianxiaaudiobooks secret realm. But the Qi Yin sect outside still exists. Since we have established enmity, we must annihilate them all. This is the lesson imparted by my master. In the Jiuxian world, the Dizhou, this is the core area of the realm, a holy land for myriad beings. It is also where the fortunes of the entire Jiuxian world converge. This continent is vast and boundless, with mountains and rivers crisscrossing. The spiritual energy is extraordinarily rich, condensing into spiritual springs and lakes within the mountains. Cultivators training here experience exponential growth, making the Dizhou a coveted destination for countless prodigies. Furthermore, the Dizhou is home to various sects and many hidden ancient clans. In summary, the Dizhou is the stage for the gifted. At this moment, in the Dizhou, at the Xianxiao realm, this is the central area of the teleportation array connecting the Dizhou to other continents. The Dizhou Xianxiao has an unspoken rule. Regardless of the depth of enmity, one must not engage in battle here, especially not among beings of the Xianxia realm. Should a conflict trigger the collapse of the spatial array, it would invoke the ire of various other sections. After all, many sects from the Dizhou frequently send disciples and elders to other continents for training, seeking to discover talents and bring them back to enrich their sections. On the Hongxiao platform of the Dizhou, crafted from billions of stars of steel to withstand the tearing forces of space, Lu Jiuli paced anxiously. Although his puppet had met his master, it was merely a puppet, not his true self. Beside him, Qin Fenglan observed Lu Jiuli's demeanor with astonishment. In the past 10,000 years, he had never seen him so flustered. During their conversation, Lu Jiuli revealed that his master was coming to the Dizhou. Qin Fenglan had heard Lu Jiuli mention his master before. While no specific details were disclosed, Lu Jiuli described his master as invincible. To elaborate, he was unparalleled in the world. This only fueled Qin Fenglan's curiosity further. Suddenly, the spatial Hongxiao shimmered with ancient ripples. The space Hongxiao from Central Zhou to the Dizhou was about to open. Lu Jiuli's anxiety heightened. Moments later, two figures emerged from within, and upon seeing his master, a torrent of emotions surged within Lu Jiuli. Thousands of years ago, due to his innate Wangu body, he was pursued and, by chance, fell into the primordial tomb. Recognized by his master, he became his disciple. His master taught him to control the myriad gu within him and, with great transformative power, strengthened his Wangu body, breaking the Wangu curse and achieving the Tianyin Gu Huang body. In essence, everything he possessed was a gift from his master. Now, upon seeing Qin Yuan, Lu Jiuli could no longer restrain himself. He dashed forward and knelt heavily on the Hongxiao platform. Disciple Lu Jiuli pays respects to master. Ding. Task of meeting with disciple completed. Ding. Current status of disciple. Name, Lu Jiuli. Age, 11,000 years. Strength, Xianxia realm, 9th heaven, great perfection, half-step supreme. Root bone, Tianyin Gu Huang body. Ding. Commencing acquisition of disciple backlash feedback fortune points. Congratulations, host has gained 50 billion fortune points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Yuan finally smiled. 5 imperial level techniques secured. Who is this? Qin Yuan pointed at Qin Fenglan. Immediately, Qin Fenglan stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Qin Yuan, saying, Junior Qin Fenglan pays respects to the senior. Master, this is my good friend. Lu Jiuli introduced Qin Yuan. He is also at the 9th heaven of the Xianxia realm's great perfection. And we plan to enter the Zhongzun Yuan together to seek an opportunity to break through to Supreme. However, he originally intended to give me a 9-Ming Ko. And now we have 2. We can both enter the Zhongzun Yuan. Lu Jiuli waved, and the puppet instantly entered his spatial ring. The 9-Ming Ko key also fell into his hand. Excellent. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile, clearly approving of Lu Jiuli's friend. Indeed, this young man from the Qingfeng clan possesses remarkable attributes. With a single glance, he pierced through Qin Fenglan's true bloodline. In response, a ripple of azure flashed in Qin Fenglan's pupils, as a powerful figure from his clan employed celestial means to completely conceal the aura of the Qingfeng clan. Even the most formidable beings at the Supreme Realm cannot discern the truth at a mere glance. Yet, Lu Jiuli's master was able to see through it in an instant. Could it be that his power surpasses that of the Supreme? As this thought crossed his mind, A cold sweat began to bead on Qin Yuan's back. Chapter 15. I consider you a brother, yet you. Are you not from the Qin clan? Lu Jiuli was momentarily taken aback, reflecting how, over the span of 10,000 years, he had been entirely oblivious to Qin Yuan's true identity, perceiving him merely as a close friend. Senior, it's Lu Jiuli. I did not intend to conceal anything, Qin Yuan stammered, flustered as he hurried to explain. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely. The Qin clan. Just the Qin clan, what of it? Lu Jiuli responded, somewhat taken aback. You don't think that the events of 30,000 years ago, when your Qin clan clashed with the human race, would influence my perception of you, do you? Qin Yuan appeared somewhat uneasy. Back then, before he could finish, Qin Yuan interrupted. Hold on. Are you planning to leave me standing here while you explain, Lu Jiuli? Ahem. Come on, master, within the imperial capital's Xianxiao realm. There is a first-rate immortal abode. The delicacies there are exquisite, and I have already reserved the most luxurious floor. Let me treat you to a feast. Lu Jiuli slapped his forehead, offering a sheepish smile. Now that's more like it. Qin Yuan nodded slightly, finally seeing a disciple who resembled a true follower, one capable of treating him to fine food and drink. In the million years within the ancient tomb, everything was satisfactory. It provided a terrifying enhancement to his spirit, laws, and Tao principles. Yet, the only downside was the scarcity of wild delicacies. This led Qin Yuan, despite no longer needing human sustenance, to still crave such pleasures, indulging in wine and meat, savoring the finest culinary delights. A moment later, within the upper level of the immortal abode, as various delicacies were laid out, Qin Yuan unceremoniously grasped a leg of the San Yuan free-range chicken. Here we go. After taking a bite, his taste buds were thoroughly satisfied. The San Yuan free-range chicken, a renowned dish in the empire, was said to enhance longevity and enrich one's internal energy. At this moment, Qin Yuan, sitting opposite the jade table, took a deep breath and began to speak softly. 30,000 years ago, our Qin clan engaged in a great war with the human race, which is known as the Cataclysm of Wings. At that time, a human coveted our clan's immortality secrets and entangled himself with our third princess. Eventually, we discovered that he practiced the 9 transformations of life technique, a brutal method that enables the integration of foreign powers into one's own body. The third princess was trapped in the Xianxiao abyss, where she was refined by him until the last of her feathers was consumed, ultimately burning away the Qingfeng's immortal blood within her. That feather broke free from the Xianxiao abyss, conveying everything to our Qin clan. Consequently, we declared war against him and his family. As time passed, that man allied with numerous powerful humans and slaughtered over half of our clan's elders, even accusing us of attempting to use our immortal blood to refine the human race. After this war, we retreated into our clan's secret realm, vowing an eternal enmity with humanity. In turn, humanity has harbored animosity towards our Qin clan ever since. After finishing the last bite of his dish, Qin Yuan nodded. Lu Jiuli, I did not intend to conceal this from you, Qin Yuan confessed, his heart racing with anxiety over the potential loss of his dear friend upon revealing his identity. This revelation caused Lu Jiuli to take a deep breath, his gaze towards Qin Yuan shifting significantly. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan's heart sank. Just as he awaited Lu Jiuli's resolute response, Lu Jiuli spoke. So, your true form is actually that of a Qin? Huh. Yes, Qin Yuan stammered, nodding in bewilderment. Why didn't you say so earlier? A Qin? How majestic it would be to ride one. Lu Jiuli exclaimed, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, struggling to swallow. I consider you a brother, yet you wish to ride me? Does this mean, Jiuli, that you do not hold it against me? Qin Yuan asked, suddenly regaining his composure, his face slightly flushed. Holding it against you? Why would I do that? Lu Jiuli replied, astonished. My master taught me that true friendships require sincerity. If you harbored ill intentions, we could never have become such good brothers, right? Indeed. Qin Yuan stood, his expression fervent. So, seeing as we are good brothers, it would not be too much to ask for your assistance, would it? Lu Jiuli chuckled, stepping closer to Qin Yuan. What is it? Having lived for 10,000 years, I have yet to ride a Qin. Surely, you wouldn't deny me this small request? Qin Yuan's face twitched slightly. I am a male Qin. I know. My esteemed master once said that one must face challenges head-on. Lu Jiuli replied. Qin Yuan, witnessing this exchange, shook his head. All right, Jiuli, enough of the jesting. Let us discuss the matter of the Zhuling sect. Clearing his throat, Lu Jiuli adopted a serious demeanor. He approached Qin Yuan and sat down, beginning. The Zhuling sect is situated in the Tianshu mountain range. The entire sect primarily cultivates the Zhuling sword intent. The sect master, Ling Ju Tian, possesses the Zhuling sword embryo and is of comparable strength to me, being half a step into the supreme realm. The other elders in the sect are not a cause for concern. Previously, that Xianxiaaudiobooks you defeated had a brother named Xianxiaaudiobooks, whose power resides at the 8th level of the Divine Calamity Realm. Currently, we have 2 keys to the 9 underworlds, whereas the Zhuling sect possesses only 1. The remaining 6 are held by various hidden sects and other top-tier factions. As the days pass, the Zhongzun Yuan will open in less than a month. The entrance lies within the Empire's Jilling Plain. The Jilling Plain is peculiar, suffused with a sense of dusk. Spiritual energy cannot coalesce here, which has led to a long-standing disinterest among cultivators. Only when the Zhongzun Yuan opens do cultivators venture forth in hopes of seizing their fortunes. After listening to Lu Jiuli's explanation, Qin Yuan nodded. Qing Fenglan, I sense the presence of Qingfeng's primordial blood within you. Your standing within the Qingfeng clan must be substantial. Qin Yuan suddenly turned to Qing Fenglan. Senior, I am the son of the current clan leader of the Qingfeng clan, Qing Fenglan admitted, not daring to hide the truth. The elders within the clan have predicted that my opportunity to reach the supreme realm lies within the Zhongzun Yuan. Thus, they have provided me with a key to the 9 underworlds. If I were your clan leader, for safety's sake, I would ensure at least one other clan member accompanies you into the Zhongzun Yuan, Qin Yuan remarked. So, who from your clan will accompany you? Upon hearing this, Qing Fenglan's forehead broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if all his clan's plans were transparent before the other. To answer your question, it will be my father, the clan leader. And what is his strength? Qin Yuan inquired. 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. Just barely sufficient, Qing Fenglan replied. Very well. Knowing you have allies is enough. Let us go, Qin Yuan said, rising and stretching. Where to? To the Zhuling sect. Chapter 16. My disciple's performance fills me with pride. In the Jiushuan realm, Empire, the Tianshu mountain range stands as a formidable natural barrier, resembling a myriad of colossal swords thrusting into the heavens. Within this vast and boundless mountain range, the echoes of sword intent occasionally surge forth, creating gusts of wind that cleave through the clouds above. The Zhuling sect, perched upon the precipice, boasts a gate forged from 9 layers of mysterious iron, emanating a chilling radiance. The gate bears numerous sword scars, and the air is thick with various sword energies, each exuding an overwhelming and unyielding aura. Though the upper limit of the Zhuling sword embryo is generally lower than that of the Qin Yuan sword embryo in its early stages, its wielder experiences a remarkably rapid cultivation speed. In the skies above the Tianshu mountain range, a spatial rift was unveiled. Qin Yuan, Lu Jiuli, and Qing Fenglan arrived at this location. Standing amidst the void, Qin Yuan gazed at the vast expanse of the Tianshu mountain range, his breath caught in awe. However, in the next moment, his steps hesitated slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The power of Shumi? Though exceedingly feeble, it was unmistakably the power of Shumi. How could such a phenomenon exist within the Tianshu mountain range? Intriguing. At that moment, Qin Yuan's gaze seemed to penetrate through the mountains below. He then took a step forward, his form twisting and shifting as he suddenly appeared above the Zhuling sect. In that instant, the disciples and elders within the Zhuling sect sensed the presence of outsiders and immediately became alert. Concurrently, the protective formation of the sect began to activate. Is that Lu Jiuli, the one who dabbles in witchcraft? They recognized the unknown youth beside him, but identified the man in green as Qing Fenglan, a practitioner of natural arts, possessing strength equal to Lu Jiuli, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the God Tribulation realm. What could they want at our Zhuling sect? Quickly, activate the protective formation. The elders from both the inner and outer sects of Zhuling became vigilant. Lu Jiuli's name had resounded through the ages over the past millennia. After all, his witchcraft was notoriously ruthless. Those who bore enmity with him met untimely ends, often without a trace. The protective formation, bolstered by the spiritual energy of these elders at the God Tribulation realm, began to slowly activate. In an instant, the sky above the Zhuling sect turned a deep crimson hue, as if the entire Tianshu mountain range had fallen into an eerie silence. From the peaks of the various sword peaks within the Zhuling sect, beams of violet radiance surged into the sky. Obscure runes surged forth, gradually coalescing into a massive ethereal sword shadow. At this moment, the sword intent of the Zhuling sect became tangible, resonating with the sword patterns that appeared between the brows of all disciples and elders present. The Zhuling protective formation, the grand elder of the inner sect, at the 5th level of the God Tribulation realm, leaped into the air, hiding within the formation. He cupped his hands towards Lu Jiuli outside the formation and spoke. Lu Jiuli, our Zhuling sect has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with you. What is your purpose in suddenly intruding upon our Tianshu mountain range? Lu Jiuli glanced at his master and then at the grand elder of the inner sect, a bloodthirsty smile flickering across his alien visage. I have come to help my junior brother make a scene. The grand elder of the inner sect was momentarily taken aback. Frowning as he replied, "Our Zhuling sect is, after all, a top-tier sect of the Emperor continent. Over the millennia, we have never heard of you having any junior brothers. We hold no grudges against you. I hope you will reconsider and avoid damaging our goodwill." Lu Juli smiled, and at the same time, dark purple witch runes began to manifest around him. "I detest your duplicitous demeanor. You do what you do, yet refuse to acknowledge it. The protective formation of the Zhuling sect, is it?" With a sinister laugh, Lu Juli began to form seals with his hands. The purple witch runes behind him instantly transformed into countless frenzied witch insects, beginning to gnaw at the protective formation of the Zhuling sect. Witchcraft devours the heavens. The multitude of witch insects poured forth like a torrential wave, causing the elders of the Zhuling sect below to break into a cold sweat. "Hold your ground. Second elder, go to the Zhuling hall and inform the supreme elder and sect master, the grand elder of the inner sect." Sensing the troublesome nature of the witch insects above, changed countenance dramatically. "Your sect's protective formation is truly delectable. My witch insects have taken quite a liking to it." Lu Juli offered a candid assessment, his hand seals becoming increasingly rapid. After all, every disciple wishes to perform admirably before their master. "Give me 10 breaths of time. I will surely breach this formation." Lu Juli exuded confidence. Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He could discern that this protective formation possessed significant strength. Utilizing the inherent sword intent of the surrounding Tianshu mountain range, combined with the constant reinforcement from the owner of the Zhuling sword body, this formation could withstand at least 3 strikes from a supreme realm expert. Thus, witnessing Lu Juli's formidable witchcraft to such an extent genuinely brought him solace. His disciple was stepping into the fray. Naturally, as a mentor, he felt a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Qing Fenglan, observing this scene, could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, this was a commendable spectacle for the master and disciple. Yet, do you truly remain unaware of your disciple's infamous reputation in the Jiuxian realm? It could be said that he was reviled by all behind his back. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ethereal sword shadow of the Zhuling protective formation. "Hold firm. Channel all your spiritual energy." The grand elder of the inner sect, witnessing the situation, frantically poured his energy into the protective formation. At that moment, within the Zhuling hall, the second elder of the inner sect hurriedly arrived. "Where are the sect master and the supreme elder?" The second elder inquired of the attending elder. "The sect master and the supreme elder have just entered the Zhuling sword tomb's secret realm, instructing that for the next month, no one is to disturb them. They are preparing for the emergence of the Zhongzun Yuan," the attending elder answered quickly. Upon hearing this, the second elder wasted no time and swiftly produced 2 communication jade slips from his spatial ring. With a couple of sharp cracks, the slips shattered. Within the Zhuling sword tomb's secret realm, having barely arrived for less than 10 hours and just seated, Ling Jutian furrowed his brow. This time, he had entered a state of comprehension of the Zhuling sword intent in a mere 10 hours, marking the fastest he had achieved in hundreds of years. Yet, what was the result? An elder within the sect had shattered a communication jade slip, which was only to be broken in the direst of circumstances. Reluctantly, he exited his meditative state. The expression of Zhang Yuzi before him was equally displeased. "Let us go take a look." Ling Jutian frowned, casually tearing through the space. In the next moment, he and Zhang Yuzi found themselves in the Zhuling hall. "Second elder? What is the matter that is so urgent?" Ling Jutian's brow furrowed with a hint of anger in his voice. "Not good. Sect master, supreme elder." The second elder pointed outside the hall, exclaiming loudly, "That lunatic Lu Juli is demanding an explanation from his junior brother. He is currently breaking through our Zhuling sect's protective formation." Chapter 17. Coming early to block you. Aren't you exploding? Junior brother? Lu Juli? Explanation? Ling Jutian's brow knitted tightly. The Zhuling sect had always had no dealings with Lu Juli. How could there be any connection to his junior brother? "Let us go take a look." Casting a glance at Zhang Yuzi beside him, he waved his hand, tearing apart the fabric of space, stepping forward. His form instantly appeared before the protective formation. Zhang Yuzi followed closely behind. Upon their arrival, they beheld the law patterns of the Zhuling protective formation riddled with numerous cracks. At this rate, within 3 breaths, it would be breached. "Lu Juli, our Zhuling sect has no dealings with you. What is your intention?" Ling Jutian glared at the witchcraft practitioner, his demeanor frosty. "I already said I came to create a scene for my junior brother." Outside the formation, Lu Juli flashed a slight smile at Ling Jutian within, while simultaneously unleashing his witchcraft upon the formation. With a crack, a breach opened in the formation, ultimately shattering into countless streams of chaotic spiritual energy, dissipating into the void. The protective formation, capable of withstanding 3 strikes from a supreme realm expert, had been breached. Furthermore, even the essence of the formation suffered irreversible damage. A being at the pinnacle of the god tribulation realm, one step from the supreme realm, was indeed terrifying. Your junior brother? Ling Ju Tian's countenance darkened. What is the meaning of this? The allure of my juniors Qing Lu Ji Nti. Are you daring to act yet reluctant to acknowledge it? On the right hand of LGL, a goo worm rides incessantly. It is you. Ling Ju Tian instantly realizes why the two elders of Su and Ming and Seeing YNZ failed. It turns out you were the one behind it. Beside him, Seeing YZ erupts in fury. The surrounding Ju Ling sword intent begins to pour forth uncontrollably. It is you. LGL. You killed my brother. Behind Seeing YZ, an ethereal giant sword has begun to materialize. The Divine Calamity Realm Grade Ju Ling sword intent instills an unprecedented sense of impending doom in the disciples of Ju Ling Zing below. You, a mere 8th level of Divine Calamity, dare to exude your aura before me? LGL's expression remains somewhat indifferent, and in the next moment, a terrifying pressure of half-step Supreme Realm begins to bear down on Seeing YZ. Boom. The killing intent that had just coalesced is shattered in that instant. Cold sweat beads on Seeing YZ's forehead as his mind regains some clarity. I almost forgot. This LGL is indeed a terrifying figure at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Divine Calamity. His own 8th level of Divine Calamity is hardly worth considering. LGL. What is it to bully someone of a lower realm? Ling Ju Tian furrows his brow, releasing his half-step supreme aura to dispel the other's presence, then coldly states, how shameless. You sent a 5th-level Divine Calamity cultivator accompanied by 2 1st-level Divine Calamity cultivators to ZHU to bully someone who hasn't even reached the Cave Void realm. Do you have no shame? LGL shows no leniency. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding before. Now your junior is safe, yet we of Ju Ling Zing have lost several esteemed elders. Ling Ju Tian suppresses his rage. As the Xianxiaaudiobooks will open in a month, he must enter the Xianxiaaudiobooks. That person had promised him that as long as he could step into the Xianxiaaudiobooks, he would undoubtedly help him reach the supreme realm. Thus, at this moment, he merely wishes for peace to prevail. Once he emerges from the Xianxiaaudiobooks and ascends to the supreme level, he shall annihilate all these individuals. And then, what do you wish to express? LGL tilts his head. What I want to say is, Ling Ju Tian clenches his fists. Since your junior is unharmed, we of Ju Ling Zing will bear our losses ourselves. Upon witnessing this, LGL recalls the words of his master from before and inwardly marvels at his master's foresight. Previously, Qin Yuan had informed him that the reason the opponent desired the Xianxiangti was to devour more sword embryos before entering the Xianxiaaudiobooks, thereby ensuring a steady entrance into the Xianxiaaudiobooks and achieving the supreme realm. It seems that his assessment was indeed accurate. Very well, however, I have one condition. Agree to it, and I shall leave here with Qing and my master. LGL steps forward, offering a slight smile to Ling Ju Tian master. Ling Ju Tian's gaze swiftly locks onto the man in the dark robe beside LGL, a realm of 1st-level Cave Void. He possesses no hidden aura concealing artifacts. Is he your master, or merely a projection? Ling Ju Tian takes a deep breath and nods, asking, what is your condition? Hand over the GMNKU in your possession, and we shall take our leave. LGL states, you. Instantly, a tangible sword intent manifests above Ling Ju Tian's head. What? LGL grins, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. You're not thinking that after I acquire the GMNKU, I would patiently await the descent of the Xianxiaaudiobooks, only to meet you there later, are you? The murderous intent in Ling Ju Tian's eyes begins to accumulate. What? Is that not the case? Ha! Upon seeing the look in his eyes, LGL bursts into hearty laughter. Indeed, my master is a master strategist. My master has long anticipated your line of thought. Thus, we have come today. Hee hee. To quote my master, if we arrived early to ambush you, wouldn't you explode? Ha ha. Hearing the unabashed laughter of the other, the overwhelming Ju Ling sword intent begins to coalesce around Ling Ju Tian. Even the phantasm of the Ju Ling sword embryo appears behind him. LGL. You are merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Divine Calamity. Even if you and Qing join forces, you cannot expect to gain any advantage here in the short term. Moreover, I can contend with even Supreme Realm cultivators using the Ju Ling sword embryo in conjunction with the Ju Ling sword technique. Have you truly thought this through? Should we engage in battle, I shall undoubtedly leave you grievously injured, in which case, a month later, you shall likely be unable to enter the Xianxiaaudiobooks. Ling Ju Tian flicks his right hand, producing a silver longsword that appears in his grasp. At this moment, the space around him begins to emanate an overwhelming sword intent. And, Senior, I observe you are a manifestation of the 1st-level Cave Void. I am acquainted with many seniors of the Supreme Realm. Perhaps you know them as well. We truly bear no irreconcilable enmity. How about? Before Ling Ju-Ti-En can finish, Qin Yuan interrupts with a wave of his hand. Enough of this nonsense. I did not come here to listen to your incessant prattle. Clearing his ears, Qin Yuan turns to LGL and says, GL, I have told you before, when encountering those who drone on, do not waste your breath. Just act. A simple strike will suffice. Give it to him. Yes, master. LGL responds, invigorated as if he has been electrified. Immediately, a torrent of witchcraft energy surges forth from his body. He charges forward towards Ling Ju-Ti-En. Chapter 18. Qing Lu Ji Nyn. The might of a single slash. GL, I shall assist you. Upon seeing LGL charging towards the opponent, Qing effing L and also casts aside his hesitations. The techniques of nature begin to unfold. All the flora and fauna within the TNX mountain range serve as instruments of his assault. In an instant, the two formidable 9th-level Divine Calamity cultivators join forces, swiftly overpowering Ling Ju-Ti-En, a manifestation of the 1st-level cave void. Then I shall begin by eliminating you. Xianxiaaudiobooks, possessing the strength of the 8th level of Divine Calamity, swiftly launches forward. His longsword points directly at Qin Yuan's chest. Just as his sect master stated, Ling Ju-Ti-En indeed knows many formidable Supreme Realm cultivators. Furthermore, those capable of manifesting a cave void identity would only range between the 1st to 3rd levels of the Supreme Realm in strength. Moreover, the dark-robed man before him is merely at the 1st level of cave void. This indicates that his true self is at most at the Supreme Realm. I am not afraid at all. Sharing the same sword intent as Xianxiaaudiobooks. You are his brother? Qin Yuan senses the familiar sword intent and smiles. That works well. I can send you 2 brothers down to reunite. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression suddenly changes dramatically. What do you mean? You killed my brother Xianxiaaudiobooks. Qin Yuan chuckles. Congratulations. You guessed correctly. Your reward is to meet your brother. Absurd. You, a mere manifestation of the 1st-level cave void. Xianxiaaudiobooks' words are not yet finished when the phantasm of the Qing Lu Gnt I begins to emerge in Qin Yuan's eyes. He is naturally capable of employing the techniques that all disciples possess. After all, Qin Yuan's body is filled with the power of the Great Source. The manifestation of the Qing Lu Gnt I can be accomplished in an instant. You wish to acquire my disciple's Qing Lu Gnt? You also wish to devour the Qing Lu Gnt? Qin Yuan shakes his head, his expression growing somewhat colder. At this moment, a phantasm of the Qing Lu Gnt I begins to slowly materialize on his back. The space ripples, and an immense sword pressure begins to coalesce. Master is about to take action. Excitement courses through LGL as he remains engaged in combat with Ling Ju-Ti-En, leaving the opponent with no opportunity to divert his attention. In an instant, beside Qin Yuan, the space shatters as if struck by a mirror. In the fissures, one could almost hear the mournful wails of sword patterns emanating from the ancient sword tomb. Such an overwhelming sword intent. Even Ling Ju-Ti-En, at this moment, found his sword technique slightly faltering. The mere release of sword intent was sufficient to induce a sensation of explosive pressure in the scalp of Xianxiaaudiobooks, who stood at the 8th level of the Divine Tribulation Realm. His longsword shattered in response. The so-called ultimate strike he had boasted about could not even breach Qin Yuan's sword aura. Was this the sword intent that could be wielded by someone in the Dongshu realm? Xianxiaaudiobooks appeared to be ensnared in midair, his pupils filled with an unprecedented terror. For in his line of sight, it seemed he could see his own reflection in Qin Yuan's eyes. And that reflection was disintegrating bit by bit within the gaze of his opponent. It was as if Qin Yuan's eyes had transcended humanity, transforming into 2 terrifying whirlpools capable of devouring souls. This is impossible. You cannot possess such formidable sword intent. The Qing Luo sword intent cannot be this powerful. No. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Xianxiaaudiobooks beheld the skies above the Tianshu mountain range, where countless azure lights suddenly pierced through the thick clouds. An unparalleled gigantic sword, formed from the essence of the Qin Yuan sword, descended from the heavens, tilting downward towards him. At this moment, Qin Yuan gently raised his right hand. At the hilt of the colossal azure sword, an immense hand, dark as ink, materialized from the void and grasped the giant sword. The first strike of the Qing Luo sword. An unadorned attack, devoid of any intricate techniques. The Qing Luo giant sword began to descend slowly, yet it carried with it the rhythm of celestial punishment. Even before the sword's edge made contact with Xianxiaaudiobooks below, the assault of its sword rhythm had already arrived fiercely. Xianxiaaudiobooks found himself devoid of any capacity to retaliate. His entire being was rigid in midair. The mere pressure of the sword rhythm had begun to annihilate his body. Moments later, The right half of Zhang Yuzi's body, flesh and bone, along with his internal organs, was reduced to ashes. When he suddenly regained his senses, he saw the remnants of his vanished half in a state of ash. The agonizing sensation of his soul being torn apart instantaneously drew a scream from him. The entire Zhuling sect could hear Zhang Yuzi's shriek. Yet, almost immediately, the sound of his cries was suppressed by the ringing of the sword. As the azure giant sword pierced through Zhang Yuzi's form, the mere fragments of space reflected within the projection revealed the torment his soul was enduring under the weight of sword principles. And this strike was far from over. After obliterating Zhang Yuzi, the terrifying momentum continued to press down upon the Zhuling sect. Boom! In that moment, the great sword peaks of the Zhuling sect began to collapse thunderously. The earth quaked violently, nothing could compare. The Tianshu mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, began to tremble. The ground seemed to wail in that instant. Bang! The azure giant sword plummeted into the mountains. The entire Tianshu mountain range appeared as though it were being pressed into the boiling magma of the earth by an invisible hand. The layers of rock beneath the earth began to fracture. Cracking sounds reverberated from the fissures, sending the entire Zhuling sect into despair. The aftershocks continued unabated. Retreat. Quickly retreat. In the air, Ling Juetian's eyes were bloodshot. Watching his sect, built over thousands of years, crumble so easily, his spirit threatened to shatter. However, the residual wave of the Qin Luo sword intent surged towards him. In that fleeting moment, he finally comprehended the kind of terrifying divinity Zhang Yuzi had just faced. Unbearable, immovable. Even the thought of retreating dared not blossom. Every inch of his being was firmly ensnared by this wave of Qin Luo sword intent. Crack. That was the sound of his soul shattering. Following that were the tendons, bones, and organs within Ling Juetian's body. It seemed that the Zhuling sword, sensing its master's peril, attempted to protect him. Yet, the newly formed Zhuling sword intent was instantaneously devoured by the supreme sword rhythm of his opponent. At that moment, the Zhuling sword, which Ling Juetian took pride in, was utterly shattered and dissipated. The elders within the Zhuling sect were plunged into extreme terror. The sword strike from the man in the dark robe seemed to sever space. It cleaved through the stars. Such might was unprecedented in their experience. Even a supreme being would not possess such terrifying power. The Qing Luo sword rhythm gradually dispersed. Lu Jioli and Qing Fengwan, having retreated behind Qin Yuan, looked towards the Tianshu mountain range before them. What Tianshu mountain range remained? All that met their eyes was a colossal pit, sunken hundreds of feet into the fractured layers of rock. The Tianshu mountain range had, in that moment, vanished without a trace. In the air, the last remnants of Ling Juetian's vitality faded, his countenance ashen, his pupils dimmed. At this moment, he finally recognized that his meager strength was but a farcical joke in the presence of this man in the dark robe. Chapter 19. Sumi Jinli. Did you truly believe your Zhuling sword was formidable? In the face of the Qin Luo sword I bestow, it is but nothing. With a gesture, Qin Yuan summoned Ling Juetian before him. The pallid-faced Ling Juetian gazed at Qin Yuan, clenching his fists. Even if you truly refined my disciple's Qin Luo sword, it would trigger the Dao source imprint I left within it. At that time, the Qin Luo sword would directly reverse and self-destruct. You would still perish. Qin Yuan shook his head, letting out a sigh. After all, how could he not leave a safeguard for his disciple? Do you understand? Lu Juli looked at Ling Juetian, allowing him an explanation. In simpler terms, from the moment you dared to strike my junior brother's Qin Luo sword, your fate was sealed. Ling Juetian's face twitched as he beheld the miles of ash before him. He was truly in despair. He even realized that his opponent could have easily extinguished him just moments ago. Now, he was spared merely to face a question. I observe a trace of aura within you that rivals the Zhuling sword. It resembles a form of restriction. Allow me to employ the soul-searching technique to investigate. As Qin Yuan's words fell, Ling Juetian felt a chill run down his spine. Was he truly not following the usual protocol? Typically, one would directly inquire at such a juncture. Senior, you can inquire directly. I will be entirely forthcoming. Ling Juetian urged hastily. Asking is certainly not as swift as searching. Qin Yuan smiled warmly, forming seals for the soul-searching technique. In the final moments before Ling Juetian lost consciousness, he wondered what kind of powerful being he had provoked. Furthermore, a being who did not adhere to the conventional methods. Moments later, the ethereal projection of his soul was reflected before Qin Yuan. Within the apparition stood an elder, entirely draped in black robes, his visage obscured. Addressing Ling Juetian, after the imprint of the soul tribulation is inscribed, you shall become a member of my soul refining hall. I await you in the Zongzun Yuan. Once you step within, I shall ensure your ascension to the supreme realm. Ling Juetian immediately responded respectfully. Thank you, Senior Kugu. I must also thank you for allowing me to acquire the Sumi Jinli. The elder referred to as Kugu chuckled, though his laughter bore an odd quality. Once I return to the soul refining hall, I shall remember your great merit. Thus, the projection of the soul's memory dissipated. At that moment, Ling Juetian was utterly annihilated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a Divine Tribulation Realm 8th level and a Divine Tribulation Realm 9th level cultivator, earning 300 million luck points in return. As for the meager rewards for slaying those below the Divine Tribulation Realm, they were nearly negligible. No wonder there was a faint trace of Sumi power within the earth's veins. It turned out to be the Sumi Jinli. Qin Yuan gazed upon the remnants of the Tianshu mountain range below. This corresponded with the Sumi power he had sensed upon his initial arrival. What is Sumi Jinli? Lu Juli inquired. Qin Yuan glanced at his disciple, remarking that he had previously advised him to delve deeper into ancient texts. But the advice had fallen on deaf ears. Now, it seemed, comprehension eluded him. Lu Juli scratched his head sheepishly. He recalled having heard from the clan leader and his father that among the 3,000 realms, each realm was formed from the primordial forces coalescing into the Shumi realm pearl at the dawn of creation. Qing Fenglan interjected earnestly, stating that the Shumi realm pearl is nearly impossible for mortals to discover. Furthermore, the Shumi realm pearl possesses the ability to transform all things. It can become mountains, rivers, flora, and even artifacts. It can assume any form, leaving no trace behind. However, when the primordial forces birthed the Shumi realm pearl, 3 koi were simultaneously born. These 3 are known as the Shumi koi. While they do not transform, they can scatter to any location, possibly appearing in the depths of desolate deserts or on isolated islands in the sea. In summary, acquiring a Shumi koi is as daunting as scaling the heavens. Qin Yuan nodded, observing Lu Juli, and remarked, Juli, take a look at your peers. Lu Juli cleared his throat and inquired, what purpose does the Shumi koi serve? For instance, if I were to stew it, would it enhance my cultivation? Qin Yuan responded with a disapproving look, while Qing Fenglan remained silent. Consuming the Shumi koi will not significantly enhance one's cultivation. Its sole purpose is to guide one towards the Shumi realm pearl when it awakens, Qing Fenglan elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lu Jili finally grasped the concept. So, with the Shumi koi, one can locate the Shumi realm pearl, correct? Indeed, Qing Fenglan affirmed. Should one find and refine the Shumi realm pearl, the resulting power would be beyond my imagination. Qin Yuan interjected, somewhat dismissively, in truth, it is merely average. Yet, it can indeed augment one's cultivation. Overall, the Shumi realm pearl can be considered a valuable asset. Qing Fenglan inhaled sharply, realizing that Qin Yuan regarded the Shumi realm pearl as nothing extraordinary. Did this imply that his power transcended an entire realm? Although Qin Yuan currently displayed only the first level of Dongxiu, the vast chasm before them was no mere illusion. There would no longer be the Tianshu mountain range. Only the remnants of its past. Dizhou, the silent spirit plane, lay before them as a desolate expanse forgotten by time, devoid of any living creature. Silence and desolation intermingled in this boundless wasteland, where not a single blade of grass could thrive. Even the wind was unable to form here, and the sky hung low, shrouded in oppressive, gray clouds that blocked out the light of the sun and stars. There was no distinction between day and night, only an eternal dusk. In a flat region of this barren landscape, an elderly man clad in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were not human, but flickered with ghostly flames. The man's visage was withered, devoid of flesh, resembling a mere skeleton. He lowered his head, revealing a faint, obscure black imprint in his palm. The soul calamity seal has been broken? The old man murmured, astonishment filling his ghostly eyes. The soul calamity seal, as its name implies, is implanted within a cultivator's body and, at the moment of their death, captures their soul, transferring its power to the one who placed the seal. Yet, the old man discovered that the soul calamity seal he had placed on Ling Juetian had been broken, and he had received no feedback of soul power. This revelation left him astounded. The mightiest technique of the soul refining hall had been breached. This incident concerning the Zhongzun Yuan had become intriguing. A sinister smile crept across the old man's face, for if one could slay Ling Juetian, they would undoubtedly possess the Juin key. They would naturally venture into the Zhongzun Yuan. Excellent. Once you all arrive at the Zhongzun Yuan, you shall become the perfect nourishment for my soul. Chapter 20. Do not venture the path of 9 lives and 1 death. When will you ascend to the pinnacle? In the Jiushuan realm, Dizhou sprawled across a vast and boundless territory, where some areas could even form their own lineage. Take, for instance, a mountain range in Dizhou. Forged from heavenly fire, the Tianhua mountain range. Situated in the southern part of Dizhou, it was said that since the ancient times, when heavenly fire descended upon the world, it intertwined with this mountain range, creating the current spectacle. The Tianhua mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles, with peaks rising and falling like waves. However, These mountains are not composed of ordinary rock. They are constructed from various crystals forged by the power of heavenly fire. Crimson, deep blue, and golden hues dominate the landscape. The earth has been reshaped by ancient flames, exuding a mysterious and intense heat. Moreover, atop every peak within the mountain range, unknown flames burn brightly. The searing flames seem to lick the sky, painting the heavens above the mountains in a gradient of crimson and gold. Almost every mountain features a colossal waterfall of flames. These flames do not ascend into the sky, but resemble flowing water, transforming into glimmering, glass-like fire crystals as they descend. At the base of the mountain, these meandering rivers of fire traverse through the earth's crevices, ultimately converging in the Tianhua abyss. The air within the Tianhua abyss is distorted by the power of heavenly fire. Air currents form waves of flames, and it seems as though time itself slows down in this place. For humans, demons, and magical beasts, this realm is akin to a fiery purgatory. In the heart of this fiery abyss, a man slowly emerged from the flames. He was strikingly handsome, with an imposing presence, and a fiery lotus mark graced his brow, resembling an eternal flame. His eyes were deep and fervent, with glimmers of golden fire patterns flickering within. It seemed that wherever his gaze fell, the very air could ignite. He raised his hands, a faint crimson glow pulsating beneath his skin, as if flames coursed through his veins. The burning heaven technique bestowed by my master is truly terrifying. The man spoke, his voice calm, yet distorting the air around him. His long hair cascaded down, each strand sparkling with tiny sparks of flame. The golden and red fire lotus patterns adorning the cuffs and hem of his robe highlighted his identity. Xiao Jin, a prodigy capable of devouring and refining heavenly fire. His mastery of the fire lotus fusion technique was extraordinary, rendering him unmatched among his peers. Now, I have refined 48 types of heavenly fire. According to the cultivation of the burning heaven technique bestowed by my master, I merely need to refine one more, and I shall ascend to the supreme realm. Xiao Jin extended his right hand, and a glimmering ancient Jiuyin key materialized in his palm. Within the Zhongzun Yuan lies a heavenly fire. By refining the heavenly fire, I shall enter the supreme realm. I will bring glory to my master. Xiao Jin exhaled deeply, and his figure shot upwards, transforming into a blazing meteor soaring into the sky. After discerning the direction of the Zhongzun Yuan, he stepped forward, each stride seeming to bloom with a fiery lotus beneath his feet, propelling him swiftly across the expanse. A month later, in Dizhou, at the Zhongzun Yuan in the silent spirit plane, Qin Yuan, Lu Jiuli, and Qing Fenglan had arrived. Here, even the air was suffused with a suffocating aura. A palpable essence of death, rich to the point of being almost tangible, permeating every inch of this space. As far as the eye can see, there exists no trace of life, no birds or beasts, and even the sound of insects is conspicuously absent. Everything appears to have been stripped of its vitality, leaving behind an endless void of silence. The spiritual essence here is astonishingly thin, mingled with an aura of death, making it nearly impossible to refine. The Jilin Yuan lives up to its name. Qing Fenglan gazes upon this scene of desolation, swallowing hard. The Zhongzun Yuan opens only once every 10,000 years. Although this is not his first exploration of the area, it is his first venture so deep within. The ground is riddled with cracks, resembling desiccated veins, stretching out endlessly. Along the way, many skeletal remains lie exposed, and even the slightest movement creates a breeze capable of reducing these bones to dust. It is no wonder this place is deemed a forbidden zone for cultivators, a grave for living beings. Yet, paradoxically, such forbidden areas harbor unimaginable treasures. Take, for instance, the Zhongzun Yuan, which opens once every 10 millennia. Even knowing that this expedition is fraught with peril, there are still many who flock to it. Along the way, Qin Yuan and his companions occasionally encounter scattered cultivators, adding a hint of life to this desolate expanse. Master, the Zhongzun Yuan opens only once every 10,000 years. Within this time frame, one must find a Jiuyin Na key to access the most core region of the Zhongzun Yuan. There lies the secret to ascending to the supreme realm. At this moment, Lu Jiuli's voice is filled with excitement. Once a cultivator breaks through to the divine tribulation realm and endures the trials of lightning, further advancements through the levels necessitate more than mere diligent practice. One must possess the right timing, location, and favorable conditions, as well as significant fortune to ascend further. For instance, to transition from the Dongshu realm to the divine tribulation realm, one must endure the baptism of the thunder tribulation. Likewise, to ascend from the divine tribulation realm to the supreme realm, one must face the supreme tribulation. Without extraordinary means, a common individual is likely to remain forever stagnant at the divine tribulation realm. The supreme realm is the pinnacle of the Jiushuan realm, among the most elite. With countless cultivators in the Jiushuan realm, How many can reach the threshold of the supreme? Qin Yuan looks at the excited Lu Jiuli and nods with a smile. Indeed, as his disciple, one must act decisively. When encountering an enemy, strike. When faced with an opportunity, seize it. If one does not venture through perilous paths, when shall they ascend to the pinnacle? Just then, Qin Yuan abruptly halts. Ding. A disciple of the host detected nearby. Triggering system task. Ding. The disciple's attributes are as follows. Name, Xiao Jin. Age, 12,000 years. Strength, half-step supreme. Root bone, innate fire element, one whole body. Has mastered the burning heaven technique to great success. Upon meeting this disciple, a significant fortune feedback can be triggered. Expected fortune value, 150 billion points. Qin Yuan finally smiles with satisfaction. Although Xiao Jin possesses strength comparable to Lu Jiuli, the fortune feedback he brings is a staggering 150 billion. At this moment, Qin Yuan's gaze shifts towards the direction of the Zhongzuan Yuan. It goes without saying that anyone present here must have their sights set on the Zhongzuan Yuan. Let us quicken our pace. Chapter 21. The Soul Refining Hall is my greatest enemy. The Zhongzuan Yuan is unlike other secret realms. While other secret realms open with great fanfare, the opening of the Zhongzuan Yuan is silent, as if it has always existed in this place. Humph. Master, we have arrived. After half a day, they reach the entrance of the Zhongzuan Yuan. Its entrance lies in the darkest depths of the Jilin Yuan. A fissure seems to span the entire Jilin Yuan, presenting itself before the group. It appears as though cleaved by the blade of divine punishment. Moreover, the edges of the fissure are interwoven with various charred rock layers, marked with patterns resembling the rust of bronze. From a distance, they resemble the desiccated, coagulated veins of some ancient creature. At the edge of the abyss, a viscous green mist lingers. This mist rises to within 10 zhang of the fissure's edge, transforming into green crystal cores before plummeting back into the depths below. Qin Yuan steps cautiously to the edge of the abyss and gazes down. The inner walls of the chasm are not smooth, but are instead filled with blue crystals jutting outward. A relentless gale howls within the abyss, reminiscent of a ghostly child's wail. Surrounding them are other sect cultivators who have arrived. Upon seeing Qin Yuan and his companions, they show no desire to converse, instead leaping directly into the chasm with their magical artifacts. In that moment, as more and more individuals jump in, the fissure of the Zhongzuan Yuan resembles a slumbering beast, yawning wide in wait for its prey. The twisting azure light seems intent on devouring the souls of those who descend. According to ancient texts, jumping down leads to the true entrance. Qingfeng Lan takes a deep breath, feigning calmness. After all, given the name of the Zhongzuan Yuan, it signifies that even supreme realm experts may find their demise here. Qin Yuan observes the entrance of the abyss. Through the power of his divine sense, he discerns that his disciple Xiao Jin is already within the abyss. Moreover, it appears Xiao Jin is employing the burning heaven technique. As the technique was bestowed upon him by Qin Yuan, he is well aware of its fluctuations. Is there a battle occurring below? In other words, is his disciple in danger? Can he endure this? If the master were absent, it would be one thing. But now, do not fear, my disciple. I shall come to your aid. With this thought, Qin Yuan turns to Lu Jiuli and Qingfeng Lan and commands, jump. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuli leaps forth, while Qingfeng Lan swallows hard, takes a deep breath, and follows suit. Qin Yuan gazes at the entrance of the Zhongzuan Yuan, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, the Zhongzuan Yuan is anything but simple. He points his finger, and a surge of tangible divine soul power erupts forth. In the distance, he perceives the space above the Zhongzuan Yuan rippling. An ancient talisman inscribed with the character for soul materializes in the air. Enveloped by Qin Yuan's formidable divine soul power, the talisman transforms into a stream of light and falls into his hand. The spatial array markings gradually fade away. The talisman bears 11 profound ripple engravings, each one unfathomably deep. An 11-tiered formation? Qin Yuan stows the talisman into his spatial ring, his face still adorned with a warm smile. This journey is becoming increasingly intriguing. Acquiring the formation talisman took mere moments. Subsequently, Qin Yuan takes a graceful step and follows the plummeting Lu Jiuli and Qingfeng Lan. Simultaneously, at the very depths of the Zhongzuan Yuan, light can no longer penetrate from above, replaced by clusters of ghostly flames burning in the air. However, the ghostly flames emit an eerie green glow, casting a strange hue throughout the deepest parts of the Zhongzuan Yuan. At this moment, numerous cultivators have already arrived. Members from the top sects of the Dezhou have also gathered here. Although they lack the Jiuyin knock, there are still many other opportunities within the Zhongzuan Yuan. If they cannot obtain the strongest treasures, then acquiring the second strongest resources becomes their objective. Those from the Soul Refining Hall, do not attempt to escape. A voice resounded loudly amidst the crowd. A man clad in black soared into the air, his feet seemingly treading upon the void. The surrounding space shattered violently, erupting with an endless cascade of fiery brilliance. Surrounding his body, flames of various hues ascended, creating an ethereal spectacle. Was that Xiao Jin? Hiss. Xiao Jin, the prodigy who played with fire. The members of the surrounding sects, upon recognizing Xiao Jin, displayed expressions of utter astonishment. The name Xiao Jin resonated like thunder among the premier sects of the Emperor continent. Born with a fire affinity, he possessed an extraordinary resilience to flames, able to absorb innate fire seeds into his body for refinement. Each refinement significantly enhanced Xiao Jin's power, devoid of any repercussions. Look, the individuals opposite him are from the Soul Refinement Hall. Hush, lower your voice. Do you wish to court death by being overheard by them? What is there to fear? In the entire Emperor continent, who does not know that the greatest nemesis of the Soul Refinement Hall is none other than Senior Xiao Jin? With Senior Xiao Jin present, I do not believe they dare to act recklessly. In that moment, two men clad in the robes of the Soul Refinement Hall were seen fleeing in all directions. Xiao Jin, do not overstep your bounds. We have no enmity with you. Why do you repeatedly oppose us? Both of them were at the ninth heaven of the divine tribulation realm. Though not perfected, they had not yet stepped into the realm of the half-step sovereign. However, due to the Soul Refinement Hall's cultivation methods targeting the soul, their combined strength was sufficient to contend with a half-step sovereign. The left-hand protector, cold in demeanor, shouted at Xiao Jin from a distance. Your methods are excessively cruel. If encountered, I shall slay you. Moreover, you have long since established a grudge with me. Our conflict is one of life and death. Xiao Jin stood aloft, enveloped in heavenly flames, resembling an emperor of fire. His gaze was frigid as he regarded the two protectors of the Soul Refinement Hall, brimming with murderous intent. For, since his emergence from the ancient tomb a millennium ago, he had practiced the celestial fire technique bestowed upon him by his master, ever mindful of his teachings. Xiao Jin lowered his gaze to his palm, his expression cold as he spoke. In the past, my master instructed me that if I encounter foes who cackle with a kikik laugh, they must be extinguished. Thus, the Soul Refinement Hall is my greatest enemy. Chapter 22. To let you escape. This is it. Upon hearing Xiao Jin's explanation, the cold protector felt his heart plummet. No, Xiao Jin, are you mad? Our laughter is merely a tradition learned from the hall master and elders. You cannot condemn us to annihilation for this. The protector beside him chimed in. Indeed. Xiao Jin shook his head, apologetic. My greatest trait is my unwavering adherence to my master's orders. You shall perish. In an instant, an overwhelming force of heavenly fire surged forth from Xiao Jin's being. Even the sinister aura at the bottom of the burial abyss was purified by this fearsome heavenly flame. The cold protector and the other Soul Refinement Hall guardian twitched uncontrollably in despair. The entire Soul Refinement Hall had heard Xiao Jin mention his master, yet specifics about his identity, name, and cultivation level remained undisclosed. Consequently, the members of the Soul Refinement Hall harbored deep resentment towards the master Xiao Jin spoke of. They even doubted whether Xiao Jin truly had a master, suspecting it was merely a fabricated excuse to justify his disdain for the Soul Refinement Hall. The enmity between them was indeed a matter of life and death. 8,000 years prior, the Soul Refinement Hall had dispatched numerous guardians with the intent to eliminate Xiao Jin. However, he managed to escape grievously wounded. Not long after, Xiao Jin rebounded, breaking through multiple cultivation realms, and since then, upon encountering any guardians or elders of the Soul Refinement Hall, his response was simply to kill. Though both the cold protector and the other were at the ninth heaven of the divine tribulation realm, they dared not confront Xiao Jin head-on. The best course was to flee. They began to circulate their internal energy, manifesting an extremely dense black spiritual aura around them. From this aura, one could even hear the wails of spirits. This was also the reason the Soul Refinement Hall was looked down upon by most sects, as their cultivation relied on the consumption of others' souls. The more they devoured, the stronger they became. It was unfathomable how many lives these two protectors at the ninth heaven had harmed. Escape? A cold smile crept onto Xiao Jin's face. Before mastering the celestial fire technique bestowed by my master, letting you escape was indeed a possibility. He raised a thumb towards the two protectors of the Soul Refinement Hall, who sought to flee upwards. Now, to let you escape, this is it. Xiao Jin slowly inverted his thumb. Suddenly, the terrifying heavenly fire began to coalesce. A scorching aura swept across the entire abyss. Xiao Jin raised his right hand, his eyes cycling through 48 varieties of heavenly fire. The overwhelming and terrifying power caused those from the surrounding sects to sense the chilling breath of death. Celestial Fire Transformation Palm, an Imperial Tier martial technique. To break through martial techniques beyond the sacred level, one must possess profound comprehension of their cultivation path, Otherwise, stronger martial techniques cannot be wielded. In this moment, Xiao Jin initiated the mightiest imperial tier martial technique, Celestial Fire Transformation Palm, transforming the heavens with fire. At this instant, a colossal flaming palm imprint, spanning 1,000 inches, rapidly formed above the two protectors of the Soul Refinement Hall. Countless strange flames danced upon the palm imprint, releasing an aura capable of annihilating the heavens with each revolution. As the Celestial Fire Transformation Palm descended, the space around it began to collapse and rupture. Even the sinister aura that had coalesced within the abyss for millennia was incinerated. Witnessing this despairing scene, the two protectors of the Soul Refinement Hall cried out in anguish. Xiao Jin, we of the Soul Refinement Hall shall forever be irreconcilable with you. After their roar, they began to spit blood, channeling all their spiritual energy. Their sole aim was to withstand Xiao Jin's strike. However, their seemingly formidable defense crumbled before the Celestial Fire Transformation Palm, as if it were made of paper, utterly unable to withstand a blow. Aya! The heart-wrenching screams echoed through the abyss as the strange flames swiftly engulfed their bodies. And then, silence fell. Thus, these two protectors at the ninth heaven of the divine tribulation realm were reduced to ashes in the heavenly fire. Even their souls were incinerated. An utter annihilation. The other sect members, witnessing this, inhaled sharply in shock. This individual is truly terrifying. The celestial fire technique is overwhelmingly powerful. Master, your disciple has not brought shame upon you. Xiao Jin gazed at the chaos wrought by his palm, exhaling softly. Though all members of the Soul Refinement Hall believed his master to be a mere fabrication of his imagination, Xiao Jin understood that his ascent to such heights was indeed a gift from his true master. The celestial fire technique, absorbing the fire seeds of heaven and earth, refining and merging them to achieve breakthroughs. Such an extreme and fearsome cultivation method endowed Xiao Jin with strength that far surpassed his peers. His objective was clear: to eliminate those who cackle with a kick laugh while devouring all heavenly flames in existence, ultimately achieving the title of the Supreme Lord of Flames. At the depths of the burial abyss, here lies beneath the depths of Qin Yuan, 3,000 zhang deep, a true entrance to his secret realm. Suddenly, an elderly man shrouded in a black robe lowered his head and gazed at his palm. Two soul tribulation seals emerged, instantly erupting into scorching flames before turning to ashes. The withered old man chuckled hoarsely, astonished that his soul tribulation seals were consecutively shattered by an outsider. It seems that Xiao Jin has also arrived here. His gaze dropped slightly, a peculiar laughter escaping his lips. Indeed, this Xiao Jin possesses considerable strength. Born with a fire affinity, he has absorbed numerous heavenly flames within him, managing to blend them without repulsion. Had it not been for the seclusion of our Soul Refinement Hall's master back in the day, he would have surely perished at our hands. The withered old man looked at the black cliff before him, where several obscure ancient inscriptions lay etched. These inscriptions share a common origin with those on the 9 Underworld Key. His attention shifted to another elder clad in similar attire beside him. However, this time, even if it were just me, Xiao Jin would meet his demise here. Alone, I might indeed have to tread carefully around him. But now, the withered old man once again emitted that chilling laughter. Xiao Jin could not have anticipated your presence here. Could he, brother? Beside him, a figure cloaked in black seemed to meld with the surrounding darkness. The elder, addressed as brother by the withered old man, slowly opened his eyes. His left pupil was as black as ink, devoid of any white, while his right eye gleamed pure white, resembling a silver moon. The dark eye emitted a chilling, eerie aura, while the silver right eye radiated an air of transcendent aloofness. These two distinctly different pupils coexisted in a strange, yet harmonious manner. The black-robed elder, having opened his eyes, nodded slowly, his voice hoarse yet powerful. Fear not, brother. This time, none of them shall escape. Chapter 23, Mere Luck. At the bottom of Qin Yuan, the residual heat in the air still whispered of Xiao Jin's terrifying prowess. Just then, a tremendous sword aura suddenly rent the space asunder. Following this, a figure stepped forth, clad in flowing white robes, surrounded by a menacing sword aura. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was Li, the leader of the Flying Sword sect. It was said that Li had reached the supreme realm 500 years ago. Who would have thought he would also venture into Qin Yuan? In the next moment, another rift in space appeared. Rays of starlight refracted from within, bathing the area in a radiant glow reminiscent of an ethereal dawn. After the brilliance faded, an elder dressed in purple appeared in the air. His purple robe seemed to shimmer with the power of the stars, dazzling in their brilliance. It was Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion. What is happening? Wasn't Elder Mu Xing already in the supreme realm a millennium ago? Why is he here as well? I do not know. Is Qin Yuan not a place for us? The cultivators who have yet to break through to the supreme realm? The various sects gazed in bewilderment at the appearance of the leader of the Flying Sword sect and Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion. At this moment, upon witnessing the aftermath of the overwhelming battle, both Li and Elder Mu Xing could not help but draw a sharp breath. Xiao Jin is indeed formidable, a rising star. Given time, I believe your achievements will surpass those of the Flying Sword sect. Li's gaze rested upon Xiao Jin, filled with admiration. Beside him, Elder Mu Xing stroked his beard, remarking, Xiao Jin, just as others have proclaimed, you are indeed terrifying. If we were of the same realm, even we would not stand a chance against you. Although Elder Mu Xing possessed the strength of the second layer of the supreme realm, he dared not claim he could defeat Xiao Jin at the pinnacle of the divine tribulation realm. Xiao Jin smiled slightly at the leader of the Flying Sword sect and the elder of the Stargazing Pavilion. Mere luck, he replied. The crowd displayed expressions of varying oddity upon hearing this. Xiao Jin is a man of clear distinctions between good and evil. If not provoked, one could share a drink with him. He treats others with utmost politeness, and after a battle, should anyone commend him, he would invariably respond with his catchphrase, mere luck. Thus, Xiao Jin has earned the nickname Brother Luck among his peers. Xiao Jin, my young friend, I recall you have a close friend. Why has he not come? Elder Mu Xing inquired curiously. You mean Lin Chong? Xiao Jin replied. He is my junior brother. He is currently in seclusion, honing the great wilderness finger technique, and will not emerge for a while. I see. Elder Mu Xing sighed in relief. While ordinary people may not be aware, we top-tier sects are quite informed. Millennia ago, two formidable geniuses emerged from the southern continent of the empire. One wielded heavenly fire like the supreme of flames. The other cultivated the power of the great wilderness, mastering finger techniques to an extraordinary level. When these two prodigies crossed paths, a battle was inevitable. In that clash, both geniuses of the 8th layer of the divine tribulation realm unleashed the might of the 3rd layer of the supreme realm. The space spanning thousands of miles fractured into nothingness, and the mountain ranges became barren, especially at the climax. The clash between the Fire Lotus and the Great Finger technique was such that even a supreme would be forced to retreat wounded. However, it was also that battle that forged an unbreakable bond of friendship between these two geniuses. They even publicly declared allegiance to the same master. From then on, their names began to resonate throughout the southern domain of the empire. However, I did not expect you both to arrive at Zhongzun Yuan. Xiao Jin regarded the two in the air, his expression contemplative. In other words, the dangers within are even more formidable than legend suggests. Conversely, this implies that whatever lies within is worth the attention of even those in the supreme realm. Upon realizing this, a smile returned to Xiao Jin's face as he addressed the leader of the Flying Sword sect and Elder Mu Xing in the air. Should we discover any fortuitous encounters within Zhongzun Yuan, let us rely on our own means. The implication was unmistakably clear. Should a great opportunity arise, the first to seize it would claim it as their own. Faced with a first layer supreme and a second layer supreme, Xiao Jin displayed no fear. Rather, he exuded a sense of eager anticipation. In the air, Li and Elder Mu Xing exchanged glances and cleared their throats. They had no desire to become adversaries of this formidable individual, Xiao Jin. As for the great opportunities within Zhongzun Yuan, they could only take it one step at a time. At the bottom of Zhongzun Yuan, Qin Yuan had just descended when he sensed something amiss. How intriguing. Along the way, guided by Zhongzun Yuan, we triggered 2 spatial shifts. In other words, there are several entrances to the secret realm of Zhongzun Yuan. Upon hearing this, Qing Fenglan immediately nodded and said, Indeed, senior. There are 3 entrances to the secret realm of Zhongzun Yuan. Each can only be accessed through 3 9 underworld keys. Should someone be unfortunate enough, even if they possess the 9 underworld key, they may miss the opportunity due to an inability to locate the entrance. Qin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. There were few figures at this entrance, and upon his sensing, he did not find Xiao Jin's trace. It was evident that Xiao Jin had entered through another entrance. Lanner. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind Qing Fenglan. A man, appearing as a middle-aged human, swiftly approached her. His icy blue eyes seemed to reveal his identity. The current leader of the Qing Feng clan, possessing strength in the second layer of the supreme realm. At a glance, Qin Yuan discerned the man's identity and strength. Qing Fenglan hastily introduced Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli to her father. As the chieftain of the Qing Feng clan, Qin Yuan felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow the moment he made contact with Qing Fenglan. It was as if he had been frozen in place. His ice blue eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Lanner, your essence blood. Father, what is it? Qing Fenglan was momentarily stunned and hurriedly began to channel the Qing Feng cultivation technique to examine his own body. When his consciousness retreated to the sea of knowledge within him, even Qing Fenglan was taken aback. Within the crimson essence blood core, there were strands of golden filaments. Though extremely faint, these golden filaments were imbued with an even more ferocious power of the Qingfeng. Father, did you not say that our Qingfeng clan could not condense golden essence blood without external aid? Exiting the sea of knowledge, Qingfeng Lan wore a confused expression. Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded solemnly, then continued, the golden essence blood could not have formed long ago, no more than half a day. Lanner, what have you consumed or drunk in this half-day? Qingfeng Lan remained utterly perplexed, pondering before responding. In this half-day, I have been alongside the elder. However, upon entering the Jilingwen, I did drink a vial of dew presented by the elder. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan trembled with excitement. Where's the vial? Show it to me. Without hesitation, Qingfeng Lan retrieved the vial from his spatial ring. The moment Qin Yuan laid eyes on the vial, he was left utterly dumbfounded. When he regained his composure, an exclamation escaped his lips. This is the Wanling Shenquan. Wanling Shenquan. Each drop is a convergence of myriad spiritual powers, regardless of the race. Any being consuming it can nourish their spiritual veins in a short time, resulting in a qualitative transformation. In other words, this Wanling Shenquan can maximally enhance a being's original root bones. No wonder, Lanner, you were able to condense the ancient golden essence blood of our Qingfeng clan in such a brief period. This is an extraordinary fortune. This is an immense blessing, far more terrifying than the fortunes found in the Zhongzuan abyss. No, 100 times more. No, 1,000 times more. No, 10,000 times more. At this moment, Qin Yuan had nearly lost his sanity. Their entire Qingfeng clan could muster enough strength to acquire at most a single drop of Wanling Shenquan. Yet what was the outcome? That elder provided an entire vial. With this realization, Qin Yuan swiftly approached Qin Yuan. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply. Elder, on behalf of our entire clan, I thank you for your guidance of Lanner. Such a grand gesture shall be repaid with the full might of our clan. At this moment, Qingfeng Lan finally realized the extraordinary value of the dew that Qin Yuan had casually gifted him. He hurried to Qin Yuan's side and, mirroring his father, bowed deeply. It was merely a vial of dew. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Since he is a close friend of my disciple, that little root bone truly pales in comparison. Qin Yuan's spatial ring contained not just 1 or 2, but at least 8,000 drops of Wanling Shenquan. Moreover, he could also exchange for more from the system. Therefore, for Qin Yuan, this treasure was merely a means to quench thirst on the road. As for the root bone of Qingfeng Lan, it was indeed insignificant. Senior, I heard from Lanner that you do not possess the Jiuming Ko. I present this to you. Qin Yuan respectfully produced a Jiuming Ko from his spatial ring, presenting it with both hands before Qin Yuan. Do you think I need this? Qin Yuan waved his hand again, leisurely walking toward the black cliff. On the cliff, ancient dark purple inscriptions occasionally appeared, resembling the patterns on the Jiuming Ko. It was evident that there were restrictions, allowing only 9 individuals to step within. Let us proceed, Qin Yuan declared, stepping toward the black cliff. As he made contact, ripples akin to splashing water appeared on the cliff's surface, and an ominous glow emanated from the entire cliff. A terrifying force surged toward Qin Yuan in an instant. Clearly, without the Jiuming Ko, one would be attacked by the Zhongzuan abyss. What a formidable power. Even I, at the second tier of the supreme realm, would not dare say I could withstand it. Qin Yuan gulped, feeling the overwhelming sacred pressure emanating from the cliff, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, Qin Yuan sensed the sacred pressure from the cliff and shook his head. Such a low-level sacred pressure attack, I cannot fathom how it was cultivated. I suspect years of training have been wasted. As his words fell, an unparalleled sacred force erupted from within Qin Yuan. In less than a breath, the rippling sacred pressure atop the cliff vanished without a trace. Qin Yuan's figure also disappeared, clearly having entered the secret realm of the Zhongzuan abyss without a key. Master's words are as sharp as ever, exclaimed Lu Jiuli, holding the Jiuming Ko as he followed Qin Yuan into the black cliff. Behind them, Qingfeng Lan looked at his dazed father and immediately urged, Father, we must hurry inside, otherwise, we will fall behind the elder. Having just regained his senses, Qin Yuan trembled all over, his body shaking uncontrollably. The sacred pressure was unmistakable. This was indeed the sacred pressure. Incredible. This truly is extraordinary. Qin Yuan trembled with excitement, his voice quivering. For only at the peak of the supreme realm can one comprehend the earthly power of sacred pressure. In other words, that elder, who casually produced Wanling Shenquan, possesses a minimum strength at the peak of the supreme realm. Let us go. We must quickly catch up with the elder. Qin Yuan's spiritual energy flickered beneath his feet, and he vanished into the black cliff. A gust of wind surged behind him, leaving Qingfeng Lan disheveled in its wake. Not wasting any more time, he too entered the core area of the Zhongzuan abyss, holding the Jiuming Ko. amidst the shifting light and shadow. The four of them fully stepped into the core secret realm of the Zhongzuan abyss. As soon as they arrived in this space, the air rippled with a faint golden hue, revealing an endless expanse of grassland. The grassland stretched infinitely, merging seamlessly with the distant horizon. Looking down, one could see peculiar diamond-shaped leaf plants growing throughout the grassland. Qingwu grass, which is highly toxic. Even cultivators at the Divine Calamity realm would fall victim to its poison if not adequately protected. Recognizing these plants, Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, the toxic Qingwu grass swayed gently in the absence of wind, and thin, nearly imperceptible strands of dark purple miasma continuously emanated from the grass, resembling tiny serpents weaving through the ground. Looking up at the sky, there were neither sun nor stars, but it was shrouded in various mica stones. Mica stones emit a gentle light, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. In the air, faint traces of sacred pressure drifted about. The moment Qin Yuan stepped in, he had already comprehended everything about this place. It was the resting place of a semi-saint. No wonder it could be considered a sacred ground for those aspiring to reach the supreme realm. After all, the lingering sacred resonance drifting through the air, if absorbed and refined by an expert at the pinnacle of the divine catastrophe realm, could enable one to ascend to the status of supreme. Here, achieving the supreme status would allow the power of the supreme catastrophe to be absorbed by the sacred resonance in the air, replenishing it with new sacred energy. This location can indeed be considered a remarkable opportunity for practitioners of the divine catastrophe realm. At that moment, a bellowing voice echoed from afar. "Bai Lai, old dog. Do not attempt to flee. I never expected to find you here. Take this, burning fury lotus." Before the voice faded, a flame lotus, a fusion of azure and crimson, began to expand in the distance. Finally, a resounding explosion reverberated across the entire Qingwu plain. Chapter 25. Whose flame is stronger, yours or my sorcery? Burning Fury Lotus. This had become Xiao Jin's signature move. In that instant, he launched the Burning Fury Lotus towards the fleeing Elder Bai Lai. The flame lotus erupted with terrifying heat. The intertwining azure and crimson divine flames formed a vortex of horror, stretching for thousands of feet around the lotus. The azure-red demonic lotus blossomed in the sky, even disturbing the clouds above into a spiral formation. The lotus's veins continuously released an uncontrollable divine flame power, causing it to gradually expand. As it expanded to a size capable of blocking out the sun, every inch of the lotus began to crack. In an instant, it exploded with a deafening roar. The terrifying azure-red divine flames began to sweep outward. The Qingwu grass below had already turned to char and vanished before the divine flames even reached it. Even the soil began to evaporate, transforming into glass. At the center of the flame lotus, a spherical corona emerged, reminiscent of an ancient divine being's vertical pupil suspended in the air, continuously devouring everything around it, including space itself. Xiao Jin, are you truly intent on leaving no stone unturned against our Tianhua divine sect? After the aftermath of the flame lotus, a charred figure suddenly emerged. His body was already adorned with golden supreme inscriptions, the hallmark of one who has entered the supreme realm. The power of the inscriptions allows one to transform their cultivated system into supreme inscription power, thereby enhancing oneself. Both offensive and defensive capabilities become even more formidable under the enhancement of the supreme inscriptions. Bai Lai, old dog. Who gave you the audacity to compete with me for divine flames every day? Facing Bai Lai, a first-layer supreme, Xiao Jin exhibited no fear in his eyes. Instead, he continued to gather the flame lotus. It seems you two have heard the rumors of the Wan Jie burning heart flame within the Zhongzuan abyss. Let me make this clear. This Wan Jie burning heart flame is mine to obtain on this journey. Others, I do not expect to contest me for this divine flame. Only your Tianhua divine sect poses a threat. My master has taught me that the first order of business upon discovering a threatening spark is to extinguish it. Therefore, Bai Lai, old dog, take another hit from my burning fury lotus. Elder Bai Lai's aged face twitched violently upon hearing this. Even as a first-layer supreme, he dared not confront Xiao Jin's flame lotus head-on. Rapidly consolidating the supreme inscriptions, as the flame inscriptions manifested, he began to retreat swiftly. Old dog, don't run. Take a couple more of my flame lotuses. Xiao Jin shouted, nearly causing Elder Bai Lai's supreme inscriptions to dissipate. Not far away, Qin Yuan squinted, gazing at the blooming flame lotus in the sky with a pleased smile. Xiao Jin, the disciple he accepted a millennium ago, born with a fiery constitution. He generously bestowed upon him the Burning Heaven technique, uniquely designed for his cultivation. Moreover, this Burning Heaven technique is unlike any previous methods, as it can evolve. However, to evolve, it must devour other divine flames. It appears that Xiao Jin, this little one, has indeed grown significantly. The teachings imparted by his master remain etched in his heart. Well done, Xiaojin. Qin Yu, upon witnessing that iconic flame lotus, could not help but swallow hard. Despite Xiaojin currently possessing only a half-step supreme strength, he had already earned the title of the Supreme in Fire. The pinnacle battle was when he was targeted by the Soul Refining Hall, pursued by 3 first-layer Supremes and 1 second-layer Supreme. In that battle, the entire southern region of the Imperial continent was shaken. Xiaojin single-handedly slew 3 first-layer Supremes, and at great cost, he also vanquished the second-layer Supreme. After that battle, Xiaojin earned the title of the Supreme in Fire, even though he was not yet a Supreme. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Yet the expression on his face relaxed. Thankfully, he encountered his senior. Lana had already received a great opportunity from her senior, and even the fortunes within the Zhongzun abyss pale in comparison to the grand fortune bestowed by her senior. At that moment, in the distant sky, as another flame lotus exploded, the man known as Bai Lai was on the verge of collapse. You are quite ruthless. Just you wait. This time, our Tianhua divine sect will undoubtedly acquire the wand Jie burning heart flame within the Zhongzun abyss. Elder Bai Lai of the Tianhua divine sect ground his teeth in frustration. Red flames began to manifest amidst his supreme inscriptions. Following that, he let out a loud roar. Supreme escape technique. Instantly, his figure vanished without a trace. Shortly after, a pair of enormous hands appeared. After Xiaojin missed his target, he could not help but spit in frustration. This supreme inscription technique is indeed quite useful. Upon entering the supreme realm, one gains several life-saving techniques exclusive to that realm. The supreme inscriptions are merely one of them. The supreme escape technique is among the most effective of these life-saving methods. It allows one to utilize supreme power to manipulate the fabric of space directly, enabling spatial leaps without the need for spatial transmission. Xiaojin took a deep breath, adjusting his aura in the air. This scene was observed by Qin Yuan and others from a distance. At this moment, Lu Jiuli narrowed his eyes, gazing at the flame supreme. Xiaojin, I have heard tales of him from the southern region of the Imperial continent. Faced with such a formidable individual, my first thought is not fear or flight, but rather to test my strength. Uncertain whether his flames are stronger or my sorcery prevails. Lu Jiuli licked his lips. A glimmer of eagerness reflected in his eyes. You wish to try? Qin Yuan smiled as he looked at his disciple. Yes, master. I want to give it a shot. Lu Jiuli nodded eagerly. All right. If you wish to try, then try. Jiuli, the identity token I bestowed upon you is still with you, right? Yes. Good. The token possesses my immense magical power. If you find yourself at a disadvantage during combat, take out the token to save your life. Understood, master. I'm off. Lu Jiuli's eagerness could no longer be contained. In the next moment, dark purple witch patterns materialized beneath his feet. Then, he transformed into a purple shooting star, racing towards the distant flame lotus. Divine catastrophe realm, great perfection, half-step supreme? Moments later, Xiaojin, who was adjusting his breath in the air, slowly turned around. He gazed at Lu Jiuli, who stood quietly in the space 100 feet away, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Only those possessing the Jiuyin Knock can enter this otherworldly space. It was evident that his opponent also possessed the Jiuyin Knock. Sorcery? Noticing the witch energy emanating from Lu Jiuli, Xiaojin's demeanor turned serious. You are Lu Jiuli? The one with the myriad of worms body. Hee. Your strength is indeed formidable. I wish to see whether your myriad fire body is more powerful or my myriad worm body is superior. In the eyes of Lu Jiuli, a glimmer of eager anticipation was reflected. Upon witnessing this, Xiaojin began to reveal a smile imbued with danger. Very well, let us see what you are capable of. He had encountered few super geniuses of the same caliber as himself. Come, let the battle commence. Chapter 26. Whoever seizes it shall be my sworn enemy, and I shall pursue them relentlessly. On the Qingwu plain, at this moment, Xiaojin and Lu Jiuli stood locked in a gaze, each radiating an unquenchable will to fight. This immediately drew the attention of other possessors of the Jiuming Knock who had arrived. With whom has Xiaojin crossed paths this time? The space rippled momentarily, and the Grand Elder of the Stargazing Pavilion, Elder Mu Xing, appeared not far from Qin Yuan and others. Upon seeing Qin Yu and Qing Feng Lan, he was momentarily taken aback. The members of the Qing Feng clan have arrived as well. Although the Qing Feng clan had ceased interactions with the human race since the calamity of Yufan, as a supreme being of the second tier, Elder Mu Xing was able to deduce their identities through his stargazing technique. Recognizing them, he offered a courteous gesture. Seeing this, Qin Yu reciprocated the gesture. Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion, a supreme being of the second tier, represented one of the most formidable forces in the southern region of the Emperor continent. Even the Qing Feng clan could not claim to rival them. Qin Yu stated with adherence to decorum. Beside him, Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Another figure emerged, clad in white, surrounded by a piercing aura of sword intent. It was Li Minzhu, the leader of the Flying Sword sect, a supreme being of the first tier. Qin Yu felt a twinge of unease. Something was amiss. This was clearly an opportunity for those at the Divine Calamity realm to break through to the Supreme realm. Why were there so many supreme beings gathering? Thus far, several possessors of the Jiuming Knock had made their presence known. Elder Bai Lai of the Tianhua Shun Zone, Qin Yu, and his son Qing Fenglan, as well as Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion and Li Minzhu of the Flying Sword sect, together with Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli. 7 possessors of the Jiuming Knock had appeared, while the whereabouts of the remaining 2 were unknown. Is that Lu Jiuli? I have long heard of a terrifying genius in the central region of the Emperor continent who can wield the witch insect sorcery. Indeed, upon witnessing him today, he is truly extraordinary. Elder Mu Xing's eyes began to secretly activate his discerning technique. Li Minzhu of the Flying Sword sect could not help but gasp at this sight. At this moment, the space tore open once more. Elder Bai Lai, who had been previously driven away by Xiao Jin, reappeared and directly approached Qin Yu and the others. The Qingfeng clan? I did not expect you to have obtained the Jiuming Knock as well. Nevertheless, it matters not. The sole purpose of my Tianhua Shun Zone's arrival here is singular. You all heard what was just said, right? Elder Bai Lai spoke as if he were familiar with them. Since the establishment of our sect, we have always had one goal, to gather and refine the heavenly fire of this world. We learned of the Wan Jie Fun Xianyan in the Zhongzun Yuan thousands of years ago, but we have yet to find an opportunity to obtain it. Originally, our sect sent me here with complete assurance. Who would have thought that the infuriating Xiao Jin would also arrive? Moreover, this fellow has set his sights on the Wan Jie Fun Xianyan. Elder Bai Lai lamented his plight. Curiously, Qin Yuan looked toward Bai Lai. Isn't it a matter of who can seize the heavenly fire? Elder Bai Lai's expression became animated. Yes, do you hear that? Now that is a rational statement. But do you know what Xiao Jin said? He proclaimed that any fire he desires, no one is permitted to seize. Whoever dares to take it shall become his sworn enemy, and he will pursue them relentlessly. He even declared that the heavenly fire he covets is not ours, even if we have already acquired it. You must judge for yourselves if this is fair. Elder Bai Lai's expression was one of despair. They had never encountered such unreasonable behavior in the Tianhua Shun Zone. Not far away, Li Minzhu and Elder Mu Xing exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of helplessness. Fortunately, their respective skills were not related to heavenly fire. Otherwise, they too would likely face Xiao Jin's wrath. Qin Yuan maintained a smile on his face, one infused with pride. His disciple truly lived up to his training. Moreover, Xiao Jin had already seized 3 instances of heavenly fire from the Tianhua Shun Zone. This time, the Wan Jie Fun Xianyan must not fall into his hands. Elder Bai Lai gritted his teeth in frustration. But you should be aware that you likely cannot defeat Xiao Jin, Qin Yuan remarked pointedly. Can I be blamed for that? Elder Bai Lai nearly collapsed in despair, glancing at Qin Yuan before forcing a smile. I truly wonder what kind of person Xiao Jin's master is. After Xiao Jin pilfered our sect's heavenly fire, he often cites his master's teachings, claiming that as his disciple, he must possess the ability to defeat those of a higher tier. As a result, Xiao Jin indeed acts upon this, and what is more, he possesses the strength to do so. I am genuinely astounded. I am but a supreme being of the first tier. How can I contend with a divine calamity realm of the 9th tier? Qin Yuan detected the helplessness in Bai Lai's voice and chuckled softly. What do you believe Xiao Jin's master is like? Is that even a question? He is undoubtedly a person who roams about seizing treasures. Just look at his disciple. Bai Lai grinned. However, I do not know who it is. Xiao Jin has stated that we are not worthy to know his master's name, as if his master were a transcendent being beyond this realm. That may be so. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Transcending a realm? It is indeed an understatement, for he has transcended all realms. Let them fight. I have heard that Lu Jiuli's strength is formidable and possesses the ability to contend with a supreme being. Ideally, Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli will engage in such a fierce battle that neither prevails. In that case, no one will seize the Wan Jie Fun Xianyan from me. Wait, you all aren't here for the Wan Jie Fun Xianyan, are you? Elder Bai Lai suddenly grew wary, gazing at Qin Yuan and the others. No. Qin Yu shook his head. Phew. Elder Bai Lai let out a sigh of relief. That is good. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lu Jiuli and Xiao Jin were already locked in a fierce battle. On the Qingwu plain, beneath Xiao Jin's feet, golden fire lotuses began to materialize. The moment the fire lotus appeared, all the Qingwu grass within a 10-mile radius was reduced to ashes. At this moment, dark purple flames began to coil around Xiao Jin's left palm, while his right palm erupted with ethereal blue fire. It was evident that these were 2 distinct heavenly fires. Subsequently, in the gaze of the onlookers, Xiao Jin's hands began to draw closer together. He looked toward Lu Jiuli, Warning, be cautious. With that, he brought his palms together forcefully. The ethereal blue flames and dark purple flames began to merge in a frenzied dance, and in an instant, they coalesced into a dark azure fire lotus. Simultaneously, several rings of fire materialized in the air above the plane, each appearing to scorch the void, creating cracks reminiscent of spiderwebs. The burning rage heaven lotus. Born from the fusion of two supreme heavenly fires, it surpassed even the burning rage fire lotus. Chapter 27. The Identity Token. Truly a means of protection. Once the burning rage heaven lotus emerged, even the space began to heat up. Elder Bai Lai, standing beside Qin Yuan, felt cold sweat break out on his forehead. This is ruthless. With this move, not only Lu Jili, but even Elder Bai Lai himself would find it impossible to withstand unscathed. However, between Xiao Jin and the Tian Huashen Zone, there was no enmity of life and death, merely a conflict over the ownership of the heavenly fire. Thus, when facing Elder Bai Lai, Xiao Jin had already done his utmost to restrain himself. Come forth. In the lofty heights, Lu Jili displayed no hint of fear. The dark garments enveloping him began to swell, and dark, intricate patterns emerged on his neck. In the next moment, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, causing countless bloodlines to manifest from the air, coalescing into a vast, ominous blood net. Wan Gu Tian Wang. At this instant, the fiery lotus clashed with the Gu net, a hissing sound echoing through the skies. Following a violent explosion, the blossoming fire lotus resembled a blazing sun, while the Gu net, severed by the flames, transformed into streaks of crimson fireflies, only to solidify again in an instant. Above, a colossal phantom handprint began to materialize. Fentian Zhao Huazhang. Xiao Jin, upon witnessing the contact between the fire lotus and the opponent's Gu net, understood immediately that the fire lotus, capable of slaying those at the first level of the supreme realm, could not inflict effective damage upon his adversary. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the Fentian Zhao Huazhang. At that moment, amidst the torrential rain of fire, a peculiar smile crept across Lu Jili's face. Come, let my Gu worms savor the essence of your Fentian Zhao Huazhang. As Lu Jili's voice echoed, black witch patterns ignited across his body. The space behind him shattered, revealing a fearsome shadow of an ancient witch ancestor. Subsequently, a bizarre creature, hundreds of feet long, emerged, beginning to gnaw at the gigantic hand. This was the Gu worm capable of devouring spiritual energy, Shiling Wu Gu. At this moment, the flames within the Fentian Zhao Huazhang were being consumed by the adversary. Xiao Jin, observing this scene, felt exhilarated. When he saw his Fentian Zhao Huazhang being devoured and torn into spectral fragments, his face beamed with elation. Suddenly, Xiao Jin's form surged upward by several thousand feet, and his pupils ignited with a brilliant golden light. The manifestation of the myriad fires coalesced into an enormous fiery phantom behind him. 3 types of heavenly fire emerged from him: azure blue, dark purple, and glimmering gold, Fen Nu Sensei. It had been ages since anyone had compelled him to unleash this technique. Xiao Jin felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration as the 3 flames began to merge wildly. In the blink of an eye, they formed a magnificent fire lotus imbued with the radiance of all 3 heavenly fires. Below, Elder Bai Lai, witnessing this spectacle, felt his scalp tingle. Xiao Jin was indeed a madman. The fusion of 2 types of heavenly fire was already an arduous task, fraught with peril. Even a slight misstep could lead to self-destruction. Yet this fellow effortlessly merged 3 types of heavenly fire. Truly extraordinary. As the 3-colored fire lotus took shape, enormous fissures began to appear in the Qingwu plain below, revealing molten lava beneath. The mere aftermath of this power was sufficient to cause the ground to undergo compressive deformation. It is my turn. Lu Jili's eyes gleamed with a dark light. Faced with the 3-colored fire lotus, far surpassing the Fun Nu Tian Lian, he felt no trepidation. He formed witch seals with his hands, and a shadow of a witch ancestor gradually emerged behind him. In an instant, chains erupted from the phantom, exhibiting an eerie dark purple hue, densely covered in witch patterns. These chains swiftly coiled around Lu Jili's neck and joints, eliciting a spine-chilling smile from him. Witch ancestor's seal. Suddenly, the clouds above Lu Jili erupted. A witch seal, seemingly projected from the primordial era, descended from the heavens. Within the bizarre patterns, one could almost hear the cries of spirits. Even Elder Mu Xing, possessing the strength of the 2nd level of the supreme realm, felt his palms sweat upon sensing this overwhelming force. Faced with such celestial might, he dared not confront it head-on. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xiao Jin shouted, just in time. He raised the fire lotus high and hurled it into the air. The fire lotus collided with the witch seal, and in that moment, it seemed as if time itself had been severed. An absolute silence ensued, followed by the two forces beginning to consume one another, forming a peculiar vortex. Ultimately, it coalesced into an emerald green sphere, which soon displayed a web of cracks upon its surface. In the next instant, a deafening boom resounded, tearing apart the heavens above. The scorching flames in which seal obliterated the space they traversed, leaving behind an abyss of nothingness. The sky was painted with bizarre four-colored patterns due to the explosion. However, as spiritual energy scattered, Lu Jiuli realized that his witchcraft was beginning to falter. After all, goo worms were naturally at a disadvantage against flames. As the remaining twisted light patterns flickered in space, Lu Jiuli noticed that Xiao Jin was already soaring toward him from the remnants of the explosion. He had yet to stabilize his breath, and suddenly recalled his master's urgent words. If he could not prevail, he must produce the talisman gifted by his master to resolve the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jiuli retrieved a peculiar talisman from his spatial ring. The talisman bore his name, Lu Jiuli, intricately carved upon its surface. It was ancient and somewhat rudimentary, yet it gleamed with a luster as if polished over many years. However, upon producing the talisman, rumored to be imbued with great magical power, he found that the surrounding space and spiritual energy remained unchanged, as if it were merely a common wooden tablet. In the next moment, a rapid breath resounded before him. Whoosh! Xiao Jin had retracted all his attacks, appearing as if he had encountered something extraordinary. His gaze was fixed upon the talisman in Lu Jiuli's hand, recognizing the familiar design and the somewhat weathered inscriptions. Indeed, it is my master's handiwork. Lu Jiuli, you are my junior. By sensing the talisman's age, Xiao Jin deduced that Lu Jiuli must be a disciple of their master. Taken in after him, his expression was ecstatic as he produced his own talisman, which bore the name Xiao Jin. Lu Jiuli, somewhat bewildered, gazed at the unique script of his master and exclaimed, "You are my senior brother?" "Yes, I am your senior brother." Ha! Upon seeing Lu Jiuli's talisman, Xiao Jin's excitement was palpable. He knew that his formidable master had disciples spread across the land, yet most of his brothers and sisters were not in the same realm. Over the years, he had only encountered one other junior brother, Lin Chong. To meet another junior brother now was a source of immense joy. So that's why my master instructed me to produce the talisman at a crucial moment. Lu Jiuli finally understood. "Master." Xiao Jin immediately seized upon the crucial word, his pupils trembling as he asked, "Where is our master?" Lu Jiuli turned his gaze downward, and Xiao Jin followed suit. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, he trembled uncontrollably. In the next moment, a lotus sprang from beneath his feet, transforming into a radiant arc as he charged downward. Chapter 28. This is how we operate. Why stop at the most critical moment? Have they discovered me again? Elder Bai Lai, beside Qin Yuan, was nearly petrified as he witnessed the radiant arc in the sky suddenly change direction, hurtling toward him. His very soul felt on the brink of dissolution. Just as he swiftly dodged to a distance of 100 feet, preparing to utilize the supreme escape technique to flee once more. However, it became apparent that Xiao Jin had not followed, but was instead moving towards the direction of the Xianxiafan clan. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to pause. At this moment, not only Elder Bi Li but also Li Mnzh of the Flying Sword Sect and Elder Mx of the Star Observation Pavilion were equally intrigued. Could it be that he was coming for us? Yu had already begun to secretly gather his supreme power, ready to act without hesitation should he sense any malice from the approaching figure. Despite possessing the strength of the second level of the supreme realm, Yu could not guarantee victory over Xiao Jin. "No, he is coming for me," Qin Yuan spoke up. The others nearby were astonished once again. At this moment, Guiying had arrived before Qin Yuan. Xiao Jin finally reached his master. Upon seeing his master's visage, his eyes began to redden. Each step he took appeared slightly unsteady, for it had been over 10,000 years since he last beheld his master. This scene left Yu and Elder Mx, along with others, utterly bewildered. In the next moment, Xiao Jin knelt before Qin Yuan, causing the ground for miles around to tremble. Disciple Xiao Jin pays respects to his master. His voice boomed like a bell. He then bowed deeply to Qin Yuan. The system notification chimed. Task completed. Meeting with disciple Xiao Jin achieved. Triggered disciple fortune rebirth. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 150 billion fortune points. A smile graced Qin Yuan's face as he nodded slowly, saying, "Rise." "Yes, master." Xiao Jin excitedly stood up from the ground and swiftly approached Qin Yuan, recounting the trials he had faced over the years. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to the revered Wen who supreme, but rather appeared as a child. Beside him, Yu, Elder Mx, Li Mnzh of the Flying Sword Sect, and Elder Bi Li in the distance, all widened their eyes in disbelief, their pupils constricted as if witnessing something extraordinary. After a prolonged silence, Elder MX Ing was the first to react. Xiao Jian's master, Li MNZH of the Flying Sword sect, gasped sharply. He, a first-level supreme, had not discerned any peculiarity about the man in the dark robe. In fact, he only possessed the cultivation of the void realm. Wait a moment. The crowd suddenly realized. This man in the dark robe was merely at the first level of the void realm. Xiao Jian's master? He is indeed the master Xiao Jian spoke of? I cannot believe it. Elder B. Ili suddenly recalled that he had been speaking ill of Xiao Jian in front of his master. He had even gone so far as to accuse him of being a robber and had openly instigated disputes between his two disciples. If he did not flee now, when would he? Supreme escape technique. Just as the incantation was about to be uttered, Elder B. Ili noticed a shift in the surrounding space. As the corner of his robe fluttered, golden spatial inscriptions began to coalesce around him. These patterns intertwined like living vines, emerging from the void. Strands of golden spatial inscriptions continuously materialized, transforming into golden sacred space symbols. In that moment, Elder B. Ili felt his body immobilized, as if pierced by thousands of golden spatial threads. These threads were entwined with countless sacred energies. Simultaneously, the space around him crystallized, reflecting numerous phantoms of Elder B. Ili. This is the sacred space seal. The well-informed Elder B. Ili trembled, for he witnessed the sacred energies around him coalesce into a colossal chain. At the center of this chain stood an ancient and mysterious seal inscribed with the character for lock. Beside him, Elder MX Ing and Li MNZH were on the brink of panic, hardly daring to breathe for fear of incurring the wrath of Xiao Jian's master. The sacred energy, that was a force only those at the pinnacle of the supreme realm could initially grasp. The fact that he could invoke the sacred space seal indicated that Xiao Jian's master might have transcended the pinnacle of the supreme realm, stepping into the realm of half-saints. Realizing this, cold sweat began to bead on the foreheads of Elder MX Ing and Li MNZH. They were fortunate not to have offended this terrifying figure with their words earlier. Otherwise, they would likely have been reduced to nothing but bones. Simultaneously, they lamented their misfortune. Was it merely a matter of a burial in Qin Yuan, a place coveted by a transcendent cultivator? Why would a half-saint join in? Senior, I was wrong. I truly was. I did not know you were a half-saint. Elder B. Ili found himself suddenly before Qin Yuan and Xiao Jian, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Master, did this old dog B. Ili disrespect you just now? I will kill him. Xiao Jian's eyes brimmed with a chilling murderous intent. Though he had had some conflicts with the Qin New Divine sect over the years, they were still measured, as they were not mortal enemies. However, now it was different. To insult his master was a matter of life and death. Calm yourself, Qin Yuan said with a smile, gently shaking his head. He strolled leisurely to stand before Elder B. Ili. You hail from the southern region of the empire, correct? Yes, senior. Elder B. Ili nodded in terror. From the Qin New Divine sect, yes? Qin Yuan's smile remained unbroken. Yes. Then, it follows that your Qin New Divine sect possesses many Qin New? Qin Yuan beamed. Elder B. Ili hesitated momentarily. A hint of danger sparked in Qin Yuan's eyes. Yes, senior. We have Qin New in our Qin New Divine sect. Elder B. Ili hurriedly replied. How many do you have? Qin Yuan's smile broadened once more. 13. Elder B. Ili responded, not daring to deceive, for in the presence of a half-saint, any deceit would be easily seen through. How fortuitous. Qin Yuan patted Xiao Jian's shoulder beside him. My disciple practices the Qin New methods. If you can bestow all 13 Qin New from your Qin New Divine sect upon my disciple, then I, as his master, shall ensure that my disciple will no longer trouble your Qin New Divine sect. What do you say? Elder B. Ili was taken aback for a long while before raising his head, utterly bewildered. He had expected the request to be for a few, but instead, the entirety was demanded? Is that reasonable? Elder B. Ili instinctively inquired. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan's smile grew even more radiant. However, this smile jolted Elder B. Ili back to reality, reminding him of the formidable half-saint before him. At that moment, Qin Yuan smiled, addressing Elder B. Ili's confusion. This is how we conduct our affairs. Chapter 29. I possess 2 scrolls of techniques. Senior, you are aware that I am merely an elder of the Qin New Divine sect, with strength only at the first level of the supreme realm. My influence within the sect is quite limited. To gather all 13 Qin New that took us millennia to acquire and offer them all is beyond my authority. I must return to the sect to discuss this with the sect master and the elders. As Bai Lai's voice still lingered in the air, he caught a glimpse of the subtle displeasure reflected in Qin Yuan's smiling gaze. Senior, rest assured, I will strive diligently. I will earnestly persuade the sect to surrender all the heavenly fires without reservation. I will not be ambiguous. Elder Bai Lai shivered, suddenly coming to his senses. Before him stood Xiao Jin's master, a veritable half-saint. Though the realm of half-saint may not be the pinnacle of the southern region, it was certainly not an entity that their Tianhuashan sect could provoke. If the other party truly desired the heavenly fires collected within their sect, acquiring them would require only a trifling effort. Thus, Elder Bai Lai understood, while heavenly fire was indeed a treasure, one must also have the means to enjoy it. That is more like it. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. With a flick of his hand, the intricate patterns of the Shengyun space lock vanished once more into the void, leaving only a slender golden thread that coiled around Elder Bai Lai's wrist. Do not be alarmed. This is the Shengyun pattern. With this, no matter where you go, I shall know your whereabouts in an instant. Once all 13 heavenly fires have been presented to my disciple, I shall reclaim this Shengyun pattern. Qin Yuan's expression was warm, yet in Elder Bai Lai's eyes, he appeared as a devil. Indeed, the master had his ways. They were nothing but bandits. However, such thoughts were ones he dared only to whisper within the confines of his heart. At that moment, the rampant flames and chaotic magical currents over the plains subsided into calm. Lu Jiuli swiftly appeared before Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin. Master, what is the situation? Lu Jiuli inquired, still somewhat bewildered. Jiuli, allow me to introduce you. This is your senior brother, Xiao Jin, Qin Yuan said gently, formally introducing the two. I have met my senior brother. Lu Jiuli acknowledged, immediately bowing in respect. I have met my junior brother, Xiao Jin reciprocated with a slight bow. The two exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. I never expected that the illustrious Xiao Jin, the lord of 10,000 fires in the southern region, would be my senior brother, Lu Jiuli exclaimed. I too did not anticipate that a prodigy of Gu from the central region would turn out to be my junior brother. Xiao Jin replied with a smile. Senior brother, junior brother, senior brother, junior brother. Stop, Qin Yuan interjected, unable to bear the excessive mutual flattery any longer. The elders Mu Xing, Li Min master of the Feijian sect, and Elder Bai Lai collectively gasped. This was quite the spectacle. Those who played with fire and those who wielded Gu were actually brothers in the same sect. It seemed the southern region of the empire would certainly witness some excitement. Master, there is something I do not understand. Lu Jiuli suddenly approached Qin Yuan, a perplexed expression on his face. What is it? Qin Yuan inquired. You previously mentioned that if I were to be defeated in battle against Xiao Jin, I need only present the identity wooden token to resolve the matter. Lu Jiuli produced the wooden token, inspecting it closely. Yet he could not sense the great magical power you spoke of, Master. But where is the great magical power you mentioned? Seeing this, Qin Yuan's expression turned serious. Jiuli, your cultivation is still insufficient. You are unable to perceive the power contained within the wooden token. Furthermore, this token was painstakingly carved by me during my idle time. A true creation of heaven and earth. And most importantly, it was crafted entirely by my own hand. 1,000,000 years of effort. Even I do not know how many disciples I shall have to accept. Therefore, whenever I had leisure in the ancient tombs, I would personally select materials and carve the identity tokens for my disciples. Though the tokens may appear peculiar and the characters somewhat unrefined, it is precisely this uniqueness that renders them impossible to replicate. In the realm of the myriad worlds, these tokens are indeed one of a kind. Now I understand. It is my insufficient cultivation that prevents me from sensing the immense power within the token. Lu Jiuli finally comprehended. I trust every word spoken by my master. Junior brother, you are well aware of Master S' might. Xiao Jin stepped forward, deeply grateful. When Master accepted me as a disciple, he presented me with 2 scrolls of cultivation, allowing me to choose. I shall forever remember Master's kindness. Without Master S' teachings and nurturing, I would not be the Xiao Jin I am today. At this moment, Lu Jiuli grew curious. Senior brother, you mentioned that Master presented you with 2 scrolls. How did you determine which one was the most suitable for you? Xiao Jin looked at Lu Jiuli, his gaze growing distant as memories flooded back. I recall vividly when Master sat upon the jade platform, each hand holding a scroll of cultivation. Master told me, I possess 2 techniques. The one in my left hand is the Burning Heaven technique, which has the power to consume all fires and seize the essence of creation. The one in my right hand is also the Burning Heaven technique. Then, he instructed me to choose. Xiao Jin understood this was merely Master S' way. Regardless of his choice, it would always be the Burning Heaven technique most suited to him. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan and others exchanged glances, their expressions slightly stiff. One hand holds the Burning Heaven technique. The other hand also holds the Burning Heaven technique. It can only be said that the thoughts of the extraordinary are beyond the reach of the ordinary. By the way, Master, in the southern region of the empire, I have also found a junior brother, Lin Chong. Xiao Jin quickly added. However, Lin Chong has recently reached a critical juncture in his Great Wilderness Technique breakthrough, so he could not come along. Once the matters in the Zhongzuan Abyss conclude, I will take Master to find Lin Chong. Very well, Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. Master, based on my observations, the Zhongzuan Abyss was originally a place where only cultivators of the divine tribulation realm would actively seek breakthroughs to the supreme opportunity. Yet now, Elder Mu Xing of the second layer of the Supreme has arrived, and the master of the Phaeacian sect has come personally. Furthermore, Elder Bai Lai of the Tianhuashan sect has also arrived. Xiao Jin narrowed his eyes, beginning to analyze. Previously, I eliminated 2 enforcers of the Soul Refining Hall at the entrance of the secret realm. This means that aside from the 8 of us, there is also an individual possessing the 9 nether knock, likely affiliated with the Soul Refining Hall. No, Qin Yuan shook his head. I did not enter relying on the 9 nether knock. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin smacked his forehead. Right. I almost forgot. This little secret realm cannot possibly obstruct Master. That means, along with myself and my junior brother, there are also 2 from the Qingfeng clan, Elder Mu Xing, and Elder Bai Lai, as well as the master of the Phaeacian sect. We have 7 9 nether knocks on our side. Elder Bai Lai's mouth twitched violently at this remark. Qing Yue and Qingfeng Lan exchanged glances, both wearing bitter smiles. It seemed there was no longer a need for them to conceal their identities. There are still 2 individuals, and from my understanding of the Soul Refining Hall, they must be well prepared. They are likely affiliated with the Soul Refining Hall. As soon as Xiao Jin's words fell, an eerie laughter echoed from the distant sky. Keek. Indeed. As expected of Xiao Jin. You have guessed it. Chapter 30. Can it really be refined in half an hour? You are bragging. On the Baiwu plain, as a strange black mist flickered, a gaunt old man emerged slowly, his sunken eye sockets resembling a skeletal visage. The source of that eerie laughter came from his lips. Supreme Avatar? It seems you have grown timid, too afraid to reveal your true self. Upon seeing the black mist, Xiao Jin scoffed. Flames that could incinerate soul energy igniting around him. He recognized at a glance that this figure was the supreme avatar of the skeletal elder. Its strength was only at the early stage of the divine tribulation realm. Master, he is the skeletal elder from the Soul Refining Hall. He is considered one of the core elders, possessing strength at the 2nd level of the supreme realm, which makes him somewhat troublesome. Xiao Jin spoke softly to explain to Qin Yuan, who merely nodded in response. A mere supreme avatar was of no interest to him. The only thing that could pique Qin Yuan's curiosity was the Shumi Koi. Born of nature, there are only 3 in existence. Possessing a Shumi Koi grants one access to the Shumi Ziji Pearl, which is truly a valuable item. Old dog of the withered bones, rest assured. No matter how many people your Soul Refining Hall sends, I will find a way to keep you here. You had better pray that your true form does not cross my path. As Xiao Jin raised his gaze, golden flames erupted forth. The supreme avatar of the withered old man was instantly consumed by the flames, leaving not even a scream in its wake. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the Qingwu wilderness, dark soul energy was continuously manifesting in the space. The withered old man furrowed his brow. Damn Xiao Jin. However, I have a general understanding of the situation over there. He swiftly relayed the information obtained from his supreme avatar to a similarly suspended figure clad in black robes. This individual was the withered man's senior brother, a being with dual souls born as one. After joining the Soul Refining Hall, he advanced through extreme violence, even resorting to slaughtering his fellow enforcers for the sake of breakthroughs. Ultimately, he reached the supreme level and became a core elder known as the Dual Soul Elder. At this moment, the Dual Soul Elder's robes fluttered down, revealing his aged visage, with wrinkles etched deeply into his skin, reminiscent of a weathered tree bark. His lips drooped slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The left eye, filled with a brutal aura, contrasted sharply with the tranquil right eye. This duality of souls rendered the Dual Soul Elder's temperament remarkably calm. After gleaning the situation concerning Xiao Jin, he spoke slowly. The peak is merely the 2nd level of the supreme realm. It poses no threat. The Qingfeng clan is a slight concern. Their undying feather technique may leak our information. Leak? Impossible. We will directly suppress them. We will ensure that their clan has no chance to act, thus eliminating our fear. That is indeed a valid point. The Dual Soul Elder seemed to be speaking to himself. But the withered old man recognized this as a dialogue between the 2 souls within him. Then, the Dual Soul Elder turned to the withered old man and said, "Let us begin. We must not allow those from Xiao Jin's side to hinder our progress. After all, they are already dead." At this juncture, a chilling murderous intent reflected in the black and white pupils of the Dual Soul Elder, filled with unprecedented excitement. The core area of the Zhongzuan Yuan secret realm has been located. We simply need to establish the eye of the 11-stage soul-devouring rotation grand array here, and we shall be able to refine all the living beings present. The Dual Soul Elder's voice rose in fervor. I have concealed the array symbols of the 11-stage soul-devouring rotation grand array 1,000 zhang above the Zhongzuan Yuan's exterior. Even if they realize we have deployed the soul-devouring rotation array, it will avail them nothing. For without the array symbols, they will never breach the grand array. At this point, the dual soul elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The terrifying pressure of the fourth level of the supreme realm surged forth. Withered bones. Begin constructing the soul-devouring rotation altar. Once the altar is completed, we can harness the sacred resonance and soul power left behind by that semi-saint in the Qin Yuan to fully activate the 11-stage soul-devouring rotation grand array. At that time, all those who possess the 9 underworlds knock and enter the Qin Yuan will be transformed into the purest essence of life source soul power, to be devoured and refined by me, and my strength will surge to new heights. The withered old man also revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Yes, senior brother. Subsequently, the two began to weave hand seals. On the Qingwu plains, the ground emitted a series of deep, rumbling sounds, as though some monstrous entity were about to break ground. Indeed, in the next moment, a colossal altar, as if birthed from the depths of hell, tore through the earth and began to rise slowly. This altar was forged from the bones of an ancient behemoth, emanating a bluish-gray phosphorescence from its base, with soul-devouring secret patterns etched into every inch of its surface. At that moment, the dual soul elder's black and white gaze fixed upon the bronze giant serpent at the very top of the altar. It appeared to be infused with spirit, transforming into a living entity. Its bronze eyes began to shimmer with a duality of yin and yang, while the patterns of light and darkness began to manifest around the altar. Meanwhile, the withered old man retrieved over 1,000 human bones from his spatial ring. Upon closer inspection, these were all remnants of humanity. Under the withered old man's control, these pale bones began to shatter, coalescing into new forms in the air, such as the steps surrounding the bluish altar and the bony pillars encircling it. At the center of the altar stood a massive pillar, over 10 zhang in diameter, formed from the compression of hundreds of human bones. Within the crevices of the compressed bones, souls imprisoned by the soul-refining method could be seen. These were the souls of cultivators who had recently perished. At the bottom of the altar, dark soul energy surged forth, ultimately materializing into chains of solidified fog, which wrapped around the entire altar, resembling a cage that eternally imprisoned the souls of those who constructed the soul-devouring rotation grand array. Soon, in just 1 hour, it will be complete. After an hour, it will be the demise of Xiao Jin and his companions. The dual soul elder and the withered old man exchanged a glance in the air, then burst into laughter. At the same time, on the other side of the Qingwu plains, the group followed Xiao Jin and finally arrived before a white mountain range. Before them was no longer the endless expanse of Qingwu grassland. The elder by Lai's expression immediately soured, for within the mountain was buried the greatest objective of his expedition, the Xianxia burning heart flame. Master, the Xianxia burning heart flame is right here, Xiao Jin said as he approached Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded and asked, how long will it take to refine? After sensing for a moment, Xiao Jin replied, at most half an hour. Elder by Lai twitched at these words. This was a terrifying flame ranked 47th on the heavenly fire leaderboard. Half an hour for refinement? What audacity! Chapter 31. Who says I only have 3 or 4 heavenly fires within me? Elder by Lai, do you have a different perspective? Elder Mu Xing, observing the expression on Elder by Lai's face, felt a twinge of curiosity. Their knowledge of heavenly fire was superficial at best. They merely knew that such flames were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Xiao Jin's talent was indeed a paragon among all in the Jiuxian realm, and his myriad fire manifestations were indeed fearsome. I do not deny this point. Elder by Lai inhaled deeply, speaking softly, but one must understand, this is heavenly fire, a creation of heaven and earth. For an ordinary fire-attributed cultivator, acquiring even a single flame and refining it can lead to an unprecedented breakthrough in both strength and realm. However, at this, Elder by Lai glanced at Elder Mu Xing and Master Li. You both know that this heavenly fire is not an ordinary treasure. Ingesting it poses a risk that can almost be described as life and death. Even for our Tianhua Shenzong to refine a Tianhua, it is essential to rely on a protective grand formation and auxiliary artifacts, thus affording us only a slim chance of success. Even if successful, the process would take at least several months. With this explanation, Elder Mu Xing, Sect Leader Li, and Xingwei gained a rudimentary understanding of the refinement of Tianhua. Their gazes towards Xiao Jin were filled with astonishment. If even the Tianhua Shenzong requires a protective formation to have any chance at refining Tianhua, how could Xiao Jin claim that it would take no more than half an hour? Is he even human? By Lai, your words hold some truth. However, Xiao Jin did not contest By Lai's statement. Instead, he smiled slightly and remarked, if the person refining possesses some Tianhua themselves, the difficulty of the process will naturally be greatly diminished. Upon hearing this, Bai Lai nodded in agreement, saying, while that may be true, you can only possess 3 or 4 types of Tianhua at most, right? Even with such advantages, refining the Wanjie Fin Yan, ranked 47th on the Tianhua list, would still require at least a month, wouldn't it? Xiao Jin shrugged and replied, indeed, if I were to refine another Tianhua while possessing 3 or 4, it would take a month or even longer. Bai Lai nodded slowly, that's more like it. But Bai Lai, who told you I only possess 3 or 4 types of Tianhua? Suddenly, Xiao Jin's tone shifted, a smile gracing his face. This left Bai Lai bewildered, prompting him to ask, then how many types of Tianhua do you possess? Not many, just 48. Xiao Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. Bai Lai fell silent, as did Elder Mu Xing and sect leader Li beside him. Moments later, Bai Lai abruptly looked up, his face flushed, his voice laced with disbelief. 48. Even his tone shifted. 48, Xiao Jin confirmed. Once Bai Lai ensured he had not misheard, he staggered back several steps. His gaze fixated on Xiao Jin with a mix of shock and fury. Come on, be a person. He could no longer contain himself. Elder Mu Xing and sect leader Li exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching, feeling an icy chill down their spines. Should the owner of Tianhua be driven to desperation, they possess a formidable trump card, the ability to self-detonate their Tianhua. With 48 types within Xiao Jin, it implied that if he wished, he could take anyone with him by merely self-detonating. Julie, take note. Observe how your senior brother flaunts his prowess. Qin Yuan regarded Xiao Jin with pride. Noted. Lu Jiuli promptly nodded, committing this display of bravado to memory. Hee, I learned this from my master. Xiao Jin scratched his head, chuckling. My skills pale in comparison to my master's. Subsequently, he turned towards the White Mountain and said, Master, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Xiao Jin then transformed into a flicker of flame, instantly merging with the White Mountain before him. The Wanjie Fin Yan. Indeed, a terrifying flame ranked 47th on the Tianhua list, paled in comparison to Xiao Jin, who possessed 48 types. Half an hour for refinement was already considered slow. 48. Unbelievable. Bai Lai muttered incessantly upon regaining his composure. Senior, your disciple already possesses 48 types of Tianhua. Why do we still need the Tianhua from Tianhua Shinzong? Qin Yuan glanced at Bai Lai and remarked, only 48. It's not as if it's 480. Is that excessive? Bai Lai immediately fell silent. Such a master must have an equally impressive disciple. How could he have overlooked that? 480 types. Goodness. The total number of all Tianhua on the list doesn't even reach 400. At this moment, Bai Lai could only lament that the Tianhua Shinzong had the misfortune of coexisting in the same era as such a master and disciple. Thus, Qin Yuan let out a gentle sigh. With a casual wave, a flash of light emanated from his spatial ring, revealing a jade chair entirely crafted from flowing jade. Appearing behind him, shortly after, a tea table of the same material emerged, adorned with amber-colored patterns that contained the essence of heaven and earth. Above the jade table, vapor continually condensed in the air, eventually forming tiny droplets that fell into a green jade pot below. Behind him, Lu Jiuli, observing his master, promptly stepped forward. Skillfully retrieving an unknown type of tea from beneath the jade table, he began to brew it. All of Qin Yuan's disciples were aware that he enjoyed tea. Is this Lingyun Yujing Sui? Elder Mu Xing, well-versed in such matters, was left speechless upon seeing the jade chair and tea table. In the entire star observation pavilion, it would be impossible to produce such a large piece of Lingyun Yujing Sui. This type of jade contains spiritual essence, a treasure desperately sought after by supreme realm experts. Thus, in the entire southern region of the empire, a piece the size of a fist could fetch an astronomical price. Even Elder Mu Xing had only seen a half-fist-sized piece in the pavilion, which was treated as a precious treasure. Yet, here was Qin Yuan, who had carved such a substantial piece into a chair and tea table. What a waste. And then there was the water. This is the Wanxing Shenquan. Sect leader Li of Fijiamen and Elder Bai Lai of Tianhua Shinzong were rendered speechless upon witnessing the dew forming in the air. The Wanxing Shenquan. A treasure of heaven and earth that can directly elevate one's foundational essence. Legend has it that after the opening of a realm, several spiritual springs are born, one of which is the Wanxing Shenquan. All beings in this realm derive sustenance from these springs. Nowadays, obtaining even a single drop is nearly impossible. Yet here, on this jade table, there was an entire pot. Calm down. It's not that extraordinary. Qin Yuan shook his head. After all, you are the top forces in the southern region of the empire. Try not to appear so inexperienced. At that moment, sect leader Li, Elder Mu Xing, and Elder Bai Lai fell into silence. Sitting upon the jade chair, Qin Yuan noticed Lu Jiuli was still brewing tea, and he offered a gentle smile to Elder Mu Xing and the others. So, what brings you esteemed supreme realm experts to gather for a mere divine tribulation opportunity? Well, Think carefully about your answer. I wish to hear the truth. Qin Yuan's voice, though soft, instilled a sense of seriousness in Elder Mu Xing and the others, preventing any thoughts of deception. Chapter 32. Supreme Thunder Tribulation. Ascending to the Supreme Realm. To speak candidly, Elder Mu Xing and sect leaderly exchanged glances, forcing a bitter smile. 500 years ago, through divination techniques, we at the Star Observation Pavilion discovered that a half-saint had passed away in the Zhongzuan Abyss in the central region of the empire. Elder Mu Xing took a deep breath. The other elders in the pavilion possess greater strength than I. They feared that sending a particularly powerful elder might raise suspicions among other sects, so they dispatched me instead. Moreover, I sought out Sect Leaderly to accompany me. Sect Leaderly nodded, his expression filled with helplessness. What? A half-saint actually sat down here? Elder Bai Lai's face reflected astonishment. It appeared he was genuinely unaware of this matter. Elder Bai Lai, is it true that your Tianhua Shenzong is unaware of this? Elder Mu Xing seemed perplexed. I am completely unaware. The sect has sent me here specifically to acquire the Wan Jia Fan Xianyan, Elder Bai Lai said in confusion. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing could only offer a wry smile, and continued. Furthermore, the sight of a half-saint's demise is bound to contain their skeletal remains. The sacred resonance embedded within these bones, if absorbed and refined, would undoubtedly elevate our sect's strength to unprecedented heights. However, to absorb the sacred resonance from the half-saint's bones, one must possess at least the cultivation of a fourth-layer supreme realm. Perhaps this is the very reason I was dispatched here. Elder Mu Xing lamented. Even if I were to obtain the half-saint's bones, I would still be unable to absorb the sacred resonance within. Half-saint's remains, indeed. Qin Yuan nodded slightly in agreement. It is true that once cultivators reach the supreme realm, they invariably set their sights on one singular goal, attaining the status of a saint. This is a realm that transcends the supreme realm. Only upon achieving the saintly state can one truly claim to roam freely across this continent. Regardless of the ancient families or so-called top sects, they are utterly insignificant in the presence of a saint. Below the saint, all are but ants. Such statements are far from baseless. Even at the half-saint level, one can exert dominion over an entire continent. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed from the distant White Mountain range. The mountains erupted like a volcano, fiery flames leaping towards the sky. With a thunderous roar, golden lightning appeared in the heavens. The supreme lightning tribulation. Those who had witnessed this spectacle, including Elder Mu Xing, gazed skyward. They were all too familiar with the supreme lightning tribulation, a necessary trial for those at the 9th layer of the divine tribulation realm to enter the supreme realm. It was evident that at this moment, Xiao Jin had successfully refined the Wan Jia and Xianyan and was officially invoking the supreme lightning tribulation to ascend to the supreme realm. Why does it feel as if this supreme lightning tribulation is far more formidable than the one we encountered during our own breakthrough to the supreme realm? Elder Bai Lai remarked in astonishment, despite his reluctance to part with the Wan Jia and Xianyan. The strength of the invoked supreme lightning tribulation signified the exceptional talent of its wielder. Elder Mu Xing inhaled deeply and explained. At that moment, the heavens above had torn open, revealing a massive rift. From within, thousands of lightning bolts resembling golden serpents emerged, tearing through the clouds, consuming and merging with one another. Ultimately, they coalesced into 9 supreme lightning dragons that coiled around the universe. Each scale of these dragons was laced with the terrifying might of heavenly thunder. Their whiskers danced with life, radiating fierce lightning with every movement. Typically, when ordinary supremes break through, they condense lightning. Only those extraordinarily gifted geniuses might summon a supreme lightning dragon during their ascension. Even Elder Mu Xing, who had seen much in his time, was left utterly dumbfounded. Their sect's ancient texts recorded only the most prodigious talents summoning a single supreme lightning dragon upon breaking through to the supreme realm. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Jin had summoned 9. What does this imply? In other words, it is only a matter of time before Xiao Jin attains the status of a saint. Only 9? TSK. Xiao Jin, you have been remiss in your cultivation, Qin Yuan mused, gazing at the 9 supreme lightning dragons above, shaking his head slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. As his disciple, endowed with the innate affinity for myriad flames and possessing the burning heaven technique bestowed by him, how could Xiao Jin only summon 9 supreme lightning dragons upon breaking through to the supreme realm? He should have summoned at least 99. Were they not remiss? Elder Mu Xing and the others stumbled to the ground upon hearing this. Indeed, the expectations of a master for their disciple are exceedingly rigorous. In the skies above, the supreme lightning tribulation commenced. The 9 supreme lightning dragons radiated golden light as they descended towards the mountain below. Each impact possessed a force comparable to a full-powered strike from a 3rd-layer supreme realm expert. Any ordinary cultivator facing such a terrifying supreme lightning tribulation would likely perish after the first dragon descended. Yet, from within the mountains, a figure wreathed in flames surged skyward. He exhibited no fear, even in the face of the overwhelming pressure of the supreme lightning tribulation. Boom! The supreme lightning tribulation erupted. After Xiao Jin withstood the onslaught of 2 supreme lightning dragons, the remaining 7 seemed to sense the tenacity of the one who invoked the tribulation and became even more frenzied, charging forward simultaneously. In an instant, the heavens and earth were engulfed in a blazing golden light. This scene caused Elder Mu Xing and the others to feel a tightening in their chests. Could such a terrifying supreme lightning tribulation truly be endured by Xiao Jin? Moments later, the golden brilliance dissipated, and a figure remained steadfast in the distant sky. Surrounded by swirling flames, he resembled a supreme amidst fire. Simultaneously, golden supreme inscriptions began to manifest on Xiao Jin's body, slowly fading away. At this moment, Xiao Jin officially stepped into the supreme realm. He exhaled softly, and in that instant, the surrounding space for 1,000 miles felt as though it had become several degrees hotter. So, this is the supreme realm, he thought as he slowly clenched his fist. A powerful aura began to surge forth, expanding in all directions. Xiao Jin sensed the direction of his master's presence and took a step into the void before him. The next moment, supreme space inscriptions appeared beneath his feet, and his figure shifted instantaneously to stand before Qin Yuan. Master, your disciple has entered the supreme realm. Chapter 33, Senior, do you still need a disciple? Xiao Jin gazed at his master, his eyes brimming with excitement. Have a cup of tea and take a moment to settle. Qin Yuan smiled at his disciple, gesturing towards the teacup on the jade table before them. Understood. Without hesitation, Xiao Jin approached the table, picked up the teacup, and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, the aura that had previously radiated from him retracted, and his cultivation at the supreme realm stabilized at that moment. This scene left Elder Mu Xing and the others in astonishment. However, when their eyes fell upon the teacup, everyone's pupils trembled violently. Staring at the residual fragrance in the cup, Elder Mu Xing asked tremulously, Senior, may I inquire if this is the Jiahaiguanlan tea? Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded. Jiahaiguanlan. Elder Mu Xing trembled again, murmuring to himself. When entering the supreme realm, if one could drink a sip of Jiahaiguanlan tea, it would solidify all the energies within their body. The tea would form a complete cycle within. This tea is revered as the supreme tea. Even in the face of divine punishment as vast as the sea, one can remain steadfast. Elder Mu Xing had already begun to chant his envy 1,000 times in his heart. Just look at his master. He seems to possess all the finest treasures. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple, Xiao Jin, for entering the supreme realm. The disciple's fortune system has begun to receive critical feedback. Congratulations to the host for receiving critical feedback. 100 billion points of fortune value. Listening to the system's notification, Qin Yuan's smile grew ever more radiant. He also keenly sensed 3 envious gazes fixed upon himself. The gaze of Elder Mu Xing, masterly of the Feijian sect, and Elder Bai Lai was fixated intently upon Qin Yuan. This scrutiny elicited a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. What are you 3 up to? Clearing his throat, Elder Mu Xing cautiously inquired, esteemed senior, do you still require disciples? Just look at me. Before he could finish, Elder Bai Lai interjected eagerly, Senior. Consider me. After over 20,000 years, I have ascended to the realm of the Supreme. My talent is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Esteemed senior? Stop. Qin Yuan interrupted with a dismissive wave of his hand. I am a person of principles. If you were truly exceptional, I might consider it. But for you 3, let us not get ahead of ourselves. At that moment, the once blue sky abruptly darkened with an ominous gathering of black clouds. Within these clouds, a swirling black mist writhed ominously. As it churned, thick chains began to coil menacingly. The clashing of these chains resonated with a sharp, metallic clang. The methods of the Lianhuan Temple. Xiao Jin, upon witnessing this, felt little surprise. After all, he had a long-standing rivalry with the Lianhuan Temple. Their battles numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Such tactics were instantly recognizable. Something is amiss. Very amiss. Elder Mu Xing raised his head, frowning deeply at the darkened sky. Look, it seems there are faint runes manifesting in the upper space. This is a formation. No sooner had he spoken than hundreds of chains, as thick as ancient trees, began to shoot down towards the gathered crowd. The black mist emanating from the chains seemed to carry the wails of tormented souls. Simultaneously, 11 purple formation runes slowly materialized in the sky. These runes were profoundly enigmatic, imbued with a terrifying force of nature, and an immense binding power began to cascade from above. Insanity. Have they truly lost their minds at the Lianhuan Temple? They've summoned an 11-tier formation. Are they intent on refining us all here? Elder Mu Xing's expression turned furious upon seeing the 11 purple runes. The Guanjing Pavilion was one of the premier sects in the southern region of the empire. Though they had not engaged in direct conflict with the Lianhuan Temple for thousands of years, it did not mean they feared them. The Lianhuan Temple was courting death. Elder Bai Lai was equally incensed. Is he not afraid of the retribution from our Tianhuashan sect? Master Li of the Feijian sect frowned as well. Enough, enough. Qin Yuan observed the scene, unable to endure it any longer. There is no need for such threats. Whatever trump cards you possess, unleash them swiftly. We must not wait until the formation is fully formed, then escape will be impossible. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing and the others ceased their bickering and began to channel their supreme power. However, they peculiarly discovered that no matter how they exerted themselves, the massive chains seemed perpetually capable of pursuing them. This is bad. The strength of the one empowering this formation surpasses our own. Elder Mu Xing realized that even he, a second-tier supreme, could not evade these chains. Isn't that the obvious truth? Qin Yuan could no longer bear to watch. Since the Lianhuan Temple dared to set up an 11-tier formation here, they must have accounted for everything. Does being a second-tier supreme make you formidable? Elder Mu Xing's face twitched, rendered speechless. At this moment, Xiao Jin was enveloped in heavenly fire. With this divine flame, he had shielded Qing Fenglan, Lu Jiuli, and Qin Yu, as well as his master. The massive chains began to melt upon contact with the heavenly fire. For a time, those gathered around Xiao Jin were not affected by the chains. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a dark figure gradually emerged. Not moving in a conventional manner, but rather traversing through spatial leaps. In a mere breath, it had leaped thousands of miles forward. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was an altar. At this moment, on the black altar in the sky, two figures stood. Ha ha ha, did you not anticipate this? The skeletal elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at those entangled with the soul chains, grinning wickedly. As the altar began to descend with a thunderous crash, it landed steadily 100 paces away from the crowd. With the approach of the 11-tier soul-devouring rotating formation altar, the binding power of the soul chains intensified. Master Li and the others began to show signs of fatigue. Do not waste your breath on them. Focus on refining. The twin soul elder sneered coldly. It's you, twin soul elder. Elder Mu Xing's complexion paled slightly upon recognizing him. The embodiment of dual souls. Since joining the Lianhuan Temple, his infamous methods had swiftly elevated his strength, even to the extent of ruthlessly slaughtering fellow law enforcers in a desperate bid for advancement. Elder Mu Xing's voice brimmed with indignation as he declared, Have you all forgotten the rules of the southern region of the empire? No one below the 4th tier of the supreme can set foot in the central region of the empire. This was decreed by the regional lord 2,000 years ago. Dare you violate the sanctity of these rules? Chapter 34, The Unexpected 10th Person. The twin soul elder trembled slightly upon hearing the mention of the regional lord, but quickly regained his composure. He murmured, Mountains high and waters deep. Even the regional lord cannot oversee every corner of the empire. Moreover, the twin soul elder's voice turned hoarse, his eyes, one black and one white, betraying an inexplicable eeriness. This is an 11-tier soul devouring rotating formation. It is now complete. It can refine all beings of equal or lesser cultivation than its wielder. You shall all perish here, and since the dead cannot speak, no word of this shall escape. A sinister laughter accompanied his words, clad in black robes. This was unmistakably the Lianhuan Temple, within the encirclement of heavenly fire. Qin Yuan gazed at the two law enforcers on the altar with an indescribable exhilaration. The Lianhuan Temple, Xiao Jin, heavenly fire, coupled with that sinister laughter. Everything aligned perfectly. Qin Yuan suppressed his excitement. He had always felt that Xiao Jin bore an uncanny resemblance to an old acquaintance from his past. Indeed, they were a match. Master? Xiao Jin, hearing his name, inquired with curiosity. You are still young and do not understand. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Xiao Jin could only lower his head in contemplation. Indeed, in his master's eyes, he would forever remain a child. Nevertheless, Xiao Jin cherished this sensation. After all, the feeling of having a solid backing was truly delightful. At the very least, no matter how great the chaos he caused, his invincible master could resolve it for him. Twin Soul Elder, have you forgotten that our Guanjing Pavilion possesses a secret technique? Even if I were to fall here, the technique would activate, and the other elders of our pavilion would surely uncover the truth. At that time, they will report this to the regional lord, and we shall see how the Lianhuan Temple fares. Elder Mu Xing's tone was laced with fury. To come here only to fail to acquire the semi-saint's remains was one thing, but to perish here as well? This nearly shattered his composure. Do not keep invoking the regional lord. The twin soul elder laughed coldly. I have already stated, mountains high and waters deep. He He cannot oversee the entirety of the empire. Furthermore, my 11th-tier soul-devouring rotating formation possesses the ability to cast aside the heavenly secrets. I have long been prepared for your secret technique. In conclusion, today, all of you present here shall meet your demise. The Elder of Dual Souls cackled ominously after uttering these words, channeling the power of the sacrificial altar. His focus was entirely directed toward Xiao Jin, for he perceived him as the most formidable adversary among the gathered. The situation was indeed dire. Akin to navigating a perilous passage after consuming 3 bowls of potent liquor, a metaphor for self-proclamation in the martial world. At this moment, Qin Yuan interjected with a click of his tongue, prompting his companion, Lu Jiuli, to inquire curiously about its meaning. Qin Yuan smiled and elucidated. It signifies that the individuals of the Soul Refinement Palace resemble the grassroots forces in this imperial continent, who, after imbibing several cups of strong wine, seek to establish themselves as rulers in remote territories. On the altar, the Elder of Dual Souls, upon hearing this analogy, exhibited a slight change in expression. His black and white eyes swiftly locked onto Qin Yuan. A first layer of Dongshu? In the next instant, he was taken aback. Was this not the Zhongzun Yuan? How could a practitioner of Dongshu enter this realm? Wait. The Elder of Dual Souls suddenly realized that the number of individuals present was rather peculiar. Kugu, count how many have entered Zhongzun Yuan. He urged hastily. Brother, are you losing your wits? Kugu replied, his brows twitching. Count. The Elder's voice was now tinged with irritation. Kugu's withered features twitched twice as he began to survey the assembly. Between you and me, 1, 2. The Master of Feijin Sect, 3. Elder Mu Xing from Guanjing Pavilion, 4. Elder Bai Lai from Tianhua Divine Sect, 5. 2 from the Qingfeng clan, 6 and 7. Xiao Jin, the 8th. And that lad skilled in witchcraft, Lu Jiuli, the 9th. There's one more. Kugu hesitated at this point, his gaze swiftly locking onto Qin Yuan. First layer of Dongshu? The 10th person? Brother? What is the meaning of this? Was it not said that this Zhongzun Yuan is restricted by the half-saint's prohibitions, allowing only those who have knocked on the 9 underworlds to enter? How could there be a 10th person? At this moment, both of them finally recognized the anomaly. A secret realm that should only allow 9 had inexplicably permitted a 10th. Truly foolish, Xiao Jin mocked. They have only just realized the presence of their master? Meanwhile, Qin Yuan yawned, finally grasping the incongruity. With such dull senses, how can you assume the role of villains? He then stepped forward, approaching the celestial fire shield before him. Instantly, Qin Yu cautioned, Senior, beware of the celestial fire. However, in the next moment, he witnessed Qin Yuan nonchalantly step into the flames that could incinerate both body and spirit, and astonishingly, he appeared unaffected. Celestial fire? Such a phenomenon is but a trivial flame in the presence of my master. Xiao Jin gazed at his master's figure, filled with reverence. At this moment, Qin Yuan emerged from the celestial fire shield, standing before the altar 100 paces away. Kugu, this individual is no ordinary foe. Let us join forces and activate the 11th stage soul-devouring rotation array. We must exert all our might to slay him. The Elder of Dual Souls observed Qin Yuan from afar, acknowledging that despite his first layer of Dongshu cultivation, his innate dual souls granted him an extraordinary sensitivity to spiritual forces. He could sense that the figure before him was undoubtedly a terrifying presence. Kugu, too, dared not be negligent, as both began to fervently form soul seals with their hands. Just then, the heavens above began to fracture, revealing countless blood-colored chains within. In an instant, those chains, entwined with innumerable vengeful spirits, cascaded down like a torrential rain. The cacophony of wailing souls sent shivers down one's spine. 11th stage soul-devouring rotation array. Soul-devouring ghostly bindings of 10,000 chains. The two of them shouted in unison, causing thousands of blood-colored chains to simultaneously surge toward Qin Yuan with the speed of a fully drawn bow. This formation indeed possessed some merit. But that was all it was. Qin Yuan regarded the overwhelming onslaught of blood-colored chains with a mild shake of his head. As the chains approached within 10 paces of him, he raised his hand, gathering sacred resonance power in his palm. In an instant, the space surrounding him within 10 paces abruptly coalesced into a translucent ripple. At that moment, the chains, dark as ink, were instantaneously immobilized in midair. Not only that, but at this moment, the anguished cries of the myriad of spirits in the Qingwu wasteland vanished without a trace. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the chains had begun to morph into a bizarre, transparent hue, as if an incomprehensible power was infiltrating them. Almost instantaneously, the previously ink-black sky transformed into a brilliant white. As the first chain developed cracks, a chain reaction ensued, causing all the blood-colored chains to be riddled with profound fissures. With a gentle step forward, Qin Yuan exhaled, and in that instant, every one of the transparent chains in the sky shattered. The overwhelming might of the 11th stage soul-devouring rotation array's strongest strike, capable of vanquishing a 5th layer supreme or severely injuring a 6th layer supreme, crumbled to dust before Qin Yuan's presence. The vengeful spirits seemed to perceive an indescribable force, retreating back into the celestial fractures above. The heavens once again settled into tranquility. What? On the black altar, filled with vengeful souls, the Elder of Dual Souls and Ku Gu stared in disbelief at this scene. How could this be possible? This was the ultimate strike of the 11th stage soul-devouring rotation array. Ku Gu, as if witnessing a ghost, wore an expression of utter incredulity on his withered face. They had genuinely unleashed the array's most formidable attack just moments ago, and yet, the man before them, merely at the first layer of Dongxiu, remained entirely unscathed. Ku Gu, did you sense anything earlier? The Elder of Dual Souls fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Yuan. What? Ku Gu paused momentarily. Perhaps it was the sacred resonance power. The Elder of Dual Souls responded with uncertainty. Sacred resonance. Upon hearing this, Ku Gu's pupils constricted sharply. Only those at the pinnacle of the supreme realm could comprehend the existence of sacred resonance power. Could it be that this individual before them is a supreme powerhouse? Brother, that fellow is approaching us. Ku Gu swallowed hard. Do not panic. The Elder of Dual Souls managed to regain some composure. Addressing Qin Yuan, he whispered, "The 11th stage soul-devouring rotation array was personally crafted by our esteemed Lord of the Soul Refinement Palace. Even if that individual possesses unfathomable strength, he cannot defy the power of the heavens. Once our array is formed, it becomes one with the secret realm of Zhongzun Yuan. He cannot breach our altar. Rest assured." The Elder of Dual Souls once again harnessed the power of the array, preparing to conjure the next attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin observed the self-assured Elder of Dual Souls and shook his head. What does it matter if the array merges with the heavens? The power of the heavens is not worthy of my master's regard. Behind him, Elder Muxing and Bai Lai joined Xiao Jin's side. Yet, the formation, as the Elder of Dual Souls had claimed, was already complete. The altar they occupied served as the array's core. In other words, if the senior were to take action against the altar, it would be tantamount to challenging this realm itself, murmured Elder Muxing softly. Fear not. Xiao Jin expressed unwavering confidence in his master. Such a scene, to my esteemed master, is merely encapsulated in 4 words. Xiao Jin tilted his head and grinned, saying, a firm grip. Upon hearing this, Elder Muxing and the others turned their gazes toward Qin Yuan, who was steadily approaching the black altar. My lord, you bear no mortal enmity with us. If you are willing to depart, I can assure you that the Lianhuan Palace will not pursue your actions here. What say you? The Elder of Dual Souls fixed his gaze on Qin Yuan, who had reached the base of the altar, and spoke in a low voice. Qin Yuan merely lifted his eyelids and took a step forward, ascending the steps of the black altar. Witnessing this, the Elder of Dual Souls immediately snarled. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame others. Not being the one to hold the formation, nor a supporter, if one rashly steps into the formation's heart, they would merely be obliterated by the power of heaven and earth. Contemplating this, the smile on the Elder of Dual Souls' face was hard to contain. Brother, do not rejoice too soon. Something is amiss. Why is our 11th order soul-devouring rotation array not reacting? The Elder of Withered Bones noticed that the figure in the dark robe ascended the steps with no resistance whatsoever. In fact, the entire formation did not even tremble. The smile on the Elder of Dual Souls' face abruptly vanished. He turned to look at Qin Yuan only to find that the latter had effortlessly stepped onto the altar without suffering any backlash from the formation. What is happening? How did you get in here? Qin Yuan sighed. Did you not see? I simply walked in. Impossible. This is the 11th order. The Elder of Dual Souls was nearly stupefied. Stop. Enough of your boasting. Qin Yuan waved his hand to interrupt the Elder of Dual Souls, and then a formation symbol, inscribed with 11 black lines, emerged in the palm of his right hand. A formation symbol. The Elder of Dual Souls' pupils contracted. Isn't that the symbol of our soul-devouring array? Where did you acquire it? He had clearly hidden the formation symbol outside the Zhongzun Yuan secret realm as a fail-safe. In this moment, he truly felt bewildered. You say I can activate this array. Wouldn't that destroy you? Qin Yuan ignored the Elder of Dual Souls' inquiry and fiddled with the formation symbol, offering a slight smile toward the Elder of Dual Souls atop the altar. Impossible. Even if you possess the formation symbol, you cannot control this array in such a short time. The Elder of Dual Souls furrowed his brows tightly. The situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. Then shall we test it? Qin Yuan chuckled. Subsequently, he merely waved his left hand gently. In an instant, the entire black altar began to tremble. The black chains that surrounded the altar emitted fierce sounds of friction and collision. In the next moment, they lashed out like dark tendrils towards the Elder of Withered Bones and the Elder of Dual Souls. Can you truly control it? Who exactly are you? The Elder of Dual Souls exclaimed, his countenance changing drastically. The attack of the 11th Order soul-devouring rotation array. Even with his strength at the 4th heaven of the Supreme Realm, he would not dare to withstand such terror from a senior. Below the altar, Elder Mu Xing and the others stared at Qin Yuan, who was reversing the control of the array, their minds rendered numb. In this brief encounter, the methods displayed by Qin Yuan had utterly shattered their perceptions. Is it possible that this array technique is merely one of the many skills my master possesses? Xiao Jin's face beamed with pride, for his master is invincible, capable of traversing heaven and earth, omnipotent. There exists no power system in this realm that his master cannot master. Chapter 36. Can you bear the consequences within? Truly, the senior is as terrifying as they say. Elder Mu Xing swallowed hard, while Elder Bai Lai beside him wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Bang, bang, crackle. At this moment, the altar's formation began to emit sounds of cracking, clearly unable to withstand the excessive force exerted by Qin Yuan. The 11th Order formation could not bear the strain and ultimately shattered into countless fragments. The formation, reputed to be capable of slaying those at the 5th heaven of the Supreme Realm, was utterly dismantled at this moment. My lord, who are you? The Elder of Dual Souls gazed at the collapsing formation, nearly choking on his own fury. Qin Yuan looked down at the shattered black altar, and the formation patterns, condensed by the power of heaven and earth, began to slowly dissipate into the void. He lowered his head, and within his gaze, akin to overlooking all beings, lay a profound tranquility. You truly wish to know who I am? Since emerging from seclusion, Qin Yuan had always presented himself as his master's disciple. Apart from his students, no one knew his true identity. The Elder of Dual Souls inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to fixate on Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan smiled. I can answer you. However, can you bear the consequences of this revelation? At these words, the Elder of Dual Souls' pupils trembled violently. The power of causality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not a soul on the entire Jiuxian continent has ever witnessed the power of causality. This individual before me dares to utter such preposterous claims? The Elder of Dual Souls shook his head vigorously. Do not speak in riddles. Qin Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and sighed softly. In the past, many awaited the burden of causality like you, yet all met their demise. His gaze shifted away from the Elder of Dual Souls and the Elder of Withered Bones. In his eyes, they were already dead, and his thoughts drifted back to the events of hundreds of thousands of years ago. Scenes from the ancient tomb began to unfold before him, as if it had just happened in an instant or perhaps had transpired eons ago. Qin Yuan murmured, How do the people refer to me? I do not know. I only know that they call me Master of Yin and Yang, burying the heavens, shattering causality, subduing the 8 desolates. As these 12 words escaped his lips, the Elder of Dual Souls trembled, his murky pupils contracting sharply. His body felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, and in the depths of his mind, memories from tens of thousands of years ago resurfaced. He had once perused an ancient tome long sealed within the Lianhuan Palace, recounting an era of chaos, a time when the myriad realms were engulfed in darkness and turmoil. And a majestic figure descended, shattering the void. It was but a shadow, an entity whose visage eluded the eyes of all beings across the realms. He seemed trapped within a barrier, unable to manifest his true self. Yet, he had uttered a phrase. He had reversed time and could not remain for long. Eventually, he took action, and the source of that dark turmoil was completely suppressed. Thereafter, the grand shadow dissipated, and the legend of Master of Yin and Yang, burying the heavens, shattering causality, subduing the 8 desolates spread throughout the myriad realms. The existence described in the ancient tome truly exists. The Elder of Dual Souls muttered to himself, his voice betraying an unmistakable awe. Qin Yuan, discerning the depth of the Elder's gaze, realized he had indeed sparked recognition from some ancient text. He then declared loudly, I command the inscriptions of the Yin and Yang realm, burying the graves of gods and demons from all heavens. In the 3rd watch, I shatter the ancient paths, and the first to perish is causality itself. As these ancient prophecies rolled off Qin Yuan's tongue, the heavens trembled violently. The entire space of Zhongzun Yuan shattered into countless fragments. Beneath the gaze of the Elder with Dual Souls, the flicker of hope for escape had long since extinguished. His eyes brimmed with terror. In the shattered void of darkness, invisible chains approached, entwining him inexorably. This force was beyond description, ineffable. Was this the power of causality? The Elder's visage contorted in anguish, driven by instinct to flee from this overwhelming force. Yet it was in vain. In an instant, his body shattered, dissolving into countless motes of light, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. The formless web of causality enveloped the elder entirely, swiftly refining him into nothingness. Life extinguished, essence dissipated, devoid of reincarnation. He left behind naught but an echo of his existence, as if he had never graced this world. Simultaneously, the Elder of Bones, too, succumbed to the incomprehensible might of causality, his form becoming increasingly transparent. In his final moments, his face froze, filled with profound resentment and deep-seated dread. Ultimately, he could not withstand this vast power. He faded into oblivion, and the black altar crumbled into fragments. At that moment, Qin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and two black spatial rings floated gently before him. Although the power of causality had been unleashed, one must not forget their origins. After all, one should never forget their roots. These two black spatial rings belonged to the Elder of Bones and the Elder with dual souls. With a mere flick, he dispelled the seals of the rings and extracted all their contents. He began to examine each item floating in the air, for only true treasures were worthy of Qin Yuan's collection. The surrounding realm had returned to tranquility as if the web of causality had never existed and nothing had transpired. Beside Xiao Jin, the elders of the Star Observation Pavilion, Mu Xing, the elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect, Bai Lai, the leader of the Flying Sword Sect, and Qin Yu, the chieftain of the Qing Feng clan, all gazed in astonishment at Qin Yuan from a distance, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. Mastering yin and yang, entombing the heavens, shattering causality, and subduing the 8 desolations. My heavens, I had always believed this was merely a legend from the era of chaos. Mu Xing Elder's scalp tingled as he beheld Qin Yuan, his entire being resonating with the energy of thunder. Trembling words escaped his lips. In the era of chaos, there was a figure who wielded the yin-yang steel, traversing the river of time, arriving from the future, channeling unparalleled might. He buried the roots of turmoil from the era of chaos. That region is known as the grave of celestial demons. Furthermore, that individual shattered the eternal celestial path. He incinerated all traces of the causality that pursued him through the currents of time. I wield the yin-yang steel, entombing the grave of celestial demons. In the dead of night, I shatter the eternal path, incinerating the first in causality. Merely uttering these verses caused Mu Xing Elder to tremble uncontrollably. Qin Yu shared a similar sentiment, his eyes filled with unprecedented reverence and awe. Bai Lai's scalp prickled, and his speech faltered. I am truly courting death. To dare speak in such a manner before a predecessor, let alone asking for 13 flames of the Heavenly Fire Sect. Even if he desired the entire sect, we would acquiesce. Moreover, this could even be our fortune, a grand fortune, upon witnessing the reactions of the crowd. Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Indeed, their master is truly formidable. However, at that moment, the Qingwu plain began to tremble violently. The ground beneath Xiao Jin and the others cracked open, fissures sprawling in all directions, as if something beneath the earth sought to emerge. Chapter 37, Supreme Puppet. The means of a half-saint. Is this the supreme mark? No, the supreme mark should radiate vitality. These are all manifestations of death. Xiao Jin and the others hovered in the void, observing the fracturing Qingwu plain below, where strands of black engraved markings proliferated. This imbued the entire plain with an inexplicable eeriness. At that moment, Qin Yuan had thoroughly rummaged through the spatial rings of the Elder with dual souls and the Elder of Bones. In his right hand, a transparent fish tank floated in midair, within which a koi lay in slumber. Its scales differed markedly from ordinary koi, not adorned in singular vibrant hues, but rather exuding an extraordinary luster. The left side of this koi bore an inky darkness, as profound as a starry night, seemingly containing boundless yin energy. Conversely, its right side shimmered pure white, exuding an intensely radiant yang aura. The interplay of these two colors on its scales wove into a seamless taiji pattern. Such a marvelous sight captivated Mu Xing Elder and the others. Yin and yang converge. The koi swims, taiji emerges, water retains. Ink and snow intertwine, revealing mysteries. The cosmos flows with a single tale. This is the Sumi Koi. Mu Xing Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Lai and Qin Yu, upon hearing this, could not help but swallow hard. This is indeed a precious treasure. At the very least, within this realm of Jiuxian, it is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. It can lead one to the Sumi Zijie Pearl. Remarkably, there are only 3 Sumi Koi in the entire Jiuxian realm, and to find one here is utterly unexpected. Qin Yuan stored the Sumi Koi within his spatial ring, glanced at Mu Xing Elder and the others, then at the cracked earth below. Be cautious of what lies beneath your feet. Xiao Jin, Jiuli, this time, I shall refrain from intervening. Yes, Master. Below, Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli nodded in unison. Their eyes brimmed with fighting spirit as they beheld the oppressive aura of the Supreme beneath. Suddenly, from a gaping chasm, a dark figure surged forth. The surrounding Supreme markings revealed its formidable strength. Supreme Realm, Third Heaven. Yet, its form radiated no vitality, only an overwhelming stench of decay. A Supreme puppet? Upon witnessing this, Mu Xing Elder broke into a cold sweat. How could there be Supreme-level puppets within this forbidden ground? In an instant, numerous puppets shrouded in death energy emerged from the fissured earth. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 27. What is happening? Bai Lai stared in a panic at the unfolding scene. After careful contemplation, he grew even more terrified. 27 Supreme-level puppets? Among them, 3 are at the 5th heaven of the Supreme Realm, 2 at the 4th heaven, 13 at the 3rd heaven. The remainder are all at the 2nd heaven. These Supreme puppets, if brought to the outside world, could dominate the Empire continent. Wait. Bai Lai noticed a red-clad Supreme puppet emanating green flames. The attire and appearance of this puppet sent a shiver down his spine. Elder Emotion, you were the former second elder of the Heavenly Fire sect. You. Upon reaching this point, Bai Lai ceased his call, for within his perception of the Supreme Divine Soul, he discerned that this was merely a soulless corpse. There were also some familiar faces among them. They had, to varying degrees, traversed this place tens of thousands of years ago, only to vanish from the Empire continent thereafter. Mu Xing Elder gazed at the Supreme puppets, inhaled sharply, his eyes filled with contemplation. So, you all have been entombed here, transformed into puppets. Yet, how could those at the Supreme Realm resign themselves to such a fate? Therefore, the one who refined you possesses strength that far surpasses your own. Within this Zhongzun Yuan, it is unlikely that anyone stronger will arrive, as there is no necessity for it. In other words, the strongest presence here might very well be the fallen semi-saint within the Zhongzun Yuan. At this juncture, Elder Mu Xing felt a dryness in his throat. Consequently, Xiao Jin gazed at the surrounding Supreme puppets before casting a glance at the cracked ground below. There may indeed be rare treasures here, but they serve merely as a ruse devised by the semi-saint. This place is not the so-called sacred ground where one ascends from the divine calamity realm to the Supreme Realm. Rather, it is a sacrificial altar constructed by that semi-saint in a bid to resurrect himself. Indeed, Elder Mu Xing took a deep breath, his expression grave. He also expressed a measure of gratitude, saying, "Thanks to the presence of our senior, otherwise we would truly be at a loss in this predicament." In the air, Qin Yuan held a greenish-blue tea cup, savoring its sweetness before gesturing dismissively. As I just stated, I shall not intervene. Besides, what is merely a semi-saint? Let us take action. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing's lips twitched. What do you mean, merely a semi-saint? Do you not hear what others say? He possesses the strength of the 2nd tier of the Supreme Realm. Merely confronting these Supreme puppets could lead to his demise. Indeed, what is merely a semi-saint? I am eager to test just how formidable a semi-saint truly is. Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuli fixated intently on the puppets. After a moment, he licked his lips, noting the striking similarity between these puppets and his own Wu puppets. If he could glean some insights, perhaps he could ascend to the Supreme Realm. Excellent. Xiao Jin nodded, then pointed with a bent finger, declaring, "Junior brother, leave those 3 Supreme puppets of the 5th tier to me." Very well. The remainder shall be entrusted to me. Lu Jiuli's Wu energy surged uncontrollably, beginning to swirl violently. Then let the battle commence. Xiao Jin laughed heartily. As expected of my master's disciple, my junior brother, with the divine calamity at the 9th tier facing the Supreme, there is no fear at all. Brother, I shall take the lead. Lu Jiuli's gaze was fixed on several of the Supreme puppets, his hands radiating with Wu light. Around him, powerful Wu inscriptions began to coalesce. At this moment, to quote our master, whoever shows cowardice is a fool. Ha ha. Xiao Jin laughed thrice. Following this, flames erupted beneath his feet. In an instant, he stood before the 3 Supreme puppets of the 5th tier. Heavenly Flame Creation Palm. 0 Frame Initiation. Heavenly Flame Creation Palm clears the path. Bai Lai, Elder Mu Xing, and Qin Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions involuntarily twitching. What a declaration. Elder Bai Lai shouted in anger. Damn it, let us fight. He too charged towards the remaining Supreme puppets. Simultaneously, the leader of the Flying Sword sect, Elder Mu Xing, and Xing Yue and Qing Fenglan also began to engage. The battle of the Supremes commenced with a thunderous roar. At this moment, at the ends of the abyssal cracks, a skeletal figure, entirely white, sat upright in the depths, surrounded by surging crimson energy. In the skull of the skeleton, 2 eerie blue flames suddenly flickered to life in its hollow black eyes. Chapter 38. I, the Saint, have finally revived. The fiery lotus of wrath. The fire lotus exploded in the air, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. Though the supreme-level puppets possessed the strength of the supreme realm, they could not fully unleash the true power of the supreme realm. In fact, the supreme inscriptions surrounding these puppets appeared black. Thus, in a certain sense, the heavenly fire within Xiao Jin was a natural counter to these supreme puppets. Although Lu Jiuli was at the 9th tier of the divine calamity realm, his mastery of Wu techniques was exceptionally formidable. During the battle, he could even resonate with the techniques of these puppets, exerting significant restraint over them. The participating Elder Muxing and the others were increasingly astonished. Initially, they had anticipated a lopsided battle against the 27 supreme puppets. Yet, the tide of battle was indeed one-sided, but in favor of their side. Another puppet was eliminated. Truly terrifying. The two disciples of the senior are incredibly formidable. Elder Muxing swallowed hard, gazing at the continuously falling supreme puppets. They never imagined they could defeat these puppets in such a short time. In fact, it was already a limit for their remaining number to merely hold off those puppets of the 2nd tier of the supreme realm. Just as the supreme Wu puppets began to dwindle, the Wu inscriptions on Lu Jiuli surged wildly. He seemed to enter a mystical state. Behind him, Elder Muxing and the others, recognizing this familiar sight, could not help but gasp. Supreme enlightenment. It was evident that Lu Jiuli had attained his supreme enlightenment during this battle. Following this trend, it would not be long before he stepped into the supreme realm. Surrounding Lu Jiuli, supreme enlightenment began to manifest. This was his unique supreme enlightenment. Threads of Wu inscriptions began to appear. Lu Jiuli murmured, "Crush the Wu inscriptions and swallow the dantian, blood sacrificed to the stars to exchange for bones. The winds of the 9 shatter the life decree. 1,000 mountains ablaze boil the yellow springs. Astrology points leak into the heavenly ledger, feeding the heart of the Gu with life and death's power. Do not inquire where the Wu path leads, for the Wu spirit shatters the great Luo heaven." Supreme enlightenment, thus formed. Suddenly, the heavens above coalesced once more into a supreme thunder calamity. 9 supreme calamity dragons, identical to those faced by Xiao Jin, began to descend. Meanwhile, Elder Muxing and Elder Bai Lai stared in shock. Goodness! Just moments ago, we witnessed the unprecedented arrival of the supreme 9 calamity dragons. And now another set has arrived? A group, indeed. Xiao Jin looked at his junior brother, unable to suppress his astonishment. As expected of my junior brother. The remaining supreme puppets were directly obliterated upon the descent of the first supreme calamity dragon. At this moment, a powerful breath resonated through the skies of the Qin Wu plain. This breath seemed to have been held for an eternity. In the deepest part of the abyss below, the fingers of the semi-saint skeleton emitted cracking sounds. Its skull began to turn slowly, as if it had just awakened or had lain dormant for tens of thousands of years without movement. It was acclimating to its body, with continuous cracking sounds. It finally propped up its skeletal frame and stood upright. Lowering its head, it glanced at its own palms. In the next instant, its form became enigmatic and unfathomable. Upon closer inspection, it had vanished. Simultaneously, in the skies above the Qin Wu plain, a skeletal figure appeared abruptly. The surrounding atmosphere remained unchanged, as if it had always been there. The corpses of the supreme puppets transformed into torrents of blood, continuously pouring into that skeletal figure. The remains of the semi-saint. Not far away, in the air, Elder Muxing's expression changed dramatically upon seeing that white skeleton. His perception could not be mistaken. The power of the saint's resonance rippled through the air. While it was nowhere near the strength of the senior, it was undeniably the aura of a semi-saint. Countless cultivators of heaven and earth, upon reaching the supreme realm, could dominate a region. However, even the supreme must eventually face the exhaustion of their fate. If one does not wish to relent, then there exists but one path: to strive relentlessly for ascension. Even if one exhausts their entire life and cannot reach the realm of the holy sage, they must press onward with fervor. For once one steps into the realm of the half-sage, they shall rise above all exalted beings. The pinnacle of the supreme 9 heavens and the realm of the half-sage could be likened to the chasm between heaven and earth. A half-sage may only need to exert a fraction of their power to effortlessly slay a supreme 9 heavens cultivator. Moreover, upon entering the half-sage realm, one gains mastery over the most profound and enigmatic force of this world, Sheng Yun. Sheng Yun is a manifestation of understanding, a force born of the cosmos. Furthermore, the power of Sheng Yun transcends that of spiritual energy, rendering any threat posed by spiritual energy to it almost imperceptible. Conversely, the assaults of Sheng Yun are utterly devastating to spiritual energy. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The true essence lies in the fact that once one enters the half-sage realm, even in death, their skeletal remains can still commandeer the essence of creation. By absorbing the life force of others, one can revive oneself, flesh and bone. Thus, it can be said that once you attain the half-sage status, as long as you do not court your own demise, you shall have little to fear from death. Of course, it is not devoid of weaknesses. Should you encounter another half-sage or a holy sage, they could inflict irreversible destruction upon you. In summary, the Supreme Realm is not the endpoint for cultivators, but rather their starting line. Alas, the remains of the half-sage are absorbing the lifeblood of those in the Supreme Realm, and resurrection is imminent. What to do? What to do? Elder Muxing is truly at a loss. The Jiuming Knock can no longer be utilized. Damn, we cannot escape. Elder Bai Lai had intended to use the Jiuming Knock to flee the secret realm, only to realize that it no longer responds to spiritual energy. This led to his furious outburst. How are we to fight now? The leader of the Flying Sword sect, Li, is now sweating profusely, counting everyone present. Their combat strength comprises only him, a supreme one heavens cultivator. Elder Muxing, Elder Bai Lai, and Qin Yuan are all at the supreme two heavens level, along with Qing Fengwan, who is at the ninth heavens of the divine calamity realm, and Lu Jiuli, who is breaking through at the supreme one heavens level, and his senior brother, Xiao Jin, also at the supreme one heavens level. That totals 3 supreme two heavens and 3 supreme one heavens, alongside one at the ninth heavens of the divine calamity realm. Their opponent, however, is a half-sage on the verge of resurrection. How can they prevail? Above, the remains of the half-sage begin to sprout flesh and blood. After a moment, pupils emerge in those pure white eyes. The ghostly flames flicker and fade. In the next instant, the oppressive aura of the half-sage descends with overwhelming might. The entire secret realm is suffused with the potent essence of the half-sage. Subsequently, a voice, as if echoing from tens of thousands of years past, resounds. After countless eons, this Holy One has finally returned to life. Thus, the half-sage is resurrected. Chapter 39. This heartless fiend, is that you? Flesh and blood sprout, resurrecting the dead. At this moment, on the boundless Qingwu plain, the winds swirl and clouds surge. The overwhelming pressure shatters the millennium of tranquility within the secret realm. Suddenly, a 10,000-foot-high blood-red cloud gathers in the sky. Black lightning, entwined with crimson life force, cascades down relentlessly from above. Tens of thousands of crimson threads slowly coalesce from the blood mist, then descend from the heavens. They cling to the body of the half-sage as if they were living entities. The spiritual energy within the secret realm begins to transform into tangible spiritual liquid, flowing towards the half-sage. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a hoarse and raucous laughter reverberates throughout the heavens and earth. The mere sound of laughter shatters the torrential blood rain into powder. At this moment, the half-sage is fully revived. With each breath, even the surrounding spiritual energy freezes in awe. He opens his eyes, revealing a glimmer of azure ghostly light. As he gazes downward, he surveys the earth below. After absorbing the last trace of supreme blood essence, his aura stabilizes, transcending that of the supreme. He exhales softly, suddenly extending his arms wide. His long hair dances without wind. A mere glance imbued with the weight of a half-sage's aura forces Elder Muxing and the others to retreat several steps. He then turns his gaze towards Lu Jiuli, who is in the midst of a breakthrough, and Xiao Jin. Countless eons feel like the blink of an eye. The half-sage speaks, yet his voice resonates as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, sending chills down the spine. You are the Qingming half-sage? Elder Muxing wipes the cold sweat from his brow as he gazes at the azure figure in the sky, recognizing its signature azure pupils. In an instant, he recalls something and cautiously speaks. Upon hearing this, the Qingming half-sage turns his attention to Elder Muxing. Is it truly you? The unparalleled Qingming half-sage from 50,000 years ago. Elder Muxing swallows hard, suppressing his fear, and continues. However, you suddenly vanished from the imperial continent, and now. Nevertheless, today, the Qingming half-sage has returned to the mortal realm. It is indeed a blessing for us. At his side, Elder Bai Lai's pupils tremble violently at the revelation. The Qingming half-sage? Could it truly be this legendary killing god from 50,000 years ago? Such a figure must not be offended. You, however, exhibit quite the silver tongue. The Qingming half-sage stands with his hands clasped behind his back, fully embodying the demeanor of a sage. Today, this Holy One has reformed his corporeal form. It is indeed a day of joy. Therefore, you shall eliminate the one who refined the Wan Jie burning heart flame that imprisoned me. In return, I shall grant you passage from this secret realm. The Qingming half-sage gestures toward Xiao Jin. Upon witnessing this, Elder Muxing and the others feel their faces twitch. Eliminate who? Xiao Jin, have you lost your mind? That individual S-master is at least a half-sage. Both sides possess half-sages, leaving Elder Muxing and his companions nearly paralyzed with fear. Your Wan Jie burning heart flame? Ha! Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin could not suppress his laughter. What? The Qingming half-sage seems intrigued and responds. This one Jie burning heart flame is a heavenly fire I discovered, which I then set within this burial ground. Of course, it was accompanied by other rare treasures to entice others to come forth. Xiao Jin chuckles again. Do not make me laugh further. When I refined this one Jie burning heart flame, it was clearly a thing without an owner. Thus, you merely can find it here. It does not truly belong to you. The Qingming half-sage's expression begins to harden at these words. Furthermore, Xiao Jin sneers. Even if it were truly yours, what of it? Your heavenly fire, which I have set my sights upon, is now mine. Also, I just heard them refer to you as the Qingming half-sage, correct? Xiao Jin stretches his neck leisurely and continues. I have perused some ancient texts. 50,000 years ago, a killer named Qingming emerged from the imperial continent. This individual was ruthless, killing without a second thought, and at times would annihilate entire cities for the sake of his own ascension. This heartless fiend, is that you? In the sky, upon hearing Xiao Jin's words, the Qingming half-sage's expression darkens instantaneously. Meanwhile, Elder Bai Lai and Elder Mu Xing, standing beside Xiao Jin, are drenched in cold sweat. To address a half-sage directly as a heartless fiend is an act of audacity beyond measure. My slaying of them is a blessing for them. To provide this holy one with a modicum of vitality and sustenance is not a stroke of fortune for them. The voice of the Qingming half-sage is chilling, and his eyes brim with murderous intent. Fortune, I convey a message to those you have slaughtered. Xiao Jin was amused by the fury of the situation, his eyes blazing like fire as he fearlessly fixed his gaze upon the half-saint Qingming. What audacity! The hair behind Qingming began to billow, and the murderous intent that surged within him could no longer be reined in. He was determined to annihilate everyone before him. How dare you? Xiao Jin let out a long howl, his rage now uncontrollable. In an instant, the supreme inscriptions around him emerged, and his form vanished in a blink. When he reappeared, he was already before the half-saint. How swift! Even Qingming could not help but narrow his pupils. Yet, he showed no intention of retreating. The sacred inscriptions on him glowed, deep and profound like ancient seals. This was a defensive technique acquired after attaining half-saint status, even more formidable than the supreme inscriptions. Burning Heaven's creation palm. In an instant, Xiao Jin struck with his right hand. A colossal phantom handprint spanning hundreds of feet emerged, crashing toward Qingming. The moment the burning Heaven's creation palm collided with the sacred inscriptions, the heavens and earth trembled violently. A crisp cracking sound echoed, causing Qingming's expression to change drastically. He immediately employed the sacred rhythm space maneuver, vanishing without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. My sacred inscription has been breached by that brat. Qingming stared in disbelief at the cracked sacred inscription before him. That boy is merely a first-stage supreme. Could it be that I have yet to regain my original power? Yes, it must be that. With this thought, Qingming's murderous intent surged once more. He resolved to hold nothing back. He must eradicate all who dared to enter this Qin Yuan. At this moment, a shadow descended before Qingming. Which heaven palm? Another powerful supreme attack. This caused the sacred inscriptions before Qingming to shatter further. What? You are the one who just broke through to supreme. Qingming retreated swiftly, the surrounding sacred rhythm power manifesting continuously. Is this what it means to be a half-saint? Lu Jiuli, who had just broken through to the first stage supreme, gazed at the distant Qingming. At this moment, Xiao Jin had also appeared beside Lu Jiuli. Junior brother, to celebrate your ascension to supreme, our master has left this half-saint for us. Xiao Jin proclaimed. Lu Jiuli licked his lips and nodded yes. Brother, I heard everything. That old dog is nothing but a beast. Half-saint. What has he done to deserve such a title? In the words of our master, he is merely a scoundrel. Hearing this, Xiao Jin burst into hearty laughter, agreeing, indeed. He is nothing but a scoundrel. The two then focused their gaze on the scowling and furious Qingming. Half-saint, I shall deal with you, half-saint. In the next moment, Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli were the first to strike. Stepping upon the supreme inscriptions, they charged towards Qingming. Chapter 40. The most powerful move of the Burning Heaven technique. Madness. This world has gone insane. Two newly ascended supremes. And yet they dared to rush toward that merciless half-saint? Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai, witnessing this scene, felt their mental state teetering on the edge of madness. Can you believe it? Two who have just entered the first stage supreme dare to call that half-saint a beast and a scoundrel? This world has truly lost its senses. Burning Heaven's creation palm. Myriad worms devouring soul palm. In this moment, an overwhelming force surged from both Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli. Their singular goal was to eradicate the unworthy half-saint before them. Fear? They felt none. After all, their master was right there. What was there to fear? The ultimate techniques unleashed by the two were hurtling towards the half-saint. This pair, Qing Ming inhaled deeply. He had just undergone physical reconstruction. The sacred rhythm power within him was not yet fully stabilized, yet he could still easily slay a ninth-stage supreme. However, the techniques unleashed by these two first-stage supremes seemed to contain the overwhelming might of heaven and earth. They were definitely not ordinary techniques. Evading their attacks, Qing Ming coldly remarked, "As expected, those who can enter my meticulously arranged Qin Yuan are no ordinary individuals. I find your techniques quite intriguing." Thus, Qing Ming's voice turned increasingly frigid, and the sacred rhythm within him began to surge. Underworld River. The moment his voice fell, the surrounding space erupted into countless crystalline fragments. Qing Ming slowly raised his hands, palms facing downward. Instantly, the already fractured land of the Qingwu Plain began to churn like ocean waves. His eyes glimmered with a shade of ghostly green. As he traced a line with his fingertips, the fissures in the earth expanded to tens of thousands of feet. Deep beneath, something was stirring. At this moment, foul and rancid underworld energy began to swirl in the air. From these fissures, black water continuously gathered, ultimately forming a massive river. This was not true water, but rather a stream composed of countless vengeful souls and curses. One could even see the decomposed bones of bodies within this river. This river was devouring all life around it. Upon the appearance of the underworld river, Elder Mu Xing's pupils constricted once more, alarmed. According to records, Qing Ming relied on his underworld river to slaughter hundreds of cities, refining all the ordinary people and cultivators. In the distance, as he beheld the formation of his underworld river, Qing Ming let out a sinister laugh. "Now you know. Today, prepare to enter my underworld river and become my nourishment." The maniacal laughter twisted Qing Ming's visage into something even more terrifying. At this moment, he regained his confidence as a half-saint. With a wave of his hands, countless black spears materialized from the depths of the underworld river. These black spears were imbued with the power to corrode souls, seemingly capable of piercing through the void. Under Qing Ming's command, they hurtled toward Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli with a ferocious thrust. The speed was akin to lightning. The air was left with mere traces of dark inscriptions. Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli exerted themselves to block the incoming onslaught, but began to feel the strain. Xiao Jin exhaled a plume of scorching breath, his eyes glinting with madness. "Junior brother Jiuli, can you hold for a quarter of an hour? I require some time for a particular move." Xiao Jin sensed the 49 heavenly flames within him, his tone turning grave. "No problem." Lu Jiuli, with the power of the witch inscriptions swirling around him, licked his lips, declaring that enduring for a quarter of an hour was no issue. It was merely a struggle. As a disciple of the master, what he feared most was not the struggle. Otherwise, he would not be worthy to be the master's disciple. All right. Xiao Jin settled into a meditative posture in midair, beginning to summon the heavenly flames within him. At that moment, it felt as if dozens of volcanoes were erupting within him. As the burning heaven technique activated, the 49 heavenly flames began to blaze forth from his dantian, coursing through his meridians. The 49 flames of heaven seemed to respond, erupting into a frenzied roar. Within Xiao Jin's body, the heavenly flames surged forth, some searing hot like the sun, others violently tempestuous like thunder, and yet others as frigid as frost. These flames ceaselessly surged and intertwined within him, as wisps of mist began to rise from his form. The technique bestowed upon me by my master, the burning heaven art, contains the most formidable and perilous move. Should it be unleashed, what could a half-saint do? Taking a deep breath, when Xiao Jin opened his eyes, flames erupted forth from his pupils. "Come forth." He sprang to his feet, voice low yet commanding, hands spread wide. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a torrential river. At the same moment, those bizarre heavenly flames began to swirl outwards, dancing upon his palms. "Merge for me." In that moment, despite being a prodigy and possessing the myriad flame body, Xiao Jin dared not be the slightest bit careless. He immersed his entire being into the fusion of the heavenly flames, controlling his spiritual power to guide each flame, compressing and amalgamating their inner strength. In the distance, Elder Bai Lai witnessed the chaotic spectacle in the sky, causing his scalp to tingle in alarm. Insanity. That fellow Xiao Jin has truly lost his mind. He intends to fuse all 49 flames within him. Elder Bai Lai's body became numb, struggling to remain airborne. Elder Mu Xing, upon hearing this, also began to sweat profusely. The leaders of the Feijian sect and the Qingfeng clan, Li Min Master and Qing Yu, swallowed hard. Perhaps those with supreme strength would not fear a single flame. However, this was a total of 49 flames. Moreover, they were to be fused into one. If he failed, the self-detonation of these 49 flames alone could obliterate the entire secret realm. "Senior, Please say something. This is simply too reckless. Elder Bai Lai and the others were on the verge of collapse. Observing this, Qin Yuan shook the jade teacup in his hand, took a sip, and under the earnest gazes of Elder Bai Lai and the others, called out to Xiao Jin in the distance. Go for it. Elder Bai Lai and the others. Chapter 41. Taste my 49-colored supreme lotus. Go for it. Shouldn't you be urging your disciple to cease this madness? Elder Bai Lai and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing his master's encouragement, Xiao Jin was instantly invigorated. The speed at which the heavenly flames combined surged forth with renewed vigor. At this moment, it seemed that half-Saint Qingming had also noticed the flames in Xiao Jin's hands, and his attacks intensified. The waters of the Yuming River began to materialize into various weapons, continuously piercing towards Xiao Jin. However, these assaults were deftly neutralized by Lu Jiuli. The opponent's shamanic techniques seemed to counteract his Yuming power, significantly diminishing Qingming's offensive capability. Damn ants! I will eradicate you with all my might. Seeing his inability to breach Lu Jiuli's defenses, Qingming was on the brink of losing control. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The first flame, searing hot like the sun, transformed into a golden blaze, leaping between his palms. The second flame, icy like frost, morphed into a silver flame, melding with the golden one. The third flame, tempestuous as thunder, became a purple blaze, integrating into the mix. Then came the fourth, fifth, and sixth flames. One by one, the heavenly flames were guided by Xiao Jin's formidable spiritual power, amalgamating under the operation of the burning heaven art. Before him, a colossal fireball, exceeding 10 zhang in diameter, began to boil and ignite. The 49 flames intertwined, devouring one another, each unwilling to yield. Sweat beaded on Xiao Jin's forehead. Not enough. Once more, he whispered fiercely, compressing those luminous spheres with his formidable soul power. The strength of the 49 flames continuously compressed, converged, and coalesced. The embryo of the fire lotus seemed to have taken shape. Burning heaven art. Fusion fire chapter. Gather the heavenly flames of the 9 skies into divine radiance, refining the universe into blazing sun. All flames converge, rising in the burning sky, radiant light illuminating the world, shattering the void. Merge for me. Suddenly, Xiao Jin slammed his hands together. The 49 chaotic flames, once in disarray, achieved an uncanny equilibrium in an instant. The flames of 49 hues intertwined, forming a resplendent tapestry at that moment. And then, a fire lotus, with a diameter of 100 zhang, was born. The 49-colored supreme lotus had come into existence. This lotus, adorned with 49 colors, silently hovered above Xiao Jin's right hand, rotating slowly, with each petal vividly lifelike. At this moment, the beauty of this fire lotus was breathtaking. As it turned, the surrounding space was twisted and incinerated into nothingness by the power of the lotus. The 49-colored supreme fire lotus, fully formed. In the distance, half-Saint Qingming gazed at the lotus hovering above Xiao Jin's palm, astonishment flashing in his eyes. What technique are you practicing? How can it be so uncanny? Is it not impossible for heavenly flames to merge? Who exactly are you? Having lived for tens of thousands of years, Qingming had never encountered such an extraordinary technique. Moreover, he could keenly sense that if touched by that lotus, the consequences would be dire indeed. Me? I am merely a disciple of my master. There are many more formidable senior brothers than I. Though Xiao Jin's complexion was somewhat pale, his tone brimmed with respect. As a disciple of his master, he felt immense pride. Your master? Who is he? Perhaps I am acquainted. The more Qingming probed the essence of that lotus with his soul, the more he discerned the destructive power it contained. Heavenly flames belong to the forces of nature. Thus, even if he manifested the Saintess resonance, he would not dare to claim he could withstand that lotus unscathed. You are unworthy to know my master. Xiao Jin sensed the spiritual energy in his dantian and exhaled deeply. Merging the 49-colored supreme fire lotus had directly drained nearly half of his spiritual energy. It should be noted that his spiritual energy, at the first level of the supreme realm, rivaled that of the 6th level. Additionally, his soul power had also been significantly depleted. This illustrates the immense difficulty of merging the 49-colored supreme fire lotus. Enough. Xiao Jin observed Lu Jiuli, who had truly risked his life to withstand the half-Saintess onslaught for this brief moment. Even the supreme patterns upon his body had dimmed considerably. Junior brother. It's my turn now. Indeed, Lu Jiuli did not force himself further, retreating behind Xiao Jin to recuperate. With a deep breath, Xiao Jin stepped into the void, advancing slowly towards half-Saint Qingming. On his right hand, he cradled the slowly rotating 49-colored supreme fire lotus, and wherever he passed, the very fabric of space twisted and incinerated, appearing extraordinarily eerie. Now, prepare yourself, half-Saint. Taste my 49-colored supreme lotus. Xiao Jin locked on a half-Saint Qingming, his eyes gleaming with an overwhelming killing intent. In the next instant, he stepped into the void, the power of space rippling, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before half-Saint Qingming, his right hand swinging in a wide arc. The colossal fire lotus, spanning 100 zhang, fiercely swung towards the head of Qingming Bansheng. At such a close distance, even Qingming Bansheng found it impossible to evade, for the surrounding space had been entirely confined by the power of the fire lotus. He could only mobilize the sacred resonance within his body to defend himself. In that moment, the heavens surged tumultuously. The 49-colored supreme fire lotus in Xiao Jin's hand had already plummeted with a thunderous crash. Just as Qingming Bansheng was preparing to unleash his defensive measures, he was horrified to discover that his right hand was already engulfed in flames. At that instant, the 49-colored fire lotus erupted explosively. From its heart, it collapsed the surrounding space into a searing white vortex spanning thousands of zhang. Impossible. I am a Bansheng. How could an attack from the supreme realm cause such devastation to me? I refused to believe it. A roar, filled with the anguish of a shattered throat, erupted from Qingming Bansheng's lips. At that moment, flames surged into his mouth and nostrils, penetrating his 7 orifices. With a deafening boom, his eyes exploded, transforming into 2 blazing spheres of white fire. As flesh and blood were turned to ash once more, his skull appeared, only to be incessantly consumed by the terrifying flames. The inferno spread downward from his cranium, cascading along the grooves of his spine. Those flames, capable of devouring souls and annihilating sacred bones, were now incinerating the chest of Qingming Bansheng. Qingming Bansheng frantically clawed at his chest, only to find that he could not extinguish the bizarre flames of the fire lotus. In the collapsing space, an extraordinarily terrifying transformation of flames was transpiring. Impossible. I am a Bansheng. I have yet to step into the xianxiaaudiobooks. I refuse to accept this. After tens of thousands of years of scheming, to have finally resurrected, I will not accept this. The anguished screams of Qingming Bansheng reverberated through the heavens. The space he occupied had been scorched into chaotic fissures. This was a manifestation of the utmost fragmentation of space, and within the remnants of the fire lotus, this Bansheng was utterly obliterated amidst the blazing radiance. The transformation of the flames gradually began to mend, ultimately rendering the fire lotus invisible. The sky of the entire secret realm was painted in an eerie crimson. Thus, this Bansheng met his demise. His soul dissipated into nothingness, and even his sacred body was reduced to ashes. However, before his death, Qingming Bansheng revealed a piece of information that left Elder Mu Xing and the others in a state of shock. The xianxiaaudiobooks. The legend is indeed true. There truly exists a place known as the xianxiaaudiobooks. Chapter 42. Ascend to the Supreme, taste the flavor. In the Qingwu Plain, Qingming Bansheng's final, unwilling cry still lingered in the ears of Elder Bai Lai and others. A Bansheng has fallen completely? Elder Bai Lai inhaled sharply, gazing at Xiao Jin, who had returned to their midst, unable to suppress a shiver. The power of the 49-colored supreme fire lotus was vividly etched in his memory. That was a terrifying killing move capable of annihilating even a Bansheng. Master, your disciple has not failed you. Upon seeing Qin Yuan descend before the crowd, Xiao Jin stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Do not become too complacent, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Although you and Jiu Li joined forces to slay a Bansheng, it is worth noting that both of you countered each other perfectly, which allowed for such a significant advantage. Moreover, this Bansheng's attacks were feeble and ineffective, clearly just a half-baked Bansheng. Furthermore, he had just been resurrected and had not fully stabilized his power at the Bansheng level. Therefore, you were able to defeat him. Nonetheless, Qin Yuan nodded. Well done. Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli exchanged knowing smiles at this. Xiao Jin, remember this. I shall teach you a technique, Qin Yuan said, exhaling gently, and then spoke earnestly. Next time you encounter an enemy, first gather the fire lotus. When the enemy approaches, simply hurl a 49-colored supreme fire lotus at them, and your opponent will be obliterated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin's face lit up with enlightenment. What Master said makes perfect sense. I shall heed your teachings diligently. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai exchanged glances, their expressions twitching with disbelief. Gather the fire lotus before encountering an enemy? When in close proximity, hurl a 49-colored supreme fire lotus. Good heavens! This time, the opponent would truly be obliterated, in both spirit and flesh. Master, just now I heard that dog of a Bansheng mention something about not having gone to the xianxiaaudiobooks. What is that? Xiao Jin inquired curiously, while Elder Mu Xing and others perked up their ears, having heard whispers of it before. The xianxiaaudiobooks, to speak candidly, I have never been there, Qin Yuan stated matter-of-factly. After all, Only the elite among the Banshangs have the opportunity to step into such a place. He had indeed never been, as his strength had not yet reached the Banshang level. However, Qin Yuan's tone shifted as he smiled slightly. There is indeed such a place in the world. If there are legends of the Xianxiaaudiobooks men in this realm, then it is true. At these words, Elder Mu Xing became increasingly excited, swallowing hard as he said, "Could it be that the Xianxiaaudiobooks men truly exists? I always thought it was merely a legend, a rumor." Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "There are not that many legends." Elder Mu Xing, now even more exhilarated, continued, "The Xianxiaaudiobooks men is said to be a place that can only be sensed through the power of sacred resonance after breaking through to the Banshang level. For it is the gateway to the realm of saints. According to legend, one must reach the Banshang realm and accumulate sufficient sacred resonance power within their body, pushing their Banshang strength to its peak, before they can possibly invoke the Xianxiaaudiobooks men. Only the power of sacred resonance can resonate with the Xianxiaaudiobooks men. Moreover, as per legend, when the Xianxiaaudiobooks men manifests, a grand palace gate will appear before the cultivator. It is said that this palace gate connects heaven and earth, embodying supreme mystery and pressure. Furthermore, if one lacks sufficient sacred resonance, they cannot even push open the palace gate, let alone step inside to seek the opportunity to break through to the realm of saints." Qin Yuan nodded. "The Xianxiaaudiobooks men aligns closely with the legends you described. If you all make an effort, perhaps you may provoke the Xianxiaaudiobooks men in a few millennia." Elder Mu Xing and the others exchanged glances, each revealing a resigned smile. A few millennia later? It is uncertain whether they could even break through two realms by then. "When we leave, Xiao Jin, I will accompany you to the southern region of the Dezhou to see how powerful that little fellow Lin Chong has become. That lad has quite the temperament. I fear he may encounter difficulties in the southern region." Qin Yuan sighed, seemingly reminiscing about his first encounter with Lin Chong. Lin Chong possessed a naturally exceptional physique, perfectly suited for cultivating the Da Huang Yin Tianju. However, such a technique possesses overwhelming offensive power. It may prove challenging for him since leaving the Huang Gu Tian Mu. "Yes, master." Xiao Jin nodded eagerly. At the same time, Lu Jiuli turned to Qin Yuan and said, "Master, this journey to the Zhongzun Yuan has greatly benefited me. I intend to enter seclusion immediately upon my return to contemplate deeply." Qin Yuan nodded. Senior, we are quite familiar with the route to the southern region of the Dezhou. We can serve as your guides." Elder Mu Xing stepped forward eagerly. "When else could we seize such an opportunity?" "All right," Qin Yuan replied, looking at Elder Bai Lai beside Elder Mu Xing with a smile. "Just right. Let us visit the Tianhua Shenzong first." Elder Bai Lai's earlier words. Surely they hold weight. "Absolutely, absolutely." Elder Bai Lai was immediately taken aback, repeatedly assuring, "Rest assured, senior. The 13 flames of the Tianhua Shenzong will certainly be delivered in full." With that, Qin Yuan's smile remained unyielding. He stepped forward, turning his back to the crowd, standing with his hands clasped behind him, and remarked, "However, this is the southern region of the empire, where experts abound and sects are numerous. With my cultivation at the first level of the Dongshu realm, would I not be able to casually strike down hundreds with a single blow?" Hearing this, Elder Mu Xing and the others could not help but twitch their faces. A typical first-level Dongshu practitioner would indeed be insufficient in the southern region. Yet, you are far from an ordinary Dongshu practitioner. Very well, let us enhance our strength a bit. Perhaps ascend to a supreme level and savor its essence. Qin Yuan shook his head with a sigh once more, stepping forward again. This time, he directly arrived at an altitude of 10,000 miles. A surge of energy erupted. In an instant, the sky above the Qingwu plain twisted and shattered. Not only that, but the ground beneath Elder Mu Xing and the others also completely fractured. The surrounding space began to rupture, as if this realm was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a terrifying thunderous roar, reminiscent of an ancient era, resounded in everyone's ears. The sound of thunder was deafening. In this shattered space, countless dark golden bolts of lightning suddenly erupted from the void's fissures. After their emergence, these bolts began to wildly coalesce, transforming into one supreme calamity dragon after another. Moreover, these calamity dragons were adorned with flowing, gilded ancient runes. Each gilded ancient calamity dragon was larger than a mountain, and the lightning essence that erupted from their scales could scorch the space, leaving dark imprints. The entire fragmented space was densely populated with these gilded ancient calamity dragons. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai's pupils widened in terror, their bodies trembling, and they let out low growls. "Is this what you call ascending to a supreme level? The commotion to break through to sainthood surely cannot be this grand." At this moment, within the shattered space of Qingwu, countless gilded ancient calamity dragons were continuously howling and spiraling, their forms seemingly intent on grinding this world to dust. The entire space had transformed into a golden thunder prison. The dragon heads of these calamity dragons appeared to be searching for a target to unleash their wrath upon. As they continued to swirl, the space around them began to ripple, as if in the next moment. A thunder dragon had finally found its target within the ocean of thunder and began to charge madly toward Qin Yuan, erupting with a thunderous roar. Qin Yuan stood upon the boiling surface of the thunder pool, gazing as the colossal thunder dragon approached him. He gently shook his head, then casually grasped the air with his right hand, as if capturing a firefly. In an instant, the most ferocious ancient gilded supreme calamity dragon exploded into the purest essence of supreme power, which Qin Yuan swiftly absorbed into his body. The remaining gilded calamity dragons seemed to sense the sacrifice of their companion and surged toward Qin Yuan with even greater fervor. They dove down as if intent on devouring him. However, as a light chuckle escaped Qin Yuan's lips, the entire endless thunder prison suddenly collapsed inward. Tens of thousands of calamity dragons were twisted into a spiraling torrent by this distorted space, and then began to explode one by one, transforming into innumerable purest supreme power that surged toward Qin Yuan's body. Moreover, his speed in absorbing this power was astonishingly rapid, in merely 2 breaths. As the last trace of gilded lightning pattern completely dissipated, silence returned to the shattered space. Chaotic spatial currents began to fill the void, clearly indicating that this secret realm had utterly ceased to exist. What remained was only the eternal void of wind blades. Is this what it means to enter the Supreme Realm? Qin Yuan's aura had ascended to the first level of the Supreme Realm. As he moved his steps, the supreme runes immediately coalesced into ancient patterns. With each step he took, it seemed as if the principles of the great Tao were being generated beneath his feet. Behind Qin Yuan was left only the scorched marks of the supreme thunder tribulation. Elder Bai Lai and Elder Mu Xing were utterly dumbfounded. Just now, this terrifying spectacle, if even a single thunder dragon were to strike them, they would surely be obliterated. These were not ordinary supreme calamity dragons, but ancient gilded supreme calamity dragons. The weakest among them possessed the power of a full-force strike from an 8th-level supreme expert. The strongest among them wielded power surpassing that of a half-saint. They had originally known that Qin Yuan was formidable, but now, they realized they had gravely underestimated him. Qin Yuan was far stronger than they had imagined. In fact, he had transcended any heights they could fathom. As the space began to collapse, with a mere thought from Qin Yuan, the group felt the world shift once more. Moments later, they found themselves outside the Zhongzuan abyss, within the silent spirit plane, with the abyss before them marking the entrance to Zhongzuan. Thank you, Senior. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai immediately clasped their hands in respect. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. At this moment, Lu Juli also stepped forward to Qin Yuan, kneeling before his master. Master, I wish to remain in the silent spirit plane to seek enlightenment. Very well, Qin Yuan nodded, with a wave of his hand. A gentle force lifted Lu Juli. Juli, keep your identity token safe. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, remember to transmit a strand of source power into the token. The crisis will be averted. As Lu Juli stood up, he flipped his palm, revealing the uniquely shaped identity token. At that moment, he suddenly realized that within the token, which he had previously been unable to sense any fluctuations from, lay an unfathomable and supreme power. So, Master, what you said about the great power being conferred was indeed true. Lu Juli exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. What? Do you think I was jesting? And no, cough cough. Lu Juli cleared his throat. This time, he finally understood that only upon entering the Supreme Realm could one perceive this glimmer of power. It turned out that the identity token Master spoke of could truly save his life in critical moments. Thinking of this, Lu Juli's eyes brimmed with emotion. Enough with the sentimental talk. We can save that for later. Qin Yuan waved his hand. Xiao Jin, let us depart for the southern region of the empire. Yes, Master. Xiao Jin immediately nodded, turning to Lu Juli. Junior brother, take care. We shall meet again in the southern region of the empire. Lu Juli responded. Subsequently, Qin Yuan, Xiao Jin, Elder Mu Xing, Elder Bai Lai, and Li Mins of the Flying Sword sect departed from that place. This journey has been fruitful. It is time for me to return to my clan. Qing Fengzhu, the leader of the Qing Feng clan, gazed at Qin Yuan's departing figure, filled with admiration. Father, I too have gained some insights from this journey, and I wish to remain in the silent spirit plane to cultivate, Qing Fenglan declared. Very well. Lu Juli and Qing Fenglan exchanged glances, both smiling. Qing Fenglan, once this retreat is over, I will take you to Zhongzhou to visit. My junior brother is there. Sure. But the journey to Zhongzhou is long. I will truly need your help, good brother. Huh, what do you mean? I mean, you should transform into your true form, and let me ride you to Zhongzhou. Haha. beneath the vast expanse of flowing clouds. A flying vessel adorned with azure cloud patterns traversed through the heavens. At the prow of the flying vessel, a magnificent dragon head is intricately carved, its dual eyes bursting forth with azure flames. The dragon's whiskers transform into guiding locks, drawing forth the essence of spiritual stones as a source of energy. Surrounding cyclones enclose the entire vessel, shielding it from the surrounding winds. Inside the vessel, various pavilions stand tall, filled with all the necessities that cultivators might require. Esteemed Elder, this is the Zhuixing Luyunzhou of our Guanjing Pavilion, a sacred grade artifact. By embedding a Tian-grade spiritual stone into this celestial star chart, one can activate the vessel. Its speed surpasses that of conventional teleportation formations, Elder Mu Xing elaborated to Qin Yuan, who stood at the vessel's bow. At that moment, the scenery outside the vessel elongated into slender forms, even exhibiting chromatic stratification. The spiritual pressure cascading from the vessel's stern left ripples in the fabric of space, affirming its velocity was indeed swifter than ordinary teleportation arrays. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Qin Yuan squinted and inquired with a smile. How much longer until we reach the Tianhuashan zone? Elder Mu Xing responded, Esteemed Elder, in 2 hours, we shall arrive at the Tianhuashan zone. Excellent, excellent. Qin Yuan clapped his hands. Beside him, Elder Bai Lai's expression had transformed from one of anguish to one of gratitude. Viewing this as a fortuitous encounter for the Tianhuashan zone, to accompany an esteemed elder wielding such celestial power, what were 13 flames of heaven? Even offering the entire Tianhuashan zone to the elder would be a trivial matter. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After breaking through a thick layer of crimson mist, the Zhuixing Luyunzhou finally approached the Tianhuashan zone. Chapter 44. The Holy Sun is worth less than a dog. The Tianhuashan zone had few enemies in the southern region of the Empire continent. Rather, it favored forming alliances. At this moment, the Zhuixing Luyunzhou had arrived before the Tianhuashan zone, nestled within the fiery mountain range of the southern region. Majestic crimson gold palaces towered atop this vast mountain range. Due to the influence of the celestial forces, the mountain peaks were perpetually suffused with intense fire-attribute spiritual energy. Surrounding the grand hall at the summit, various flame crystals were embedded, radiating flames day and night, seemingly eternal. Moreover, dozens of towering fire pillars encircled the great hall, each inscribed with the insights of past sect masters and elders regarding the fire attribute. Should an ordinary disciple comprehend even a fragment, it would greatly benefit their own cultivation breakthroughs. Bai Lai, I recall the Tianhuashan zone is usually quite lively, yet today, why do I see so few disciples ascending these steps? Xiao Jin, familiar with the Tianhuashan zone, having taken 3 flames of heaven from here, felt a tinge of curiosity at this scene. I do not know, Elder Bai Lai replied, bewildered. While we cannot claim to be the strongest force in the southern region, it should not be this desolate. What could be the reason for this? As the group reached the fiery stone steps, a deacon-like elder approached upon a wave. Greetings, Elder Bai Lai. What seems to be the matter today? Why does it feel so empty? Elder Bai Lai quickly inquired. Elder Bai Lai, do you not know? The deacon elder exclaimed in astonishment. Earlier today, emissaries from the Taishao sacred realm arrived. They announced the commencement of the once-in-50,000 years competition for the Holy Sun. They are scouring the surrounding minor realms for rare treasures and expect us to contribute. Although the deacon elder was filled with indignation, he dared not voice it. The minor realms referred to were many small worlds like the Jiuxian realm. What of the sect master? What of the grand elder? Elder Bai Lai clenched his fists, his voice tinged with rising ire. The grand elder has sustained severe injuries, and the sect master is currently negotiating with the Holy Sun from the Taishao sacred realm in the fiery hall. Just moments ago, the sect master issued an order. The deacon elder replied through gritted teeth, to withdraw all disciples from the fiery mountain range. The implication was clear. The sect master intended to confront the opposing party. Though Elder Bai Lai felt a surge of anger, he retained a sliver of reason. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. The sect master had become somewhat impulsive. They should yield to their demands. The deacon elder continued, upon the arrival of the Holy Sun, his family as protector sensed our Tianhuashan zone's accumulation of flames of heaven and demanded we surrender all 13 flames. The sect master refused, and thus the grand elder was gravely injured. Those 2 protectors of the Holy Sun are both half-saints. Our sect master and grand elder are merely at the 9th level of the supreme realm. They cannot compete. What? At these words, Elder Bai Lai's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly turned to Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin, gritting his teeth. Very well, you take the remaining disciples and leave swiftly. I will head to the fiery hall. Afterward, he turned to Qin Yuan with an apologetic expression. Esteemed elder, I must take my leave. Indeed, we shall also take a look, Qin Yuan replied softly, a smile concealing his intentions. However, Xiao Jin understood his master's disposition. Since he claimed the 13 flames of heaven as his own, none would dare to seize them. What of the Holy Sun from the Taishao sacred realm? What of the family as protectors? To dare to covet what belonged to them? Such audacity would meet with death. Within the main peak of the Tianhua Shinzong, in the fiery hall, only a few individuals remained. All disciples had departed, leaving merely a dozen elders suppressing their fury. At the foot of the hall lay the grand elder of the Tianhua Shinzong, unconscious. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in red, clenching his fists, gazing at the three individuals occupying the main seats above. The hall was graced by a man in azure robes, who disdainfully surveyed all present. A blue mark adorned his brow, and atop his head rested a blue hairpin, encrusted with various treasures, the aura emanating from them enough to attest to their extraordinary nature. Though slightly gaunt, his strength at the 7th level of the supreme realm was unmistakable. Beside him, two similarly attired elders regarded everyone below with indifference. As protectors of the Holy Sun, each possessed the strength of a half-saint, and not just any half-saint. Sect Masterly, I have granted you half an hour. You may offer the 13 flames of heaven now. The Holy Sun occupying the central seat yawned. Please, Holy Sun, grant me another quarter of an hour. In a quarter of an hour, I assure you that the 13 flames of heaven from the Tianhua Shinzong will be delivered in full. Sect Masterly inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure. You wish for me to wait another quarter of an hour? The Holy Sun in azure lowered his gaze, impatience creeping into his expression. Now, I shall grant you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths, should you exceed even a single breath, someone will perish within this hall. You. Sect Master Tianhua's fists clenched, his aura erupting at the 9th level of the supreme realm. At this moment, the two protectors beside the Holy Sun furrowed their brows. The oppressive aura of the half-saint descended instantly. This caused Sect Master Li to stagger backward, nearly collapsing if not for the quick intervention of the elder behind him. Were it not for our agreement with the family to avoid excessive bloodshed, would your Tianhua Shinzong even continue to exist? The Qin Yuan rose to his feet, a mocking expression adorning his face. Li Zongzhu, remember this. Before us, you are nothing but a dog, do you understand? As these words escaped his lips, the elders of the Tianhua Shinzong in the Grand Hall turned crimson with indignation, their anger palpable, yet they dared not utter a word. After all, two semi-holy protectors stood beside the xianxia. Ah, disciple, did you hear that? In this day and age, the xianxia's intellect seems rather lacking. This young man claims that the head of the Tianhua Shinzong is merely a dog, yet he himself is but at the 7th level of the supreme realm, while Li Zongzhu is at the 9th. Does that not imply that the xianxia considers himself inferior even to a dog? At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out from the entrance of the Grand Hall. The tone was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it was crystal clear to all present. Chapter 45. Can you truly defeat me? Not even a dog. Who could this be? In an instant, all the elders within the hall, along with the head of the Tianhua Shinzong, turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. They beheld 3 figures standing there. One of them was all too familiar. It was Elder Bai Lai, whom they had recently dispatched to the central region of the Dizhou to search for the Wanjie and Qin Yuan. Beside Elder Bai Lai stood 2 individuals. Upon closer inspection, Li Zongzhu was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Xiao Jin all too well. But who was the other person? The words just spoken had originated from his lips. Master is indeed correct. Xiao Jin nodded, gazing at the Qingyi xianxia standing in the Grand Hall, shaking his head. This is truly the first time I've heard a xianxia insult himself as a dog. How audacious. Such bravery. This was the initial thought that coursed through the minds of all present in the hall. To openly call the xianxia a dog in front of him. Xiao Jin and this mysterious figure were indeed exceedingly bold. Master? However, the head of the Tianhua Shinzong and others quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Xiao Jin often mentioned his master, yet no one had ever laid eyes on him. Now, as they looked at the enigmatic figure in the dark attire, curiosity began to stir within them. Could this be the mysterious master that Xiao Jin spoke of? You dare speak to our Wang family xianxia in such a tone? You seek death. The 2 protectors beside the Qingyi xianxia spoke with a harsh edge in their voices. It seemed they were about to strike. Wang Li, Wang Chong, do not intervene. This time, I will take action myself. The Qingyi xianxia raised his hands, halting the 2 protectors. Ever since Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin arrived, he had discerned their strength in a glance. Merely 2 individuals at the 1st level of the supreme realm. He was at the 7th level. Do you know who I am? The Qingyi xianxia stepped forward. And you are? Xiao Jin tilted his head, scrutinizing the Qingyi xianxia. To be honest, he had only heard rumors about the Taishao Xingyu, yet he was entirely ignorant of its true state. I am Wang Qing, the xianxia of the Wang clan from the Taishao Xingyu, the 3rd sacred domain. Wang Qing's eyes sparkled with an overwhelming arrogance. The Taishao Xingyu boasted 7 sacred domains. and the Wang clan held dominion over the pinnacle of the third sacred domain, of which he was the xianxia. Such a status was enough to instill a sense of superiority over all. I do not recognize you. Xiao Jin shook his head. Wang Qing's expression stiffened slightly. It was understandable. This uncivilized land was unworthy of knowing the Wang clan. Wang Qing's demeanor gradually turned cold. Just now, you claimed I was merely at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm, inferior to the head of the Tianhua Shenzong. Yet I observe you are merely at the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. Does that not mean you are even beneath me? Wang Qing sneered twice, seemingly reveling in his own cleverness as the smile on his face grew more pronounced. Is that so? Xiao Jin laughed, genuinely amused by his opponent. As if you could ever defeat me. With this proclamation, the crowd in the grand hall was once again taken aback. Even the two protectors beside Wang Qing were momentarily stunned. Had Xiao Jin been at the 5th or 6th level of the Supreme Realm, they might have been less surprised. However, he was only at the 1st level. Moreover, the two protectors could tell at a glance that Xiao Jin had only recently reached the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. Though the xianxia's strength might not match that of other domains, he was undeniably at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm. How could a mere 1st-level Supreme Realm practitioner possibly defeat him? Furthermore, from the implication of your words, do you admit to being a dog? Xiao Jin suddenly inquired. You. The veins on Wang Qing's forehead began to bulge. His expression grew increasingly frosty. Meanwhile, the head of the Tianhua Shenzong swallowed hard. Although he understood that Xiao Jin was powerful and bold, the current situation revealed that they possessed no advantage. Bai Lai, what on earth is happening? Li Zongzhu asked Bai Lai, who had approached him, in a hushed voice. Although Xiao Jin was formidable, it was implausible that he could rival the xianxia. And who is his master? Hearing this, Elder Bai Lai replied, Zongzhu. Fear not. This xianxia is truly no match for Xiao Jin. Li Zongzhu and the others were once again left stunned. A 1st-level Supreme Realm practitioner against one at the 7th? They might have believed it if it had been a 4th or 5th level, but the xianxia was indeed at the 7th level. It seems this uncivilized land is filled with fools like you. Wang Qing's voice dripped with disdain. Since you possess such audacity, dare you to clash with me in a single strike? Life and death aside, Wang Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down from a height. Though he contemplated letting his protectors strike down the opponent, his internal fury had been ignited. He needed to personally eliminate this affront to relieve his ire. A mere 1st-level Supreme Realm practitioner dared to speak to him in such a manner? Come. Xiao Jin stepped forward, his palm itching with anticipation. He was genuinely curious about the true strength of the xianxia from the Taishao Xingyu. A 7th-level Supreme Realm practitioner? He had even slain semi-holies before. He felt no fear whatsoever. Wang Qing also took a step forward, slowly lifting his palm as the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge. The fire attribute spiritual energy continuously surged forth. No wonder he had set his sights on the Tianhua of the Tianhua Shenzong. King Tian's destruction palm. Instantly, a blue flame coalesced before Wang Qing, forming a palm imprint adorned with azure supreme engravings. This was the Wang clan's ultimate skill, an imperial-level pinnacle martial technique. At least dozens of Supreme Realm practitioners had perished beneath this palm. It was clear that Wang Qing intended to strike with lethal intent. A single strike to kill. The azure palm, engulfed in scorching blue flames, began to advance toward Xiao Jin. The other Supreme Realm elders in the Grand Hall broke out in a cold sweat, internally questioning whether they could withstand such a blow. Burning Heavens, transformation palm. Xiao Jin chuckled, for he was most adept at palm techniques. In an instant, he summoned 3 types of heavenly fire from within. The Burning Heavens transformation palm, reinforced by the 3 heavenly fires, would only grow in power. Moreover, the speed of execution was astonishing. In the mere act of raising his hand, purple, blue, and red heavenly flames erupted forth. Before Xiao Jin, a massive tricolor transformation palm took shape. As he unleashed the palm, the aura surged forth like a mountain. 7th-level Supreme Realm. Xiao Jin laughed again. Did this fellow truly believe himself to be a semi-holy? Boom. The azure hand collided with the tricolor palm in the Grand Hall. In an instant, the azure fire palm shattered into countless pieces. This left Wang Qing wide-eyed in shock. What? Yet before he could ponder further, the Burning Heavens transformation palm was already barreling toward him. At this moment, Wang Qing felt as though he was not facing a mere palm print, but rather a colossal mountain forged from heavenly fire, crushing down upon him. His breath and the surrounding space were utterly distorted and confined by this overwhelming force. The supreme escape technique could not be invoked, and even the speed of gathering inscriptions began to slow. Wang Qing could no longer concern himself with his dignity and bellowed, Wang Li Wang Chong, save me. Chapter 46. First come, first served. Our Tianhua Shenzong discerns clearly. Within the blazing hall, Wang Qing's terrified voice echoed. He found himself ensnared under the opponent's martial arts lock. acutely aware that should he truly be struck by this palm, he would not escape unscathed, potentially losing half his life. At that moment, far beyond the southern region of the Emperor continent, in a place known as the Ghost Cry Plains, ordinary cultivators dared not approach this ominous land. For hundreds of miles around, not a single living creature ventured near. Even the beasts of the wild had vanished. This was the territory of the Soul Refining Palace. In the heart of the Ghost Cry Plains stood a magnificent dark palace, exuding a chilling aura, from which the wails of souls could occasionally be heard. In the very center, within the highest black hall, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an ancient soul character imprinted on his forehead. Master of the hall, the life tokens of Elder Shuanghun and Elder Kugu have been confirmed. They are dead, and their souls did not escape. A steward from the Soul Refining Palace whispered from behind. Understood. The man in black nodded, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. You may leave. Yes. After the steward departed, the man in black tilted his head, then bowed slightly, saying, Holy Son. From the shadows within the hall, 3 figures stepped forward. The central figure donned a black robe, with a soul imprint evident on his forehead. Flanking him were 2 gaunt elders, their eyes glowing with a ghostly fire, revealing their identities as 2 semi-saint protectors. They belonged to the soul clan of the second holy domain within the Taishao sacred realm. Hun Wuhai, how goes the preparations you were tasked with? The soul clan's holy son inquired, taking a step forward to meet Hun Wuhai's gaze. In response to the holy son, it has been completed. Over the past 20,000 years, I have led the Soul Refining Palace in refining 200,000 extraordinary souls. Now, the Wan Hunin Dan has absorbed these souls and is ready for your command, Hun Wuhai replied, taking a deep breath and bowing. Excellent, Hun Li smiled, though his smile was laced with a disregard for life. In the Taishao sacred realm, other clans see our soul clan's formidable soul refining techniques and wish to band together against us. We cannot employ such methods in the Taishao sacred realm, otherwise, perhaps I would have already ascended to the semi-saint realm. As he spoke, a hint of brutality emerged in Hun Li's eyes. He had lingered at the peak of the supreme realm for far too long. If he could quickly condense the Wan Hunin Dan, he would have already stepped into the semi-saint realm. However, the condensation of the Wan Hunin Dan was excessively cruel, requiring at least 200,000 naturally gifted souls, all under the age of 20. Otherwise, their souls would be influenced by postnatal factors. Such cruel methods were naturally intolerable to other clans and sects within the Taishao sacred realm. Thus, the Soul Clan dared not execute this plan there. Holy Son, how many holy sons have arrived in the southern region of the Emperor continent? Hun Wuhai asked. Hun Li flipped his hand, revealing a square jade piece. Within the white jade, 3 names shimmered. The first was Hun Li, the second was Wang Qing, and the third was Hong Shitian. Holy Sun Seal. Hun Li observed the jade piece in his hand. If the holy sons were assigned to the same realm, they could use this seal to observe each other's states. Wang Qing, the holy son of the Wang clan from the 3rd holy domain of the Taishao sacred realm, possesses strength at the 7th heaven. Hong Shitian, from the 5th holy domain's Hong clan, possesses strength at the 9th heaven. However, they are no match for me. My true adversary lies with the individual from the 1st holy domain. That holy maiden is my greatest rival in becoming the foremost holy son. Hun Li took another deep breath, suppressing the violent thoughts within him. Hun Wuhai, give me the Wan Hunin Dan. I shall refine this pill and step into the semi-saint realm. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his fist, coldly declaring, in this holy sun contest, our soul clan will undoubtedly claim the 1st position. Yes, holy son. Hun Wuhai presented the Wan Hunin Dan to Hun Li. At the Tianhua Shinzong, within the blazing hall, 2 semi-saints of the Wang clan immediately struck back. You dare harm our holy son. The power of Qin Yuan enveloped the hall, effortlessly neutralizing Xiao Jin's burning heaven creation palm. Although the burning heaven creation palm had integrated 3 kinds of heavenly fire, it was still insufficient against 2 semi-saints. How shameless. Xiao Jin sneered as he witnessed his attack being nullified, casting a scornful glance at the ashen-faced Wang Qing. Is this what you call a one-on-one match? Wang clan holy son. Wang Qing closed his eyes in silence. When he opened them again, a profound murderous intent glimmered within. Having suffered such humiliation within the Tianhua Shinzong, he was resolute in ensuring these individuals faced their demise. Turning to the sect leader of the Tianhua Shinzong, he spoke indifferently. I grant you 3 breaths to consider. Surrender your 13 heavenly fires to me, and I shall grant you a path to survival. However, those 2 must be executed. He cast a glance at Xiao Jin and his companion Qin Yuan. They had caused him such disgrace. They must pay with their lives. As the 1st breath passed, Wang Qing's gaze grew increasingly frigid. 2 breaths. Very well. Before Wang Qing could finish, the sect leader of the Tianhua Shinzong suddenly stepped forward. Upon witnessing this, Wang Qing's expression improved slightly. Holy Son, I have just spoken with Elder Bai Lai. I learned that when Elder Bai Lai was in the central region of the Emperor continent, he had already promised Xiao Jin and his master that upon arriving at our Tianhua Shenzong, he would bestow upon them the 13 heavenly fires. You arrived later, thus. Wang Qing's unease grew with each word, until his face was enveloped in a murderous aura. The sect leader of the Tianhua Shenzong inhaled deeply, suppressing his fear as he approached Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin, bowing to the two. Suddenly, a spatial ring shimmered with light, revealing the 13 sealed heavenly fires, which floated into the air. Then, under Xiao Jin's beckoning, they were drawn into his spatial ring. Our Tianhua Shenzong has always upheld its promises. The principle of first come, first served is clear. The sect leader seized the opportunity while the Holy Son and Xiao Jin were engaged in their confrontation. He had already gleaned the entire story from Elder Bai Lai regarding the origins of the burial respect abyss, particularly after hearing that Xiao Jin's master had invoked countless ancient supreme golden calamity dragons, rendering him utterly dumbfounded. Without a second thought, it was clear that this was a terrifying being transcending realms. At the very least, he was a saint. Moreover, a saint of considerable strength. How to choose was a matter not requiring further contemplation. One must embrace the mightiest support. Then your Tianhua Shenzong is courting death. Since that is the case, Wang Qing's eyes gathered an overwhelming murderous intent. He turned to the two clan protectors beside him and coldly commanded, "Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." Chapter 47. A True Saint Appears. The overwhelming pressure of Sheng Yun surged into the blazing hall as two semi-saints heeded his command. Even the mere pressure emanating from the sanctified presence has begun to make the grand hall tremble, with the solid pillars showing signs of cracking. It is evident that this hall cannot withstand the overwhelming force of the Sheng Yun. The elders below feel as though a colossal stone weighing millions of pounds has been placed upon their chests, stifling their breath. Such arrogance. Do they even deserve to be called the Holy Son? As Xiao Jin senses the two strands of Sheng Yun pressure, slightly stronger than that of the Qingming half-saint, his eyes reveal no hint of fear. Instead, he steps forward, with celestial flames already entwining his arms. He intends to unleash the supreme fire lotus of 49 colors, his most powerful strike to date. Disciple, remain composed. There is no need to use the fire lotus just yet, Qin Yuan interjects, with a hearty laugh. As he lifts his foot, the terrifying pressure enveloping the grand hall abruptly vanishes without a trace. The elders of the Tianhua Shenzong around them can finally breathe again. In that moment, every eye quivers slightly in astonishment. What kind of strength could dismantle the Sheng Yun pressure of two half-saints in an instant? This is certainly beyond the realm of a half-saint. Elder Bai Lai tilts his head back, brimming with confidence. Hey, sect master, esteemed elders, just you wait and see. The elder I invited possesses extraordinary abilities. Qin Yuan, upon hearing this, cannot help but be astonished. Before him, Xiao Jin slowly disperses the celestial flames in his hands and turns to say, Master, if you wield the supreme fire lotus of 49 colors well, it could indeed take down a half-saint. However, we must not sacrifice this grand hall, nor the entire Tianhua Shenzong. Qin Yuan sighs. After all, the other party has fulfilled their promise by sending us 13 celestial flames. It would be inappropriate for us to destroy their sect, wouldn't it? What you say is true. Xiao Jin immediately replies with cupped fists. Coincidentally, I also wish to inquire about the Tai Xiao Xingyu from this Holy Son. Qin Yuan takes a step forward once more. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surpassing the Sheng Yun descends upon the grand hall. At this moment, a phantom resembling an ancient deity appears behind Qin Yuan, its presence magnifying in the eyes of the onlookers. The surrounding individuals can no longer discern whether this is a genuine apparition or merely a figment of their imagination. Thud. As Qin Yuan steps forward again, his pace is unhurried, yet each footfall resonates deeply within the hearts of the spectators, causing their souls to tremble violently. Thud. Another step forward, and the space within the grand hall begins to solidify, as if it were frozen in that instant. An invisible pressure, reminiscent of an abyssal ocean, begins to permeate the hall. The elders of the Tianhua Shenzong break out in cold sweat. Even experiencing just the residual force of this pressure nearly causes their internal energies to dissipate, let alone the holy son of the Wang clan and his two guardians above in the hall. Thud. Another step forward. The divine shadow behind Qin Yuan seems to open its eyes in that fleeting moment. There is an aura reminiscent of an ancient era emanating from its gaze, overwhelming all in its wake. In this moment, it feels as though an ancient god of slaughter is gazing down upon everyone. At the head of the hall, Wang Qing's complexion has long turned pale. He stares in disbelief at the phantom, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. His legs tremble, threatening to give way beneath him. Thud. Another light step. Qin Yuan wears a smile, while the three individuals atop the hall suddenly feel the pressure, akin to mountains and seas collapsing upon them. Crack! The stone slabs beneath their feet begin to shatter. Who are you? The two guardians of the Wang Holy Sun are horrified to discover that they are unable to harness the Sheng Yun power within them at this moment. Qin Yuan remains silent. Stepping forward once more. Bang! The three are compelled to kneel. Not only that, but blood begins to seep from the corners of their mouths, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Wang Qing and his two guardians' eyes are finally filled with profound dread and terror. Their hearts are stirred by turbulent waves of fear. What kind of pressure is this? Such a pressure they have only sensed a fraction of from their clan's revered ancestors. This is beyond the half-saint realm. A saint. The instant the concept strikes Wang Qing and the others, their faces grow even paler. It is indeed a saint. Wang Qing grits his teeth and growls. The information within the clan is unreliable. Was it not said that there is only one saint in the southern region of the imperial continent? The two guardians beside him, gritting their teeth, respond, "Esteemed saint, we apologize for our lack of insight. You have already bestowed upon your disciple 13 celestial flames. We, the Wang clan, shall take our leave." "What do you say?" Qin Yuan tilts his head, smiling. "But you did not say so earlier." He chuckles softly. "Did you not claim you would kill me and my disciple?" "Elder, we were ignorant." The left guardian of the Wang clan quickly interjects. "The spatial ring contains rare treasures that our family has cherished for many years. We are willing to offer them all." The left guardian hastily presents the spatial ring. Before a saint, even they, as half-saints, must kneel. After all, a half-saint is merely a false saint. Only those who truly step into the realm of a saint possess the power to effortlessly dominate half-saints. Just one. Qin Yuan gazes at the floating spatial ring, his eyes narrowing slightly. No, Elder. It is 3. The left guardian of the Wang clan quickly exchanges glances with the other guardian and Wang Qing. The other guardian hurriedly retrieves a spatial ring, while Wang Qing, though begrudgingly, also takes off his ring. As he does, a pained expression flashes across his face. "Just you wait." Wang Qing vows silently. As soon as he leaves this place, he will return to the Tai Shao Xingyu to report this incident to the clan leader and the revered ancestor. What of a saint? His family is not without one. Disciple, catch. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yuan tosses the 3 spatial rings to Xiao Jin, who is not far behind. Upon receiving the rings, Xiao Jin begins to rummage through their contents. "Master, this holy son possesses quite a treasure trove," he remarks. Hearing this, Wang Qing's pale complexion hardens with anger. "Elder, what do you think?" The left guardian of the Wang clan inquires softly. "May we take our leave now?" Qin Yuan strides forward, taking a seat at the main seat of the Lian Hall. Yet, the pressure of the saint upon the two guardians and Wang Qing does not dissipate. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word." Qin Yuan smiles, clapping his hands. "After I ask you a few questions, you shall be free to leave. I guarantee that today's events will be treated as though they never occurred." "Very well. What the elder says is true. Once the horse has bolted, it cannot be chased." The left guardian nods repeatedly. Below, Elder Bai Lai rushes to Xiao Jin's side, appearing somewhat anxious. "Xiao Jin, you must persuade your master. We have already offended them to such a degree, they will surely not let this go easily." While rummaging through the items in the spatial ring, Xiao Jin lifts his head to look at Bai Lai and replies, "Did my master not say?" After questioning them, he will ensure they leave, and that nothing will occur today. "Now, let me ask you, Bai Lai, what constitutes as nothing happening? Also, should they leave this place or the mortal realm?" "Hee. Ponder that." Xiao Jin grinned widely, and after speaking, continued to swiftly store the 3 spatial rings. It must be said that there truly are many treasures. It is no wonder that he hails from the Sacred Sun family. Chapter 48. A single palm to annihilate. One must be ruthless. "Senior." The two guardians beside Wang Qing spoke respectfully. "I ask you." Qin Yuan turned to them and inquired, "How many people from the Tai Shao sacred domain have come? What is their purpose?" The guardian on the left from the Wang family quickly replied, in response to the senior's inquiry. "There are a total of 7 sacred sons dispatched from the Tai Shao sacred domain. Each of the 7 domains selected their strongest heir from the same generation to participate in the Sacred Sun competition held every 50,000 years. At present, 3 sacred sons have arrived in the southern region of the imperial continent. The first is our Wang family's sacred son, Wang Qing." As the guardian spoke, a hint of pride appeared on Wang Qing's face. Although his strength may not match that of the other sacred sons, he is the youngest among them. Given time, he is confident he will surpass the others. The second is Hun Li, the sacred son from the Han family of the second sacred domain of Tai Shao. The third is Hong Shitian from the Hong family of the 5th sacred domain. Both of them possess strength at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, 9th heaven. The Wang family guardian glanced at Qin Yuan and continued, The sacred sons have come here to seek the most powerful opportunities in this world. The Sumikoi. In the presence of a powerful being at the sage level, the Wang family guardian dared not conceal any information. The Sumikoi, you say? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, implying that the initiator of the Sacred Sun competition among the 7 domains of Tai Xiao must possess at least one Sumikoi. Otherwise, they would not know the whereabouts of the other koi. Indeed, the Wang family guardian nodded repeatedly. He then proceeded to disclose further details. After a moment, Qin Yuan concluded. In other words, among the sacred sons from the 7 domains of Tai Xiao, 3 are in the southern region of the imperial continent. The Han family has a subordinate force here known as the Lian Han Hall. Your purpose for coming here is twofold. First, to search for rare treasures to enhance your strength and return to the Tai Xiao sacred domain in a month. Second, if you can find the Sumikoi, you may directly seek out the initiator of the Sacred Sun competition and obtain the title of the strongest sacred son this time, with their assistance allowing you to step into the xianxiaaudiobooks ahead of time, correct? Yes, senior. Your summary is entirely accurate. The Wang family guardians nodded repeatedly. However, our primary goal is only the first. As for the Sumikoi, we can only hope for good fortune. Such a heavenly treasure is beyond our wildest dreams. Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, a smile gradually appearing on his face. All right, I have finished my inquiries. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the 2 Wang family guardians finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a cautious tone, they clasped their fists together and said to Qin Yuan, "Then, senior, may we take our leave? Rest assured, there is no need to be so tense. I have said that once I have obtained the answers I seek, I will allow you to depart." Qin Yuan, seated in the main position, wore a smile. "Thank you, senior." The Wang family guardians immediately nodded and began to step back slowly. Wang Qing, supported by the 2 guardians, was moving toward the exit of the Great Hall. However, during the process, Wang Qing's gaze was fiercely fixed on everyone within the hall. "You ants, just wait for my Wang family." In the final second before leaving the hall, Wang Qing gritted his teeth, wishing he could devour everyone present. Just as his words fell, an overwhelming pressure poured down from the heavens outside the hall. A terrifying phantom resembling an ancient demon suddenly appeared. This time, it was even more solid than the previous phantom. The sacred rhythm pressure suddenly descended. The 2 Wang family guardians immediately knelt outside the hall, their eyes bloodshot. One of them roared in anger, "Senior, did you not say we could leave? You cannot go back on your word." The other guardian also shouted in fury, "Senior, do you truly wish to be irreconcilable with our Wang family?" Inside the hall, Qin Yuan glanced at the 3 Wang family members outside. "I said I would let you leave. Look, you 3 have already left the hall, haven't you? I am a person of my word." Hearing this, the faces of the Wang family members turned dark. Qin Yuan continued leisurely, "Moreover, I despise threats above all else. The Wang family." He chuckled, and as he did, his right hand slowly rose, gently grasping toward the direction outside the hall. In an instant, the ancient demon phantom at the entrance seemed to stir. A tremendous force, accompanied by a terrifying sacred rhythm pressure capable of shattering souls, crashed down upon the 3 Wang family members. With a splatter, the 3 members of the Wang family, the sacred son and the 2 guardians at the semi-sacred level, were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. They did not even have time to scream before their souls perished, and they vanished completely. It will not be long before the entire Wang family joins you. A hint of extraordinary ruthlessness surfaced in Qin Yuan's gentle gaze. He had lived for 1,000,000 years in the ancient tomb of heaven, understanding a fundamental truth. In a world centered on cultivation, one must be ruthless. Fists are the ultimate truth, applicable in any world. This is how it ends. 2 semi-sacreds and a sacred son. All the elders of the Tianhua Shun zone present in the hall gulped hard. Looking at the demon phantom outside, they finally realized that this was the legendary sage's law form. Only upon entering the sage realm could one comprehend such terrifying techniques. After entering the sage realm, battles transcend ordinary martial skills and can be completely replaced by law forms. What Qin Yuan had just demonstrated was indistinguishable from the sage's law form attack techniques. Truly deserving of being a senior. Inside the hall, Elder Bai Lai, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp, immediately spoke up. "Of course, just look at who my master is." At this moment, Xiao Jin had organized everything within the spatial ring. After swiftly arriving beside Qin Yuan, he handed over the arranged spatial ring to his master. Qin Yuan graciously accepted the spatial ring and stood upright, declaring, "Xiao Jin, spend the next few days refining the Tianhua in the Tianhua Shen zone. After that, we shall seek your junior brother Lin Chong, and then head to the Tai Xiao sacred domain." "Yes, master." Chapter 49. The sound precedes the arrival. The annihilation finger of the ancient sky. In the southern region of the imperial continent, there lies a desolate land. This place may have had a name once. But after tens of thousands of years without a single footstep, its name has been lost to time. At the end of this dreary world, a massive ancient city stands, resembling the remains of an ancient beast stretching across the landscape. The walls of the desolate city rise high, seemingly unyielding even after millennia. However, from the cracked and weathered surface, it is evident that even the most robust walls cannot withstand the ravages of time. Looking down upon the desolate city, one notices wide streets, yet they are eerily devoid of life. Only gusts of sand continuously weave through the cracks in the stone walls. Within the desolate city, the air is thick with a scent of decay. Although many halls are situated here, these grand structures have long since lost their former glory. Even so, many grand halls have been reduced to mere skeletal stone pillars. These pillars reach toward the somber sky above, rendering the ancient city even more desolate. In this forsaken city, a sudden azure figure abruptly ascends from the center. Its speed is akin to lightning, and with its movement, a tempest arises around it, infused with an overwhelming aura of desolation. In an instant, the figure cloaked in blue reaches the void above. At this moment, it is enveloped in an intensely rich essence of desolation, as if it has become one with the ancient city, merging with the surrounding heavens and earth. Its black eyes, cold as ice, slowly survey the desolate city below. The flowing robe moves as if stirred by an unseen wind, and from its lips emerges a whisper, "Desolate city. Desolate city." In this gray realm, the ancient city, untouched for millennia, seems to lament in response. Due to the forces of heaven and earth, this desolate city has coalesced a formidable power of desolation. Lin Chong, possessing a natural body of desolation, is most suited to cultivate here. Now, having stepped into the supreme realm, he has absorbed all the power of desolation present. Subsequently, Lin Chong's aura begins to ascend gradually. Supreme Realm First Heaven, complete breakthrough. Supreme Realm Second Heaven, complete breakthrough. Supreme Realm Third Heaven, complete breakthrough. Supreme Realm Fourth Heaven, breakthrough. At this moment, Lin Chong's strength has instantaneously transcended 4 levels, reaching the Supreme Realm Fourth Heaven. After all, this is a treasure trove that has accumulated the power of heaven and earth for millennia, now entirely absorbed by Lin Chong alone. This is greatly thanks to his master, who helped strengthen his body of desolation. Otherwise, he might not have been able to absorb such vast power. The azure-clad man's countenance is stern, and his words resonate with profound respect for his master. He recalls the moment he fortuitously fell into the ancient tomb of desolation years ago. Had it not been for his master's intervention, he might have already become prey to a magical beast. His master not only saved him, but also imparted his skills and unearthed the power of desolation within him, enhancing his roots and endowing him with the formidable technique of the Great Desolation Sky transformation. Lin Chong gazes toward the distant gray earth. The next moment, a low chant escapes his lips. Desolation Sky Prison Finger. The utterance reverberates like thunder in the air. Lin Chong slowly raises his right hand, extending his index finger forward with a gentle point. From his fingertip emerges a sudden flash of azure desolation light. Though his movement appears slow, the surrounding realm is already resonating with unparalleled pressure of desolation. At this moment, his finger has stirred the very essence of desolation contained within heaven and earth. In the void, a colossal finger materializes. This finger, a shade of azure gray, is adorned with ancient and mysterious carvings of desolation. Each inscription emanates an aura of antiquity, filled with desolation and annihilation. The finger is as robust as a mountain. As the Desolation Sky Prison Finger is unleashed, it resembles a chasm. Where it passes, the space fractures, transforming into countless crystalline shards. In this moment, it seems that only this finger remains in the world. It carries the supreme pressure of desolation, hurtling forward with tremendous force. Boom! As Lin Chong flicks his finger, the immense azure finger descends with ferocity. Before it even lands, the terrifying pressure of desolation has already caused the ground below to collapse. The entire gray plain trembles violently. Countless fissures, like a spider's web, spread across the expanse. As this finger descends, the heavens tremble. The power of desolation sweeps across the 8 directions. All vitality is annihilated beneath this singular finger. Truly, the technique gifted by his master is extraordinary. Lin Chong observes the devastation he has wrought, nodding slightly. Now, having reached the Supreme Realm Fourth Heaven, he wonders about the fortunes of his elder brother, Xiao Jin. After discerning the direction, Lin Chong intends to head to the appointed meeting place with Xiao Jin. Meanwhile, at the edge of the gray plain, 3 crimson figures arrive in the air. One of them, rugged in appearance, sports a red beard. Beside him are 2 red-robed elders, whose profound aura reveals them to be semi-saints. Such terrifying power of desolation. Who is this person? I must forge a connection with him. Hong Shitian's voice booms, his red eyes brimming with unprecedented excitement. Saint Sun, our purpose here is to seek fortune and see if we can find the Sumi Koi. Let us avoid meddling in other matters, cautions the protector from the Hong family. No worries. No worries. Hong Shitian waves his hand, unleashing the aura of the supreme ninth heaven. Besides, the Sumi Koi is ethereal. Who could possibly find it? Even someone with soul secrets like Hun Li Wun Ti be able to track it down. Forget it. In Hong Shitian's perception, a figure appears. Without hesitation, he rushes toward the figure, his form transforming into a streak of light. Behind him, the two protectors of the Hong family do not lag behind and immediately follow suit. As they draw near, Hong Shitian realizes he is almost upon the figure. Ha ha ha. His boisterous laughter echoes. This brother. But before he could finish his words, a thunderous shout suddenly reverberates from afar. Desolation Sky Prison Finger. Instantly, an immense azure finger adorned with desolation carvings manifests in the air. The colossal finger, infused with the power of desolation, hurtles toward Hong Shitian and his companions with great ferocity. The moment of impact arrives before the figure itself. As a reflex, Hong Shitian is taken aback. He had merely passed this way, sensing a powerful aura of desolation, intending to form a friendship. Yet, upon entering, he finds himself met with an immediate counterattack. Left with no choice, he channels his inner energy to its fullest. Hong Mountain Palm. He employs his utmost strength. A massive red hand forms in front of Hong Shitian, surging upward to clash with the descending azure finger. Boom. The moment they make contact, the red hand shatters into fragments, while the colossal azure finger dims only slightly. What? Hong Shitian is momentarily stunned. He had exerted nearly 80% of his strength. Were it not for sensing that the opponent was merely at the Supreme Realm Fourth Heaven, he might have thought the person was a peak Supreme Realm cultivator like himself. The two semi-saint protectors beside him quickly perform hand seals. The power of the sacred rhythm surges forth. This finally mitigates the impact of the azure finger. What a profound power of desolation. This young man possesses such terrifying talent. After successfully defending against the finger, the two protectors feel a tremor in their hearts. If not for their Saint Son's presence, they would have declared this person's talent surpasses that of their own Saint Son. To encounter such a formidable talent in this realm is astonishing indeed. This young friend. At this moment, one of the guardians spoke up. Just before he could continue, a low voice emanated from the figure clad in green across from them. Huang Tian Xiaomieji. Both Hong Shitian and the two guardians were slightly taken aback. They had no intention of making a move, yet the opponent persisted. Reluctantly, the two semi-saints raised their defenses once more. In the distance, Lin Chong's gaze was locked onto the trio of Hong Shitian. Observing that they had successfully defended against his two attempts of Huang Tian Xiaomieji, he began to fervently circulate the Da Huang Tian Yanju within his body, preparing to unleash an even more formidable Da Huang martial technique. Young friend, we are not enemies. We did not come here to fight. One of the guardians seized the opportunity to shout loudly. We harbor no ill intentions. Lin Chong furrowed his brows. But the Da Huang Tian Yanju was already in motion within him. He remained vigilant, watching the trio of Hong Shitian from afar. No ill intentions? My master has advised me that if I encounter someone stronger than myself, it is best to act first and speak later. Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian's face twitched. The style of the opponent's master was indeed quite formidable. We truly mean no harm. We noticed you performing martial techniques here and intended to come and befriend you. Hong Shitian said as he approached Lin Chong, cupping his hands in greeting. Be friends with me? Lin Chong remained on guard. No, he directly refused a moment later. My master has said that when encountering someone stronger than myself who wishes to befriend me, their intentions can only be one, to exploit me. At this point, Lin Chong's gaze suddenly grew menacing. He was not one for scholarly pursuits. In matters of cultivation, his philosophy was straightforward. Act decisively. No. Hong Shitian waved his hands repeatedly. We truly mean no ill will. We hail from the Tai Shao Shengyu. He then divulged the details regarding the contest for the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun contest is fraught with peril. A month later, when the Holy Sun Yun Shao of the Tai Shao Shengyu sets up the Cloud Summit, we, the Holy Suns, can only bring 2 aides with us. Only the top 3 victors will qualify to enter the xianxiaaudiobooks for enlightenment. Xianxiaaudiobooks? Lin Chong tilted his head, scrutinizing Hong Shitian. After attaining the Supreme Realm, he was no stranger to the xianxiaaudiobooks. However, such an ethereal opportunity was beyond the reach of ordinary Supremes. Yet, should one indeed step within, it would be an immense opportunity for any practitioner of the Supreme Realm. Would you truly offer such a boon to an outsider like me? Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian coughed lightly. To be honest, among our 7 holy sons, The Holy Maiden of the first Holy Domain will undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. The Soul Clan of the second Holy Domain is also nearly guaranteed a spot. In other words, although there are 3 slots for the Holy Sun Cloud Summit, there is effectively only one available for the Holy Suns from other domains. Hence, the risks are substantial. Lin Chong nodded, having gleaned the reason behind their desire to befriend him. In essence, they sought a strong ally to help this Holy Sun secure one of the 3 coveted positions. I shall consider this matter further. I have other business to attend to. Farewell, Lin Chong concluded, prioritizing the importance of meeting his senior brother over the allure of the xianxiaaudiobooks men. With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the air. What a character! Xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily stunned before shifting into a crimson glow, swiftly following in Lin Chong's wake. The 2 semi-saints exchanged glances before hastily pursuing after them. 7 days later, within the Tianhua Shen Zone, a wave of supreme pressure enveloped the entire sect. Supreme Realm First Layer, Great Perfection. Breakthrough. Supreme Realm Second Layer, Great Perfection. Breakthrough. Supreme Realm Third Layer. Breakthrough. Ultimately, the fiery figure in the sky stabilized at the Supreme Realm Fourth Layer, Great Perfection. At this moment, Xiao Jin had thoroughly refined the 13 heavenly fires within the Tianhua Shen Zone. However, the ranking of these heavenly fires was not particularly high, allowing Xiao Jin to break through only 4 realms. He needed to strive harder to reach the Supreme Fourth Layer. Qin Yuan observed Xiao Jin as he approached, imparting sage advice. Indeed, Xiao Jin nodded promptly. Just then, he suddenly paused, producing a blue communication crystal from his spatial ring. The crystal was pulsating with light. Master, Lin Chong has also exited seclusion. Moreover, he has arrived at the designated meeting place. It was evident that this was a communication crystal. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan smiled leisurely. Let us depart immediately. I wish to see just how formidable Lin Chong has become. Ding. System task triggered. Meet with disciple Lin Chong. Based on the disciple's current comprehensive strength, the host will receive a critical feedback of fortune value. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's expression brightened with anticipation. The next moment, his figure flickered, vanishing miles away in an instant. Xiao Jin hastily followed suit. Chapter 51, The Holy Sun Cloud Summit. In the southern domain of the Emperor Continent, within the main hall of the Refining Soul Palace, a shimmering spatial fold manifested, and Han Li along with 2 guardians emerged from within. The palace lord, Han Wuhai, who had been waiting here for quite some time, couldn't help but inhale sharply upon seeing Han Li. After refining the Wan Hunin Dan within the secret realm of the Soul Palace, Han Li's strength had ascended into the semi-saint realm. The ancient and ethereal aura of sanctity surrounding him made even Han Wuhai feel a twinge of trepidation. Congratulations, Holy Sun, on reaching the semi-saint realm. Han Wuhai bowed deeply. The semi-saint realm had transcended the supreme level. Now, the odds in the contest for the Holy Sun would be slightly improved. Han Li licked his lips, a chilling expression crossing his face. This time, in the contest for the Holy Sun Cloud Summit, our Soul Clan must secure first place. Then we shall enter the xianxiaaudiobooks men and ascend to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. We will make the entire Tai Shao Shengyu aware that our Soul Clan is the strongest. As his words fell, Han Li flipped his right hand, revealing a crystal stone that shimmered in his palm. The names of Wang Qing, Han Li, and Hong Shitian were brightly illuminated upon it. Wang Qing posed little threat, but Hong Shitian could be a bit troublesome. However, now that I have stepped into the semi-saint realm, Hong Shitian is not my match, right? Just as Han Li finished speaking, he noticed the area inscribed with Wang Qing's name on the crystal gradually dimming, ultimately extinguishing completely. This spectacle shocked even the 2 guardians from the Soul Clan beside him. The aura had vanished. Han Li gazed at the crystal in his hand, his voice tinged with disbelief. How could this be? Is there truly a saint in this small southern domain? Once one attains the supreme realm, they can attach their own aura to the crystal. If the individual perishes, their aura will dissipate as well. This current scene left Han Li and his companions utterly baffled. Although there were indeed many supreme realm experts in the southern domain, it should be noted that Wang Qing was accompanied by 2 family guardians, all of whom must be at least semi-saints. Semi-saints find it difficult to kill other semi-saints, which means only a saint above the semi-saint level could effortlessly eliminate Wang Qing's guardians and then Wang Qing himself. Could it be that the domain lord of the southern domain of the Emperor Continent has made a move? Han Wuhai furrowed his brows. Impossible. Han Li shook his head. That saint has no grudge against the Wang clan. Moreover, even if Wang Qing is unruly, he would not dare to act recklessly before a saint. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li shook his head once more and declared, "It is perhaps for the best that Wang Qing has perished. This will leave one position vacant among the 7, which is advantageous for us." Although the saint possesses formidable strength, he is not one to be overly concerned about. After all, which family capable of dominating the Taishao sacred domain does not have a saint among their ranks? My objective in arriving at the southern domain of Dizhou has been accomplished. I shall return immediately to the Taishao sacred domain. Han Wuhai. He turned to Han Wuhai and instructed, please make the necessary arrangements here. Remember the date, 3 weeks from now. The family has dispatched me to bring you and your elder brother, Han Wuya. The 3 of us shall participate in the Saint Sun Yunxiao arena. Yes, Saint Sun, Han Wuhai replied solemnly. He has led the soul refining hall in the southern domain of Dizhou for several millennia. Attaining the pinnacle of the supreme, ninth heaven, the threshold to semi-saint, is but a mere step away. He is confident in his ability to assist the Saint Sun in securing victory at the Saint Sun Yunxiao arena. Han Li acknowledged the 2 guardians with a nod. In the next moment, the guardians simultaneously formed seals, creating ripples of spatial restrictions around the 3 of them. The distance between the Taishao sacred domain and the southern domain of Dizhou spans trillions of miles, with vast swathes of miasma and void obstructing the path. To traverse such space, one must at least possess the strength of a semi-saint. After the Saint Sun and the guardians vanished from sight, Han Wuhai resumed his cold demeanor. He turned his head and gestured, summoning a protector to his side. How many souls have we captured? He inquired impassively. There are 21 at the supreme level and 237 at the divine catastrophe level, the protector replied. Han Wuhai waved his hand. Drawing all these souls into the soul refining wheel rotation array, I shall personally enter the array to refine them. Though this method may not be as potent as the one Hanin Dan, it will still afford me a glimpse into the power of a semi-saint. Yes, Hall Master. The protector nodded promptly. Before long, on the Ghost Cry Plains, the air was once again filled with hair-raising screams, the final cries of souls being refined. In the southern domain of Dizhou, within a bustling metropolis known as Guiyang City, the geographical setting near a fiery mountain range imbues the climate with an intense warmth. Despite the heat, Guiyang City serves as a vital hub among dozens of surrounding cities, thriving with both cultivators and ordinary citizens. Most inhabitants are practitioners, born into a land where the sun's fiery essence fosters exceptional talent for cultivation. The city lord of Guiyang has reached the 8th level of the supreme realm. While not on par with top-tier sects like the Tianhua Divine Sect, he ensures the city's prosperity remains intact. At Yipin Xianju, proclaimed Brother Lin Chong. Rest assured, I have secured this establishment entirely. All the exquisite delicacies are at your disposal, with the Saint Sun from the Taishao sacred domain personally hosting. The other cultivators within Yipin Xianju understood the gravity of the situation and vacated the premises after accepting spirit stones. Had arranged for the entire Yipin Xianju to prepare a lavish feast. Turning to Lin Chong, he patted his chest and boasted, "You, a Saint Sun, are providing spirit stones?" Seated in the hall of Yipin Xianju, Lin Chong had previously arranged to meet with his senior brother, Xiao Jin. Once they had gathered their respective fortunes in the southern domain of Dizhou, observing such extravagant efforts to reserve the entire venue at 10 times the original price left him somewhat astonished. "Brother Lin Chong, what you say is quite surprising," remarked, momentarily taken aback. After all, the Saint Sun is still a person who must pay for meals and drinks. Lin Chong shook his head, stating, "My master has advised me that those bearing the title of Saint Sun are often arrogant and domineering, urging me to remain vigilant. Your master truly possesses foresight and wisdom," replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. "As for my invitation to you to join us in the Taishao sacred domain," Lin Chong's expression regained its composure, his voice devoid of emotion. "We shall discuss this further upon my senior brother's arrival." Chapter 52. Accompanying your senior brother to eliminate a target. Saint Sun, is this truly appropriate? After waiting for a while, a guardian from the family approached, whispering, "Isn't this a bit too subservient? After all, our family is a top-tier clan within the 5th sacred domain of Taishao. Such an identity, coupled with their strength, inevitably breeds a sense of pride. What do you understand?" Raised an eyebrow. "In that desolate region, you have witnessed Brother Lin Chong's prowess firsthand. Despite his mere cultivation at the 4th level of the supreme realm, he managed to suppress me in combat. More crucially, Brother Lin Chong displayed no hint of panic in the face of your 2 semi-saints. Furthermore, the Great Wilderness technique he practices bears striking similarities to that of the Huang Tian Pavilion." One of the guardians frowned slightly at this. Indeed, the Huang Tian Pavilion also practices the Great Wilderness technique, but there are distinctions between it and this young friend's method. However, the individuals from the Huang Tian Pavilion are not to be trifled with. Even our family would not claim to have complete dominance over them. I am aware, nodded. Brother Lin Chong will not be associated with the Huang Tian Pavilion. Nonetheless, you are also aware of the formidable nature of the Great Wilderness technique. If the opportunity arises, I must invite Brother Lin Chong to join us in the Saint Sun Yunxiao arena. even if we must offer greater incentives. Upon hearing this, the two guardians ceased their further inquiries. Outside Guiyang City, Xiao Jin and Qin Yuan arrived at the city gate. Master, this is Guiyang City, Qin Yuan remarked, gazing at the ancient city towers with a smile. Let us proceed to Yipin Xianju, Xiao Jin replied. Upon their arrival, Qin Yuan unleashed his formidable soul perception, swiftly ascertaining the entirety of the situation within Guiyang City. Inside Yipin Xianju, Lin Chong suddenly rose from his seat, sensing that his senior brother Xiao Jin had arrived. Startled, also stood up promptly, turning his gaze towards the entrance. Curiosity filled their hearts as they pondered what kind of person Lin Chong's eccentric senior brother might be. They noticed two figures leisurely approaching the hall. One was clad in dark robes, wearing a gentle smile, with eyes that sparkled like stars, seemingly capable of piercing through their very souls. Beside him stood a man adorned in fiery attire, a flame lotus mark on his forehead resembling a real flame, ready to ignite at any moment. Lin Chong, look who has arrived, Xiao Jin exclaimed, sweeping his gaze across and the others before focusing on the newcomer. Lin Chong's attention was now fixed on Qin Yuan, who had just entered the hall. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming that he was not experiencing a mere illusion, Lin Chong felt his eyes welling up with tears. He then took 2 steps forward and suddenly knelt down with a thud. Swordsmen. The tremor in his voice was unmistakable. It was evident that Lin Chong's heart was overwhelmed with emotion. It had been over 10,000 years since he had last seen his master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the triggered task. The disciple's fortune critical strike reward begins to reflect. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 200 billion points of luck value. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. With a gentle wave of his hand, he lifted Lin Chong up. Following this, Lin Chong began to recount the hardships he had endured over the millennia. Beside them, Hong Shitian appeared somewhat taken aback. He nudged the protector of the Hong family beside him with his elbow. I must not have sensed incorrectly, right? That person whom Lin Chong referred to as Swordsmen possesses only the strength of the first layer of the Supreme Realm, correct? Indeed, that is what my senses indicate. The Hong family protector replied, momentarily stunned. The individual next to him wields an exceptionally powerful fire attribute technique. Although I cannot ascertain the exact strength, it likely isn't weak. After a brief moment, Qin Yuan turned his gaze towards Hong Shitian. You are Hong Shitian? He inquired. Hong Shitian cleared his throat. Although his senses indicated that the person before him was merely at the first layer of the Supreme Realm, he reasoned that since Lin Chong referred to him as Swordsmen, he could not possibly possess only such limited power. This must be a facade. Hong Shitian, with his rugged features, possessed a meticulous mind. He quickly approached Qin Yuan and respectfully stated, Yes, senior. I have heard from my disciple that you wish to utilize him to participate in that so-called Saint Sun Yunxiao competition, and subsequently help you secure a place among the top 3. Qin Yuan squinted and smiled. Cough, cough, cough. Senior, this is a misunderstanding. It is certainly a misunderstanding. Hong Shitian exclaimed, coughing violently. We are collaborating, not exploiting. You see, if we can secure a place among the top 3, we will have the opportunity to enter the Xianxia Heaven Gate. This is an excellent opportunity to step into the realm of the saints. Surely, senior understands? Hong Shitian completely disregarded the notion of Qin Yuan being of supreme realm strength. The fact that 2 of his family's semi-saints could not discern the true level of the opponent's power indicated that the other party's strength was at least that of a saint. The Xianxia Heaven Gate, you say? Qin Yuan gently tapped his fingers on the table. He then glanced at his 2 disciples, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, who both exhibited remarkable talent and outstanding potential. Remaining in the southern region of the imperial continent would make it difficult for them to ascend to higher realms. For the 2 of them, the supreme realm was merely a starting point. However, to have his disciples serve as subordinates to this Hong Shitian, he thought it inappropriate. Closing his eyes, as his thoughts flowed, he recalled an encounter with Wang Qing, where he had seen a jade plate engraved with the Saint Sun's token within the opponent's spatial ring. Just as he was about to retrieve it, a surge of overwhelming black soul energy suddenly materialized above Guiyang City, resembling dark clouds shrouding the area. The aura of the Soul Clan? Could it be that rascal Hunli? Hong Shitian immediately sensed this and furrowed his brow. No, it doesn't seem to be Hunli. Who could it be? Meanwhile, inside the first-class celestial abode, Qin Yuan gazed at the delicious dishes that had just been placed on the table, his lips curling slightly. Just as he was about to savor them, he was interrupted. At this moment, Xiao Jin slowly rose from his seat. This aura, I am well acquainted with it. Swordsmen. It is the aura of the master of the soul refining hall, Hun Wu Hai. That scoundrel once pursued me in the supreme 7th layer, but I managed to escape. Though Xiao Jin spoke lightly, the peril he faced had been nearly life-threatening. Lin Chong, accompany your senior brother. Qin Yuan set down his chopsticks, still smiling. It's time to eliminate someone. Chapter 53, Master of the Soul Refining Hall. To eliminate someone. The casualness with which he uttered these words was akin to the ease of drinking water, leaving Hong Shitian in slight astonishment. It was clear that he had discerned the individual releasing soul energy outside had a history with Lin Chong's senior brother. However, according to his perception, that person's strength was already faintly approaching the semi-saint level. Just moments prior, Hong Shitian had been prepared to offer his assistance to quell the conflict. But he never expected that the stance taken by Qin Yuan indicated an intention to eliminate Hun Wuhai, Sr. While Hun Wuhai's strength may not be as formidable as Hun Li's, the techniques practiced by the Soul Clan are exceedingly domineering and can target the very essence of the soul. Perhaps it would be best for us to intervene. Before Hong Shitian could finish, Xiao Jin interjected, "Such trivial matters, we will handle ourselves." After this declaration, he and Lin Chong stepped forward in unison, their figures vanishing without a trace. This scene left Hong Shitian momentarily stunned. "Senior, I will accompany you to observe." He promptly summoned his spatial power and departed alongside them. The two semi-saints beside him exchanged glances and, with a respectful bow towards Qin Yuan, quickly followed suit. Guyong City, once bustling with activity, fell silent as the immense soul energy enveloped the area. Is it people from the Soul Refining Hall? What is happening? Our Guyong City has never had any conflicts with the Soul Refining Hall. What could their presence indicate? Something is amiss. Fellow Taoists, that appears to be Hun Wuhai, the master of the Soul Refining Hall. What? Hun Wuhai has personally come to our Guyong City. For what purpose? Is he here to capture someone? The crowd below began to murmur amongst themselves. Above Guyong City, Hun Wuhai observed the soul energy that had engulfed the entire city, a cruel glint emerging on his face. After refining all the souls within the Soul Refining Hall, his power surged to the peak of the 9th layer of the Supreme Realm, nearing the semi-saint level. Just a little more, and I can step into true semi-sainthood. Just a fraction more. Hun Wuhai sneered twice, his gaze sweeping across Guyong City below. This city was one he had meticulously chosen. Due to its geographical position, the inhabitants naturally possessed stronger soul power than the average person. Moreover, the city lord's strength was only at the 8th layer of the Supreme Realm, which, in Hun Wuhai's eyes, was insignificant. An 8th layer Supreme Realm soul, combined with the myriad souls of Guyong City, should be sufficient for him to ascend to the semi-saint level. The secret arts of the Soul Refining Hall were indeed ruthless. "Soul Hall Master," a voice called from below, causing Hun Wuhai to turn his head and regard the figure rushing towards him like a shooting star. The city lord of Guyong City. Recognizing the identity of the individual, Hun Wuhai's expression grew increasingly cold. "Soul Hall Master, our Guyong City has never been at odds with outsiders. The residents here are all law-abiding. If there has been any grievance, I shall offer the treasures we have accumulated over the years as compensation to the Soul Hall Master." The city lord of Guyong City bowed deeply to Hun Wuhai. Grievance? None. However, Hun Wuhai suddenly raised his hand. A torrent of black soul energy coalescing into an arrow that fiercely pierced towards the city lord of Guyong City. "Today, I sensed a breakthrough opportunity. The Hall of Souls lacks divine spirits. Thus, I shall claim all the divine spirits from within your ancient city of Guyong to serve as substitutes. This shall indeed be your great fortune." With the eerie laughter of Hun Wuhai resonating, the lord of Guyong City found himself unable to withstand this formidable strike. The supreme engravings on his body shattered, and his vitality waned instantaneously, causing him to plummet heavily into the depths of Guyong City. "City Lord." Dozens of cultivators rushed forward from below. The lord of Guyong City was known for his kindness, thus he had a commendable rapport with the people. "Flee quickly. Hun Wuhai, the master of the Hall of Souls, intends to refine this city." Staggering to his feet, the city lord summoned his supreme power to alert the entire city. Only now did he realize the presence of an intruder. It was too late. In the air, Hun Wuhai let out a sinister laugh. With his personal touch, the 11th Order Soul Refinement Rotation Array activated instantly. Under the control of Hun Wuhai, a pinnacle expert at the 9th heaven of the Supreme Realm, the array commenced its operation. From the inky black clouds, torrents of soul energy-laden chains cascaded down relentlessly. These chains penetrated the surroundings of Guyong City, enveloping everything within. As I previously mentioned, today, everyone in Guyong City shall experience a monumental transformation. You shall become the nourishment for my path to sanctity. With a maniacal laugh, a black altar materialized beneath Hun Wuhai's feet. It was mere slaughter. He had already annihilated dozens of cities, if not 100. His strength was evident, and he had no concerns. Crack. Just as Hun Wuhai began to channel the soul refinement technique, a crisp crack echoed from within the encirclement of black soul chains. A gap appeared where the chains were bound, and then two figures, one red and one blue, transformed into streaks of light, appearing not far from Hun Wuhai. Xiao Jin, and Lin Chong. Hun Wuhai, standing atop the black altar, gazed at the two figures, his expression turning icy. He did not anticipate that they would also be present in Guyang City today. Very well, I shall refine both of you together. Sensing that both had ascended to the fourth heaven of the supreme realm, Hun Wuhai felt a jolt of surprise. Their terrifying pace of cultivation, if left unchecked for another century, could lead them to surpass him. These two must be eradicated here, their divine souls extinguished, their essences refined, to eliminate future threats. Is the Hall of Souls sending just an old dog like you? Xiao Jin remarked, tilting his head while locking eyes with Hun Wuhai atop the altar. You remain as sharp-tongued as ever. Hun Wuhai sneered. At that moment, 3 streaks of light appeared at the gap. The holy son of the Hong clan, Hong Shitian. Hun Wuhai was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Guyang City to be so lively today. Let us not disturb the harmony, shall we? Hong Shitian arrived with 2 protectors, addressing the situation. This matter does not concern you, Lin Chong said to Hong Shitian calmly. It is a personal grudge between my senior brother and the Hall of Souls. Rest assured, my senior brother and I have calculated. We can eliminate this old dog Hun Wuhai in no more than 10 exchanges. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the sky became tense to the extreme. Chapter 54. Seize the opportunity while he is weak and take his life. Uphold the truth of our master to the end. 10 exchanges? Hun Wuhai, suspended above the black altar, felt his expression darken upon hearing Lin Chong's words. Do not think that just because you possess some talent, you can act so arrogantly. At this moment, he had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. They were merely at the 4th heaven of the supreme realm. Even if they possessed the ability to slay those above their level, he was already on the verge of becoming a half-saint. To annihilate them would be a trivial task. 11th Order Soul Refinement Rotation Array. Activate. Hun Wuhai commanded from atop the black altar. As he exerted his control, thick black blood chains sprang forth from the void above. On the side of Hong Shitian, witnessing Hun Wuhai's serious demeanor, he felt somewhat anxious. Holy Son, what should we do? The 2 protectors of the Hong clan asked hastily. Hun Wuhai is nearly at the half-saint level, and the methods of the Soul clan are often treacherous. If you see that Lin Chong and his brother are at a disadvantage, you must intervene immediately. Hong Shitian took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. However, by doing so, it will mean that our Hong clan stands in opposition to the Soul clan, one protector said solemnly. So be it. Hong Shitian clenched his fists, a hint of madness flashing in his crimson eyes. Our Hong clan has been suppressed by the Soul clan for thousands of years. We fear nothing this time. Indeed. Holy Son, the protectors of the Hong clan nodded, no longer speaking further. They all stood by, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Meanwhile, within Guyang City, all the cultivators lifted their heads, watching the battle unfold in the sky, their hearts filled with trepidation. It is Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. Among the crowd, some had already recognized the identities of the 2 figures in red and blue. It was said that they had long-standing conflicts with the Hall of Souls, and could even be considered mortal enemies. After all, Lin Chong's aura of the Great Wasteland and Xiao Jin's innate fire affinity were quite distinctive. Above, in the firmament, dark clouds continued to churn, and the gale whipped up razor-sharp winds. Senior brother, I shall go first. Lin Chong stepped into the void, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The Great Wasteland heavenly transformation technique within him began to circulate rapidly, filling the air around him with an overwhelming sense of desolation. Like a vast, desolate sea, the Great Wasteland body indeed possesses some merit. Hun Wuhai narrowed his eyes atop the altar. However, he remained confident in his ability to handle Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, effectively eliminating future troubles. If left unchecked, they would undoubtedly surpass him. Great Wasteland Prisoner Destruction Finger. Lin Chong slowly raised his hand, and with a low shout, a primordial and resplendent azure radiance began to coalesce at his fingertips. The moment this azure light appeared, it was as if the entire world fell silent. The aura of the Great Wasteland surged through the air, captivating all who beheld it. Crack! In the next moment, just as everyone was enraptured by the aura of the Great Wasteland, a colossal azure finger, exuding the essence of the Great Wasteland, tore through the fabric of space. It was as if it had descended from ancient times, carrying with it an overwhelming force, and it was aimed directly at Hun Wuhai and the black altar beneath him. The enormous finger, etched with the patterns of the Great Wasteland, caused the space it traversed to shatter inch by inch. Sensing the formidable strike, Hun Wuhai dared not let his guard down. He channeled all his soul power to control the 11th Order Soul Refinement Rotation Array in defense. At the same time, Xiao Jin had already begun to conjure a fiery lotus behind Lin Chong. Since emerging from the burial respect abyss, he had possessed 49 heavenly fires. Furthermore, within the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect, he had refined an additional 13. Now, He wielded a total of 62 heavenly fires within him, and he intended to unleash something grand. Suddenly, 62 heavenly fires erupted forth from Xiao Jin's body, swirling around his wrists. Before him, a massive illusory lotus began to take shape. Once again, he was preparing to execute this move. Not far away, on the obsidian altar, Han Wuhai's expression shifted as he observed Xiao Jin's infallible techniques. After all, many of the elders of the Soul Refinement Hall had met their tragic ends beneath the flames of their adversary. Upon realizing that Xiao Jin possessed as many as 62 flames of heavenly fire, even Han Wuhai could not help but swallow hard. Xiao Jin, are you still human? After a furious outburst, he commanded the black altar to rush towards Xiao Jin. Before him, Lin Chong spoke coldly, "Can you escape?" In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of the Great Wilderness erupted from within him. Great Wilderness Heavenly Transformation Technique. 5 Fingers of the Wilderness. At that moment, Lin Chong's eyes were filled with the rich azure essence of desolation. He raised his hand, pointing forward. First finger, one finger prisoning heaven and earth. Instantly, boundless power surged forth, forming an immense prison that enveloped the black altar. The desolate prison confined the very fabric of the cosmos. Even if Han Wuhai had already approached the realm of a half-saint, he could not break free from this desolate prison in a short span of time. "Break for me," Han Wuhai bellowed, and the surrounding soul energy began to pulsate. Iron chains intertwined, transforming into a colossal black dragon that gnawed at the desolate prison. The azure prison dimmed under the onslaught of his attacks. At this moment, Lin Chong offered no respite. 5 Fingers of the Wilderness. Second finger, 2 fingers shattering mountains and rivers. In the void, another azure giant finger emerged, infused with a destructive force from the Great Wilderness. A torrent of pure power capable of shattering all matter. Bang! This finger struck fiercely upon the black altar, sending tremors through the ominous clouds above. As the dark energy surged and roiled, within the altar, Han Wuhai's lips bled, disbelief etched in his gaze. This young man was as troublesome as his senior brother. Gritting his teeth, he began to channel all his soul energy. Lin Chong seized the moment to strike again. His master had taught him that in battle against a formidable enemy, one must unleash their full strength. If the opponent was injured, they must attack with even greater ferocity. Seize the moment of weakness to claim their life. This was the truth. Lin Chong had always integrated his master's teachings into his actions, denying Han Wuhai any chance to breathe. The last 3 fingers of the 5 Fingers of the Wilderness struck in rapid succession. Third finger, annihilating divine souls. Fourth finger, suppressing reincarnation. Fifth finger, transforming into nothingness. The Great Wilderness 5 Fingers unleashed their ferocity, seizing the moment of weakness to claim his life. Lin Chong executed this principle to perfection. Chapter 55. I will explode with you. The Great Wilderness Heavenly Transformation Technique, combined with Lin Chong's Great Wilderness body, along with years of honing the 5 Fingers of the Wilderness and his own insights, unleashed a tempestuous power akin to an unfathomable ocean. One finger followed another, leaving Han Wuhai utterly unprepared. Is this possible? As he gazed at the cracks forming upon the black altar, Han Wuhai's eyes burned with rage. If the altar were to be destroyed by external forces, the 11th tier soul refinement formation would collapse without resistance. Yet, he never anticipated that despite being on the cusp of the half-saint realm, he, a mere 4th heaven supreme, could be so thoroughly suppressed. Is this even human? Indeed. Those who could stand alongside Xiao Jin as brothers were not to be trifled with. At that moment, the onslaught of the last 3 fingers descended with ferocity. Han Wuhai could only desperately defend his black altar. If the altar were to be destroyed, he would be unable to ascend to the half-saint level in a short time. However, the might of the Great Wilderness 5 Fingers was overwhelming. Even as Han Wuhai fought with all his might, he could only watch helplessly as the 11th tier soul refinement formation continued to shatter. This scene had rendered Hong Shirtian and his 2 family protectors utterly dumbfounded. Although they had sensed Lin Chong's exceptional talent and strength through previous encounters, they never expected that Lin Chong alone could suppress Han Wuhai. Moreover, he had a senior brother behind him who was preparing a devastating attack. Old Dog Han, the vengeance for the pursuit of the past shall be repaid in full today. Just as Han Wuhai thought he had withstood Lin Chong's assault of the Great Wilderness 5 Fingers, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Not only that, but he could sense a massive energy sphere not far behind him radiating an aura capable of annihilating the heavens. Turning his body, Han Wuhai saw Xiao Jin floating 100 paces away, holding a colossal fire lotus in his right hand. The fire lotus shimmered with radiant colors, spinning slowly while emanating an aura of world-destroying might. The colors of 62 heavenly fires continuously shifted within. Cold sweat broke out on Han Wuhai's forehead. Back then, you let me escape. You were like this. Xiao Jin gestured downward with his left thumb. Now, if you can escape, you are like this. He then gave Han Wuhai a thumbs up. This sequence of actions had seemingly become Xiao Jin's signature gesture before unleashing a grand attack. Han Wuhai let out a furious roar. Standing upon the black altar, he clapped his hands together fiercely. Countless black runes surged forth from the altar, the source power of the formation. Coupled with Han Wuhai's full infusion of spiritual energy, its power continued to soar. Above him, a colossal black vortex appeared, seemingly capable of devouring souls. At the same time, Xiao Jin moved. His eyes gleamed with crimson light, flames of heavenly fire swirling around him. With a single step, he created blooming lotuses with each stride. He resembled a war god amidst a sea of flames, the immense fire lotus swiftly locking onto the black altar. As the 62-colored supreme fire lotus raced forth, its petals began to bloom in layers, each bloom carrying a wave of world-destroying energy. 62-colored supreme lotus. A low shout escaped Xiao Jin's lips. The fire lotus that floated to the vortex above the black altar instantly unleashed a blinding radiance. The brilliance shone like the sun. In that moment, the terrifying energy capable of incinerating all things erupted forth. Poof! The instant the fire lotus exploded, the black vortex conjured by Han Wuhai evaporated in an instant, and his body suffered unprecedented damage. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his dark aura rapidly dimming. Yet, the true might of the fire lotus had only just begun. Impossible. I am on the brink of becoming a half-saint. How can I be killed by you? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Han Wuhai's hair was disheveled, blood streaming from his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had become so powerful, yet it was still not enough. Why? Unwillingness and rage drove him to madness. After countless millennia without uttering a curse, Han Wuhai finally could not hold back any longer. Damn it, I will explode with you. In the final moments of his life, he forcibly reversed his cultivation technique. Abandoning all defenses, he channeled all his strength into reversing his dantian. He intended to self-destruct. Boom. In the next moment, an immense dark light erupted. The soulless sea of the supreme 9 layers has self-destructed. However, before the 62-colored fire lotus, such power only managed to counteract 1/3 of the impact. Following the self-detonation of the soulless sea, the chains that sealed Guyong City began to shatter into ashes. The sky cleared once more, leaving behind an array of peculiar radiance that illuminated the diverse colors of Guyong City below, casting a mesmerizing glow. Brother Xiao, your actions were too swift. What a pity to miss the treasures on that old dog, Lin Chong remarked, gazing at the celestial light in awe. Xiao Jin, upon hearing this, opened his right palm to reveal a spatial ring belonging to the Han family. Rest assured, junior brother, we shall not forget what our master has taught us. The two exchanged glances, their faces beaming with smiles. Meanwhile, Hong Shitian felt somewhat unwell. The soulless sea is dead? He asked, as the guardian beside him swallowed hard, confirming, indeed, it is dead. This guardian of the Hong family hesitated, gazing at the phenomena in the sky with trepidation. I cannot guarantee I would withstand that finger technique or the fire lotus. They had witnessed the entire battle, and upon introspection, they realized that even a true half-saint might not emerge unscathed from the recent combined assault of the fire lotus and finger techniques. The spectacle of battle had transcended the realm of the supreme level. Holy Sun, it seems only with our combined efforts could we hope to unleash such might. Another half-saint guardian whispered. Just then, the previously radiant sky began to shatter like a mirror. From the fractured rift in the void, an overwhelming pressure cascaded down. Hong Shitian and the two half-saint guardians felt their expressions change. In the sky, a phantom of a semi-divine figure seemed to dominate the entire expanse. It slowly opened its tightly shut eyes, and the pressure of a saint suddenly descended. Holy Sun, this is the manifestation of a saint. A true saint. The guardian of the Hong family immediately summoned the power of the saint's resonance to aid Hong Shitian in resisting the pressure. Although the divine figure did not intentionally release its force, it was, after all, a genuine saint. In the southern region of the Emperor continent, there existed a deathly edict from the Taishao Holy Domain's strongest of the 3 palaces, forbidding any being of the saint realm from entering this territory. Moreover, the region lord of the southern region was the only saint within the Emperor continent. He was also a saint dispatched by the Taishao Palace. Clearly, the fluctuations of battle here had exceeded the supreme level, prompting the region lord to descend. Chapter 56. So what if it's a saint? Deal with him. The true saint. Above Guyong City, as they gazed at the shattered space and felt the pressure emanating from the saint, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong's gazes grew increasingly fervent. This was their first encounter with the genuine pressure of a saint. Even though it was not directed at them, they could still perceive that all their abilities were being suppressed by the might of the other's dominion. Under a saint, all are but ants. This is because upon entering the realm of a saint, one can condense their own saint's manifestation. The so-called saint's manifestation is a profound understanding of the principles of a realm. It can manifest across billions of miles, appearing before others, and can also traverse vast distances in an instant. Furthermore, entering the saint realm grants one the most formidable means, the saint's resonance. This power, surpassing the essence of heavenly and earthly energies, can only be truly mastered after entering the saint realm. The martial techniques unleashed using the saint's resonance will possess hundreds of times the might of ordinary energies. This explains why a saint can effortlessly slay a half-saint. Though this pressure may not compare to even a hair of Master S might, it is still somewhat oppressive. As Xiao Jin felt the pressure from the saint's manifestation, the fire lotus mark between his brows began to flicker. The heavenly fire on his body gradually began to surge. He faced the saint without a trace of fear. Lin Chong was no different. His right hand had begun to secretly channel the ancestral heavenly prison finger. If the saint were to act, he would strike immediately. Fear? That word does not exist in his vocabulary. Hong Shitian gazed at these two fearless individuals and could not help but draw a sharp breath. That is a saint. As the holy son of the Hong family, he understood all too well how terrifying the power of a saint could be. A saint's wrath can obliterate an entire continent. In other words, if this emperor continent were to provoke that saint, the latter could completely annihilate it. Who is this person? So remarkable? Suddenly, a clear voice echoed beside Hong Shitian. Even the two half-saint guardians felt a tightening in their hearts and immediately activated their internal techniques. Turning around, they were astonished to find that Qin Yuan had quietly appeared beside them, unnoticed even by the half-saints. Senior. Hong Shitian hurriedly cupped his hands in respect. In his eyes, this senior might very well be another saint. In response to the senior's inquiry, he explained, "This is the region lord of the southern region of the Emperor continent. A saint dispatched from the Taishao Palace, one of the strongest of the three palaces in the Taishao Holy Domain. His name is Wang Yuanhe, revered as the Yuanhe saint within the Taishao Palace. He entered the saint realm 30,000 years ago, and his strength hovers between the early and mid stages of the saint realm. Upon entering the saint realm, the stages are no longer divided into 1 to 9 layers, but rather into early, mid, late, and peak, though it is categorized into 4 minor stages. The difficulty of advancing from the early to mid-stage of a saint is comparable to that of an ordinary person entering the saint realm anew. Thus, it is evident that a mid-stage saint can easily overpower several early-stage saints. The same holds true for the late-stage and peak stages. The Taishao Holy Domain, the strongest of the 3 palaces, the Yuanhe saint. How intriguing. After extracting several keywords, Qin Yuan mused aloud. So, compared to your Hong family, how does the Taishao Palace fare? Hong Shitian cleared his throat. Naturally, the Taishao Palace is somewhat stronger, and our holy son, Yun Xiao, is the palace master of the strongest of the 3 palaces. The Taishao Holy Domain comprises the Taishao Palace, the Taichin Palace, and the Tailing Palace. Qin Yuan nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the saint's manifestation in the sky seemed to be intensifying its pressure. He noticed that there were individuals who had not fallen under the weight of his saintly pressure. This was a slight affront to his dignity as a saint. Billions of miles away, atop a mountain shrouded in celestial mist, a colossal cloud crane lay quietly, with an old man seated upon its back. The old man slowly raised his head, surprise and a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes. Those 2 youngsters in the sky are rather interesting. However, being overly imposing is not ideal. Their temperaments require refinement. The old man waved his hand. The power of the saint's resonance quietly descended from billions of miles away. Above Guyang City, the saint's manifestation seemed to harbor a slight anger. The overwhelming pressure poured down relentlessly. At this moment, even Hong Shitian and the 2 half-saint guardians could not withstand this pressure, their forms beginning to bend under its weight. Brother Lin Chong, we should descend. Let us not provoke the saint. Although Hong Shitian did not need to fear the saint excessively, he certainly wished to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for his family. Descend? In the distance, feeling the terrifying pressure of the saint in the sky, Lin Chong's azure eyes brimmed with boundless fighting spirit. My spine has only ever bent for my master. After declaring this, he began to channel the great wilderness heavenly transformation technique with all his might. He then raised a finger and invoked the wilderness heavenly captivation finger. Beside Lin Chong, Xiao Jin also laughed heartily 3 times. Ha! Junior brother is absolutely correct. You wish to make us bow? Go ahead and dream your absurd dreams. A saint? Acting all mysterious, and yet they dare to call themselves a saint? I am the one who embodies the essence of a saint. After Xiao Jin spoke, heavenly flames erupted from his entire being, and a colossal phantom palm materialized before him. The heavenly flame creation palm. What if you are a saint? With our master present, It matters not if you are a novice saint or at the peak of sainthood. We shall still prevail. The gaze of Hong Shitian, watching the fervent duo, was filled with astonishment. That was a true saint. Do they not feel fear at all, senior? Hong Shitian swallowed hard, glancing at Qin Yuan, who remained calm and smiled softly. What of a saint? If they do not flaunt their power ostentatiously, I could still discern reason. But this distant Yuan He Shengren insists on using their saintly manifestation from millions of miles away to suppress us. Well then, even a saint must be dealt with. Qin Yuan tilted his head, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon that saintly manifestation. What will I do, you ask? The usual. 10 miles, 8 dishes. 1 soup. A grand affair. Chapter 57. What are you barking at before me? Wild dog saint. What of a saint? Let us deal with him. Must we adhere to the local customs? 8 dishes, 1 soup, a grand affair. After hearing Qin Yuan's words, Hong Shitian's pupils quivered violently. He had encountered many who spoke harshly, but he had never met anyone so ruthlessly audacious. This utterance completely disregarded the distant Yuan He Shengren. In tens of thousands of years, it is indeed the first time I have heard such a tone. In the sky, the enormous saintly manifestation seemed to have heard Qin Yuan's words. A voice, akin to thunder, suddenly resounded in the air. Even those within the ancient city of Guiyang heard it clearly. It's over, the saint is enraged. A saint's wrath could devastate an entire continent. This was no mere rumor. At that moment, Lin Chang's wilderness heavenly captivation finger, combined with Xiao Jin's heavenly flame creation palm, fiercely struck the saintly manifestation. The ferocious attack caused the manifestation to ripple, as if disturbed by water. Youngsters, the manifestation of the saintly realm cannot be shattered by mere brute force. The voice of Yuan He Shengren slowly reverberated. At the apex of the saintly manifestation, the void rippled, and an elderly man riding a cloud crane gradually appeared before the crowd. Clad in azure robes with white hair and beard, he exuded a benevolent aura at first glance. Were it not for his current exertion of the saintly manifestation to suppress Xiao Jin and the others, one might mistake him for a kind-hearted individual. Yuan He Shengren traversed countless miles, his true form directly arriving here. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Well, let us consider your audacity as youthful fearlessness. Yuan He Shengren's gaze shifted slowly towards Hong Shitian. Although the methods of the soulless sea contradict the heavens, as representatives of the Tai Xiao sacred domain, according to the rules of our Tai Xiao palace, family guardians may only intervene at critical moments to protect the saint's son. Yet you have slain the soulless sea. Hong family, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Upon his arrival, Yuan He Shengren had already presumed that the soulless sea was killed by the 2 guardians of the Hong family. After all, who else could slay a being who had 1 foot in semi-sainthood? Yuan He Shengren, you are mistaken. The guardian of the Hong family coughed lightly. Just as this guardian was about to clarify, Hong Shitian suddenly stepped forward and whispered, Yuan He Shengren, I commanded the family guardian to slay the soulless sea because he activated the cruel soul refining great array against me. Upon hearing this, Yuan He Shengren's eyelids lowered. The oppressive aura of the saint bore down upon Hong Shitian instantly. The 2 guardians beside him quickly employed their saintly resonance to block it, yet to no avail. They felt as if an insurmountable mountain loomed before them, pressing down relentlessly. Hong Shitian, though you are the saint's son of the Hong family, do not forget that you represent your family in the Saint Sun Cloud Summit. This visit to this continent is for the sake of seeking opportunities, not for slaughter. According to the rules of the Saint Sun Cloud Summit, you must surrender the Saint Sun token. Yuan He Shengren stated coldly. Saint Sun. The 2 guardians of the Hong family grew anxious. This was a rare opportunity that arose once every 50,000 years. For each family, it was an immense chance. Which family could endure 50,000 years without faltering? Therefore, the Hong family needed fresh blood. Hong Shitian understood this was a gamble. Even if he barely participated in the Saint Sun Cloud Summit, he would not emerge victorious. Even if he placed in the top 3, it would only extend the family's lineage for another 10,000 years. If they wished for true longevity, they needed to cultivate real prodigies. In Hong Shitian's eyes, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were the true prodigies. Very well then, Yuan He Shengren said leisurely, Hong Shitian, surrender the Saint Sun token. Then, the 2 semi-saints beside you shall present their innate spiritual consciousness. I must provide an explanation to the Tai Xiao Palace. After all, you have slain someone under their jurisdiction. After hearing this, Hong Shitian's expression shifted slightly. Yuan He Shengren, I can surrender the Saint Sun token. However, these 2 guardians acted under my orders. But before Hong Shitian could finish, Yuan He Shengren's previously amiable demeanor began to grow cold. This is not a request, but a command. The Hong family has been somewhat unruly in recent years. It appears I must notify the Tai Xiao Palace to discipline you. As his words fell, The oppressive aura of the saint followed suit. Under the saintly might, Hong Shirtian and the two guardians turned ashen. Saint Sun, perhaps we should present our innate spiritual consciousness. One guardian whispered. The Taishao Palace is one of the three most powerful palaces in the Taishao sacred domain, a force to be reckoned with. The Hong family could not afford to offend them. In the midst of Hong Shirtian's uncertainty, a clap echoed suddenly. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Yuan applauded. A smile upon his face as he regarded the Yuan he Shengren seated upon the cloud crane, then glanced back at Hong Shirtian. What a splendid display of oppression. Bullying the weak. That so-called wild crane saint. Congratulations, you have become a qualified lapdog of the Taishao Palace. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the expression of Yuan he Shengren immediately stiffened, incredulity washing over him as he stared at Qin Yuan. Were you speaking of me just now? He could hardly believe that this ant of the first level of the supreme realm dared to utter such words. No. Qin Yuan shook his head, letting out a sigh. I am referring to a dog. Upon hearing this, Hong Shirtian and the two family guardians beside him were completely stunned. They were aware that Qin Yuan was quite formidable, but his approach was exceedingly ruthless, was it not? Yet, there was something undeniably satisfying about it. Audacious. What are you? A mere ant of the supreme realm dares to speak so boldly? The distant Shengren on the back of the cloud crane was infuriated. Since when did a mere supreme dare to utter such grandiloquent words before him? As the lord of the southern region of the Emperor continent, you allow the Soul Refinement Palace to harm the innocent. If we were not present today, this ancient Yang city would have long since become a ghost town. Let me speak plainly, Qin Yuan remarked, shaking his head. Even a dog would manage better than you. He continued, and what is with your barking in my presence? I observe your sea of consciousness is shallow and your sacred resonance is hollow. Do you even deserve to be called a Shengren? With your realm achieved solely through pill consumption, you have the audacity to present yourself before others? You truly think highly of yourself, don't you? Oh, but you are not even worthy, for things cannot cultivate. Isn't that right, wild dog Shengren? Xiao Jin and Lin Chong exchanged proud glances upon hearing their master speak. Their master's strength was not only boundless, but his rhetoric was equally terrifying. They had never encountered anyone capable of matching their master's retorts. Indeed, the wild dog Shengren atop the cloud crane was trembling with rage, seemingly on the verge of attacking at any moment. Chapter 58. The True Five Fingers of the Wilderness. What did you just call me? The wild dog Shengren, seated high upon the cloud crane, was losing his composure. Who was he? He was the sole Shengren of the southern region of the Emperor continent. Typically residing in the Cloud Crane Mountains, the creatures around revered him as if they were pilgrims. When had he ever been spoken to in such a manner? It was almost unbelievable that anyone would dare to insult him. It seems that after achieving sainthood, your mind has grown dim. Do you need me to repeat my insult? I called you wild dog Shengren. Do you understand? Qin Yuan was nearly at a loss for words. You. Such audacity. At that moment, the wild dog Shengren atop the cloud crane could no longer contain himself. His overwhelming fury transformed into a supreme pressure. He resolved to crush this audacious individual before him with the full might of his Shengren realm. Observing the immense pressure emanating from the Shengren's form, Hong Shirtian was nearly paralyzed with fear. Qin Yuan's reckless demeanor had already left him dumbfounded. Now, witnessing a Shengren unleash his full pressure, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Your essence is insubstantial, less than a dog, Qin Yuan commented, shaking his head. He turned to Lin Chong. Lin Chong, disciple is here. Lin Chong responded promptly. Previously, I noticed your mastery of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Transformation's five-finger technique was commendable, yet merely at a rudimentary level. Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand, and at that moment, his aura began to exude a desolate, barren quality. A strand of power, akin to the essence of the Great Wilderness, began to surge forth. Dear disciple, I shall now demonstrate the true five fingers of the wilderness on this wild dog Shengren. Yes, master, Lin Chong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He was finally going to witness his master in action. A millennium ago, he had seen his master unleash his might in the ancient tomb of the wilderness, a sight of unrivaled power. Any formidable foe before his master was reduced to nothing. Wilderness prisoning finger. Five-finger technique. First finger, prisoning the heavens and earth. Qin Yuan pointed forth, directing his finger toward the lofty wild dog Shengren. In an instant, the entire space shimmered with azure energy, a vast and desolate aura permeating the air. The powers of the great wilderness intertwined, forming an invisible prison. As the barren prison coalesced, the Shengren's form shattered before Qin Yuan's casual gesture, obliterating the Shengren's manifestation and dissipating his formidable pressure without a trace. What? The wild dog Shengren was taken aback. He had just exerted his full strength to annihilate his opponent. Yet, the opponent merely pointed, shattering his most potent power, prisoning the heavens and earth. all things shall bow. The force of this finger gripped the realm as if an unseen hand had seized it. Space stilled, time froze. No technique could escape this prison. Qin Yuan regarded the wild dog Shengren and pointed again. Second finger, shattering mountains and rivers. The universe returns to ruins. In the void, a second azure finger manifested, adorned with desolate inscriptions. The power inscribed upon it could reduce all things to nothingness. Crack. The space could no longer withstand such terrifying power and began to fragment inch by inch. At that moment, the spiritual energy of this world surged wildly toward the epicenter of the chaos. As the space crumbled, mountains and rivers collapsed. Under the influence of this finger, the very balance of the realm seemed to falter. The space began to shatter, fissures like spider webs spreading outward. Mountains and rivers shattered. The universe returned to ruins. At that moment, the wild dog Shengren discovered he could not harness the surrounding energies. In other words, all the spiritual energy, laws, space, and sacred resonance in this realm were entirely under his opponent's control. Who exactly is this person? His strength far surpasses that of a supreme. A Shengren? Even a Shengren could not possess such overwhelming might. The wild dog Shengren hastily circulated his internal energies, utilizing his Shengren's essence blood to protect his body, desperate to prevent it from being torn apart by the void's rifts. Senior, I was wrong. I will leave immediately. As he noticed his protective essence blood depleting at an alarming rate, panic set in. Qin Yuan cast a glance at the wild dog Shengren and turned to Lin Sheng, saying, "Disciple, observe closely. The first two fingers were merely the foundation of the 5 fingers of the wilderness, the weakest 2. The last 3 fingers are the true killing moves." With that, Qin Yuan extended his third finger. Third finger, annihilating the divine soul. The yellow springs have no return path. As the third finger slowly extended, a dark radiance began to emanate from its tip, a glow not of this world, but from the depths of the yellow springs. This finger bore a silent, yet eerie power capable of freezing space and solidifying time. Wherever this spectral finger passed, any living being that came into contact would have their souls torn asunder, their essence refined into azure smoke, returning to the cosmos. The eerie green finger pierced through the void, directly aimed at the wild dog Shengren. "No, Senior, I truly understand my mistake. Please do not kill me. Do not kill me." At this moment, the wild dog Shengren was already imprisoned in midair, unable to move since the first finger. A Shengren? He was no longer reminiscent of one. The fear of death had long since enveloped his heart, his essence locked by that eerie green finger. He could sense that if he truly made contact with that finger, it would obliterate his very soul, even though he had ascended to the realm of the saints. The moment he stepped into this exalted domain, UNHSHNGR had regarded all cultivators beneath the saint level as mere ants. He had personally volunteered to oversee matters in the southern region of DZHU, aware that reaching the saint level was the pinnacle of his existence. He embraced the mindset of preferring to be a prominent figure among the lesser rather than a subordinate among the great. He reveled in the divine recognition bestowed upon him, with the entirety of DZHU venerating him as a deity, a feeling that led UNHSHNGR to become lost in his own grandeur. Yet now, as he beheld that ethereal green finger approaching him, he found himself utterly powerless. In that moment, he comprehended that even saints were not invincible. With a piercing sound, the Huangquan green finger penetrated UNHSHNGR's chest. There was no visible wound. However, the blood drained from his face, rendering it ghostly pale. His primal power was waning, his saintly body disintegrating, and his soul's essence was being extinguished. With merely the first 3 fingers, he was already facing certain death. Yet at that moment, Qin Yuan's 4th finger followed closely behind. After all, he had yet to fully demonstrate the true might of the Huangdi NWZH to his disciple. Chapter 59, The River of Reincarnation. The Huangdi NWZH, the 4th finger. The 4th finger commands reincarnation. Life and death are not governed by heaven. As Qin Yuan's 4th finger slowly ascended, the entire realm seemed to dim. Threads of ancient laws began to emerge. The power of reincarnation began to manifest. Suddenly, as if a rift opened from one end of the firmament to the other, a celestial river appeared in the sky. Within this river, vibrant streams flowed, with water cascading directly from the heavens. Such a bizarre scene was witnessed by all living beings across DZHU. The water within this celestial river was not true water, but rather a tapestry woven from countless glimmers of souls. The soul water shimmered, seemingly reflecting all things in the world. On either side of this celestial river, there appeared to be no fixed boundaries. The flowing water produced not a clamor, but a deep, resonant hum, imbued with ancient and mysterious whispers. This was. As UNHSHNGR gazed upon the boundless celestial river suspended in the sky, he, as a saint, understood what it was. Indeed, there existed a river of reincarnation. Terror filled his eyes. For countless millennia, he had never felt such fear as he did now. He had perused some ancient scrolls within the Tixio palace, which contained fragments of records regarding the river of reincarnation. Yet, since no one in later generations had managed to unlock the river of reincarnation, these records had been dismissed as mere legends of ancient epics. However, now, upon witnessing the celestial river hanging in the heavens, he grasped the truth. The individual he had targeted moments ago possessed the power to transcend heaven and earth. Holy Sun, this is extraordinary. This is indeed the river of reincarnation. Holy Sun, this is truly remarkable. At this moment, the two semi-saints beside xianxiaaudiobooks could barely contain their astonishment, their shock manifesting in exclamations. The river of reincarnation, xianxiaaudiobooks, being the holy son of the Xian clan, had also perused ancient texts and understood the significance of the river of reincarnation from fragments of those texts. Every sentient being in this realm, upon attaining consciousness, inherently bore the mark of reincarnation. This mark was ethereal, elusive, impossible to probe, capture, or glimpse. In other words, to awaken consciousness, one must first possess the mark of reincarnation. As the celestial river shattered the heavens, causality bound the turbulent waves. The golden door of destiny shattered the eternal night, and the tides of reincarnation swept across the ages. The semi-saint beside him, with a tingling sensation at the back of his head, gazed in awe at the suspended river of reincarnation. Each droplet within the river represented a being undergoing reincarnation. Boom. Upon the emergence of the river of reincarnation, UNHSHNGR could no longer resist. His body erupted into nothingness. Amongst the remnants, a faint blue mark flickered incessantly. The mark of reincarnation. The voices of the two semi-saints beside xianxiaaudiobooks began to crack as they regarded Qin Yuan with newfound respect. This elder could manifest the mark of reincarnation. What kind of terrifying power was this? At the very least, their clan leader, possessing late-stage saint power, could not invoke the mark of reincarnation. As the mark of reincarnation materialized, Qin Yuan flicked his finger. A force that suppressed the heavens began to manifest. Even the river of reincarnation could only fall silent at that moment. The once turbulent waters began to settle. In this instant, even the river of reincarnation was bound to be subdued. The saint's mark of reincarnation slowly floated into Qin Yuan's palm. He gazed at the celestial river, which seemed to possess its own consciousness, yet dared not defy Qin Yuan's will. With a crack, the sound of the soul mark shattering echoed. In that moment, the so-called UNHSHNGR was utterly and irrevocably dead. Furthermore, the mark of reincarnation was erased. Henceforth, he would not enter reincarnation. No trace of his existence would remain in the annals of life. Disciple, take heed. Qin Yuan did not relent. The Huangdi NWZH contained boundless lethal strikes. The final finger was exceedingly powerful. Lin Zicheng's gaze remained fixed on his master. The first four fingers had already left Lin Zicheng in profound shock, let alone this most formidable fifth finger. The fifth finger, the five fingers dissolve into nothingness. The great path also becomes void. As this fifth finger was unleashed, all sound in the universe ceased. Even conversations between individuals fell silent. No trace of sound could be heard. At this moment, the laws of the Ji-Su-In realm began to shift, starting with the spatial fabric, followed by the laws. Spiritual energy, and the very order of heaven and earth, all began to collapse. Transforming into nothingness did not mean rendering the enemy void, but rather annihilating this realm. This mysterious realm into nothingness. This strike transcended the great path. It transcended heaven and earth. It transcended reincarnation. All orders of power within the Ji-Su-In realm began to crumble. The very fabric of space began to collapse. With a mere finger, an entire realm was obliterated. Gazing upon the surrounding space disintegrating and the heavens collapsing, even the river of reincarnation began to fade into the ethereal, ultimately vanishing from sight. Master's finger is indeed terrifying. Lin Zicheng and Xiao Jin watched in awe at such a fearsome display, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, xianxiaaudiobooks and his two semi-saint protectors were utterly astounded, their scalps tingling with shock. This was an entire Ji-Su-In realm. With a single finger, heaven and earth crumbled. The laws of order in this Ji-Su-In realm could not withstand such might. Qin Yuan withdrew his finger, surveying the destruction he had wrought, clearing his throat twice. He had perhaps overexerted himself. Who could have known that the laws of order in the Ji-Su-In realm were so fragile? Can I be blamed for this? He recalled that within the archaic heavenly tomb, he had wielded his power freely, without concern for such consequences. Senior, We must depart for the Xianxiao sacred domain at once. The laws of order in the Qin realm have collapsed, at most, in 2 hours. The Qin realm will face obliteration. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped forward, approaching Qin Yuan and the others with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan tilted his head, scrutinizing Xianxiaaudiobooks from head to toe. Leave. The lives of the myriad beings in the Jiuxian realm are to be disregarded? Have some humanity. Hong Shitian was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the surrounding space, which was fracturing inch by inch, the laws of order dissolving into chaotic void. Can we truly manage this? It is not that we lack humanity. So, the implication of the senior is Hong Shitian was bewildered. We should repair it first. Qin Yuan waved his hand, letting out a sigh. The collapse of the laws, the disintegration of the forces of heaven and earth, the shattering of time and space. Can this truly be repaired? Hong Shitian and the two nearby semi-sages were at a loss for how to express themselves. Their faces were frozen in shock. Qin Yuan glanced at the three of them and observed the vast areas of space that had transformed into profound void. He smiled softly and remarked, "It is merely the reconstruction of the heavens and earth. Is it not a simple endeavor?" Chapter 60. The Great Power to Reshape the Cosmos. The notion of reshaping the cosmos, a simple endeavor? Hong Shitian and the two semi-sages beside him were utterly at a loss for how to respond to Qin Yuan. This was the reshaping of the cosmos. Although the Jiuxian realm is not the pinnacle of realms, it certainly possesses its strength. To reshape this cosmos, one must possess strength that surpasses that of a sage. In their understanding, even a peak sage could not accomplish such a feat at this moment. Qin Yuan took a step forward. His figure instantly ascended to a height of 10,000 zhang. He stood amidst the void, gazing at the continuously fracturing Jiuxian realm. Exhaling softly. The next moment, an inexplicable wave of energy emanated from Qin Yuan, expanding in all directions with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of light. This was a pale white wave of energy. Wherever it passed, the fractured space appeared as if it had been frozen in time, bizarrely halting. Chaos essence. The two protectors beside Hong Shitian felt as though their minds had been struck by a heavy hammer upon sensing this milky white wave. The shock made their hair stand on end. If any force could repair the shattered realm, it could only be the chaos that transcends the realm itself. They never imagined that Qin Yuan harbored such terrifying chaos essence within him. Is he still human? At this moment, Qin Yuan surveyed the surrounding stilled space and then began to clench his fingers. In an instant, streams of milky white chaos essence began to flow forth. Throughout the Jiuxian realm, the shattered laws transformed into golden streams of light, slowly beginning to stir. From the fissures in the sky above, sounds of laws, space, and order intertwining emerged, akin to the voice of the heavens and earth being rewoven. At this moment, Qin Yuan waved his left hand towards the void. The vast array of spatial cracks shed like snake skin, revealing a new realm wall that was as clear as glass. With a motion of his right hand, mountains and seas returned to their rightful places. At that moment, the entire Jiuxian realm began to crystallize like a painting, with Qin Yuan as the artist, sweeping his brush with wild abandon. The laws were continuously reshaped in his hands, starlight transforming into flowing light that integrated into the Jiuxian realm. The chaos energy flowed like liquid silver brilliance, winding through the cracked heavens of the Jiuxian realm. Everywhere it passed, everything was continuously mended and restored. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, it seemed as though the pulse of the earth began to resonate in response. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Behind him, a black and white yin-yang symbol slowly emerged. In an instant, an overwhelming and supreme power transcended chaos and the great path. Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand, his voice clear and filled with strength. With a finger, I mend the heavens and earth, piecing together the shattered cosmos. I calm the mountains and rivers' fragments. The chaos condenses light against the cycle of rebirth. Halt. A voice as vast as the sea, imbued with unparalleled power. At the final word, the Jiuxian realm instantly solidified. It was restored to its original state. In fact, it was even more stable and formidable than before. Even the powers of heaven and earth were 100 times more vibrant than before. The ability to weave the heavens and earth, possessing the terrifying power to rewrite the very fabric of the cosmos. At this moment, Hong Shitian and the two semi-sages realized that they had truly encountered an extraordinary and formidable being. At the same time, they felt an immense sense of fortune. Indeed, arriving in this southern region of the Dezhou, they had stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. This opportunity was to encounter a terrifying senior like Qin Yuan. Lin Chong, do you see? With the 5 fingers of the wasteland, if you cultivate to minor success, you can slay a sage. If you cultivate to great success, the space can be obliterated. Qin Yuan approached Lin Chong and Xiao Jin, imparting his wisdom. I am most grateful for your teachings. Lin Chong solemnly nodded. Xiao Jin, do not lose heart. Qin Yuan turned to Xiao Jin. The Burning Heaven Sutra can merge all fires in the world. You have only merged a handful, and it can only be considered your initial steps. Just now, I sense that there is no heavenly fire left in the southern region of Dizhou. There must be plenty in the Taishao sacred domain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin immediately responded, yes. I shall strive to seek heavenly fire and merge all fires in the world. Very well. Qin Yuan smiled gently, pleased to see his two disciples so eager for improvement. Hong Shitian. Qin Yuan beckoned, and Hong Shitian, startled, hurriedly approached Qin Yuan, standing respectfully before him. Senior, you speak. You just stepped forward to take on the responsibility, which is quite a gamble. Qin Yuan gazed at Hong Shitian, smiling as he said, your earlier actions were quite to my liking. Earlier, you mentioned wanting to call me your master and accompany you to participate in that so-called Saint Sun Yunxiao competition, correct? Yes, senior. Hong Shitian nodded excitedly. You can forget that. Qin Yuan waved his hand. My disciples are accustomed to high ambitions. They would never be willing to be subordinates, even as helpers. Hong Shitian cleared his throat and repeatedly said, I dare not, I dare not. It was indeed my rudeness. Upon reflection, with such an impressive master, how could his disciples be willing to act as mere lackeys? However, Qin Yuan flipped his palm, and a square token appeared in his hand. The token bore the inscription of the word Saint Sun, its quality exceptional. Earlier, that so-called wild dog sage asked for your Saint Sun token. Was it this? Qin Yuan inquired, gazing at Hong Shitian. Indeed, it is this. Hong Shitian's heart skipped a beat. Then he continued, the Saint Sun token is limited to 7 pieces. Only those holding a Saint Sun token are qualified to participate in the Saint Sun Yunxiao competition. Furthermore, there is an unwritten rule. The Saint Sun Yunxiao competition recognizes only the token, not the individual. This is why the distant Hisheng wanted the Saint Sun token in my possession. Senior, where did you obtain this Saint Sun token? Qin Yuan casually remarked while playing with the token. Oh, I previously eliminated an inconspicuous Wang Qing and retrieved it from his spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian was momentarily stunned. Wang Qing, the Saint Sun token? He swallowed hard and quickly retrieved a square jade from his spatial ring. The inscription of Wang Qing on the jade had indeed turned gray. Taishao Sacred Domain, Third Sacred Domain, the Wang family Saint Sun, Wang Qing, is dead. Just now, you mentioned that the Saint Sun token recognizes the token, not the individual, correct? Qin Yuan squinted, a smile on his face. Yes, Hong Shitian nodded. Qin Yuan casually tossed the Saint Sun token to Lin Chong, saying, my disciples, your opportunity has arrived. Participate in the Saint Sun Yunxiao competition and claim the first place. Moreover, let Hong Shitian secure the second place. As for the third place, let others contend for it. Lin Chong took the token, exchanged glances with Xiao Jin, and immediately responded solemnly, yes, Master. Chapter 61. The Sacred Domain of Taishao and the 3 Great Sacred Palaces gazing at Lin Chong, who had received the Holy Sun's token from Wang Qing. A half-saint protector beside Hong Shitian could not help but exclaim, Senior, if your disciple appears at the Yunxiao arena with this Holy Sun's token, the Wang family will immediately recognize it as Wang Qing's token, and they may harbor resentment against him. Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian interjected on behalf of Qin Yuan. Do you think the senior fears the Wang family? The half-saint protector suddenly came to his senses and repeatedly patted his head. Right, senior, forgive my foolishness. I was overthinking. This formidable elder possessed the power to reshape the very fabric of the universe. Qin Yuan smiled and waved his hand, acknowledging the good intentions behind the warning. If the Wang family were all as arrogant and tyrannical as Wang Qing, then their existence would be rendered unnecessary. His words had already sealed the fate of the Wang family. Hong Shitian inwardly sighed, hoping the Wang family would not court disaster. Otherwise, they would truly face annihilation. Master, when shall we set out? Lin Chong took a deep breath, having witnessed his master unleash the formidable power of the 5 fingers of the desolate sky. His desire to grow stronger surged within him. The top 3 of the Yunxiao arena would grant access to the xianxiafanmen, a gateway only accessible to those of half-saint status. Within the xianxiafanmen lay supreme opportunities for every cultivator. He had discovered records in ancient texts that spoke of extraordinary prodigies who, seizing great opportunities, had entered the xianxiafanmen during the mid-stage of their supreme realm, emerging with a minimum strength of half-saint, and some even directly ascending to the saint realm. Such opportunities must not be missed. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. Qin Yuan said with a gentle smile, then returned to the Yipin Xianju in the ancient city of Guiyang. He had yet to finish savoring the 3 yuan chicken within. At this juncture, All sects and powers within the entire Jiuxian realm remained subdued beneath the terrifying might of the elder capable of rewriting the laws of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan himself sat at the table in Yipin Xianju, gnawing on a chicken leg and sipping fine wine, embodying the essence of a man who, having accomplished his tasks, wished to retreat into obscurity and conceal his achievements and name. Taishao Sacred Domain, situated at the confluence of numerous realms, existed as a world unto itself. The spiritual energy here was more abundant than in other realms, naturally giving rise to a greater number of beings. The human population alone had reached trillions. Furthermore, the Taishao Sacred Domain housed various smaller spatial realms, occupied either by major sects or by the demon, beast, or other races. Nevertheless, the human race remained dominant in the Taishao Sacred Domain. At this moment, within the third sacred domain of Taishao, which, despite being termed a sacred domain, was merely a spatial territory occupied by the Wang family for millennia. Patriarch, we have conducted at least 10 probes and can confirm that Wang Qing, the Holy Sun seeking opportunities in the Jiuxian realm, has perished. In the core of the Wang family's domain, within the ancient style hall, an elder in a green robe bowed slightly before the man seated at the head. The man appeared middle-aged, yet the aura emanating from his brow and his striking blue eyes revealed him to be a saint. Specifically in the late stage of the saint realm, my son has truly perished? He did not even employ the life-preserving methods I bestowed upon him. How could he possibly have died? The patriarch of the Wang family seemed to age visibly in that moment. He had but one son. When Wang Qing was born thousands of years ago, a celestial phenomenon heralded his arrival. Wang Qing was regarded as the most potent genius of the Wang family. While he might not have been as formidable as the other holy sons from various sacred domains, he was the youngest among them, and with time, surpassing the others was not out of the question. Yet, the outcome was that Wang Qing had died, perished in the inconspicuous Jiuxian realm. How could he accept this? The other elders in the hall clenched their fists in silence as the atmosphere grew heavy once more. After a lengthy pause, the patriarch of the Wang family suddenly raised his head. The pressure of his late-stage saint realm surged into the heavens, causing the entire third sacred domain to ripple momentarily. His icy voice began to echo through the skies. Investigate. Find out who killed my son. I want them flayed alive, stripped of their flesh, and their souls eternally trapped in a purgatory of torment. The wrath of a saint shook the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, the entire Wang family commenced a frenzied operation. Various intelligence operatives were dispatched with the sole purpose of discovering who had slain their holy son. Meanwhile, in the Taishao Sacred Domain, amidst swirling mists and encircled by mountains, a gathering of spiritual energy flourished here. It was rich and abundant, allowing one to inhale deeply without the need for refinement. Taishao Palace stood majestically in this locale, towering as if connecting heaven and earth. Thousands of grand palaces were nestled within, all crafted from the exceedingly rare Taishao jade, requiring the skill of those in the supreme realm to sculpt. The soft, holy light emitted by these jade stones provided immense benefits to the disciples within Taishao Palace. At the core of the palace lay a celestial pool known as Taishao Tianqi. Though small, it resided atop a lofty peak. The waters were crystal clear, with wisps of pale mist rising from the surface. Inhaling even a breath would cleanse one's sinews and marrow, paving the way toward martial mastery, and even altering one's foundational essence. Countless rare flowers and herbs flourished within the pool, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual energy. Additionally, the vicinity of Taishao Tianqi was permeated with rich holy resonance. In other words, even saints could expedite their cultivation here. At present, within the pool, there were 3 lotus platforms, upon which 3 elders sat in meditation. The elder in red robes on the left appeared rugged and remained silent with closed eyes. The elder in blue robes on the far right focused intently on a lotus blossom on the verge of blooming. In the center sat the master of Taishao Palace. Clad in purple robes, he gently tapped the void before him, causing ripples in space, and 3 jade vials materialized. Fairy lotus nectar. Please, partake. The purple-robed elder smiled as he stroked his beard. The blue-robed elder accepted the nectar with a smile and began to savor it, while the red-robed elder furrowed his brow and muttered, "Speak if there is something to say." Very well. The master of Taishao Palace set aside the nectar and addressed the masters of Taiqian Palace and Taiyao Palace on his sides. I dispatched the Saint Yuan he to guard the southern region of the Empire continent, and he has perished. I mean a death wherein his soul is utterly extinguished and his holy bones are annihilated. Chapter 62. Since we are here, shall we join the festivities? His soul extinguished and his holy bones annihilated? The master of Taiqian Palace expressed mild astonishment upon hearing this. Although Yuan, he was a saint in the early stage of cultivation, his technique, the cloud crane devouring the sun, allowed him to contend even against formidable opponents of the same realm. Even if he were to lose, he could easily escape. How could he have met such a fate? Lowered her gaze and responded, "The ability to annihilate the holy bones makes me suspect the presence of the Qigu holy sect." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the other two subtly changed. "Xiaolei, you mentioned that the Qigu holy sect in the first holy domain is not content to remain within their domain and insists on sending their saintess to participate in the upcoming Saint Sun Yunxiao competition. What could their intentions be?" The Taiyao Palace Master furrowed her brow. "Will this interfere with our plans?" "Yao Lai, our current strategy is as flawless as a celestial garment." The Taiqian Palace Master, seated on another lotus platform, narrowed his eyes slightly. "Even if the Qigu holy sect interferes, it will not impede our plans. Our three supreme palaces have been preparing for nearly 50,000 years for this opportunity at the Xianxia Heavenly Gate." As the Taiqian Palace Master spoke, his spirit grew increasingly fervent. "Qianli, do not lose your composure." Xiaolei looked at the Taiqian Palace Master and spoke slowly. Qianli nodded, adjusting his aura. Meanwhile, the disciples outside the Tai Xiao Heavenly Pond felt an abrupt decrease in pressure. The other disciples of Tai Xiao Palace began to discuss among themselves. "The power of the palace masters of Xiao, Qian, and Yao is terrifying. Just a hint of their aura caused our breaths to stall." Indeed, the three palace masters reached the peak of the Saint Realm 50,000 years ago. Now, after another 50,000 years, whether they have broken through to an even higher level remains a mystery to us, ordinary disciples. Within the Tai Xiao Heavenly Pond, Xiao Lei flicked his finger, causing ripples in the space. Soon, a glass fish tank materialized, within which a Yinyang koi swam continuously. "Qianli Yao Lai, this upcoming Saint Sun Yunxiao competition presents a tremendous opportunity for the three of us," Xiao Lei stated slowly. The koi in the water continued to swim, only displaying its unique posture when approached by another koi. In other words, as Xiao Lei gazed intently at the koi, a glimmer of greed appeared in his purple eyes. "We are about to have the chance to obtain a second koi. With both koi, we can pinpoint the exact location of the Shumi Ziji pearl." As he spoke, Xiao Lei's breath grew slightly heavy. The other two shared a similar glimmer in their gazes. As the masters of Tai Xiao, Tai Qian, and Tai Yao palaces, they had reached the peak of the Saint Realm 50,000 years ago, and now they had attained great perfection. No matter how much they cultivated, they could not advance further. To break the shackles of the Saint Realm, they must rely on this formidable treasure of the heavens and earth. If they could find and refine the Shumi Ziji pearl, breaking through that layer of shackles would be a matter of course. Although their supreme three palaces are the top factions within the Tai Xiao Holy Domain, once they reach such a level of power, they realize that the Tai Xiao Holy Domain is merely a speck in the vast universe. At the same time, as the three supreme palaces conspired regarding the Xianxia Heavenly Gate in the Tai Xiao Holy Domain, above an ancient city, the space suddenly shattered like a mirror. Subsequently, two figures stepped forth. The figure on the left appeared somewhat delicate, resembling a fragile scholar, dressed in flowing azure robes. Beside him stood a young man in black. "Li, are you truly certain you haven't misperceived?" The black-clad youth smiled helplessly, as if accustomed to such inquiries. "It cannot be mistaken." The gentle visage of the azure-clad man brimmed with indescribable excitement. "This time, I am certain. My master has stated that once I break through the peak of the Saint Realm and reach a higher level, I would be able to resonate with the river of reincarnation. This direction cannot be wrong. The river of reincarnation has appeared." The black-clad youth could only shrug in resignation. Having heard such claims numerous times before, the more he heard, the more intrigued he became about the master Li spoke of. What kind of formidable being could cultivate someone as extraordinary as Li Ruoshui? In just a few thousand years, he had surged from an ordinary realm to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, and only recently had he broken the shackles of the Saint Realm, reaching the higher realm of the Great Saint. Before the Great Saint, even saints must prostrate. What a terrifying talent. He overshadowed the prodigies of their realm. "Fong, you truly need not accompany me," Li Ruoshui remarked, exhaling lightly. "That is out of the question." Fong Mo waved his hands repeatedly. "My family has calculated the heavenly mechanisms, expending the accumulated power of heavenly insight over thousands of years to determine that following you guarantees a great opportunity. Therefore, Li, I shall stick with you." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshui could only relent. "Where are we heading now?" Fong Mo asked. "I do not know." A day prior, the aura of the river of reincarnation vanished. Li Ruoshui shook his head helplessly. "If I were not practicing the technique gifted by my master related to the river of reincarnation, I would not have sensed it." Fong Mo, seemingly prepared, smiled. "I anticipated this. Before we set out, I inquired about the Tai Xiao Holy Domain. Calculating the time, the Saint Sun Yunxiao competition is currently underway within the Tai Xiao Holy Domain. It is a contest jointly hosted by the 3 supreme palaces of the Tai Xiao Holy Domain. Let us go and join the festivities. Seeing Li Ruoshui hesitate, Fang Yimou quickly added, "Do not worry. As always, we will not reveal our auras or provoke any consequences." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshui finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well then." Fang Yimou smiled. "Let us depart." The moment his words fell, his figure seemed to turn transparent. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a residual shadow left behind, while he and Li Ruoshui had already traversed countless miles in an instant, causing the spatial order to ripple slightly. If a saint could obliterate an entire continent, then a great saint could annihilate an entire realm. It was evident that both Fang Yimou and Li Ruoshui were powerful beings who had transcended the peak of the saint realm and attained the great saint realm. In the Tai Xiao Holy Domain, within a certain area of the Rainbow Bridge, as ethereal waves appeared in the spatial law formation, several figures emerged. Is this the Tai Xiao Holy Domain? The spiritual energy is indeed abundant, but only slightly so. Qin Yuan evaluated upon arriving in the Tai Xiao Holy Domain. The descendants of the Hong family, here to welcome the esteemed elder. In front of the Rainbow Bridge teleportation array, over 100 individuals of varying cultivation levels, ranging from the supreme realm to half-saints and early to late-stage saints of the Hong family, bowed respectfully. The leader among them was none other than Hong Zhan, the patriarch of the Hong family from the 5th Holy Domain of the Tai Xiao Holy Domain. A day prior, Hong Shutian had sent one of his protectors back to the family to inform his father of the happenings in the southern region of the Emperor continent. Upon hearing the protector's account, Hong Zhan was so excited that he couldn't sleep for an entire night. According to the protector, that elder could effortlessly tear apart the heavenly curtain and summon the river of reincarnation to the mortal realm. Furthermore, with a mere gesture, he could crush an entire world. Then, employing even more terrifying power, he reshaped that very world. Such a superpower, possessing capabilities that reached the heavens and the earth. Their Hong family could be said to be extraordinarily fortunate to encounter such a being. Moreover, it seemed that Hong Shutian's performance was quite commendable in the eyes of this formidable individual. Even so, the other party casually promised that Hong Shutian would secure second place in the upcoming Shengzi Yunxiao challenge. This nearly sent Hong Zhan into a state of ecstasy. Who were those individuals across from him? Even the head of the Hong family had personally come to welcome them. Who could possibly provoke such figures? If not someone of our humble status, just beginning to tread the path of the supreme realm? Indeed, the cultivators bustling about nearby were taken aback upon witnessing this. Although the Hong family was not the most elite family in the Tai Xiao sacred domain, they were certainly among the first tier. Yet, they had never experienced anything quite like this before. Could it be that someone from the upper realm had arrived? Hiss, that was beyond our ability to discuss. At that moment, Hong Zhan respectfully approached Qin Yuan. He then bowed, saying, "The clan has prepared a feast, all crafted by the finest chefs from the Tai Xiao sacred domain." Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. "Excellent, let us proceed. In life, the essentials are food and drink." Qin Yuan understood this profoundly. "Yes, senior." Hong Zhan waved his hand, and a flying boat appeared above the Rainbow Bridge. Subsequently, the group set off towards the 5th sacred domain of Tai Xiao. The flying boat moved at an astonishing speed, traversing several continents in just 1 hour. Reaching the Hong family estate, a quarter of an hour later, Qin Yuan was seated at the head of the table, gazing at the sumptuous feast before him. And without hesitation, he began to indulge heartily. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were not ones to be pretentious either. After satisfying their appetites, Qin Yuan spoke. "Just now, during the transmission across the Rainbow Bridge, I heard Hong Shutian mention that the so-called Saintess and the Hun family are formidable opponents. Who are these two? Furthermore, elaborate on the Shengzi Yuxiao challenge." Upon hearing this, Hong Zhan responded respectfully. "In answer to your question, senior, the Shengzi Yuxiao challenge is jointly hosted by the 3 supreme palaces. It will take place at the main peak of the Wanxiao mountain range. On the day the arena opens, countless cultivators will come to observe. The participating families are from our 7 major sacred domain spaces. 50,000 years ago, the 3 supreme palaces issued 7 Shengzi orders, allowing anyone below the saint level to compete for them. Those who obtain a Shengzi order will qualify to participate in the Shengzi Yuxiao challenge, and those in possession of a Shengzi order are deemed Shengzi. A Shengzi may bring 2 companions of the highest half-saint level to participate alongside them. As long as they place in the top 3, their companions may also enter the xianxiaaudiobooks. Qin Yuan lightly tapped the table, a Shengzi order materializing before him. He nodded slightly. "I see. No wonder the Shengzi orders resonate with multiple auras." He gestured for Hong Zhan to continue. "As for the other families possessing Shengzi orders, the Hong family does not fear them. However, the Kuaigu holy sect from the 1st sacred domain and the Hun family from the 2nd sacred domain are indeed formidable adversaries." Hong Zhan took a deep breath, The Qigu holy sect specializes in bone cultivation. Their sect saintess, named Zhuge possesses an exceptionally powerful bone refinement technique, and it is said that even saints have been refined by her. The Han family, on the other hand, focuses on soul cultivation. Their family Xianxia, named Hunli, wields an extremely potent soul refinement technique, primarily aimed at attacking the divine soul. If a cultivator just entering the saint level underestimates him, they may very well fall victim to his bizarre soul refinement methods. Qin Yuan nodded. One refines bones, the other refines souls. Both are ruthless techniques. Yet one cannot deny that such practices can indeed lead to rapid cultivation and superior combat strength compared to others of the same rank. What are your thoughts? Qin Yuan turned to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Master, leave Hunli to me. Xiao Jin's eyes flickered with flames. He had long been an enemy of the Han clan. The Qigu holy sect is mine to handle. Lin Chong's gaze remained calm. He would not show mercy simply because his opponent was a woman. After all, he practiced the Da Huang technique. He had no emotions. His sole purpose was to grow stronger. Very well, then it is settled. Qin Yuan rose, proclaiming, Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, remember your master's teachings. For this Xianxia Yuxiao challenge, your goal is to show the prodigies of the Tai Xiao sacred domain what true prodigies are. Let them know they are nothing. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong instantly stood, their eyes ablaze with determination, and bowed in unison, yes. Master. Meanwhile, Hong Shitian, also standing, cleared his throat. After all, he too was included among the so-called prodigies mentioned by Qin Yuan. The Xianxia Yuxiao challenge. It was time for these so-called prodigies to broaden their horizons. Qin Yuan gazed into the distance, then turned to Hong Zhan, inquiring, how many days remain until the Xianxia Yuxiao challenge? In response to your question, Senior, there are still 10 days. Hong Zhan answered promptly. Does your clan have a cultivation secret realm? Qin Yuan asked further. Indeed. In these 10 days, I wish to provide guidance to my 2 disciples and will need access to the cultivation secret realm. Upon hearing this, Hong Zhan eagerly replied, please feel free to use our clan's secret realm, Senior. Qin Yuan nodded. He then glanced at Hong Shitian and said, during these 10 days, Hong Shitian, you may also come to observe in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian shuddered with excitement, his entire being trembling with exhilaration as he spoke. Why yes, Senior. Hong Zhan was equally ecstatic, his brows twitching with joy. He understood that this was a tremendous opportunity bestowed upon his son by a true master. This was the real deal. Qin Yuan looked at the excited Hong Shitian, then turned his gaze to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Let us proceed. I will provide you both with special training over these 10 days. Remember to prepare healing elixirs. Qin Yuan's face was adorned with a warm smile. Then he addressed Hong Shitian. And you should prepare some as well. Chapter 64, 3 Ancient Characters. 10 days. Just these 10 days. In the Hong family's cultivation secret realm, Hong Shitian truly witnessed what it meant to be a genuine prodigy. Within the secret realm, Xiao Jin stood suspended in the air. As the mark on his forehead flickered incessantly, the sea of clouds above him began to transform into an endless crimson hue. At that moment, a fiery radiance surged around him, all emanating from the heavenly fire he had fused within himself. The heavenly fire danced, each flicker carrying the essence capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth. Xiao Jin was currently executing the burning heaven technique at a crucial juncture. He was wholly immersed, as the heavenly fire within him roared like a dragon, surging through his meridians. Below, Hong Shitian sat upon a stone platform, watching this spectacle in awe, swallowing hard. He beheld the flames merging within Xiao Jin's palm, warping the very space around him with their scorching intensity. Then, he watched as dozens of types of heavenly fire, under Xiao Jin's control, continuously fused, compressed, and coalesced. Eventually, they slowly formed the outline of a massive ruler. The giant ruler solidified, gradually revealing a colossal ancient ruler, entirely crimson, appearing in Xiao Jin's right hand. The ruler, forged from the heavenly fire, was inscribed with ancient heavenly fire runes. The patterns shifting and changing amidst the flickering flames, as if breathing, pulsing with the rhythm of the fire. The giant ruler lacked a sharp edge. Yet the moment it took shape, an invisible pressure began to emanate, intimidating all directions. The Wanhua Hung Tian ruler, the heavenly ruler, solidified from the heavenly fire, now radiated an oppressive heat, as if it could reduce everything to ashes. With the giant ruler in hand, Xiao Jin stood in the void, surrounded by swirling heavenly fire. Truly resembling a deity of fire descended from ancient times. Thank you, Master, for these 10 days of instruction. They have allowed me to further comprehend the burning heaven technique. Xiao Jin felt the surging power contained within the Wanhua Hung Tian Qi, his expression slightly agitated yet composed. Above in the sky, a jade seat floated steadily. With Qin Yuan reclining against its back, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Your development of the Fun Tianju is barely at 20%. You must exert more effort. Xiao Jin solemnly bowed in Qin Yuan's direction, exclaiming, "Yes, master. I shall diligently heed your teachings." "Very well." Qin Yuan nodded slightly. "Now, let us observe your junior brother." With his words, Xiao Jin also directed his gaze towards another direction. At the opposite end of the Hong family's cultivation secret realm lay a vast forest. Here, Lin Chong sat in midair, circulating the Da Huang Tian Yanju as strands of deep azure energy swirled around him. In this moment, he was as steadfast as a rock. The azure energy surrounding him was all derived from the ancient and formidable power of Da Huang. This force danced around Lin Chong, causing his figure to flicker in and out of visibility. Suddenly, the operation of the Da Huang Tian Yanju seemed to reach a critical juncture, and Lin Chong's brow furrowed intensely. "Break!" A low shout erupted from Lin Chong's lips. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of Da Huang power erupted from his dantian, transforming into a deep azure radiance that soared into the heavens. At this moment, it seemed as if a phantom dragon's roar echoed throughout the universe. The sound of the dragon's roar fluctuated between distant and near, not particularly loud, yet imbued with an ancient majesty and profoundness, as if this dragon's cry originated from the primordial era. In that instant, the sky began to transform dramatically, clouds being torn apart inch by inch, as the previously clear sky was enveloped by strands of azure Da Huang power. Amidst the rolling clouds, a massive azure dragon silhouette slowly emerged. It was not a solid entity but a vivid apparition, so lifelike that each scale upon its body was distinctly visible. Once the azure dragon appeared, it coiled directly above Lin Chong, its body winding for miles, its eyes sparkling with a radiance akin to the sun and moon. As its whiskers flowed, boundless Da Huang power seemed to drift about. Below, the vast forest began to rustle. In this moment, everything in the world seemed to bow beneath the feet of this colossal dragon. Gradually, the azure dragon silhouette began to merge with Lin Chong's aura. The overwhelming pressure radiated outward in all directions. On the stone platform below, even Hong Shitian, who possessed the power of the ninth heaven of the supreme realm, felt a trace of pressure. It was noteworthy that Lin Chong was only at the fourth heaven of the supreme realm. As the azure dragon's phenomenon continued to merge with Lin Chong, the seated Lin Chong slowly opened his eyes. In the next instant, three ancient and profound characters materialized in the void before him. Huang Tian Hua Long Ju. These three deep and imposing ancient characters glimmered with a captivating azure brilliance. They were formed from the purest Da Huang power. Each character radiated mystery, manifesting before Lin Chong for only a moment before instantly merging into his being. At this juncture, Lin Chong comprehended the formidable martial arts skill, Huang Tian Hua Long Ju, from the Da Huang Tian Yanju. At this moment, Hong Shitian, seated upon the stone platform, gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon occurring above in their secret realm. To the left, the sky was painted crimson by Xiao Jin's heavenly fire, while to the right, the azure hue of Da Huang power emanated from Lin Chong, filling the sky with its presence. One side was red, the other blue, occupying the entire expanse above. Truly a prodigy. This is the essence of a true genius, Hong Shitian thought, feeling insignificant in comparison. He swallowed hard, originally proud of his status as the fastest cultivator with the highest comprehension in his family. However, witnessing the true prodigies before him, he fully comprehended what it meant to be a true genius. Hong Shitian also understood that 10 days prior, Qin Yuan had remarked to Lin Chong and Xiao Jin, allowing the geniuses of the Taishao sacred domain to witness what a true prodigy was. It became clear to him that those fixated on the titles of holy sons, holy daughters, and prodigies were nothing in Qin Yuan's eyes. "Master, I have comprehended the Huang Tian Hua Long Ju," Lin Chong exclaimed excitedly as he stabilized his aura and approached Qin Yuan. "Very good," Qin Yuan replied with a smile, addressing Hong Shitian below. "Let us depart the secret realm." "Yes, senior." Hong Shitian nodded earnestly. Upon exiting the secret realm, Hong Zhan, who had been waiting at the entrance, felt a sudden jolt. He quickly turned his gaze towards Qin Yuan and the others. Although Xiao Jin and Lin Chong's auras still reflected their status as fourth heaven of the supreme realm, they exuded a distinctly different aura. Looking at Hong Shitian, despite some minor injuries, his ninth heaven supreme strength had become increasingly solid. It was evident that he had received guidance from an esteemed figure. Hong Zhan excitedly bowed deeply to Qin Yuan. "On behalf of my son, I express my gratitude for your guidance, senior." "Indeed," Qin Yuan nodded, "time is of the essence. Let us proceed to meet the prodigies of the Taishao sacred domain." "Yes, senior." Chapter 65, The Assembly of Holy Sons. The grand tournament approaches. The Wanxiao mountain range, located in the Taishao sacred domain, is a land of eternal daylight. This remarkable place is perpetually filled with radiant mist, thus earning the name Xianxia Mountain Range, due to the brilliance of the mist. The night here resembles day. Presently, thousands of figures were soaring towards the summit of Xianxia Mountain, whether arriving by flying vessels from above, climbing from the foot of the mountain, or tearing through the void to reach this place. Today marked the most bustling day in the Xianxia Mountain Range in 50,000 years, for today heralded the commencement of the Holy Sun Yunxiao tournament, held once every 50,000 years in the Taishao sacred domain. This grand event was organized collaboratively by the three mightiest palaces of the Taishao sacred domain. At the main peak of Xianxia Mountain, it resembled a colossal platform cleaved by a sword. Surrounding the platform were spectator seats capable of accommodating tens of thousands. At the center of the main peak stood a structure built from Yunxiao stones, fortified by a grand formation capable of withstanding attacks from half-saint powers. Even the strength of a saint could endure 1 or 2 strikes. In no time, elders and sect leaders from various sects, accompanied by their most esteemed disciples, gathered to observe. While they may not possess the potential to become holy sons, witnessing the battles among the holy sons would provide them with invaluable insights. At this moment, in the southeast corner of the spectator seats, in the front row, Fang Yamo was offering a fruit platter to the side of Li Ruoxue. "Brother Li, won't you indulge in some? Such occasions demand a fruit platter." Li Ruoxue, clad in a green robe, replied helplessly, "Brother Fang, we agreed that after watching the Holy Sun Yunxiao tournament, we would set off immediately. I still need to continue my search for my master." The sensation of the river of reincarnation had grown faint to the point of being imperceptible, yet Li Ruoxue was reluctant to abandon his pursuit. 2,000 years ago, he had inquired about his master in the ancient tomb and had been informed that if he could ever sense the existence of the river of reincarnation, it would signify that his master had emerged from seclusion. Reflecting on this, Li Ruoxue's breath quickened. His master had bestowed upon him immense fortune, imparting the supreme method of reincarnation, enabling him to emerge from the ancient tomb as a dazzling new star, swiftly advancing through all realms beneath the great saint in a mere 2,000 years, achieving the great saint realm. The gratitude he felt towards his master would never fade. "Rest assured, Brother Li, there is no need to rush." Fang Yamo nodded immediately and replied, "Once we witness the Holy Sun contest, we shall depart without delay. This contest is undoubtedly the most vibrant event within the Taishao sacred domain. If your master were present in this realm, they would certainly join in the festivities. Perhaps your master is already here." Hearing Fang Mo's comforting words, Li Ruoxue could only nod helplessly and continued to secretly cultivate the cycle method within, seeking traces of the reincarnation river. At Xianxia Mountain's main peak, at the reception hall for the Holy Sons, the group from Qin Yuan had already arrived. Hong Shitian approached the grand hall and presented the Holy Sun token. The two attendants at the entrance immediately acknowledged him and escorted Hong Shitian into the hall. The three from Qin Yuan walked to the front of the hall. Lin Chong took out the Wang family's Holy Sun token. Upon hearing this, the attendants' expressions slightly changed. There were only 7 Holy Sun tokens in existence. Although they acknowledged the token rather than the individual, the recent peculiarities surrounding the Wang family had not gone unnoticed. Specifically, the Wang family's Holy Sun token had been seized, and the whereabouts of their Holy Sun were unknown. Families possessing Holy Sun tokens could observe through Fang Yu that the Wang family's Holy Sun had perished. Thus, the unexpected presence of an unknown man holding the Holy Sun token elicited such reactions. Under the attendant's guidance, the three from Qin Yuan entered the reception hall of the Holy Sun's Grand Hall. Upon entering, the attendant softly said, "Please wait here. I will present the Holy Sun token." "All right." Qin Yuan waved his hand. "Go ahead. Just notify us when the fighting begins." Having said that, he seated himself on a wooden chair in the hall and closed his eyes to rest. After a moment, at the highest observation area of the arena on Xianxia Mountain's main peak, representatives from 3 of the 7 great families and powers had already arrived: the Wang family, the Giga sacred sect, and the Hun family. Opposite them, the masters of the 3 palaces of supreme power sat prominently upon their jade thrones. The master of Taishao Palace glanced at the jade stone in hand, his brow relaxing as he looked toward the Wang family. He had just received news that the Wang family's Holy Sun token had been presented, with 3 individuals in attendance. Among them, only 2 were competing in the Holy Sun battle, while the third appeared to be their master. How daring of them! They must be tired of living. The head of the Wang family, upon hearing this, crushed the dragon head carved on his jade throne with his right hand, releasing a tremendous pressure characteristic of the late saint realm. "Master, steady yourself." The elders beside him immediately whispered. "The masters of the 3 palaces have assured us that we will receive an explanation regarding this matter." Wang Shanyue, hearing this, suppressed the power within him that was on the verge of erupting, and forcibly closed his eyes. He truly had not anticipated that the murderer of his son would dare to use his son's Holy Sun token to participate in this Holy Sun Xianxiao arena. Rest assured, head of the Wang family, although this cannot be dealt with openly, after the Holy Sun contest concludes, we will seek those 3 individuals to provide your family with an explanation, said Xiaolei, narrowing his eyes. Meanwhile, the representatives from the Gigu sacred sect and the Han family seemed indifferent to this matter. Their sole objective was for their respective Holy Son or Holy Daughter to secure the top position in this Holy Sun Xianxiao arena and subsequently enter the xianxia, heavenly gate, to achieve sainthood. Sainthood can be achieved in 2 ways. One through the accumulation of cultivation over time, a path taken by most saints, and the other by entering the xianxia heavenly gate to attain enlightenment as a saint. There are even exceptional prodigies capable of leaping several ranks in succession. This is precisely why both the Gigu sacred sect and the Han family aspired to seize first place. The 7 prodigies and their companions were prepared. Xiaolei stood from his jade throne, gazing at the bustling Yunxiao arena before him. He exchanged glances with Qian Li and Yao Lai, and in an instant, their figures vanished, only to reappear within the Yunxiao stone arena. Please, everyone, quiet down. Xiaolei's slightly aged voice swiftly suppressed all sounds in attendance. As if only his voice remained in the universe, the pressure of a peak saint realm began to subtly permeate the air. I hereby declare the commencement of the Holy Sun Xianxiao arena. Xiaolei wasted no time and immediately announced that the Grand Holy Sun contest, held once every 50,000 years, had begun. At this moment, Qin Yuan had also brought Xiao Jin and Lin Chong to the observation seats of the arena. After selecting a favorable position, Qin Yuan reclined back. Casting a glance at the 3 individuals on the arena below, he quickly lost interest. They were merely peak saints accumulated through time. However, in the next moment, Qin Yuan's gaze shifted towards the southeast corner of the observation area, slightly surprised. The power of reincarnation, he mused, sensing it before exclaiming, Li Ruoshui, this little one has come as well. Let me see what prowess he possesses. Qin Yuan focused intently for a moment before smiling softly. Not bad, not bad. He has reached the great sage realm and has not been remiss in his cultivation. He nodded with satisfaction. Simultaneously, the system task was triggered. Ding. System task activated. Encounter disciple Li Ruoshui. Reward, 50 trillion fortune feedback points. Just then, Xiaolei began to announce the rules of the Holy Sun battle. Chapter 66. Prodigies, we have arrived. Xiaolei surveyed the surroundings and then declared, the rules for the Holy Sun Xianxiao arena are quite simple. There are a total of 7 Holy Sun tokens. The first match will be a free-for-all, wherein the 7 holders of the Holy Sun tokens, accompanied by their companions, will enter the Holy Sun Xianxiao arena. The rules for the competition are straightforward. Eliminate 1 team of Holy Suns, and the remaining 6 teams will draw lots for their matchups. Ultimately, 3 teams will emerge victorious. Xiaolei exhaled and continued. These 3 teams will have the opportunity, under the auspices of our 3 palaces of supreme power, to enter the xianxia heavenly gate. Of course, the title of the foremost Holy Sun must still be determined. The final 3 teams will battle amongst themselves, and the victor will be crowned the Holy Sun. Following this, he elaborated on some basic competition rules. The Holy Sun contest requires participants to exert their utmost effort, and should anyone perish in the arena, it is merely a testament to their insufficient strength. There are 2 ways to be defeated, either being knocked out of the Tai Shao Stone Arena or being killed. After all, this is the Holy Sun contest of the Tai Shao Sacred Domain, held once every 50,000 years. If it were merely trivial skirmishes, the title of Holy Sun would lose its significance. Upon concluding Xiaolei's explanation, Qin Yuan, reclining in his chair, rubbed his temples. After such a lengthy discourse, it amounted to nothing more than a chaotic free-for-all. In a single sentence, he succinctly summarized the rules of the Holy Sun contest. Disciples, the stage has been set for you. Now, deliver a small shock to these prodigies. Qin Yuan picked up a linglong fruit from the platter on the side table and tossed it into his mouth. Yes, master. Lin Chong and Xiao Jin nodded confidently. At this moment, Xiaolei had returned to the hosting position, and he began to announce, next, we invite all holders of the Holy Sun tokens to enter the arena. As his voice fell, an eerie black mist suddenly rose in the previously empty Yunxiao arena. As the mist roiled, 3 figures emerged, the foremost being Han Li, accompanied by his 2 companions. One of them is Han Wui, while the other initially intended to summon Han Wuhai. However, Han Wuhai's life token shattered over 10 days ago. This infuriated Han Wui, causing his anger to seethe. Nevertheless, with the imminent Sacred Sun competition, he had no choice but to suppress his fury and accompany another guardian of the family, following the Sacred Sun Han El to participate in this Yunxiao arena. the sacred son of the Han clan, Han El, and Han Wui. The other individual appeared to be the family's second elder. Their strength is astonishing. All of them are actually half-saints. The cultivators in the audience, upon sensing the presence of Han El and his companions, swallowed hard. The requirement for participating in the Sacred Sun Yunxiao Arena is to be below the sage level. Yet here stand 3 members of the Han clan, all of whom are undeniably half-saints. This reveals their immense ambition. As Han El and his companions took the stage, suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space several hundred zhang away, as if something from beyond was attempting to tear through the fabric of reality. In the next moment, the space was violently torn apart by a pair of skeletal hands. A chilling sound echoed. Before the onlookers, 2 pale, chilling skeletons emerged, relentlessly ripping apart the rift in space. In the hollow eyes of these bones, a flicker of purple, ghostly flame danced. Following them, a woman clad in red stepped forward. Her appearance was striking, yet she emanated an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Her purple eyes swept over the crowd, causing those with slightly lower cultivation to feel as if their very souls were being drawn away. Even their bones felt weak. When the realization struck, all the cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat forming. The red-clad woman stood imperiously, with the 2 skeletal figures silently flanking her. The Gu Xianxiaaudiobooks, capable of refining living beings into bone puppets. Moreover, these bone puppets can cultivate, and the method is exceedingly cruel, rivaling the Han clan's soul-refining techniques. Zhgro, the saintess of the Gu Xianxiaaudiobooks. It is said that those who pursued her were refined into bone puppets. How terrifying. Her strength is also at the half-saint level. What about her aids? Does she even need help? The strength of her 2 skeletal companions is already comparable to that of half-saints. The cultivators began to murmur among themselves. Following this, from the 5th sacred domain, Hong Shurti-in of the Han clan stepped onto the Yunxiao arena alone. This scene left the cultivators in attendance perplexed. The Han clan? Only the sacred sun? Have they given up? Impossible. While the Han clan's strength may not surpass that of the Han clan and the Gu Xianxiaaudiobooks, they are certainly stronger than many other sacred families, right? Could it be that he is confident enough to enter the top 3? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, in the Yunxiao arena, Han El observed the solitary figure of Hong Shurti-in stepping onto the platform, unable to suppress a frown. Hong Shurti-in, your clan has sent only you? Hong Shurti-in glanced at Han El and rolled his eyes. None of your business. Regardless, a powerful entity has already promised him a place in the top 3. He might as well come up alone. Hong Shurti-in, it has been a while. Yet your temper remains as volatile as ever. Han El narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing cold. You remain as you always were, at the supreme 9th heaven. You haven't even stepped into the half-saint realm. I truly wonder what audacity you possess to participate in this sacred sun Yunxiao arena. Hong Shurti-in simply closed his eyes, ignoring Han El. In the past, he might have shown some respect to Han El. However, after gaining the support of a powerful figure, Hong Shurti-in realized the pleasure of having a strong backing. Subsequently, the sacred sons of the Lu, Ma, and Lu clans, accompanied by 2 companions each, ascended to the sacred sun Yunxiao arena. Although these 3 clans ranked lower, their sacred sons possessed genuine strength at the supreme 8th or 9th heaven. Thus, there were now 6 factions present, with the final Wang clan yet to make an appearance. Where is the sacred son of the Wang clan? Why have they not been seen? I remember the Wang clan's sacred son was quite arrogant. Logically, he should have jumped onto the stage after the first few participants. Haven't you heard? The Wang clan has spent the last 2 weeks searching the entire territory, as it seems their sacred son has been killed. What? Not only that, but the sacred son's token has also been seized. How ruthless. Who is this formidable opponent? I cannot say. Just as the crowd was abuzz with speculation, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Lnzhing exchanged glances, bowed respectfully to Qin Yuan, and then stepped forward together. In an instant, spatial fluctuations arose, and the 2 appeared in the sacred sun Yunxiao arena. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Lnzhing became the center of attention. They slowly surveyed the audience, declaring to the prodigies of the Tixio sacred domain, "We have arrived." Chapter 67, My Master has said, "Take you to victory effortlessly." As Xianxiaaudiobooks and Lnzhing entered the arena, all the cultivators and the sacred sons on the Yunxiao arena fell silent. Every gaze converged upon them. 1 red and 1 green figure stood resolutely in the arena. The red figure bore a faint smile, with the fire lotus mark on his forehead notably prominent. The blue-clad man beside him wore an expression of indifference, exuding an aura of desolation. Their names appeared on the stone tablet beside the Yunxiao arena. Xianxiaaudiobooks, Lnzhing. They are the ones who killed my son. From the main viewing stand, Wang Shnyu, the head of the Wang clan, glared furiously at Xianxiaaudiobooks and Invincible on the Yunxiao arena. His wrath palpable. They are only at the supreme fourth heaven. The ever-closed eyes of the Qin palace master suddenly opened, dismissing Wang Shnyu's words with some surprise. Meanwhile, beside him, the palace master of Tio Palace, Yo Li, gazed greedily at Xianxiaaudiobooks in the arena. Narrowing his eyes, he grinned. That Xianxiaaudiobooks is impressive. He possesses such a variety of heavenly fires and manages to harmonize them all. It seems this Xianxiaaudiobooks must possess a formidable fire control technique. This is strikingly similar to the techniques of our Tio Palace. Observing this, Qin understood the fate that awaited this Xianxiaaudiobooks. At that moment, in the viewing area of the Yunxiao arena, the crowd began to murmur. What is happening? Individuals at the supreme fourth heaven can also participate in this sacred sun battle? If that is the case, can I, at the supreme fifth heaven, also participate? You? Can you contend with Hunel or Zhu Jiaro? Cough, cough. How dare they go up? Surely they have their trump cards. While speculation circulated, in the southeast corner of the viewing platform, F.M. regarded Xianxiaaudiobooks and Invincible with slight astonishment. Supreme fourth heaven? Impossible. Do they possess some treasure that conceals their presence? F.M. tentatively employed his sensing ability, and moments later, his expression became notably perplexed. Indeed, they are at the supreme fourth heaven. However, the spiritual energy and soul within them are remarkably solid. I cannot even guarantee that when I was at the supreme fourth heaven, I had such a solid foundation. Given time, their strength will undoubtedly surpass mine. F.M. provided his internal assessment. Meanwhile, El Rushu nodded in agreement, gazing at Xianxiaaudiobooks and Invincible in the arena. Feeling the rebellious aura emanating from them, he was inexplicably enveloped in a sense of familiarity. Was it perhaps the longing for his master? Li Ruoxue took a deep breath and continued to silently circulate the reincarnation technique within his body, solely to sense the previous fluctuations of the reincarnation river. Li brother, how dull you are. Since we have come here, why not take a guess at who might secure a spot in the top 3? Fong Mo remarked, unable to resist tapping on Li Ruoxue's arm as he observed him lost in thought. Li Ruoxue reluctantly opened his eyes and scrutinized the saints in the arena. After a moment of contemplation, he countered, then Fong brother, what do you think? I believe the top 3 will be Zhu Gu Rao from the Skeleton Bone Sacred Sect, Hun Li from the Hun clan, along with Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Fong Mo replied after some consideration. Although Xiao Jin and Lin Chong possess exceptionally solid power, the gap in their cultivation levels is indeed substantial. Both Zhu Gu Rao and Hun Li are semi-saints. Not to mention, they have semi-saint companions and puppets as well. Fong Mo's analysis was quite reasonable. At that moment, Li Ruoxue shook his head and said, my master has warned me never to underestimate any opponent, regardless of their cultivation level. Besides, is this gap in levels truly that great? When I was at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, I had slain several semi-saints. Hearing this, Fong Mo's expression twitched slightly. How can one compare to a prodigy like you? Your reincarnation technique allows you to kill across great realms effortlessly. I can only say that when those semi-saints were flaunting their prowess, they certainly did not choose an auspicious day for it. An auspicious day turned into an ominous one. How does one explain this? So, Li brother, what is your view? Fong Mo shifted the conversation back. I believe the top spot should go to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. For reasons unknown, Li Ruoxue felt an inexplicable confidence in Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. All right, then let us wager on tonight's banquet. Fong Mo chuckled. Whoever loses shall treat. Li Ruoxue smiled and nodded gently. At that moment, on the podium, Xiao Lei proclaimed, now that the 7 holders of the Saints' Orders and your companions have taken the stage, let us begin. In this first round, the first to concede or be forced off the stage will be eliminated. As his voice fell, Xiao Jin suddenly raised his right hand. May I ask, what if more than one person is defeated? He inquired, looking toward the master of Taishao Palace. Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback by the question, then responded, in that case, they will all be eliminated together. That's good. Xiao Jin exhaled in relief upon receiving the answer. Meanwhile, Lin Chong had already begun secretly gathering the Great Wilderness Finger technique. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense following Xiao Jin's inquiry. You arrogant brat. The saint from the Lu clan scoffed at Xiao Jin, then turned to the other family saints beside him, saying, why don't we join forces and first knock these 2 4th-level Supreme Realm contenders off the stage? The saint from the Ma clan nodded, agreed. The saint from the Lu clan echoed in agreement as well. At that moment, Hong Shirtian swiftly approached Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, turning to face the 3 family saints opposite them. Hong Shirtian, are you insane? The saints from the several clans were momentarily stunned, bewildered. These 2 are my brothers. Hong Shirtian patted his chest and declared, This scene also caught the attention of Han Li and Zhugu Rao. Hong Shitian, our master has instructed us to let you win effortlessly. You need not intervene. Xiao Jin gently patted Hong Shitian's shoulder, then stepped forward gradually. Beneath his feet, a pattern resembling a fiery lotus began to emerge. A wave of scorching energy gradually surged forth. Before taking the stage today, my master informed my brother and I to present you with two choices. First, step down voluntarily, which would be rather embarrassing. Second, I will force you off the stage, which is equally disgraceful. If no choice is made within 3 breaths, the second option is assumed. With a smile on his face, Xiao Jin remained composed. Lin Chong, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly impressive, brother. You have learned well from our master." Chapter 68. A single strike to crush all 9 of us at the 9th level? Are you even human? As Xiao Jin's words echoed, all the cultivators present for the competition collectively gasped in disbelief. What on earth is this person? How can he speak with such arrogance? Yet the crux of the matter was that he was merely at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, facing opponents who were all at least at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Even with the backing of the Hong clan saint, it seemed improbable for them to overcome their adversaries. The saint from the Ma clan, witnessing this spectacle, waved his sleeve, exclaiming, "Arrogant. This is the first time I've seen someone this audacious. I am eager to see how you intend to defeat us." The saint from the Liu clan also stepped forward, sneering. Beside them, several companions at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm were cracking their knuckles in anticipation. With the saints from the Ma, Liu, and Liu clans united, they amassed a total of 9 9th level Supreme Realm cultivators. "Brother, there's no need to waste words on these people." Lin Chong stepped forward. Without any warning, he raised a finger. Great Wilderness Prisoner finger. He was not one for excessive conversation. If a fight was to occur, he would strike. A tremendous crash resounded. A massive green finger materialized in the void, enveloped in an overwhelmingly potent force of the Great Wilderness. Golden inscriptions twisted around it, exuding an intimidating presence. Burning Fury Lotus. Xiao Jin, no longer needing to say much, followed suit as his junior had taken action. Naturally he, as the senior, would act as well. The fusion of the 3-colored Fire Lotus was a mere trifle for Xiao Jin at this moment. In an instant, a colossal 3-colored Fire Lotus emerged in Xiao Jin's palm, which he hurled towards the group of Ma clan saints. As the Fire Lotus spun, the space around it began to shatter. The Great Wilderness Prisoner finger continued to obliterate everything in its path. Such a terrifying scene left all the cultivators gathered to observe this Saint Sons competition feeling their scalps tingle in fear. On the Yunxiao arena, faced with such a formidable technique, the Ma clan saints all frowned deeply. Indeed, there was a faint glimmer of fear in their eyes. Their breaths were firmly locked by the opponent's technique, rendering them unable to escape. Furthermore, at that moment, they dared not flee. Otherwise, would that not imply that they, 9 cultivators at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, were inferior to merely 2 at the 4th level? Subsequently, gritting their teeth, all 9 began to unleash their family's ultimate techniques. Yet alas, the might of the Burning Fury Lotus and the Great Wilderness Prisoner finger was overwhelmingly vast. The power of a casual strike was already comparable to that of a semi-saint. Boom. Bang. The moment their techniques collided, the outcome was already sealed. The 9 9th level Supreme Realm saints and their companions were sent reeling, spitting blood, their spirits waning. They staggered backward, while the power of the finger and Fire Lotus showed no signs of diminishing, hurtling straight towards the edge of the Yunxiao arena. However, just as it reached the boundary of the arena, a golden radiance emerged, resembling a colossal barrier that dispersed the force. That fierce attack was thus effortlessly neutralized. How terrifying. The power of this finger technique and Fire Lotus is simply immense. Is this truly the strength expected of someone at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm? What is it that I am cultivating? A fellow cultivator, also at the Supreme 4th Heaven, has already breached our defenses. Meanwhile, the others, upon witnessing the attack being neutralized by the protective barrier, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sacred rhymes of the 3 dominant palace masters surround the Yunxiao arena. Otherwise, had that finger strike and Fiery Lotus landed among the spectators, countless lives would have been lost. Dark horses. So, they are indeed dark horses. This world has never lacked for dark horses. In the past, there have been terrifying prodigies who emerged from obscurity, only to annihilate all rivals of the same rank and become dark horses. With a single move, all 9 contenders at the Supreme 9th Heaven have fallen. They have lost their combat effectiveness, staring blankly at Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, their eyes filled with profound fear. Is there no justice in the heavens? 2 at the Supreme 4th Heaven can shatter 9 at the 9th Heaven with a single strike? Is this even human? This was the singular thought in the hearts of the 9. Truly ruthless. Hong Shitian gazed at the scene, swallowing hard. He realized that Xiao Jin and Lin Chong's strength had surpassed that which they displayed in the Jushuan realm. Their power was visibly escalating at an astonishing rate. Indeed, one must compare goods to determine worth. In the realm of humans, some must perish. Upon the high platform, Xiao Lei observed the unfolding drama, his face betraying a hint of astonishment. Beside him, Yao Lai was barely able to contain his excitement. He gazed fervently at Xiao Jin in the arena. The method of fire fusion. This is precisely what our Tai Yao Palace has desperately sought. I never imagined that heaven would bestow upon me such a grand gift. If only. Yao Lai's throat quivered. If only he could acquire such a technique. He could then refine all 6 types of heavenly fire, each ranked within the top 20 of the heavenly fire ranking, which Tai Yao Palace has inherited. At that point, breaking through the shackles of the Saint Peak would be a mere formality. The realm beyond the Saint Peak. That is the pinnacle Yao Lai has long yearned for. Contemplating this, his eyes brimmed with unabashed greed. Xiao Lei, witnessing Yao Lai's fervor, chuckled. Yao Lai, allow me to congratulate Tai Yao Palace in advance on acquiring a new genius disciple. Although Xiao Lei was equally astonished by Xiao Jin's fire fusion technique. He practiced the Tai Xiao Lei method, not the heavenly fire method, so he could only watch in silence. At this moment, Qianli interjected, Yao Lai, do not rejoice too soon. Xiao Jin has a master. And so what of that? Yao Lai waved his hand dismissively, confident. A person at the supreme fourth heaven, no matter how powerful their master, is merely a saint, correct? Qianli shook his head, responding, but what if he refuses to join? Does he dare refuse? Yao Lai's gaze turned dangerously sharp. If he does, what a pity it would be for such a talent. Who knows, he might just fall along the way. Qianli narrowed his eyes. They were most familiar with Yao Lai's temperament. He had devoted his life to perfecting the Tai Yao divine art. But this technique was excessively domineering and required the consumption of myriad fires to enhance one's strength. Each time he devoured, he faced backlash from the essence of fire. At Yao Lai's level, he could no longer endure such backlash, for failure meant death. And now, a prodigious fire-controlling genius had suddenly arisen atop the Yunxiao arena. Boasting the very technique Yao Lai coveted, he would undoubtedly take action, even if it meant forcibly seizing it. As he had said, perhaps the genius might just fall along the way. A fallen genius would be nothing short of this. Chapter 69. Who is your brother? The annihilation finger of the wasteland. At the summit of the Yunxiao arena, Xiao Lei regarded the radiant Yao Lai, pinching his brow, murmuring, Yao Lai, do not go too far. Be cautious, lest his master seeks you for an explanation regarding his disciple. Yao Lai laughed heartily, then let his master accompany him in his demise. Beside him, Qianli also chuckled softly. Seeing this, Xiao Lei refrained from further comment. After all, they were among the 3 dominant palaces of the Taishao sacred domain. In the face of 2 geniuses at the supreme fourth heaven and their maximum being a saint, there was truly nothing to fear. Or rather, to be chosen by one of their dominant palaces was a blessing in itself. In the spectator area, at the southeastern corner, Fong Mo gazed, astonished. As the 9 supreme ninth heaven cultivators were utterly defeated without even a chance to retaliate. Monsters. Why do I feel as though they, like Brother Li, are also monsters? Li Ruoshui, equally taken aback, remarked, indeed, they are exceptionally strong. It has been a long time since I encountered a genius of similar talent. Had I not met my master back in the day, I would likely be in the same position as you, Brother Fong. With just 2 sentences, he struck deeply at Fong Mo. The first sentence clearly indicated that Li Ruoshui did not regard Fong Mo as a genius on par with himself. The second was even more piercing. What did he mean by saying that without encountering his master, he would be no better than Fong Mo? Am I so lacking? Fong Mo pondered, considering that aside from being a millennium older than Li Ruoshui, their cultivation levels were indeed comparable. As he contemplated this, Fong Mo's eyelids twitched. In this comparison, it seemed he truly had little to boast about. Indeed, the one capable of slaying Wang Qing was no ordinary foe. On the Yunxiao arena, Han Li observed as the other 3 sacred sons were effortlessly vanquished, then fixed his gaze upon Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Han Li met Xiao Jin's eyes, filled with overwhelming battle intent. Han Li remained unperturbed, having already stepped into the semi-saint realm. Lin Chong approached Zhu Gu Rao, silently locking eyes with her. They had previously agreed upon their battle targets. On the Yunxiao high platform, Xiao Lei inhaled deeply and declared, due to the simultaneous defeat of 3 sacred sons. The format of this competition will be slightly modified. The battle will continue until only 3 factions remain, at which point the top 3 will be determined. The final victor will claim first place. Following this rule change, the atmosphere among the cultivators surrounding the Yunxiao arena became increasingly fervent. On one side stood the emerging dark horses. On the other, the sacred maiden of the puppet bone sacred sect and the sacred son of the Han clan. This was bound to be an exciting spectacle. It appeared that they had already chosen their opponents. Han Li's gaze turned icy, his voice chilling. He directed his attention to Zhugu Rao, saying, Zhugu Rao, let us first join forces to eliminate those three, and then we shall contend for the title of the Sacred Son. Zhugu Rao elegantly waved her sleeve, replying, no problem. Thus, the battle lines were clearly drawn. Zhugu Rao, accompanied by two semi-saint puppets, faced Lin Chong. Han Li, alongside two semi-saint companions, confronted Xiao Jin. Each one was pitted against three semi-saints. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Yunxiao arena grew tense and charged. Perhaps I should join as well. Stepping forward was Hong Shitian, who was quickly interrupted by Xiao Jin. My master has said, let you win effortlessly, you need not intervene. Yet, each of you must face three semi-saints. Hong Shitian remained somewhat apprehensive. Although the two had just joined forces to obliterate 9 at the Supreme Ninth Heaven, however, the disparity in strength between the Supreme and the Half-Saint is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Is it merely a Half-Saint? Xiao Jin smiled broadly, for he had slain one before. Back in the depths of Qin Yuan, he had indeed vanquished a Half-Saint. Hong Shitian coughed twice upon hearing this. Hong Shitian, your presence here will hinder my performance with my senior brother. Lin Chong spoke up at that moment. His words caused Hong Shitian's lips to twitch involuntarily. All right. Brother Lin Chong, brother Xiao Jin, I shall retreat to the sidelines. Both Xiao Jin and Lin Chong nodded in agreement. Thus, Hong Shitian obediently moved to the edge of the Yunxiao arena. Hong Shitian is not making a move. Han Li observed this scene, his eyes narrowing. No need to deal with you, Xiao Jin declared, as flames of celestial fire began to rise from his palm, a myriad of radiant lights swirling around him. His eyes glimmered with a golden flame. Hun clan, come forth in battle. With this proclamation, he stepped into the void, each stride blossoming like a lotus. One person faced three half-saints, and he was the first to strike. The right half of the Yunxiao arena was already occupied by Xiao Jin and Han Li, while on the left, Zhugu Ruan was scrutinizing Lin Chong from a distance. He is indeed a handsome young man. How about you join my sect? I might offer you some benefits, she suggested, a gentle charm beginning to emanate from her. Just nod, and I can provide you with pleasures unimaginable to ordinary folk. Her voice was laced with seduction. Even from the stands, despite the holy resonance barrier, some cultivators were affected by her allure. Had it not been for their companions slapping them back to reality, they would have succumbed entirely. Amidst the crisp sound of slaps, these individuals regained their senses, subsequently filled with trepidation. Thank you, brother, for those slaps that brought me back to my senses. No need to thank me. I can deliver another slap if you wish. No, please don't. Such captivating charm was indeed formidable. It was the unique allure of the holy maiden of the Skullbone sacred sect, the Rugu charm. It was rumored that she had slain many geniuses of equal rank with this charm, subsequently refining them into puppet bones. Truly terrifying. On the left side of the arena, Lin Chong furrowed his brow. He could feel a gentle force enveloping him, yet he did not sense any of the so-called Rugu charm. Meanwhile, Zhugu Ruan's expression shifted slightly. How could this opponent withstand her Rugu charm for so long? His aura remained unperturbed. Could he be a blockhead? Lin Chong, my dear brother, Zhugu Ruan exerted her Rugu charm with all her might, but before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chong's desolate gaze swept over her with chilling coldness. Do not call me brother. Who are you to me? If we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. Though he was unaware of her previous actions, his master had warned him, women will only impede my cultivation speed. The next moment, Lin Chong fiercely struck out, the desolate heaven prisoning finger. Chapter 70. What are you looking at? Take this, my burning wrath, celestial lotus. Without hesitation, he unleashed a colossal finger imbued with devastating power, ruthlessly aimed at Zhugu Ruan. This scene left Zhugu Ruan momentarily dumbfounded. She was confident that her Rugu charm, honed over thousands of years, was powerful enough to entice any man. Even resolute cultivators would find it challenging to resist its influence, thus failing to showcase their true prowess. Yet, this Lin Chong, seemingly unfazed, was about to strike her life. As she watched the fierce azure finger approach her vitals, her complexion turned grim. What is happening? How could Lin Chong remain untouched by her Rugu charm? Was his willpower that formidable? Moreover, I have heard that Zhugu Ruan, who has already entered the half-saint realm, is capable of affecting even saints with her Rugu charm. Could it be that this Lin Chong has surpassed even them in fortitude? Gasp! The onlookers at the arena began to murmur amongst themselves. Just as the azure finger was about to strike Zhugu Ruan, the two half-saint puppets beside her suddenly sprang into action. Boom! The half-saint puppets launched a powerful palm strike to counter Lin Chong's desolate heaven-prisoning finger, unleashing a wave of ethereal energy that surged in all directions. Even the seemingly indestructible foundation of the Yunxiao arena trembled slightly. It is known that the entire Yunxiao arena is constructed from the most resilient Yunxiao stone, further reinforced by the powers of Xiaolei, Qianli, and Yaolai. Ordinary saints cannot shatter this foundation, let alone create even a crack. Thus, cultivators beneath the saint level can unleash their ultimate techniques freely upon this grand Yunxiao arena. Such formidable fingers. Zhuge Ruan gazed at the two half-saint puppets beside her, her brow furrowing. No wonder he could defeat 9 supremes in cooperation with his comrades in a single maneuver. The power of that finger alone might rival that of a half-saint's palm. If I underestimated him merely because he is at the 4th layer of the supreme realm, it would be a grave mistake. Lin Chong, witnessing his attack neutralized by puppets, did not appear surprised. After all, Zhuge Ruan was known as the holy maiden with the most potential to claim the title of saint within this Yunxiao arena. What are you looking at? Take this, my burning wrath, celestial lotus. Just as Hun Li was momentarily stunned by Lin Chong's actions, Xiao Jin's voice rang out beside him. Following closely was a blossoming 3-colored fire lotus. The terrifying heat made Hun Li feel as if his very soul were ablaze. Indeed, he possesses some prowess. Hun Li dared not take it lightly and activated his soul techniques to defend himself. Bang! As the fire lotus reached him, it exploded instantaneously, filling the arena with a riot of colors. Hun Li staggered back repeatedly, barely managing to withstand the fire lotus's might. Celestial fire is a natural bane to the Hun clan. Hun Wui, take action. Let us end this swiftly. Hun Li inhaled deeply, channeling his soul techniques as the space around him fractured, and dark chains began to wrap around him. The soul lock chains. This was a life-bound soul weapon forged by the Hun clan to refine souls. When the soul lock emerges, even gods weep. Even saints must tread carefully when encountering a Hun clan member of equal rank. Hun Wui. Xiao Jin tilted his head, looking at Hun Wui, and inquired, "Who is Hun Wui to you?" Hun Wui, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied, "He is my younger brother." "So, they are of the same ilk," Xiao Jin nodded, raising his palms, revealing 2 floating burning wrath celestial lotuses. "I shall send you down to meet your brother." Burning wrath dual lotuses. Upon hearing this, Hun Wui instantly understood. His younger brother had been slain by this very opponent. "You shall perish." In the next moment, the soul energy within Hun Wui surged violently. An endless black fog enveloped him, his eyes turning crimson as he summoned his life-bound soul lock chains and charged at Xiao Jin. The battleground transformed into chaos, with the left side witnessing the clash between desolation and puppet bones, while the right side was a fierce contest between soul power and celestial fire. A visual feast began to unfold. On the Yunxiao platform, excellent. This young man is indeed a genius. Haha, this Xiao Jin will surely be ours in the Taiyao Palace. The palace master of Taiyao, Yao Lai, clapped his hands in delight. The more formidable the fire control he exhibited, the more it delighted him. A peculiar sound suddenly resonated from the high platform. "Yao Lai, this child is irreconcilable with our Hun clan. Are you certain you wish to admit him into your Taiyao Palace?" A mass of black mist had inexplicably materialized here. With the emergence of the voice, a gaunt figure stepped forth from the swirling darkness. The members of the Hun family present rose immediately upon hearing the sound, then knelt in unison. "Patriarch." As the black mist dissipated, the slender silhouette came into view. An elderly man, marked by the seal of the Hun clan on his forehead, surveyed the crowd with his deeply sunken eyes. Hun Ning. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yao Lai's brow furrowed slightly. "Weren't you in seclusion?" "My son is participating in the Shengzi Yunxiao competition. As his father, how could I not come to support him?" Hun Ning glanced behind him, and then his dark soul energy surged forth. A throne, entirely formed of soul energy, appeared, and Hun Ning took his seat upon it. A voice of lament seemed to echo from the throne. At this moment, Xiao Lei also frowned. Hun Ning's power was at the pinnacle of the saint realm, equal to that of the 3 of them. They had not anticipated that this old man would emerge from his seclusion as well. The souls of the cultivators below were indeed impressive. Hun Ning regarded the onlookers with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "Hun Ning, this is the Wanxia mountain range. Once you leave the mountain, what you do is of no concern to us, but this is the jurisdiction of our 3 supreme palaces." Xiao Lei furrowed his brow. "Rest assured, I am merely speaking," Hun Ning replied, turning his head with a raspy smile. Just then, the space shimmered once more. A pair of bony white hands slowly tore through the fabric of reality. "Even an old man like me must join the fray." As the skeletal hands ripped the space, a figure clad in blood-red robes emerged. His aura exuded the unmistakable presence of a peaked saint. Zhu Tianhai, the leader of the Qigu Saint sect. A ruthless individual who had mastered the art of bone manipulation to its utmost limit. Aside from his head, which still retained flesh, the rest of his limbs were nothing but bone. He had transformed himself into a skeleton. Now, the top figures of several sects had gathered. Xiaolei, Qinli, and Yao Lai exchanged troubled glances. The situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. Chapter 71. You are using us as practice? Zhu Tianhai. I did not expect you, the old immortal, to emerge from seclusion as well. Han Ning rasped with a mocking laugh upon seeing Zhu Tianhai. Our Qigu Saint sect has finally produced a gifted saintess surpassing my own abilities. Naturally, I wish for her to seize victory in this battle for the Xianxia title, paving her way into the Xianxia heavenly gate and ascending to the saint realm. Zhu Tianhai observed the battle unfolding, noting that both sides were evenly matched. Nevertheless, he remained confident that his sect's saintess would claim first place. I regret to inform you that this time the first position belongs to our Han clan. Han Ning replied with a faint smile. Although there was no substantial animosity between the Qigu Saint sect and the Han clan, the cultivation methods of both factions were centered around refinement, naturally inciting a rivalry within their hearts. Xiao Lei observed Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning for a moment. Beside him, Yao Lai whispered, Xiao Lei, do you think these two will jeopardize our plans? If there is a slip with the Xianxia heavenly gate, that esteemed individual may not be pleased. Xiao Lei lowered his eyelids and spoke slowly. No worries. Once the Xianxia heavenly gate opens, we shall accomplish our task, and at that point, we shall advance further. Why should we fear them? Upon hearing this, Yao Lai nodded in agreement. Qian Li, who had been squinting slightly, spoke softly. This may be our last opportunity in this lifetime to ascend beyond the saint realm. We must give it our all. His tone was calm, yet his words held undeniable conviction, even if it meant offending the Qigu Saint sect and the Han clan. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the saint realm, one could manifest a natural barrier around them. Thus, the exchange among the three went unnoticed by Zhu Tianhai and his companions seated opposite. However, the demands of that esteemed individual were indeed stringent. As the Xianxia heavenly gate appeared, 9 saintly hearts would converge. Qian Li pinched the bridge of his nose. Even counting the individuals present, there weren't enough to make 9. Initially, 9 candidates were sufficient. However, the Qigu Saint sect had unexpectedly inserted themselves. Their saintess could only count as 1, and the bone puppets she brought were utterly useless. The Han clan accounted for 3. To their surprise, the dark horses Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had surged forth. With the Han clan only fielding 1 participant, they had only 7 in total. Just as Xiao Lei and the others were grappling with this predicament, the rhythm of the battle below suddenly faltered. Something was amiss. Very amiss. Why was this individual always able to strike back at critical moments? With minimal cost, he could dismantle their offensive. Han Li quickly distanced himself from Xiao Jin, adjusting his breath. His expression turned ominously dark. Xiao Jin, are you using us as practice? Simultaneously, Zhu Guliao also sensed the anomaly. Lin Chong, facing her 2 bone puppets, showed no signs of retreat. At times, he even left openings. However, these openings were swiftly eliminated by the opponent. Upon hearing Han Li's accusation, she abruptly realized that he was indeed using her 2 semi-saint bone puppets to hone his own combat skills. Only then did she comprehend. Xiao Jin stood firm in the void, looking down at Han Li and the others. The battle over the past quarter of an hour, neither short nor long, had been sufficient for him to solidify his own strength. Indeed, his master had been correct. To quickly stabilize one's combat skills, one must find an opponent 7 or 8 levels above oneself to engage in battle. With 3 semi-saints as sparring partners, his progress was exceedingly swift. Xiao Jin, today, I shall kill you. Han Li was nearly consumed by rage. As the esteemed son of the Han clan, how could he be reduced to practice for an individual at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm? His eyes were filled with fury, and his soul energy surged. A lethal strike began to coalesce. In that moment, he disregarded all tournament rules. The 2 semi-saints beside him mirrored his sentiment. As members of the Han clan, they had grown accustomed to pride from a young age. How could they ever endure such treatment? In an instant, the 3 semi-saints gathered their lethal strikes. Meanwhile, Zhu Guliao's eyes also glinted with murderous intent. Daring to use my bone puppets for practice, you are the first. Following her declaration, her skin turned pale, and skeletal patterns began to emerge. It was evident that she too was preparing her lethal techniques. On the sidelines, in the southeast corner, Fang Yimo chuckled, brotherly. That saintess said she would ensure her opponent never reincarnates. Never reincarnate. If Li Ruoxue said that, I would believe it. But anyone else? That's merely hot air. Li Ruoxue smiled helplessly, glancing at Xiao Jin and Lin Chong in the arena. He spoke. Next, the victor will be determined. Brother Fang, this dinner tonight is on you. Brotherly, while I find the Han clan's son and the saintess of the Qigu Saint sect displeasing, their strength is undeniable. Fang Yimo was taken aback. You have such faith in Xiao Jin and Lin Chong? For some reason, I just believe in them, Li Ruoxue replied, his voice brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, atop the Yinxiao platform, both Xiao Jin and Lin Chong stood poised in the void. Their techniques were nearly perfected. Junior brother, Xiao Jin turned to Lin Chong. Let us conclude this competition. Understood, senior brother, Lin Chong nodded. The scene unfolded, showcasing an utter disregard for their adversaries. The confrontation between Zhuge Riao and Han Li ignited a fierce uproar. Xiao Jin gazed down at Han Li and his companions, suddenly tilting his head with a chilling smile. Three semi-saints. Did they truly believe themselves to be formidable? In the words of my master, you are nothing. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand in the void, unleashing the heavenly fire from within. Flames of various colors surged and coalesced upon his hand, the terrifying heat causing the very fabric of space to ripple, unable to endure such intensity. In the blink of an eye, a colossal heavenly fire ruler manifested in Xiao Jin's grasp, its entire body shimmering like glass, infused with diverse heavenly flames. Intricate engravings emitted an overwhelming pressure as the ruler, forged from 62 types of heavenly fire, was unveiled. Wan Hua Hung, Tianxi. The instant this heavenly fire ruler took shape, a mere flick of his wrist shattered the surrounding space, revealing the eerie black void within. If the attack power of the 62-colored Supreme Fire Lotus was expansive, the strike of the Wan Hua Hung Tianxi was concentrated. It absorbed the force released from the Fire Lotus, each blow rivaling the explosive power of the 62-colored Supreme Fire Lotus. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong was enveloped by the ethereal image of a Qin Yuan, the dark green power of the wilderness churning around him, causing space to fracture inch by inch. The Qin Yuan illusion became increasingly solid, ultimately merging with Lin Zhong's form. Huang Tian Hua Long Ju. The two supreme martial techniques unleashed an aura that thoroughly overwhelmed Zhuge Riao and Han Li. In the next heartbeat, Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong struck simultaneously. As Zhuge Riao and Han Li felt the imminent threat of their adversaries' attacks, a singular thought surged through their minds: death. They realized escape was futile. The spatial array shattered. Escape was impossible. Their essence was locked in, leaving no chance for retreat. Should they be struck by their opponent's assaults, death was inevitable. Consequently, Zhuge Riao and Han Li disregarded their dignity, crying out for help. Master, save me. Clan leader, save me. Chapter 72. Other than invincibility, there are no options. The cries for help from Zhuge Riao and Han Li echoed across the Xianxiaaudiobooks arena, startling all the spectators who had come to witness this battle of the saints. They had not anticipated that the two dark horses, Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong, could so decisively overpower the competition. Even against the saintess of the Bone Sacrifice sect and the saint son of the Han clan, they maintained a clear advantage. At this moment, the scorching temperature of the Wan Hua Hung Tianxi had reached Han Ning. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong unleashed the Qin Long finger technique before Zhuge Riao. Under such overwhelming martial prowess, they had no opportunity to retaliate. In the next instant, the arena erupted with the brilliance of soul light and bone light. The aura of two peak saints descended upon the stage. Zhu Tianhai had swiftly appeared before Zhuge Riao, extending his pale, bony hands to block. On the other side, Han Ning channeled his tremendous soul energy, wrapping around Han Li. At that moment, the rules of the Xianxiaaudiobooks arena had been shattered. This is bad. If this continues, the situation will worsen. Xiao Lei, Qian Li, and Yao Lai sprang to their feet. If left unchecked, the scene would spiral out of control, jeopardizing the plans they had promised that esteemed figure. In quick succession, 3 figures, one purple, one red, and one blue, descended upon the arena. The aura of 3 peak saints began to radiate. In an instant, 5 peak saints were present on the Yunxiao arena. The spiritual energy filled the air, obscuring the view of those outside. Moments later, the gathered spiritual energy dispersed, revealing a shocking sight. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. They could see that, even with Han Ning's intervention, he had only managed to protect Han Li. Meanwhile, Han Wuya and another semi-saint of the Han clan had perished beneath the Wan Hua Hung Tianxi. Han Li's face turned ashen, his aura unstable. Clearly, had Han Ning arrived a moment later, Han Li would have met a similar fate. On the opposite side, Zhuge Riao's lips bled, and the 2 semi-saint puppets in her hands had dissipated entirely. Her situation mirrored that of Han Li. Had Zhu Tianhai not acted swiftly, she too would have perished. Junior, your strikes were rather severe, weren't they? Zhu Tianhai remarked, observing Zhuge Riao's injuries with furrowed brows, his ghostly eyes glowing green. Meanwhile, Han Ning glared at Xiao Jin with a vengeful expression, utterly astonished that their 3 semi-saints could not withstand a single blow from their opponents. What manner of power was this? And that peculiar technique of transforming heavenly fire into a ruler was beyond anything he had encountered. Xiao Lei now stood between both parties. Xiao Lei, Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning exclaimed in unison, turning their gazes toward him. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Lei spoke slowly. The rules of the Yin Xiao Shengzi competition state that a match concludes only when one side is defeated, thrown from the arena, or concedes. Just now, your saint's son and saintess did not concede. Therefore, this is entirely within the rules. He then glanced at Qianli. Qianli stepped forward, proclaiming, Bone Sacrifice Sect and Hun Clan. Your intervention in the arena's affairs signifies your defeat. According to the rules of the Saint's Son contest, you shall forever be barred from participating in future battles of the Saint's Son. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning's brows furrowed deeply. They did not regard this so-called Saint's Son arena as significant. Their true interest lay in the opportunity for their Saint's Son and Saintess to enter the xianxiamen. My young friends, considering the strength of our three supreme palaces, let us not hold grudges against the Bone Sacrifice Sect and Hun Clan. This time, the first place in the Saint's Son Yunxiao arena is yours. Furthermore, the originally promised rewards of heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be multiplied tenfold for you. Xiao Lei said to Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong, his demeanor somewhat sincere. Xiao Jin gently closed his eyes, not responding to Xiao Lei's words, instead moving beside Lin Zhong, softly saying, Junior brother, do you remember this feeling in your heart? Remember it. I do, Lin Zhong replied, slowly clenching his fist. Before arriving at the Yun Xiao Shengzi, our master had forewarned us that this contest would not be simple. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jin looked toward Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning, two peak saints. Even if you can defeat your opponents, what you face may be even more formidable allies. A spark of enlightenment arose within Xiao Jin. The master is incredibly powerful, capable of instantaneously dispatching those before us. Yet, junior brother, if we encounter such a situation again in the future, we cannot solely rely on our master. Some obstacles we must overcome ourselves. Junior brother, do you remember the vow we made before our master departed? Lin Zhong nodded solemnly, declaring, naturally, it will forever remain in my heart. I will follow in the footsteps of our master and become a powerful being like him. Xiao Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, behind us stands our master. But behind our master, there is no one. Faced with the casual dissolution of their most formidable attacks by two peak saints, they realized once more the extent of their master's terrifying power. They could not triumph, but their master supported them. Yet, their master was not always invincible from the very beginning. What should the master do when faced with an unbeatable opponent? The only option is death. Therefore, the master must triumph. He possesses no alternative but to be invincible. Contemplating this, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong suddenly entered a state of epiphany, experiencing profound insights into the essence of existence. An invisible wave of energy enveloped the arena, embodying a revelation of belief, one that transcended space, defied rules, and surpassed the power of heaven and earth. This unique understanding belonged solely to Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. At the moment this field of comprehension took shape, a tremendous force descended from the heavens, manifesting as a sacred domain within a 100-foot radius around them. Subsequently, a powerful gust of energy swept all present aside. Even those at the pinnacle of the saint realm, like Xiao Lei and his companions, could not withstand this profound force. In that instant, the Yun Xiao arena had unequivocally become the stage for Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Their eyes gently closed, they floated 3 feet above the ground. Witnessing this, Xiao Lei and the others were left aghast, their voices trembling with disbelief. This was the revelation of the Tao heart. Chapter 73, Observing the Master, inexpressible, incalculable, unbearable to gaze upon. The revelation of the Tao heart. At Xiao Lei's exclamation, Qian Li, Yao Lai, Zhu Tianhai, and Han Ning all exhibited grave expressions. The Tao heart revelation? Could it truly be the Tao heart revelation? Qian Li swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the two now immersed in the profound realm of enlightenment. His eyes brimmed with insatiable greed. It was indeed possible for someone to attain the Tao heart revelation. Zhu Tianhai, observing the scene, felt his parched throat quiver, his skeletal frame trembling slightly. Beside him, Han Ning clenched his fists, equally astonished by their terrifying talent. The Tao heart revelation does not directly enhance the practitioner's cultivation level, but it does fortify their Tao heart. The extent of this enhancement depends solely on the practitioner's comprehension. Having presided over the Tai Xiao holy domain for thousands of years, Xiao Lei and his companions had encountered ancient texts detailing the Tao heart revelation. If one could invoke the Tao heart revelation, even the most mediocre talent could effortlessly break through to the great saint realm beyond the pinnacle of the saint level. In other words, the meticulous plans that Xiao Lei, Qian Li, and Yao Lai had orchestrated over millennia were utterly overwhelmed by the talents of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Meanwhile, in the southeastern corner of the viewing platform, Li Ruoshui was taken aback by Feng Mo's incessant tapping on his arm. Brother Feng, my arm is about to break. Upon realizing his own lack of composure, Feng Mo coughed lightly. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement, brotherly. The Tao Heart Revelation. This is a level of comprehension that neither of us has yet reached. It seemed that the ancestral wisdom was indeed correct. Accompanying brotherly to witness the world was the right choice. Feng Mo's breath quickened. While ordinary cultivators might not grasp the significance of the Tao Heart Revelation, he was acutely aware of its power, having even encountered complete records of it. Entering the Tao Heart Revelation, even an ordinary person without cultivation could undergo a transformation. Although it does not directly elevate one's cultivation level, upon conclusion of the revelation, one could ascend ranks every 3 days and achieve significant breakthroughs every 5 days. Brother Feng, allow me to interject. Li Ruoshui raised his hand. I entered the Tao Heart Revelation 2,000 years ago. Feng Mo's expression froze, his gaze turning incredulous as he stared at Li Ruoshui. Why had I never heard you mention this before? You never asked, Li Ruoshui replied. After a moment of silence, Feng Mo muttered, I beg you to be human. Li Ruoshui observed the ongoing Tao Heart Revelation of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong and felt an inexplicable surge of gratitude, as if an invisible thread connected them. Ordinary cultivators might not experience such a sensation, but Li Ruoshui, who specialized in the cycle of reincarnation, could subtly perceive this connection that defied common understanding. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate the power of reincarnation. In another corner of the viewing area, Qin Yuan gazed at his 2 disciples undergoing the Tao Heart Revelation, his face radiating satisfaction. They are exceeding my expectations. Indeed, they were his disciples. Originally, he had anticipated that Xiao Jin and Lin Chong would enter the Tao Heart Revelation within the xianxiaaudiobooks, but he had not foreseen that they would invoke it right here on the Saint Sun Yunxiao arena. Truly, the adage that pressure fosters motivation held merit. Had the master of the skeleton sacred sect and the clan leader of the Han family not intervened at the last moment, it was uncertain whether Xiao Jin and Lin Chong could have entered the Tao Heart Revelation so swiftly. It appeared they regarded the master of the skeleton sect and the clan leader of the Han family as their adversaries. Qin Yuan rubbed his temples, contemplating the intricate web of causality woven by this arena match. It was a trial on the path to strength for Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. For now, he had no intention of intervening. However, should the master of the skeleton sect, the Han clan leader, or anyone from the triumphant 3 palaces lack insight, he would have no choice but to ensure their demise, preventing them from ever entering the cycle of reincarnation. With this thought, Qin Yuan resumed chewing on a linglong fruit. In the next moment, an invisible barrier above the Saint Sun Yunxiao arena seemed to shatter quietly. A mysterious aura began to surge into the void like a tide. Within the Saint Sun Yunxiao arena, this profound energy permeated every inch of space. It was a force transcending the mundane, surpassing the constraints of time and the limitations of space. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth appeared to be drawn by an unseen power, illuminating the skies with resplendent brilliance. Tens of thousands of radiant lights intertwined, each beam containing boundless meaning. In the midst of this awakening, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong discovered that the obscure aspects of their cultivation, which had once eluded them, now flowed into their souls like a clear spring. It felt as if the martial techniques and skills they had mastered inherently belonged to them. Whispers of profound truths began to emerge, as though articulating supreme wisdom. The voices did not emanate from the void, but rather from the depths of their consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong felt as if time had come to a standstill, and space had solidified. Everything became exceptionally clear and lucid. They suddenly realized that they could perceive their true selves. Upon regaining their senses, they found themselves inexplicably within the perspective of their spiritual consciousness. Brother, Lin Chong's spiritual consciousness stood beside his true self, gazing at Xiao Jin's spiritual form. What a remarkable sensation. Xiao Jin was immersed in this unprecedented mystical experience. Everything around them had frozen. He was curious as to how their master would appear in this state. Yet, when Xiao Jin directed his spiritual form toward Qin Yuan, an overwhelming sensation surged through his mind. All he could see was chaos and void. A piercing pain caused his spiritual form to tremble slightly. Inexpressible, incalculable, unbearable to gaze upon. This was his first impression. Lin Chong experienced the same sensations beside him. Steady your mind. Observe all phenomena. Qin Yuan's voice echoed in their spiritual consciousness. Lin Chong and Xiao Jin instantly understood that their master was assisting them. They immediately sat down in their original forms. Their hearts as tranquil as still water, their intentions as free-flowing as clouds. With focused minds and serene spirits, they returned to their origins, guarding their dantian with unwavering resolve. At that moment, as Qin Yuan's voice faded, the insights of Tao Heart Tianwu were thoroughly absorbed by both Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. At this juncture, they had comprehended the highest level of Tao Heart's permanence. Tao Heart's permanence. Had they both truly attained this pinnacle? Astonishing. Brotherly. I initially thought you were the only one who was extraordinary. Now it seems that all three of you are beyond the ordinary. On the spectator's platform, Fang Yimo witnessed this scene, and his mindset utterly collapsed. Chapter 74. The True Xianxia Heavenly Gate. At this moment, within the Yunxiao Saintess arena, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong gradually opened their eyes, having completed their comprehension of Dao Heart Tian Wu. Although their strength had not changed at this moment, they had stepped into the realm of Dao Heart's permanence on the path of cultivating their minds. In other words, there would be no inner demons on their future paths of cultivation. From a certain perspective, the benefits they had gained far surpassed the rewards for placing in the top 3 of the Yunxiao Saints arena. In a corner of the stands, Qin Yuan nodded after observing the two who had achieved Dao Heart's permanence. It must be said, his two disciples possessed remarkable courage. Qin Yuan was astonished. Just moments ago, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong dared to use their spiritual bodies to perceive themselves during their enlightenment. This was nearly akin to courting death. Fortunately, as Qin Yuan's disciples, they stabilized themselves through his calming technique. Had any other prodigies dared to do so, their spiritual bodies would likely have been violently rebuffed by their own formidable powers, potentially leaving them as raving lunatics thereafter. Congratulations to both of you. After the comprehension venue dissipated, the members of the Xiao Lei clan once again approached Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Xiao Lei smiled and said, "Here is your reward for securing first place." With that, he produced a green spatial ring. Xiao Jin, not one to be overly modest, accepted the spatial ring and began to explore its contents. There were indeed many rare treasures within, but none that he required. How was this battle to be assessed? Xiao Jin glanced at the side where Han Li stood. Xiao Lei then declared loudly, "I announce, the top 3 spots of this Yunxiao Saints arena have been decided. First place, undoubtedly, goes to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. As for second place," here, Xiao Lei turned to the side where Hong Shitian had not intervened at all throughout the competition. He then proclaimed, "It is Hong Shitian of the Hong family." At this moment, Hong Shitian could barely swallow. He finally understood what it meant to win by simply lying down. He had merely stepped onto the stage and became second. On the spectators' side, the members of the Hong family erupted with excitement. Truly, a disciple of a great master. They claimed their saint had won without effort, and indeed he had. Xiao Lei glanced at Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning. These two old fellows were not easy to deal with either. He continued, "Third place goes to Han Li and Zhu Gu Rao." Thus, the top 3 spots of the Yunxiao Saints arena were firmly established. Brother Fong, the evening banquet is now entrusted to you. In the southeast corner, Li Ruoshui gently patted Fong Mo's shoulder. Fong Mo's expression twitched, his demeanor one of deep frustration. He couldn't comprehend it. Why were they able to enter Dao Heart Tian Wu while he could not? "Brotherly, before I met you, I was also regarded as a prodigy by everyone." Fong Mo was genuinely on the brink of a breakdown. It was one thing for Li Ruoshui, a remarkable cultivator, to be formidable. But now he had encountered 2 more exceptional talents with greater gifts. How could he not lose his composure? "Brother Fong, do you know how my master views prodigies?" Li Ruoshui inquired softly. "How does he view them?" Fong Mo asked, intrigued. "My master once told me that prodigies exist merely to be stepped upon," Li Ruoshui replied earnestly. Meanwhile, the cultivators surrounding the Yunxiao Saints arena showed no signs of leaving, for what was to come next was the true climax. The Xianxia Heavenly Gate. Even if they lacked the qualifications to enter, merely witnessing the Xianxia Heavenly Gate would be of immense benefit to them. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the pronouncement of the master of Tai Shao Palace. On the arena, the master of Tai Shao Palace, Xiao Lei, looked at Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. He then produced 2 golden square jade pieces. "Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, this is the jade piece for entering the Xianxia Heavenly Gate. Shortly, we will activate it through the combined strength of the 3 strongest palace masters, using the accumulated fortune of 50,000 years from the 7 saint tokens to open the Xianxia Heavenly Gate. At that time, with the jade pieces in hand, you will be able to step inside." As Xiao Lei held out the jade pieces, they began to float towards Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Beside them, Yao Lai also produced 2 pieces for Zhu Gu Rao and Han Li. Qian Li took out one and handed it to Hong Shitian. "Qian Li, Yao Lai, are you ready? We are about to open the Xianxia Heavenly Gate." After Xiao Lei's words, Qian Li and Yao Lai nodded simultaneously. In the next moment, the 3 stepped directly into the void. As they executed their incantations, the winds and clouds above the summit of Yunxiao Arena began to surge wildly. Golden radiance continuously descended from the clouds. This event enveloped the entire Wanxiao mountain range in an indescribable aura of saintly pressure. In the sky, Xiao Lei, Yao Lai, and Qian Li occupied 3 positions. "Yao Lai, Qian Li, prepare the 7 saint tokens." "Understood." Yao Lai and the others nodded. In an instant, 7 ancient tokens appeared in the air. These were the saint tokens. Over the course of 50,000 years, they had changed hands repeatedly, accumulating immense fortune. Now, with the backing of the 3 palace masters at the pinnacle of saintly cultivation, the power within the 7 saint tokens was being unleashed. As the 7 tokens emerged, Xiao Lei and his companions exchanged glances, synchronizing their hand seals. The 7 saint tokens erupted with vibrant rays of light, as if summoning something. With a crack, a massive ethereal silhouette slowly emerged from the void, resembling a grand, ancient gate. This was the Xianxia Heavenly Gate. Though it was not as magnificent as described in the records, it was still a rare sight. It was terrifying. Was this the means of those at the pinnacle of saintly cultivation? Such an extraordinary opportunity, rare for ordinary cultivators, could be casually summoned by those of such power. At that moment, the 7 saint tokens shattered, transforming into 7 beams of radiance that surged into the high Xianxia Heavenly Gate. On the heavy gate, intricate patterns began to delineate golden lines. An ancient aura flowed continuously. Creak. It sounded as though an ancient wooden door was being slowly pushed open. The gate was opening. Behind it lay a resplendent golden world, seemingly connected to a sacred realm. Hurry in. The Xianxia Heavenly Gate is open. We can only maintain it for 3 breaths. Xiao Lei called out loudly. After his words, Zhu Gu Rao, Han Li, and Hong Shitian did not hesitate. Brother Lin, Brother Xiao, let us hurry inside. Afterward, the 3 of them swiftly entered the TNMN, holding the TNMNF Ingi in their hands. Xiao Jn, Lnzhing. You should enter quickly as well, Xiao Li urged. However, the following words from Xiao Jn left Xiao Li and all the surrounding cultivators utterly bewildered. When did we ever say we would enter the Su in Chu TNMN through you? Xiao Jn, with his hands clasped behind his back, imitated his master's demeanor and replied nonchalantly, My master has stated that your method of entering the Su in Chu TNMN is rather ordinary, too low-end, lacking in elegance. The approach to entering the Su in Chu TNMN must match my master's refined taste. Just as everyone stood in confusion, a hearty laughter resonated through the air. Indeed, my disciple. Next, I shall allow these individuals to witness what the true Su in Chu TNMN entails. Chapter 75, 9 Steps to Sanctity. The vibrant laughter echoed atop the xianxiaaudiobooks arena. In an instant, all the surrounding cultivators turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. To nurture such a formidable disciple, this master must be an extraordinary figure. At that moment, Qin Yuan had already risen, his gaze fixed on the arena. The cultivators closest to him were left speechless. What was happening? This esteemed cultivator of the first level of the Supreme Realm was actually their master. What do you understand? The greatest masters love to suppress their cultivation when journeying far and wide, someone remarked. Indeed. So, does that mean this whole time, the master has been right beside me? At this moment, all cultivators present, including Xiao Li and the trio, as well as HTNHI and HNNing, turned their attention to Qin Yuan. This was the master of Xiao Jn and Lnzhing, the first level of the Supreme Realm. Xiao Li appeared somewhat astonished, and then carefully probed with his divine sense. The disbelief in his expression deepened as he realized the truth. When he glanced at Yo Li and Qi NL beside him, he confirmed they had also sensed the presence of Xiao Jn and Lnzhing's master. It truly was merely the first level of the Supreme Realm. What was going on? The first level of the Supreme Realm? Had he suppressed his cultivation? It was impossible. Even with my second-level Great Saint strength, I cannot discern what treasure he is using to suppress his aura. Either he is stronger than us, or he genuinely is at the first level of the Supreme Realm. At this time, in the southeast corner of the viewing platform, Fing was equally intrigued by the master who could cultivate such an extraordinary disciple. However, when his gaze fell upon Qin Yuan, his face was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Fing was oblivious to the fact that Ru Shu beside him was trembling all over, as if struck by lightning, her eyes brimming with indescribable excitement. Master. It is my master. No wonder I felt an inexplicable familiarity with Xiao Jn and Lnzhing on stage. They are my junior brothers. It makes sense. Only my supremely talented master could cultivate such fierce geniuses. Realizing this, Qin Yuan felt the presence of countless divine senses probing his strength. He could only smile wryly. For the time being, I truly possess the strength of the first level of the Supreme Realm. Upon hearing this admission, the crowd was once again left in shock. What does for the time being mean? Can cultivation levels be temporary? Qin Yuan tilted his head and raised his right hand, gently pressing down toward the southeast corner. Though the crowd was puzzled, Ru Shu was already trembling with excitement. It turned out that the master had long since noticed her. However, Ru Shu also had the sense to understand that this was her master's domain, and she merely needed to wait until everything concluded to seek her master. At that moment, Qin Yuan raised his head and gazed at the gradually closing Su in Chu Tnmn, shaking his head. The golden light is not manifest, and the Tnmn is not revealed. This level of Su in Chu Tnmn is the most rudimentary. His evaluation caused the onlookers to collectively gasp in shock. His previous assessment was tantamount to slapping the face of the palace master of the supreme three palaces. As expected, the expressions of Xioli and his companions darkened. Your Excellency, the Su in Chu Tnmn is now closed. Your two disciples may have missed this grand opportunity, Xioli said slowly as he descended from the arena. Qin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Yuan closely, and remarked, if you wish to enter the Su in Chu Tnmn, perhaps your two disciples must first break through to the half-saint realm to have a chance. However, even if your disciples possess great talent, it may take them at least 1,000 years to reach the half-saint realm. At this moment, Xioli stepped forward, looking at Xianxiaaudiobooks, and said, Xianxiaaudiobooks, why not join our Tio palace? How about it? If you join my Tio palace and become my close disciple, I can guarantee you will reach the half-saint realm in just a few hundred years. Xioli directly extended an invitation to Xianxiaaudiobooks. After all, he was exceedingly covetous of the cultivation method Xianxiaaudiobooks practiced. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. Joining the Tio palace was an immense opportunity. If the one named Xianxiaaudiobooks could seize this chance, he might truly break through to the half-saint realm in a few hundred years. How enviable. Yet, was it appropriate to directly poach a disciple in front of their master? Foolish. This is a tremendous opportunity. In such a grand moment, how would you choose? Indeed. At this moment, Xioli gazed at Xianxiaaudiobooks with unwavering confidence, his eyes filled with desire. Xianxiaaudiobooks tilted his head, observing Xioli peak saint. Do you think you are worthy of being my master's disciple? He scoffed. Such a person was unworthy of even carrying his master's shoes. This remark caused quite a stir and rendered Xioli's expression instantly rigid. Just as his fury erupted, Xioli quickly intervened and frowned. But you have truly missed the Su in Chu Tnmn. Xianxiaaudiobooks laughed again. Isn't it just the Su in Chu Tnmn? For my master, entering is as simple as wanting to enter or wanting to exit. Xianxiaaudiobooks was filled with absolute trust in his master. This statement once again placed Qin Yuan in the spotlight. Qin Yuan then took a step forward, his aura surging dramatically, instantly elevating to the second level of the supreme realm. The so-called Su in Chu Tnmn is an opportunity for a half-saint to ascend to a saint. Qin Yuan smiled, and then took another step. The space rippled, and his aura instantaneously soared from the second level of the supreme realm to the third level. The speed of this breakthrough left all surrounding cultivators aghast. What was happening? 2 steps, 2 realms. Is this person even human? Xioli and the others also gazed in astonishment. This was indeed a sign of a breakthrough, not merely a suppression followed by a release. In other words, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianxia's master was genuinely breaking through. At this moment, Qin Yuan took a third step. In an instant, the space showed signs of fragmentation. His aura surged to the 4th level of the supreme realm. He continued, if you do not wish to become an ordinary saint, you must invoke the Su in Chu Tnmn to manifest while still within the half-saint realm. However, this is indeed the greatest opportunity within the saint realm. A rare encounter. Bang. With another step, he reached the 5th level of the supreme realm. Thus, wanting to open the Su in Chu Tnmn is not difficult. Qin Yuan maintained a smile. With his 5th step taken casually, bang. The 6th level of the supreme realm. Bang. The 7th level. Bang. The 8th level. Bang. The 9th level. The bottleneck of cultivation? It simply does not exist. What once required a solid foundation in the current realm, followed by a century of cultivation to achieve another breakthrough, has been completely shattered by Qin Yuan. Subsequently, Qin Yuan took his final step, the 9th step. Boom. His aura surged like an abyss, instantly propelling him from the realm of the supreme 9 heavens into the semi-saint realm. He then approached Xiao Jin and the others, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the crowd, having achieved sainthood in 9 steps, gazing down upon the world. Chapter 76. That is also my master. Is he even human? What have I just witnessed? 9 steps to sainthood. Did that person just ascend from the 1st level of the supreme realm to the semi-saint realm in merely 9 steps? How utterly insane. The semi-saint realm. I have cultivated for over 10,000 years, barely reaching the 3rd level of the supreme realm. That man in the dark robe achieved this in just 9 steps? Ha! This world has finally been turned upside down. Around the arena, many cultivators had descended into madness. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking for them. as they watched a single individual elevate his prowess from the first level of the supreme realm to the semi-saint realm in less than 9 breaths. It was as effortless as drinking water. At that moment, the members of the Xiao Lei clan gazed at Qin Yuan, their expressions tinged with astonishment. They had just exerted their utmost power at the peak of the saint realm to perceive his aura, and the results confirmed that his strength had indeed risen step by step from the first level of the supreme realm. 9 steps to sainthood. Who is this man in the dark robe? Qian Li's azure eyes were fixed on Qin Yuan, filled with deep contemplation. Clearly, within the Tai Xiao sacred domain, there was no such terrifying figure. Could he, like that esteemed individual, be from the upper realm? Qian Li's words momentarily stunned Xiao Lei, who then furrowed his brow and replied, "It's hard to say. However, we can ascertain that while this person is somewhat peculiar, his strength has genuinely just reached the semi-saint realm. Even if he advances to saint, we do not fear him." Qian Li nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yao Lai cast a glance at Qin Yuan before returning his focus to Xiao Jin. This Xiao Jin truly does not know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Just now, he had the audacity to directly refuse my invitation in front of thousands. Yao Lai felt a flicker of murderous intent rising within him. Although the other party possessed formidable talent and had invoked the profound understanding of the Tao, his current strength was still lacking. If he could be of use to me, that would be one thing. If not, then he must be eliminated. Yao Lai. A low voice resonated in his ear. Xiao Lei fixed his gaze on Yao Lai, signaling him to exercise patience. Yao Lai closed his eyes, falling into silence. At this moment, Qin Yuan's gaze was slowly set upon the void. The xianxiaaudiobooks. He smiled softly. A sliver of the Xian gate opens, and the myriad calamities flow back. As his clear voice echoed, a tremendous sound of the Tao reverberated forth. The sky above suddenly cracked open. In an instant, all the peaks of the Xianxia mountain range trembled violently. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the heavens. The clouds began to churn wildly, and at that moment, the space beneath Qin Yuan's feet rippled with ethereal waves. The ripples surged forth, transforming into blooming lotus flowers. The 9-turn Sheng-Lian platform, the xianxiaaudiobooks opens. Crack. Boom. Suddenly, the clouds above rolled and erupted with thousands of golden thunders. Unlike normal lightning that descends, this thunder coalesced into an unprecedented waterfall of inverted lightning. Among the clouds, the serpentine flashes of lightning poured down from above. The golden lightning illuminated the surrounding mountains for miles, revealing every detail. Boom. Another deep sound resonated. The crowd was astonished to see a scarlet golden crack appear from the heavens. This fissure descended from above, seemingly piercing through the very fabric of the universe. Within it stood a golden gate towering tens of thousands of feet high. In the next moment, a sound akin to a phoenix's cry reverberated throughout the cosmos. Upon closer inspection, the magnificent patterns adorning the Golden Gate revealed a resplendent ancient phoenix awakening. It unfurled its wings, seemingly attempting to shield the sky. The Golden Gate gradually opened, revealing an interior bathed in wondrous luminescence, evoking a deep yearning in all who beheld it. At this moment, before the palace gates of the xianxiaaudiobooks, a golden staircase began to unfold step by step, eventually reaching Qin Yuan's feet. The xianxiaaudiobooks had actively extended the staircase. Such an extraordinary occurrence had never been recorded in any ancient text. Yet, everyone understood that only an immensely powerful opportunity and a formidable being could provoke such a special response from the xianxiaaudiobooks. In contrast to the arduous efforts of Xiao Lei and his companions to partially unveil the gate, this radiant, open golden gate, actively extending its staircase down, was the true xianxiaaudiobooks. Now I finally comprehend why Xiao Jin previously remarked that the xianxiaaudiobooks summoned by the strongest 3 palaces was lacking in grandeur. In comparison, what did they summon? Hush, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Ahem. In any case, my visit to witness this battle of saints was not in vain. Just the sight of this golden brilliance has already made me feel my bottleneck loosening. I cannot even imagine the immense opportunities that would await me if I could step inside. The surrounding cultivators buzzed with conversation. At this moment, Qin Yuan's aura continued to rise toward the realm of the saints. Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, let us go. Qin Yuan chuckled softly, casually stepping onto the golden staircase. Behind him, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong followed suit without hesitation. In a haze of ethereal light, the 3 figures swiftly arrived before the cascading golden gates. Qin Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon the Xianxia mountain range from above. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were drawn into the golden brilliance, their forms merging into the golden gate. Qin Yuan's gaze ultimately settled on Li Ruoshui. He smiled gently. Good disciple, do not worry. Wait for your master to emerge from the heavenly gate. Though this statement seemed somewhat abrupt, those around did not pay it any mind. thinking he was addressing Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Unbeknownst to them, in the southeast corner of the spectator area, Li Ruoxue trembled with excitement, his entire being quaking with anticipation. Just as Qin Yuan stepped into the golden gate, its golden radiance began to shimmer, half hidden and half revealed in the void. No one knew when it would open again. However, everyone understood that when it did, those who emerged would be beyond measure. Li brother, Li brother, Li brother. Did you see that? 9 steps to sainthood. The Xianxiaaudiobooks men actively lowered the golden staircase to welcome him. Those 2 prodigies' master is more astonishing than the prodigies themselves. Fang Yimo exclaimed, visibly stirred. Hearing this, Li Ruoxue's lips twitched as he replied, because that is also my master. Fang Yimo was struck dumb, taking a moment to recover before turning back. Huh? Chapter 77. The 4 Realms of the Great Sage. Wait a moment, my friend, Fang Yimo said, still somewhat dazed. He pondered for a long time, ultimately exclaiming, what? Are you implying that the man in the dark robe, that esteemed senior, is indeed the master you have been desperately seeking? Fang Yimo swallowed hard, his expression a mixture of astonishment. Indeed, Li Ruoxue inhaled deeply, a barely contained excitement illuminating his face. So my master is truly here. I sensed a certain familiarity in Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. It turns out they are my junior disciples. Ha! Normally reserved, Li Ruoxue radiated genuine joy. Fang Yimo was momentarily stunned. So, all these prodigious talents have gathered in one place? Nonetheless, he felt happiness for Li Ruoxue. Congratulations, brotherly, on finally locating your master. Once the senior emerges from the Xianxia Heavenly Gate, I shall formally invite him to our Fang clan. Fang Yimo took a deep breath, speaking with utmost seriousness. That depends on my master's wishes. I will follow his guidance, Li Ruoxue replied, pacing back and forth on the platform. How long will this heavenly gate remain closed? I recall that when I first stepped into the Saint Realm, I seem to have spent about an hour inside the gate. Fang Yimo interjected with a smirk, brotherly. You actually stayed in there for a full 3 days. Is that so? It felt so lengthy, Li Ruoxue said, slightly helpless. With my master's profound cultivation, will he not need to remain for tens of thousands of years? Fang Yimo fell silent. The Xianxia Heavenly Gate presents a significant opportunity for a half-saint to enter the Saint Realm, and such opportunities vary in magnitude. Many practitioners have exited within less than an hour if it were a minor opportunity. Most saints can only endure for half a day. Those who remain for half a day emerge at least at the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. Li Ruoxue, as an extraordinary talent, spent 3 full days within the Xianxia Heavenly Gate, emerging directly at the late stage of the Saint Realm. This had astounded his contemporaries over 10,000 years ago. Now, he claims his master will remain for tens of thousands of years. How terrifying. My master is indeed daunting, Li Ruoxue remarked, having discerned Fang Mo's thoughts. Moreover, he is even more formidable than you can imagine. This is my master. My master can cover the heavens with one hand. Others may not comprehend the might of Qin Yuan, but Li Ruoxue is fully aware of his master's immeasurable strength. His mind drifted back over 20,000 years to when he fortuitously entered the ancient tomb of the wilderness. Favored by his master, he became one of many disciples and received teachings that enhanced his reincarnation affinity, allowing his strength to soar. He began to maximize the development of his reincarnation physique, and, through the reincarnation techniques imparted by his master, devised numerous formidable methods. Consequently, he overshadowed all the talents of his generation. While ordinary practitioners may not have heard of Li Ruoxue's title, within the interconnected realms of the Xian domain, his name is resounding. Daoji Ruoxue, the one who controls life and death, a solitary hand measuring the river of reincarnation. This refers to Li Ruoxue, who wields the power of reincarnation. After all, in this world, those capable of executing the reincarnation technique are few and far between. The concept of reincarnation intertwines with karma, and even saints, let alone great saints, dare not claim they can comprehend it. Brotherly, your 2 junior disciples previously had conflicts with that Kuaigu holy sect and the Hun clan. Would you like me to eliminate their clan leader and sect master? Fang Yimo suddenly proposed, his gaze seemingly directed at Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning not far away. At that moment, both felt a chill run down their spines. Instinctively, they sensed that their lives hung precariously in the balance. Yet, this fleeting thought vanished as quickly as it came, leading Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning to believe they had merely been affected by the Heavenly Gate's strange phenomena. After all, both were at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. In this Taishao holy domain, who could instill such a sense of danger? No need. This is an opportunity for my junior disciples, Li Ruoxue said with a gentle wave of his hand and a smile. If they find themselves outmatched, I will invite them into my river of reincarnation for a thorough cleansing. His words, though accompanied by a smile, carried an exceptionally menacing undertone. The River of Reincarnation. Li Ruoshui's most formidable method of killing. As soon as he summoned the River of Reincarnation, those who fell into its waters would be eternally trapped in the reincarnation hell he constructed. They would never rise again, until their souls shattered and transformed into nourishment for his River of Reincarnation, thereby further expanding its might. Faced with such an adversary, few practitioners of the same realm dare to confront Li Ruoshui. Even those stronger than him would prefer to avoid combat, for Li Ruoshui, at the second stage of the Great Saint Realm, has slain formidable opponents at the third stage. The Great Saint Realm transcends the limitations of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, undergoing a complete transformation. The Great Saint Realm is divided into 4 extreme stages. The first stage emphasizes the physical body. A practitioner who refines all their meridians in flesh can be considered a great saint at the first stage. Those at this stage will possess a body capable of harnessing greater saintly resonance power and can summon the saintly resonance from the void for cultivation at any time and in any place. In other words, even in areas with sparse spiritual energy, a great saint's cultivation remains unaffected. The second stage cultivates the holy bones. Upon entering the saint realm, the holy bones become apparent, but to truly shed mortal bones, one must condense a completely new set of holy bones. After entering the second stage of the Great Saint Realm, the holy bones reach maturity, and their skeletal power can shatter barriers with a mere finger. For instance, both Feng Mo and Li Ruoshui are powerful figures at the second stage of the Great Saint Realm, capable of effortlessly breaking through barriers and traversing various realms. Advancing further leads to the third stage of the Great Saint Realm, which focuses on the Holy Soul. This step solidifies the soul's power, allowing the Holy Soul to separate from the body, catching enemies off guard in battle. Moreover, upon cultivating the Holy Soul, one can enter the mysterious domain of the Holy Soul, an enigmatic realm filled with countless figures and encounters. Beyond that lies the ultimate stage of the Great Saint Realm, the fourth stage. Here, one cultivates the Holy Heart. Upon reaching the fourth stage, one can manifest their reincarnation mark and integrate it into the Holy Heart. Even when faced with defeat, they can instantaneously escape with both the reincarnation mark and the Holy Heart, traversing multiple realms to reconstitute their mortal form. Although their strength and realm may drop 2 tiers, this serves as a vital life-saving technique. The holy body, holy bones, holy soul, and holy heart are collectively referred to as the 4 stages of the Great Saint Realm. Presently, Li Ruoshui has resolved to await the reopening of the Xianxia Heavenly Gate at the Cloud Sky Arena. Meanwhile, inside the Xianxia Heavenly Gate, Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, and Qin Yuan have already stepped within. They have entered this place, reputed as the greatest opportunity for saints. Chapter 78. Confronting Opportunity, the 8-character truth. The golden light of the heavenly gate flickered in the sky, and the multitude of practitioners gathered here chose not to depart, but instead waited in silence. After all, they were curious about what realms the individuals entering the Xianxia Heavenly Gate would reach upon their return. The Saintess Zhu Gareo of the Kuaigu Holy Sect, the Saint Sun Han Li of the Han clan, and Hong Shitian of the Hong family. In addition to the 2 unexpected dark horses, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Along with their extraordinarily gifted master, the competition for the title of Saint Sun has become exceedingly lively. It is utterly astonishing that the talents of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong's master are so formidable. Xiao Lei gazed quietly at the golden gate in the sky, his brow gradually relaxing. However, they would stop at this point. The Xianxia Tianmin may present a grand opportunity, but not at this moment. That esteemed individual would likely not fault us for the insufficient number of participants we have brought in. After all, those who enter the Xianxia Tianmin are all prodigies among prodigies. A fierce glint appeared in Xiao Lei's violet eyes. As long as they accomplished the task entrusted to them by that esteemed individual, transcending the Saint Realm and stepping into the Great Saint Realm would pose no issue for the 3 of them. It is merely regrettable that I have yet to extract the techniques I desire from Xiao Jin. Yao Lai furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat displeased. What is the rush? Qianli interjected, narrowing his eyes. Have you forgotten my methods? Upon hearing this, Yao Lai promptly slapped his forehead in realization. Indeed, I almost forgot about your capabilities. Qianli, that being the case, I am reassured. Qianli nodded with a smile. His ability allows him to directly search for the techniques of cultivators even after their demise. Rest assured, what that esteemed individual desires is the fortune they possess. The corpses will be entrusted to us, Xiao Lei said, narrowing his eyes and speaking softly. For now, we need only wait for that esteemed individual to take action. Agreed. Yao Lai and Qianli nodded in unison. Meanwhile, at the Xianxia Tianmin, as Xiao Jin and Lin Chong stepped through the golden gate, they suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. And then they found themselves in a void. In this void, there seemed to be no distinction between up and down, left and right. Their bodies felt as though they were floating, and before their eyes lay numerous floating islands. The bases of these islands were tethered by golden chains, all leading in one direction, toward an expanse of nothingness, devoid of any visible scenery. In the next moment, a golden radiance emanated from Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, filling them with a sense of enlightenment. Senior brother, that island seems to contain what I seek. Lin Chong pointed to a gray island tethered by a golden chain. I sense it too. The island on the right holds what I desire, Xiao Jin exclaimed, pointing to another island in astonishment. He then looked at the golden light enveloping him and mused. No wonder the world's cultivators aspire to enter the xianxiatanmen when they reach the saint level. This golden light appears to enable us to swiftly identify advantageous opportunities. Do you think everyone is blessed with golden light? Qin Yuan's voice rang out. Master. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong instantly turned to Qin Yuan and bowed respectfully. This Saint Radiance golden light only condenses for those superlative beings endowed with celestial fortune when they open the xianxiatanmen, Qin Yuan stated leisurely. It is evident that this golden light is a gift I have bestowed upon you. I am indeed that superlative being. Qin Yuan was never one to shy away from self-praise. Thank you, master. Both Xiao Jin and Lin Chong expressed their gratitude. Very well. Qin Yuan waved his hand, gesturing towards the floating islands before them. Each of these islands harbors great fortunes for you. The end of the golden chains leads to the Xianxia Heavenly Palace, where the most formidable creation of this Xianxiatanmen resides. Since this is your cultivation journey, I shall not interfere. You have 3 days. We shall meet in the Xianxia Heavenly Palace in 3 days. After Qin Yuan's voice faded, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong nodded vigorously. Yes, master. Indeed, Qin Yuan smiled, and his figure vanished in an instant. To be frank, while there may be some opportunities within the Xianxiatanmen that would drive a saint to madness, such trivial fortunes do not catch Qin Yuan's eye. Junior brother, shall we begin? At this moment, the fire lotus mark on Xiao Jin's forehead flickered incessantly, and flames began to erupt from his eyes. Yes, senior brother, junior brother, do you remember Master's teachings? When faced with such opportunities, we must adhere to the 8-character truth. Xiao Jin prepared himself. Of course I remember. Lin Chong's gaze was resolute as he fixated on the gray island. In the face of opportunity, the 8-character truth. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong exchanged glances and proclaimed in unison, it's all E. The moment their voices fell, the two transformed into a crimson and a cerulean light, swiftly diving into their respective floating islands. True opportunity must be seized to be deemed genuine. Those who dare to obstruct their pursuit of opportunity become enemies. They would show no mercy to adversaries. Before long, the sounds of various beast roars resonated from the 2 islands. After all, treasures of heaven and earth are always guarded by ferocious beasts, especially within the xianxiatanmen. At that very moment, on a dark-colored island, an abundance of soul energy filled the air, accompanied by the cries of ghostly infants. Here, Hanli had already arrived. He sat cross-legged in the void, silently operating his soul cultivation technique to absorb the soul energy present. The clan leader's words were indeed accurate. There exists an island in the xianxiatanmen suitable for soul cultivation. It appears that as long as I can absorb all the soul energy here, I will undoubtedly break through to the saint realm. Once I ascend to the saint level and exit, I shall surely kill you. Xiao Jin. With this thought, Han Li intensified his absorption of the soul energy within him. However, not far from this island, the fiery island radiating a crimson hue seemed to dim. In mere moments, Xiao Jin had absorbed all the laws from this fiery island. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation quietly advanced to the 5th layer of the supreme realm. Master once mentioned that there are 99 law islands in total. What would happen if I absorbed them all? After all, Master once stated that mastering one law grants access to all. In the next instant, Xiao Jin fixed his gaze upon the nearby black island brimming with soul energy. Noticing a slight dullness in the island's soul energy, he immediately realized that someone was encroaching upon his opportunity. Damn it! Xiao Jin stood up abruptly. He stepped forward, and the 62-colored heavenly fire began to coalesce into a fire lotus. You little brat. That is my opportunity. This time, he recalled Master's earlier teachings. He must conjure the fire lotus during the journey. Chapter 79. The gift from Master. Would you not use it? On the soul-rich black floating island, the terrain appeared remarkably flat. Although the area beneath the island was uneven, the surface resembled a vast open plain. Various dense black soul energies roamed freely across this plain. Of course, the black plain was not boundless. Peculiar brown dead trees grew here, each adorned with ghostly visages. At the center of the island, Han Li greedily operated his technique, voraciously consuming the abundant soul energy. This soul energy had been here for an unknown duration, completely transformed into the purest form of energy. All he needed to do was absorb it into his body. At that moment, Han Li lamented how slowly his technique was refining this energy. Gazing at the black plane, reminiscent of a mountain of gold, Han Li began to absorb even more frantically. Brat! Just as Han Li was lost in ecstasy, immersed in the absorption of soul energy, a sudden thunderous voice rang out from the air. Following this, a scorching brilliance suddenly appeared above the cold, dark plain. Before them stood a resplendent six-colored supreme fire lotus, radiating a temperature capable of incinerating the void, hurtling menacingly towards Han Li's head. Xiao Jin, have you lost your mind? Upon sensing the terrifying heat above him, Han Li trembled in fear. He swiftly abandoned his refining posture and exerted all his soul power in a desperate defense. The dread supreme fire lotus reached him in an instant. No matter how swift Han Li was, he could only watch helplessly as the six-colored supreme fire lotus erupted before his eyes. Soul-burning technique. Black soul raging tide. In such close proximity to the vicious fire lotus, Han Li had no choice but to ignite his own life essence. At that moment, he could not help but curse. Xiao Jin, is it your style to unleash your full power right away? As his words fell, his spirit sagged dramatically, enveloped in a thick shroud of black mist. The fire lotus then detonated with a thunderous boom. In an instant, the formerly pitch-black expanse transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. The pure soul energy drifting across the plane diminished significantly. With that explosion, a profound pit appeared at the center of the immense black island, while the surrounding peculiar trees ignited in flames. Coughing violently, a shadow emerged from the depths of the pit. At this moment, Han Li's complexion was as pale as death, having expended nearly half of his soul power. Furthermore, his life essence had sustained injuries, and it would take at least a millennium to recover fully. Climbing out of the pit, he looked up at Xiao Jin, who was once again conjuring the supreme fire lotus, and roared with fury, Xiao Jin, what on earth do you want? What does this Black Soul Island have to do with you? Why are you here? He was on the verge of collapse. After all the effort he had invested in acquiring great fortune, nearly a third of the soul energy on this island had been obliterated by the other fire lotus. Those opportunities were rightfully his. Xiao Jin, gazing upon the newly rising six-colored fire lotus in his hands, spoke coldly. This soul energy has nothing to do with your clan. It is the purest essence of the world. Why should I not absorb it? You, Han Li, disheveled and nearly at his breaking point, shouted in outrage. What are you staring at? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jin hurled the supreme fire lotus downwards towards Han Li once more. You think you're so clever. Just wait. Han Li dared not confront Xiao Jin's fire lotus directly. Although he did not fear the opponent's cultivation level, the means at his disposal were simply too monstrous. Who would dare to receive the fire lotus fused with 62 types of heavenly flames? Certainly not Han Li. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and invoked his escape technique, transforming into a streak of dark light and vanishing. Although this Black Soul Energy Island was most suited for his clan's cultivation, it was now under Xiao Jin's scrutiny. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon it and seek opportunities elsewhere. Heavenly fire, appear and refine. Xiao Jin looked down at the soul energy below. This energy was not the tainted soul power of the Han clan, but the purest energy of the world. Absorbing it would enhance his soul's power. Possessing 62 types of heavenly fire, he was equipped with a refinement accelerator. For Han Li to absorb all the soul energy on this island would take at least a day, but for Xiao Jin, it required merely a quarter of an hour. There was no way around it. His master had granted him extraordinary abilities. Why not utilize them? Cursed Xiao Jin. That pure soul energy is mine. At that moment, Han Li flew past several islands, arriving at one emanating a greenish glow. Although this island lacked the overwhelming soul energy of others, upon reaching it, his troubled thoughts began to clarify. Gazing at the picturesque island, Han Li finally exhaled, reaching the summit of the most refined energy mountain. He sat cross-legged, thinking, very well. This island can also enhance my understanding. Taking a deep breath, he began to quietly circulate his inner technique. Just as he entered a meditative state, a sense of impending doom surged into his mind. Without hesitation, he spat out blood and bellowed, blood ignition escape technique. At the moment his figure vanished. A colossal, deep green finger pierced the heavens. The instant it appeared, the originally beautiful mountains transformed into desolation, engulfed by an endless aura of decay. Desolation confinement finger. The giant finger crushed the mountain peak. On another mountain summit, Lin Chang's gaze was icy. Is there truly someone seeking death? Daring to intrude upon the island I have set my sights on? Having fled from the Green Island, Han Li was still disoriented, wiping the blood from his lips. His eyes filled with seething rage. Wasn't it said that there were great opportunities in the xianxiaaudiobooks? Why does everything seem off? Either I encounter that freak Xiao Jin or this ruthless Lin Chang. Han Li felt on the verge of a mental breakdown. When he noticed the red and green lights darting across the islands, he suddenly realized that those two brothers intended to seize all the opportunities from every island. Watching as the once radiant islands grew dim, he cried out in despair, "Have you no humanity?" Chapter 80. Congratulations to Zhu Zongzhu. Congratulations to the Soul Clan Chief. Within the xianxiaaudiobooks, as Han Li lamented, the radiant lights from two more islands began to wane. It was evident that only Xiao Jin and Lin Chong possessed the capacity to absorb energy at such a rapid pace. This is unacceptable, Han Li roared as he swiftly moved towards a deserted island in the distance. Upon reaching the island, he cautiously used his consciousness to probe the surroundings. After ensuring that the island was uninhabited, he began to circulate his inner technique. At that moment, Han Li was no longer picky. No matter if the opportunities suited him or not, he could not afford to let this trip to the xianxiaaudiobooks be in vain. However, in the next moment, scorching flames suddenly rained down from above. Han Li was infuriated to the point of nearly losing his mind. Xiao Jin, I, Han Li, will not rest until we settle this. His technique was completely countered by Xiao Jin, leaving Han Li with no option but to flee. Meanwhile, on a skeletal island littered with bones, Zhu Gunyao had just begun to practice her bone refinement technique when a massive green finger ominously appeared above her head. Desolation Confinement Finger. The giant finger descended with a thunderous crash. Zhu Gunyao was forced to halt her technique to retaliate. However, without the assistance of her two half-saint puppets, she was no match for Lin Chong. Lin Chong, have you lost your mind? She glared at him furiously. My apologies. But all the opportunities here belong to my brother and me. Lin Chong replied indifferently, hovering in the air. Do not force my hand. Zhu Gunyao's heart burned with rage. The xianxiaaudiobooks presents an immense opportunity for her. It is even possible that she may directly break through to the mid-stage of the Shengren, or perhaps even the late stage. Lin Chong tilted his head and scoffed. You think you can kill me? Zhu Gunyao gritted her teeth and summoned the Giga method, beginning to operate it frantically. In an instant, fierce killing moves surged towards Lin Chong, who slowly raised his hand, pointing into the void. Huangtian Wuji, one finger to imprison heaven and earth. At that moment, a somewhat bizarre scene unfolded. Both Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were vigorously pursuing Han Li and Zhu Gunyao within the xianxiaaudiobooks, all the while absorbing the pure energy within the islands. The cultivation levels of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were also steadily ascending. An hour later, both of their cultivation levels reached the 6th layer of the Supreme Realm. 3 hours later, the 7th layer of the Supreme Realm. 10 hours later, the 8th layer of the Supreme Realm. 2 days later, the 9th layer of the Supreme Realm. In stark contrast, Han Li and Zhu Gunyao, who were being hunted, remained at the half-saint level, showing no sign of progress. At the same time, at the end of the golden chains of numerous islands, on a dark-colored jade plate, Qin Yuan leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, awaiting the arrival of his two disciples. Senior, I feel as though I have gained new insights. Beside him, Hong Shitian had encountered Qin Yuan a day prior and had been following him ever since, even after comprehending his own opportunity. According to standard procedures, the xianxiaaudiobooks would have sent Hong Shitian out. However, due to his continuous presence beside Qin Yuan, that force had yet to manifest, allowing him to remain in the xianxiaaudiobooks. Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded with a smile, glancing at Hong Shitian, who had now stepped into the early stage of the Shengren and was faintly progressing towards the mid-stage. Subsequently, Qin Yuan casually surveyed his surroundings and found himself at the core of the xianxiaaudiobooks, the xianxiaaudiobooks. This was a miraculous palace suspended in the void. The entire palace stood majestically at the end of the xianxiaaudiobooks, its primary color a flowing jade green, interspersed with hues of dark. This sight evoked a sense of depth and mystery. The intricate details of the palace were filled with exquisite craftsmanship, appearing as if naturally formed, with various flowing runes manifesting within. This was a place imbued with grand laws. Even standing nearby, Hong Shitian could faintly feel the power within him being drawn by this force of law. Calculating the time, there was roughly half a day remaining. Qin Yuan's consciousness stirred as he grasped the situation with Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. All the pure energy within the islands had been completely absorbed by them. At the current pace, it would take no more than half a day for them to reach the jade platform beneath him. The opportunities before them were merely appetizers for Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. The true fortune, however, lay behind him. Yet, it was essential to wait until they arrived at the jade platform for it to manifest. Qin Yuan was in no hurry. At this moment, in the outside world, in the Tai Shao Xingyu, Wanxia mountain range, the laughter of Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning echoed. Zhu Zongzhu, this is truly a cause for celebration. Ha ha. Long live the Han clan. Their mirth had been resonating since the previous day. On the high platform, Zhu Tianhai, though emaciated, was radiant with joy, while Han Ning mirrored his ebullience. The two exchanged jovial banter, almost ready to become sworn brothers. Meanwhile, the trio of Shaolei, gazing at the half-visible golden Tianmen in the void, expressed astonishment. It had already been 3 days. They had managed to remain within the Tianmen for such a duration? Shaolei remarked, if Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, along with their exceptionally gifted master, could endure 3 days in the Xianxia Tianmen. It is surprising that even the saintess of the Gigu sacred sect and the saint son of the Hun clan could remain for 3 days as well. Could it be that their talents are not lacking? Could it be that the esteemed one has intervened? Yao Lai whispered. No way. Shaolei shook his head, slowly responding. If someone within the Xianxia Tianmen dies, their body would automatically be expelled. For now, we can only take it step by step. Indeed. Yao Lai nodded. On the opposite side of the high platform, Zhu Tianhai rubbed his skeletal hands together, calculating the time. It is nearly the 4th day, isn't it? Yes. Soon it will be 4 days. Han Ning beamed. It is said that those who comprehend for 3 days in the Xianxia Tianmen emerge with at least mid-stage Shengren strength. If they exceed 4 days, they will achieve late-stage Shengren. Zhu Zongzhu, we have successors. Zhu Tianhai clapped joyfully. Indeed, we have successors. Meanwhile, inside the Xianxia Tianmen, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had thoroughly absorbed all the opportunities surrounding the Tiangong, leaving not a shred for Zhu Guoreo and Han Li. As for Zhu Guoreo and Han Li, they fled to the desolate, opportunity-less Gray Islands to hide. For failure to do so would result in being killed by Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Moreover, since they had not absorbed any opportunities, the power of the Tianmen had not expelled them. Master, Lin Chong and Xiao Jin had now reached the Jade platform, their auras all elevated to half-saint. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, retracting his rocking chair and turning to face the magnificent Tiangong. Together with your master, let us tread the Tiangong and seize our fate. Yes, Master. Chapter 81, The Sharp Sword Saint. The Xianxia Tiangong, a realm of profound mystery. Ordinary cultivators, prior to attaining the Great Saint realm, could only access this enigmatic domain by reaching the half-saint level to invoke the saint's enlightenment, thus summoning the Tianmen to descend. The palace, suspended in the void, was adorned with azure jade tiles, emanating a gentle blue glow. Consequently, the area was exceptionally bright. Upon entering the palace, one would find the floor covered with flowing star sands. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that reflections of star rivers manifested within. If one looked carefully, it seemed as though a miniature world existed within the star sands. Currently, your levels are insufficient to comprehend this realm. Qin Yuan discerned the confusion in Xiao Jin and Lin Chong's eyes. He smiled and said, as the saying goes, a grain of sand contains a world. A leaf holds a Bodhi. When your realms rise higher, you will understand. For now, it is premature for you. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong nodded immediately, acknowledging their master's teachings. They understood that in the path of cultivation, one must avoid being overly ambitious. They should remember that as long as they become stronger than their current selves in the next moment, that is sufficient. Accompanying them, Hong Shitian could not help but swallow nervously. Just walking on this flowing sand reignited his insights. At that moment, within the spacious palace square, a blue radiance and a red glow suddenly appeared. They have arrived, Qin Yuan remarked with little surprise. Before them, a cerulean radiance coalesced in the square, forming an immense steel forest. The steel forest was adorned with various ancient engravings, each imbued with an extraordinary force from the Qingwu Dahuang. In contrast, another fiery crimson glow crystallized into a blazing pyre, resembling a colossal fire pit, its interior suffused with ethereal flames. This bizarre phenomenon left Xiao Jin in awe. As he beheld liquid flames for the first time, the pyre and the steel forest captivated them. Qin Yuan gazed at these two manifestations and smiled at Lin Chong and his companion, urging them forward, stating that this was their opportunity. The extent of their breakthroughs would depend on their own fortitude, and he would stand by as their protector. Yes, master. Lin Chong nodded earnestly. Xiao Jin then inquired, and what about your opportunity, master? After all, everyone entering the Xianxia Tianmen would invariably attract their own fortunes, yet since their arrival, they had yet to witness any sign of their master's luck. Me? Qin Yuan replied casually. Upon entering the Tianmen, I veiled my own destiny. The fortune I attract might be too overwhelming for the Xianxia Tianmen to endure. Furthermore, Qin Yuan grinned. Do you truly believe I require these so-called saintly opportunities? At this, Xiao Jin smacked his forehead, realizing, right. I almost forgot. Such opportunities for a saint are utterly trivial for you. The words, though coarse, held truth. Qin Yuan nodded. Now go. Yes, master. Xiao Jin swiftly leaped toward the blazing pyre, plunging into the sea of flames, revealing only his head above the fire. Meanwhile, Lin Chong sat before the vast steel forest, deeply absorbing the concentrated essence of the Dahuang energy. Hong Shitian, Meditate here, Qin Yuan instructed. Though your talent pales in comparison to my disciples, even a fleeting moment of cultivation within this celestial palace will greatly aid your future ascension. Yes, senior. Hong Shitian promptly agreed, feeling fortunate for this opportunity. As Xiao Jin and the others began their final enlightenment, in a distant realm within the magnificent saintly resonance of the Dakian world, lay the Tongtian Xianxia, one of the 3,000 realms. Unlike the smaller realms such as Tai Xiao Xingyu and Jiu Xuanjia, this was a grand realm capable of connecting to countless smaller ones, collectively referred to as the upper realm. At this moment, atop an ancient mountain in the Tongtian Xianxia, a rosy-faced elder sipped tea while contemplating profound truths. His spirit was vibrant, a gentle smile gracing his features. Opposite him sat another elder, albeit in a semi-transparent form, ethereal and intangible. It has been a long time. Your cultivation has advanced significantly, the elder in red remarked warmly. Your holy essence has reached the great saint first realm. It appears your true self has brushed against the great saint fourth realm. A mysterious glint sparkled in the eyes of the elder in red. You jest. Master of the blood sacrifice sect, the elder in black slowly opened his ghostly eyes. This form was merely a fragment of his holy essence, while his true self had attained the great saint third realm and honed his holy spirit. The elder in red also stood at the great saint third realm. You did not summon me merely for tea, did you? The intangible elder inquired, narrowing his ghostly gaze. Of course not, the blood sacrifice sect master replied, raising his teacup. You should have heard, the Shungji Tongtian Tower has descended within our Tongtian Xianxia. According to ancient texts, it harbors the ultimate secret of the great saint realm. However, several formidable old sects have their eyes set on it, among which 3 adversaries are particularly challenging: the leader of the Dan sect, the enigmatic practitioners of the Fang clan, and the fierce sword saint. Upon hearing this, the intangible elder frowned slightly, replying, Blood sacrifice sect master, you truly have your hands full. These 3 adversaries are indeed formidable. The Dan sect and the Fang clan are already troublesome enough, but you have also stirred the fierce sword saint? He is notoriously fierce, after all. His infamous catchphrase resonates throughout the Tongtian Xianxia. I evade his sharpness. Since his rise 30,000 years ago, he has mastered swordsmanship to an extraordinary degree. Entering the path through his blade. Confronting him is akin to facing overwhelming force head-on. Reflecting on this, the blood sacrifice sect master sighed helplessly. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets of the great saint's ultimate realm? After a brief silence, the intangible elder replied slowly. I shall inform my brother of this matter. He will decide our course. With that, his form gradually faded, as if he had never been there, leaving no trace of his presence. After all, this was the prowess of the great saint realm. At that moment, a blood-colored lotus mark suddenly appeared on the forehead of the blood sacrifice sect master. Has the matter in the lower realm been settled? He mused. Very well. The more so-called holy children I refine, the more robust my strength will become. With this thought, in the Tai Xiao Xingyu, atop the Wanxia mountain range, within the Xianxiaaudiobooks man, a blood lotus manifested atop the palace's pinnacle. The great saint third realm's fragment of holy essence hidden here was activated by the blood sacrifice sect master. As the blood-colored figure emerged, his aura surged to the great saint first realm. He cast a casual glance at the individuals in the square, and the overwhelming pressure of the great saint first realm began to rain down upon them. Chapter 82, The Essence of a Villain. I truly admire you. This pressure surpassed that of the pinnacle of the saint realm. This is the great saint realm. Hong Shitian, who was meditating, suddenly felt an immense force looming above him, nearly shattering his spirit. Having experienced the pressure of the saint realm's pinnacle, he found it utterly inadequate compared to the current force. Only something transcending the saint realm could evoke such overwhelming might. At this moment, Hong Shitian swallowed hard, confusion filling his gaze. Why would a being of the great saint realm appear within the secret domain of the saint realm? The holy essence emanating from these two is exceptionally rich, he observed. However, there seems to be a shortage of individuals. Upon manifesting, the blood sacrifice sect master immediately employed his formidable perception as a great saint, scanning the space. When he discovered only 6 individuals present, he was taken aback. His gaze landed on 2 faint auras in the distance, both of which were merely at the half-saint level, their holy essence nearly imperceptible, leading him to disregard them. His attention returned to the 4 before him. The pyre and the steel forest, pure energies of fire, and the Dahuang, had provided the 3 young ones with 2 promising supplements. The blood sacrifice sect master regarded Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, his crimson eyes gleaming with interest. However, upon looking at Hong Shitian and Qin Yuan, his enthusiasm waned due to their meager fortunes, especially that man in the dark robe, whose holy aura was nearly imperceptible. It was evident that he had not attained any fortune here. Xiaolei, Jr.? Hong Shitian swallowed hard. Senior, what do you mean by that? Mingzi glanced at Hong Shitian without answering, instead murmuring to himself. After this, I will thoroughly hold those three accountable. Initially, it was said there would be 9 holy sons, yet now there are only 6. Well, one of these 2 can be worth 9. The crimson eyes began to emit a scarlet glow. Mingzi fixed his gaze on the embers within the horseshoe stage and Lin Chong before the steel forest, his eyes brimming with greed. Indeed, Qin Yuan was not the least bit surprised. 2 days prior, upon his arrival at this celestial palace, he had already discerned the fragment of the Holy Spirit from the Great Saint Realm. Senior, what does this imply? Hong Shitian inquired softly. What else could it imply? The cultivation they practice is related to their bloodline. He uttered the names of Xiaolei and the others. There must be some sort of transaction among them. Qin Yuan continued to sit comfortably in the jade rocking chair. Senior, are you suggesting that in this competition for the Holy Sons, we have been deceived by the 3 supreme palaces? Hong Shitian's mind raced, and he quickly understood. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Then what shall we do, Senior? Is there any chance of victory? Hong Shitian asked with difficulty. Qin Yuan cast a glance at Hong Shitian. What do you mean by chance of victory? If I so wished, I could crush this thing with a mere finger. However, did you not notice the aura surrounding my 2 disciples? As his words fell, Hong Shitian swiftly turned his gaze to Xiaolei and Lin Chong. He saw that Xiaolei in the horseshoe stage and Lin Chong before the steel forest were imbued with formidable fighting spirit. This fighting spirit was directed at a singular target, the imposing figure of Mingzi atop the glazed roof. He was indeed a supreme being of the Great Saint Realm. Senior, do your disciples truly not know the meaning of fear? Hong Shitian's parched throat quivered. Setting aside the fact that Xiaolei and Lin Chong had yet to reach the true Saint Realm, even if they did, what of it? Their opponent was a genuine transcendent of the Saint Realm, a supreme being of the Great Saint Realm. Fear? Qin Yuan chuckled. Not only did he smile, Xiaolei, who was fervently refining the purest energy within the horseshoe stage, also smiled. Lin Chong, who was absorbing the primal energy from the steel forest, joined in the laughter. We truly do not know how to write the word fear. As Qin Yuan's voice faded, atop the palace, on the glazed roof, Mingzi felt the overwhelming battle intent from below and became intrigued. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. But do you intend for me to merely wait for you to break through before I act against you? Ha! Mingzi laughed heartily, as blood-red malevolence surged from his hands. Only a fool would act in such a manner. I do not consider myself above others. Today, I shall first refine the 2 of you to bolster my divine soul. Ha! As soon as Mingzi's words fell, the blood-red malevolence in his hands coalesced into 2 massive blood-colored serpents. The serpents flicked their tongues, their bodies exceptionally solid, resembling living creatures. If a saint could invoke an illusory form, then a great saint could solidify that form into substance. Their might would be even more ferocious. Clearly, Mingzi's method of attack was these blood-colored serpents. At this moment, the serpents were adorned with various blood-refining inscriptions. His objective was simple: to refine everyone present into nourishing supplements for his divine soul. Upon witnessing Mingzi's brazen attack, Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. This is the intellect one expects from a villain, rather than being foolishly arrogant and waiting for Xiaolei and Lin Chong to break through before acting. Excellent. Meanwhile, Hong Shitian stared blankly at Qin Yuan. Senior, your 2 disciples are currently at a crucial juncture of breakthrough. They cannot be distracted or withdraw. Qin Yuan replied with a smile. I am aware. Did I not just say? I will protect them. The moment the words protect left his lips, the 2 blood-colored giant serpents, hundreds of feet long, shattered and dissipated in the air. The attack of the first level of the Great Saint Realm vanished into thin air at Qin Yuan's mere thought. Who? Mingzi's countenance shifted as he beheld his attack being suddenly nullified. He swiftly surveyed Qin Yuan and Hong Shitian, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Qin Yuan. Could it be you? Upon reaching the Great Saint Realm, he had developed a peculiar sense of danger. The instant his attack was dispelled, he began to suspect that it was the man in the dark robe lounging in the rocking chair, although he did not sense any direct action from the other. Only this individual could remain so composed in the face of his great saint presence. Blood serpent hand. Unwilling to concede, Mingzi raised his hand once more. A serpent even thicker than before materialized. Yet, just as before, it shattered the moment it descended. Mingzi's pupils constricted. Although there was no evidence to prove that it was the man in the dark robe who acted, he dared not take the chance. This situation is peculiar. Withdraw. Mingzi was not foolish. Encountering something so strange, despite his intense envy of the fortunes of the 2 individuals within the horseshoe stage and before the steel forest, he did not dare to linger. However, just as he prepared to employ his great saint realm divine ability to escape, he suddenly realized he could not tear through the space here. Below, Qin Yuan's voice began to resonate. Indeed, you have qualified. Recognizing the bizarre situation and choosing to flee rather than remain arrogantly is how a proper villain should behave. Qin Yuan smiled reassuringly. I truly appreciate you. Chapter 83. Appreciating you does not conflict with killing you. At this moment, even if Xuemingzi was not particularly astute, he understood who had acted. It was this man in dark robes, who appeared devoid of any fortune. While secretly invoking his great saint realm divine ability, he warily fixed his gaze upon Qin Yuan. What method have you employed, sir? Although the space here cannot be traversed, I am not overly fearful of you. After all, this is merely a fragment of my holy soul. At worst, we perish together. I have merely altered the spatial laws here to prevent your departure. Qin Yuan regarded Xuemingzi with satisfaction. Alter the spatial laws? Xuemingzi's expression shifted uneasily. His main body, at the Great Saint Third Realm, could not alter the spatial laws. How could this man in dark robes accomplish it? What strength does he possess? The fourth realm of the Great Saint? Or has he surpassed the peak of the Great Saint realm? Contemplating this, Xuemingzi's tone immediately softened. Sir, we harbor no enmity. You just mentioned that you appreciate me. This time, I was in the wrong. Should we meet again in the future, I will certainly prepare ample gifts to express my gratitude. Qin Yuan tilted his head, observing the distant Xuemingzi. Had I not acted, my two beloved disciples would have been killed by you. You claim we have no enmity? Furthermore, my appreciation for you does not conflict with my intention to kill you. Listening to these words, Xuemingzi's expression darkened. He promptly ceased his prattle and began to unleash his great saint realm martial techniques. The blood-colored giant serpents rose with overwhelming ferocity. However, all the attacks were rendered ineffective. Just as before, this sensation made Xuemingzi feel as if he were striking cotton, enveloped in a profound sense of powerlessness. Although he currently existed as a fragment of a holy soul, he could not communicate with his main body as well. Only by voluntarily dissolving himself, or in the event of his demise, could the main body receive any information from his side. Yes, dissolution. Xuemingzi suddenly slapped his forehead. In the next moment, hand seals began to form swiftly. The essence of his holy soul began to sketch the heavens and the earth. Even if it meant relinquishing his great saint realm holy soul, he was determined to leave this place. Just as he was about to outline the strands of the holy soul, the voice of Qin Yuan resonated calmly. Break. With merely this single word, the strands of the holy soul were instantly severed. Xuemingzi's expression changed dramatically. The strands of the holy soul, which existed beyond the laws of heaven and earth and were utterly elusive, had been shattered by a mere utterance from the opponent. The adversary had already transcended the great saint realm. Realizing this, Xuemingzi's complexion began to pale. He had considered the possibility of encountering a formidable opponent, but he never anticipated that this was, in fact, a steel plate. Obediently serve as my disciple's sparring partner. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yuan enveloped Xuemingzi in a force of the cosmos. This power transformed into ethereal chains, binding Xuemingzi completely. To his astonishment, he found himself utterly immobilized, with even the holy essence within him brought to a standstill. This extraordinary display of power revealed to Xuemingzi what it truly meant to be a person beyond others, and a realm beyond the heavens. Calculating the time, they still required 2 hours to complete their absorption. Qin Yuan glanced at Xuemingzi with a faint smile. Though this smile sent a chill down Xuemingzi's spine. What do you intend to do? Qin Yuan replied candidly. To search your soul and pass the time. Xuemingzi was momentarily taken aback, and the next instant, his mind felt as if it were swelling. Qin Yuan then employed the soul-searching technique to delve into Xuemingzi's memories. This scene left Hong Shitian, who stood nearby, in a state of trepidation. Not long ago, Qin Yuan's devastating technique, the reincarnation river annihilation of saints, had already made Hong Shitian acutely aware of Qin Yuan's might. However, at this moment, with mere fragments of words, he ensnared a great saint, further underscoring the immeasurable strength of Qin Yuan. After all, one cannot fathom what they have never witnessed. The mightiest beings of the great saint realm were the pinnacle that all cultivators of Tai Shao Shengyu aspired to reach. The masters of the supreme three palaces spent their entire lives striving to attain this height. Such supreme beings, before Qin Yuan, were akin to ants, easily manipulated at will. Just how powerful was he? At this moment, Hong Shitian comprehended fully that the invincible master spoken of by Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong was indeed an unparalleled entity. In the realm of the heavens, within the holy extreme tower, what? There are members of the Soul Clan? However, the root bone has existed for at least 80,000 years, with souls formless and without shape. Furthermore, there were references to the Dan clan and the Sword Saint of Sharpness? The Sword Saint of Sharpness? I avoid his brilliance. After concluding the soul search, a hint of surprise flickered in Qin Yuan's gaze. This little fellow, upon first entering his tutelage, exuded an aura of sharpness, perfectly suited for cultivating the intent of the sword of sharpness. Qin Yuan had imparted to him several insights regarding combat. When encountering formidable foes, one must not retreat. The phrase, "I avoid his brilliance," was taught to him by Qin Yuan. With a touch of nostalgia, Qin Yuan reflected on how this once small individual had grown into a sword saint. Yet, his temperament had become somewhat headstrong. Should he cross paths with Lin Zhong, they would likely become fast friends, as both possessed similar natures. One who shunned laughter and initiated with the desolate sky, prison annihilation finger. The other, domineering and fierce, initiating with I avoid his brilliance. Truly, a match made in heaven. Qin Yuan found himself eagerly anticipating the moment when his two disciples would meet. At this juncture, Xue Mingzi's gaze towards Qin Yuan shifted from disdain to profound fear. The soul-searching technique was not an exceptionally intricate secret art. However, the fact that the opponent could, in a mere thought, completely probe his consciousness proved that their soul power must be at least 1,000 times greater than his own. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conduct a soul search on his great saint realm holy soul in such a short span of time. A soul power 1,000 times that of a great saint realm. Was this still human? At the very least, the ancient Xue Mingzi, who had lived for 80,000 years, had never encountered someone with such a ferocious soul. Not even the terrifying master of the Dan clan possessed such might. However, the master of the Dan clan remained shrouded in mystery. Xue Mingzi did not even know their name or appearance. He had only witnessed, from afar, the soul pressure released by the master for the purpose of condensing a Dan, approximately 40,000 years ago. That soul pressure was such that even formidable beings of the great Saint Fourth Realm did not dare to confront it head-on. This was precisely why the Dan clan had consistently been one of the most formidable forces in the holy realm of heaven, feared by all. In the next instant, Xue Mingzi suddenly realized that the bindings upon him had vanished. Initially suspecting that the cloaked man had grown lax, he was about to employ a secret technique when he abruptly discovered that two overwhelming, bloodthirsty auras had firmly locked onto him on the plaza of the Xianxia Heavenly Palace. Before his eyes, Lin Zhong and Xiao Jin stood, brimming with an intense and unyielding battle intent. Behind Xiao Jin, a massive phantom of a fire lotus, towering hundreds of feet, slowly emerged. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong's back was graced by the ancient phantom of a desolate dragon that radiated an aura of the great wilderness. This was their saintly manifestations. The saintly manifestations signified their formal entry into the saint realm. In the next moment, their gazes converged upon Xue Mingzi. Battle. Chapter 84. Great Saint Realm Powerhouses. Let us go. In this instant, both Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong simultaneously stepped into the saint realm. Their spirits soared high. Confronting the great saint realm Xue Mingzi, they felt no trepidation whatsoever. 10,000 flames constant sky. Desolate sky transformation dragon technique. Though they were merely at the beginning of the saint realm, the combat prowess they unleashed at this moment far surpassed that of their peers. Observing the bizarre celestial flames coalescing into a colossal, along with the great desolate power forming a verdant dragon, Xue Mingzi dared not exhibit a hint of negligence. The techniques practiced by these two were peculiar and warranted utmost caution. He shouted in a low voice, forming hand seals, even when facing opponents of lesser strength. Xue Mingzi had never underestimated them. This was a lesson learned throughout his long life. Thus, the moment he sensed something amiss, he sought to escape. Yet, there was no opportunity to flee. Blood python of the vast sky. As his voice rang out, a colossal blood-colored python, measuring 1,000 feet in length, materialized from thin air. This was the power that Xue Mingzi primarily cultivated. At this moment, he dared not afford any carelessness. He commanded the massive blood python beneath him to surge fiercely toward Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong with lethal intent. Clang, clang, clang. The 10,000 flames constant sky surprisingly struck sparks against the serpent's body. Meanwhile, after Lin Zhong invoked the desolate sky transformation dragon technique, the azure phantom of the dragon emerged. Each strike landed upon the blood python only left faint traces, seemingly unable to breach its defenses. You two have merely just stepped into the initial stage of the saint realm. I possess the strength of a great saint realm. Xue Mingzi observed that the opponents could not break through his blood python's defenses in a short span, allowing him to feel somewhat reassured. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, casting a wary glance at the cloaked man, for his attacks could be easily dismantled by the opponent. Perhaps you two should cease your actions, suggested Xue Mingzi. However, Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong continued to execute their martial techniques. Indeed, upon reaching the realm of the saint, one could no longer slay opponents of greater ranks as they had before. Wouldn't that be a betrayal of their master's teachings? The flames of celestial fire burned incessantly in Xiao Jin's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Chong remained silent beside him. Below, Hong Shitian watched the terrifying battle unfold, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The power of the initial stage of the Saint Realm was already comparable to that of a formidable great saint. Did they truly believe themselves to be weak? It was evident to Hong Shitian that although the great saint was powerful, he could not gain an advantage over the combined might of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. One could only say that the current state of both parties was evenly matched. This thought sent another shudder through him. He never imagined that one day he would witness the concept of equivalence between the initial stage of the Saint Realm and that of the Great Saint Realm. Meanwhile, on a somber island near the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, the opportunities had long since been exhausted by Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. The fluctuations of their battle had drawn the attention of Zhu Giru and Hun Li. They were currently hiding on this island. Damn Xiao Jin and that wretched Lin Chong. Hun Li's expression twisted in anger. He had been in this Xianxiaaudiobooks man for 4 days now, yet he had gained not a single opportunity. His cultivation and comprehension had stagnated, leaving him trapped in the semi-saint realm. Beside him, Zhu Giru fared little better. Under the siege of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, she too had gained nothing, remaining at the semi-saint level. Boom. A thunderous collision of martial techniques resonated from afar within the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace. Hun Li and Zhu Giru immediately looked up. They beheld 3 figures soaring from the palace. On the left were a cerulean figure and a crimson figure. The power of the great wilderness and celestial fire permeated the air. The pressure of the Saint Realm was continuously being released. Had they broken through to the Saint Realm? Hun Li stared at the 2 figures in the distance, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. In that moment, he felt as if he wished to die. Beside him, Zhu Giru's face turned pale, her voice trembling. She pointed at another bloodthirsty crimson figure and struggled to speak. That aura. It seems to surpass that of the sect master. That is. Hun Li quickly focused his gaze. Upon seeing Xuemingzi, he trembled in fear, exclaiming, That is the great Saint Realm. He had sensed the pressure of the peak Saint Realm from his own clan leader. The intensity of that pressure was nowhere near that of the blood-robed elder before him. In other words, this was a true great saint. Isn't this supposed to be the sacred ground of sanctification? Why is there a great saint here? Hun Li was utterly bewildered, completely clueless about the unfolding situation. Are they crazy? Zhu Giru's voice broke through again. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, they are battling that great saint? Insanity. I truly believe they have lost their minds. Do they think that just because they have recently entered the saint realm, they can challenge a great saint? She was acutely aware that the gap between each level after the saint realm was immensely vast. Once, she had witnessed her sect leader, Zhu Tianhai, at the peak of the saint realm annihilate 4 opponents at the late saint stage. She still vividly remembered that display of power. To dare challenge a great saint upon entering the saint realm? Unbelievable. At that moment, Hun Li felt his scalp prickle. He wished more than anything for his presence to vanish without a trace, fearing that the great saint would set his sights on him. At that time, a mere glance from the other party could spell his demise as a semi-saint. In this moment, Hun Li regretted ever-provoking reckless characters like Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. It was all that wretched Hun Wuhai's fault. Otherwise, how could the family have attracted such a terrifying death god? Hun Li gritted his teeth in anger. Beside him, Zhu Giru whispered, Hun Li, we need not be so pessimistic. Or do you truly believe that Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, mere newcomers to the saint realm, can defeat that great saint? Zhu Giru's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Hun Li's eyes. Indeed, they may be audacious, but they could never hope to triumph over that great saint. Zhu Giru narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy and dangerous as she slowly said, This opportunity at the Xianxiaaudiobooks men is no longer ours. Currently, the pressure from the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace upon us is nearing its end. Once that great saint has slain Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, we shall promptly communicate with the Xianxiaaudiobooks men and leave. At that point, the threat posed by your Hun clan and our Qi sacred sect will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Hun Li could not help but give Zhu Giru a deep look. He then silently urged the inexplicable great saint, saying, Great saint, may you prevail. Chapter 85. Eradicating the roots. Life springs anew. Are you truly willing to fight to the bitter end with me? Amidst the clashing martial techniques, Xuemingzi felt a surge of anger. He had considered swiftly defeating these 2 newcomers to the saint realm. Yet, the more he fought, the more astonished he became. He realized he was unable to crush his opponents with overwhelming force. This left him feeling quite disheartened. Although he was merely a fragment of a saint's soul, he had nonetheless reached the great saint realm. Wasn't he expected to dominate too in the initial stage of the saint realm? Yet the battle remained fiercely contested. For a moment, Xuemingzi began to doubt his own status as a great saint. Junior brother, this is a trial bestowed upon us by our master. A test of our strength. Xiao Jin's gaze locked onto Xuemingzi in the sky, and in the next moment, the fire lotus mark on his brow began to flicker wildly. Therefore, Dear senior brother, I shall fight with all my might. I have just comprehended a new system from the Fire Ruins platform. I long to test it out. At this, the fervor in his crimson eyes shone brightly. I too. Lin Chong inhaled deeply, beginning to weave subtle hand seals. The power of the great wilderness began to radiate from him. I have also derived a suitable system from the steel forest. I was just lamenting the lack of an opponent to test my skills. Lin Chong's eyes transformed into a deep azure hue. The celestial fire technique. The celestial fire within Xiao Jin began to swirl around him. From his frenzied gaze, it was evident that the technique he was about to unleash would possess formidable power. Heavenly fire, myriad transformations. As Xiao Jin's voice echoed, the 10 floating celestial flames surrounding him surged into his being. However, this time, unlike his previous method of fusion, he released the primal power of the celestial fire and forcibly absorbed it into his body for a brief moment to convert it into energy. In the next second, the aura emanating from Xiao Jin began to soar. Within a mere 2 breaths, he advanced from the initial stage of the Saint realm to the mid-stage. Madman. In the aerial realm, the figure known as Xue Mingzi swallowed hard upon witnessing such a frenzied spectacle. The ability to integrate the essence of heavenly fire within one's being was already quite extraordinary. However, he could hardly conceive that his adversary would permit the primal force of heavenly fire to blaze within him unrestrained. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, he would have long since been incinerated by the heavenly flames. As for Lin Chong, he was no less resolute. The immense power of the great wilderness surged within him, forcefully unblocking his meridians and allowing the essence of desolation to permeate his being. Gradually, he awakened the latent power of the great wilderness within him. The transformations unfolded. The first change, the second change, the third change. His blood boiled with primal energy as he ascended to the third transformation, his aura reaching the mid-stage of a saint. Yet, Lin Chong was acutely aware that even this level of strength was insufficient to contend with the great sage realm. The dense power of the great wilderness erupted forth, and Lin Chong, fortified by this vast energy and honed over countless years, possessed an extraordinary capacity for endurance. After a moment of attunement, he commenced the subsequent transformations of the great wilderness 9 changes, the 4th, 5th, and 6th changes, invoking the essence of the wilderness into his body. Upon reaching the 6th change, his aura surged to the late stage of a saint, and intricate markings of the great wilderness began to appear upon his body, emanating a profound, ethereal glow. His eyes shifted from azure to a deep, verdant hue, as if they transcended the ordinary. With each breath, a rich aura of the great wilderness flourished. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin also conjured 20 blossoms of heavenly fire within him, releasing the primal essence to merge with his being. Faint impressions of fiery lotus markings began to emerge on his form, radiating a resplendent light. Xiao Jin's aura ascended from the mid-stage of a saint to the late stage. Yet, a glance exchanged between him and Lin Chong conveyed a shared understanding. This was still inadequate. If they wished to annihilate a being of the great sage realm, they must become even stronger. In unison, they began to execute their ultimate techniques. Xiao Jin summoned all remaining heavenly fire within him, channeling the myriad transformations of heavenly fire. The primal essence erupted forth, transforming his robe into a vibrant crimson flame. The heavenly fire coalesced into a set of deep red armor that enveloped him entirely. On the other side, Lin Chong roared, invoking the great wilderness 9 changes, the 9th change, the descent of the great wilderness. In an instant, the power of the great wilderness surged forth as if from another realm, flooding into Lin Chong's form, causing his aura to skyrocket to the pinnacle of a saint. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin, clad in heavenly fire armor, also forcibly ascended to the peak of a saint. At this moment, the two stood side by side, one clad in red and the other in green, each exuding an overwhelming pressure of heavenly fire and the primordial force of the great wilderness. Their gazes locked onto Xue Mingzi, devoid of further words. Both understood that they could not maintain this state for long. Thus, they resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Delay would invite unforeseen changes. Xue Mingzi, the master of the blood sacrifice sect within the Tongtian sacred realm, felt the palpable shift in their auras as they transcended from the early to the peak stage of a saint. He was astounded, for he himself had already reached the 3rd stage of the great sage realm. He could not claim to be the pinnacle of the Tongtian sacred realm, but he was among its strongest. Though he possessed methods for rapid cultivation, such techniques were effective primarily in the supreme realm. Once one reached the saint realm, any gains were minimal. Yet now, before his very eyes, these two had surged to the peak of a saint in the blink of an eye. Were they even human? Xue Mingzi was utterly thrown off balance. Today, he admitted defeat. They were truly beyond the realm of mortals. The overwhelming blood energy surged forth from him. He had barely managed to contend with 2 early-stage saints, and now they had transformed into two peak saints. What could he possibly do? Indeed, the assaults from Xiao Jin and Lin Chong became remarkably sharp, and the blood-colored serpent could not withstand even 2 exchanges before it shattered. Countless drops of blood rained down from the sky. Xue Mingzi clenched his teeth and roared in fury, acknowledging their ferocity. He vowed that they would meet again. As he uttered his final threats, he found himself unable to resist the onslaught of the great wilderness and the myriad fires descending upon him. With a resounding crash, a blinding light illuminated the entire Xianxia heavenly palace. In the next moment, Xue Mingzi's form was on the brink of shattering. He gritted his teeth, feeling the dissipating vitality of his saintly soul, and glared fiercely at Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, as well as the figure clad in dark robes below. Just you wait. With that final curse, his body disintegrated into countless ashes. Thus, the great sage's saintly soul perished. Qin Yuan observed the fading remnants of the saintly soul, a faint smile gracing his lips. Did he think that with the dispersal of the saintly soul, he could evade his fate? Having established enmity, he would never allow a potential threat to linger. Slowly, he raised his right hand, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of the stars. At this moment, he intended to transcend and take a life. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the root of the problem, lest it sprout anew. In the Xianxia heavenly palace, the auras of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong stabilized. Given their robust foundations, the opportunities that might elevate a typical half-saint to the mid or even late stages of a saint only allowed them to reach the early stage of a saint. They swiftly returned to Qin Yuan's side. Master, remain calm, Qin Yuan replied with a casual smile. What you just vanquished was merely a fragment of the great sage's saintly soul left behind by that individual. His true body is not within this realm. However, you know my disposition. Since he has crossed us, we must resolve this matter on the spot. Step aside and observe. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong nodded solemnly and swiftly moved to assist Hong Shitian, who was utterly bewildered. He stared at them, struggling to swallow. Had the formidable being of the great sage realm truly fallen? Although it was only a fragment of the saintly soul, it was still a legitimate great sage. What does the senior intend to do? Hong Shitian inquired, gazing curiously at Qin Yuan, who hovered above the Xianxia heavenly palace. Didn't Team Master just say that the enmity must be resolved? Xiao Jin remarked. Master will now deal with that enmity. How will that be resolved? Hong Shitian was momentarily taken aback. The great sage should not reside in their realm, at least not within the past several millennia in the Tai Xiao sacred domain, where he had not encountered a great sage. Just watch and see, Xiao Jin replied, his eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at their master in the sky. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Xianxia heavenly palace, Zhu Guirao and Han Li were nearly overwhelmed by the unfolding events. The techniques of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were astonishingly diverse, and they had indeed slain a being of the great sage realm. However, from the recent conversation, they keenly discerned a significant detail. The formidable figure of the Da Sheng Jing seemed to have merely left a fragment of his holy soul here. Thus, his true entity does not reside in this realm. It appears they have already forged enmity with that Da Sheng Jing powerhouse. Excellent. Very well. Han Li took a deep breath, silently channeling his spiritual energy, attempting to communicate with the Xianxiaaudiobooks men to withdraw. Yet, after numerous attempts, communication remained elusive. This only served to confirm that this expanse of existence is still under suppression. Who could it be? In the next moment, Han Li and Zhu Guirao both directed their gazes towards the figure of the man in the dark robe hovering in the air, Lin Chong and Xiao Jin's enigmatic master. While the fragment of the holy soul is indeed useful, its utilization leaves traces behind. Even if it completely dissipates, the remnants remain. Qin Yuan stood upon the void, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of stars. In that fleeting instant, within the secret realm of the Xianxiaaudiobooks men, the boundless chaotic winds of the void suddenly solidified. With but a single, measured step, the space beneath Qin Yuan's feet collapsed instantaneously, forming a black abyss thousands of zhang deep. It was evident that the power Qin Yuan wielded was beyond what this realm could bear. As he stood still in the void, his eyes, imbued with the light of the stars, seemed capable of piercing through dimensions. He slowly scanned the various dimensions before ultimately fixing his gaze upon one in particular. At the moment he locked onto it, 2 rounds of golden radiance emerged from the depths of his pupils, akin to the great sun, simultaneously, beyond dozens of dimensions. In the vast world of the Tong Tian Shengjia, atop a colossal peak exuding a foul odor amidst a brown mountain range, the blood-red eyes of Xue Mingzi suddenly opened wide as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His crimson pupils flickered with intensity. Those 2 juniors indeed possess ruthless methods. They can forcibly elevate their strength to the pinnacle of a saint within a short time. Otherwise, I might not have been defeated. However, the master they mentioned is rather peculiar. Has he forcibly rewritten the laws of space? Could he have surpassed the limits of the Dasheng Jijing? Xue Mingzi took a deep breath and began to regulate his breathing. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced, realizing that once the fragment of the holy soul dissipated, only memories would return to the main body. Moreover, with so many dimensions in this vast world, perhaps he would never encounter them again. Upon reflection, a trace of malevolence appeared in Xue Mingzi's blood-red eyes. It seems I must refine more holy sons from other small realms before the Sheng Ji Tong Tian Ta descends. Just as Xue Mingzi was recuperating, within the Tong Tian Shengjia, the Fang clan, one of the top 3 ancient sects of this vast world, wielded overwhelming influence in this dimension. Having existed for 100,000 years, the Fang clan excels in predicting the secrets of heaven and avoiding calamities. At this moment, within a somewhat ancient hall of the Fang clan's mountain range, the ambience was thick with the passage of time, and the mottled walls bore engravings of ancient runes. These patterns seemed to carry endless secrets of the celestial machinery. In the center of this ancient hall, a massive celestial machinery deduction array was slowly in operation. The patterns of the celestial machinery within the array flowed and sparkled like a galaxy. A dozen Fang clan elders sat cross-legged at various points of the array, their expressions solemn as they continuously formed hand seals. Their auras had merged with the great array. To calculate the secrets of heaven, one must consider oneself a part of the universe, thereby allowing another means to discern the celestial truths. For instance, a millennium ago, they expended immense celestial energy to calculate that their clan's son, Fang Yemo, would experience a fortuitous transformation if he remained by Li Ruoshui's side. The Fang clan had always believed unwaveringly in this prophecy, for Li Ruoshui's talent and strength are unparalleled within the Tong Tian Shengjia. As the Grand Elder of the Fang clan called out, the celestial machinery deduction array surged, sending a beam of light soaring into the heavens, seemingly piercing through the sky above, creating a passage connecting heaven and earth. They were currently deducing the trajectory of the Sheng Ji Tong Tian Ta. In the next moment, the array's patterns began to tremble incessantly. Various luminous shadows emerged in the void, flickering so rapidly that their true forms could not be discerned. Clearly, regarding the trajectory of this Sheng Ji Tong Tian Ta, they were unable to predict. The elder's brows remained tightly knitted, indicating the unsatisfactory nature of this celestial deduction. It was futile. The deduction could not be accomplished. The second elder of the Fang clan took a deep breath, and the celestial deduction array came to a halt. What could this mean? Their clan's celestial deduction array, honed over 10,000 years, had never encountered such a situation. The third elder frowned and murmured. In an instant, all the remaining elders turned their gazes towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of the Fang clan inhaled deeply, for he possessed the most profound qualifications and experience among them. He spoke slowly. Perhaps it is because, with the emergence of the Sheng Ji Tong Tian Ta, there will appear a figure who transcends the secrets of heaven. This individual does not even allow a whisper of their presence to be revealed. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was taken aback. A person who transcends the secrets of heaven, a being so formidable that even the secrets of heaven dare not divulge anything about him. Who could this individual be? Chapter 87, Tong Tian Jieshou. The elders within the Fang clan's celestial machinery array inhaled sharply at the Grand Elder's conjecture. Their clan had been interpreting celestial secrets for 100,000 years. While they did not claim to fully grasp the celestial truths, they held unique insights into celestial calculations. However, they had never encountered a situation like today. Grand Elder, shall we attempt another deduction? After all, this is for Fang Yemo. The emergence of the Sheng Ji Tong Tian Ta represents a crucial opportunity for him. The second elder spoke gently at this moment. Indeed, the Grand Elder of the Fang clan nodded. After all, their actions were solely for the benefit of their young clan leader. Simultaneously, within the Tong Tian Shengjia, at a premier sword sect, a tremendous sword intent cleaved the arena in two. Lujian Feng. This arena has been a heritage of the Lu Yunjian Zone for tens of thousands of years. If you wish to compete, then compete. Why must you destroy our Lu Yunjian Zone's arena? The sect leader of Lu Yunjian Zone exclaimed in exasperation. He had already reached the 4th stage of Dasheng, with a holy body, holy bones, holy soul, and holy heart all present. Yet, when facing Lujian Feng, also at the 4th stage of Dasheng, he found himself utterly powerless. I cannot defeat this madman. The sword saint of the Feng Mang. We agreed to stop at a certain point today. Lu Yunjian Zone's Grand Elder immediately stepped forward to mediate. At this moment, beside the shattered arena, a somewhat disheveled black-haired man fixed his gaze upon the sect leader of Lu Yunjian Zone and their Grand Elder. In his pale blue eyes lingered an untamed sword intent, sharp and exposed without any hint of concealment. The black-haired man adjusted his aura. and upon realizing that his opponents had no intention of striking back, he sheathed his sword intent and waved his hand. After all, his objective had been achieved. Shortly after breaking through to the fourth stage of Deshang, Lu Zhanfeng sought someone to test his strength, leading him to the Lu Yunjian zone uninvited. Once he confirmed that the sect leader, also at the fourth stage of Deshang, could not withstand even a casual strike from him, he felt reassured. At the very least, no disgrace was brought upon the master. Upon witnessing Lu Zhanfeng's cessation of hostilities, the entire congregation of the Lu Yun sword sect exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Simultaneously, all gazes were cast upon Lu Zhanfeng with a palpable mixture of fear and awe. For millennia prior, he had arrived in the Tongtian sacred realm, and with a mere proclamation of "I shall avoid his brilliance," he embarked upon his unparalleled journey of invincibility. He cleaved through adversaries with relentless ferocity, continuously advancing in his cultivation. From the supreme realm, he surged to the half-saint, and then ascended to the saint realm, where he unleashed a torrent of destruction. Subsequently, he breached the great saint realm. Now, after the passage of countless years, his cultivation has reached the fourth stage of the great saint. Although he has only just entered this stage, none within the Lu Yun sword sect dared to underestimate him. Had they not witnessed their own sect leader, who had resided in the fourth stage of the great saint for millennia, struggle to withstand even a single strike from the sword saint of brilliance? What sect did this sword saint of brilliance originate from? Why have we never encountered his sword techniques before? They were not mentioned even in ancient texts, appearing to be a unique lineage. Truly terrifying, this individual is exceedingly formidable. Even the sect leader could not endure a single strike from him. Do you not realize how fearsome the sword saint of brilliance truly is? A disciple, who had recently joined the sect for less than 2 centuries, inquired with curiosity. A millennium ago, when the sword saint of brilliance had only just entered the saint realm, he had summoned 3 formidable adversaries from the first stage of the great saint. That battle was undoubtedly the most perilous encounter for the sword saint of brilliance. What do you suppose was the outcome? Despite the sword saint's strength, at that time he was merely newly initiated into the saint realm. It was improbable for him to defeat 3 adversaries of the first stage of the great saint. Was it not? I surmise the result was that the sword saint of brilliance suffered grievous injuries and fled, only to return later, having cultivated to perfection, to exact vengeance upon those 3 great saints. Indeed, I share that conjecture. However, the previous disciple immediately shook his head, declaring, "Incorrect, gravely mistaken. In that battle, the sword saint of brilliance did not flinch in the slightest. Have you all forgotten his motto? I shall avoid his brilliance." During that confrontation, he shattered the very fabric of space. Moreover, numerous sects were observing, and when the sword saint of brilliance unleashed his final sword technique, all 3 adversaries of the first stage of the great saint perished. The final sword technique? A nearby disciple expressed confusion. The disciple, seemingly lost in recollection, trembled as he spoke. "Heaven did not give birth to me, Lu Zhanfeng. The path of the sword shall endure as the eternal night." That single strike severed the sun and moon, cleaved space, and transcended the very heavens and earth. The sword saint of brilliance. The sword saint of brilliance. He became exhilarated, entirely forgetting that he was a disciple of the Lu Yun sword sect. Those surrounding outer disciples gasped in astonishment. To slay 3 first-stage great saints upon entering the saint realm? No wonder the sect leader could not withstand even a single blow from him. Who could possibly endure such might? At that moment, they finally grasped the meaning of glorious in defeat. Henceforth, they would proclaim that their sect leader had withstood a strike from the sword saint of brilliance without succumbing. Lu Zhanfeng, I have heard that you intend to witness the emergence of the holy extreme Tongtian Tower. The sect leader of the Lu Yun sword sect gazed at the shattered arena, feeling a twinge of pain, yet regained composure as he turned his attention to Lu Zhanfeng. Indeed, Lu Zhanfeng nodded, acknowledging, "My cultivation remains too weak. I cannot contend with a mere finger from my master. Thus, I must strive even harder in my training." Upon hearing this, the sect leader's lips twitched. Just as he was about to express his desire to collaborate with Lu Zhanfeng, suddenly, the heavens above erupted, tearing open an endless abyss. The rift brimmed with unfathomable darkness and chaos. Within that explosive gap, traces of shattered dimensional barriers were evident. It was unmistakable. Someone was employing a tremendous power, piercing through dozens of dimensional barriers, creating a fissure in the heavens of the Tongtian sacred realm. Upon sensing this aura, Lu Zhanfeng trembled violently. His pale azure eyes were filled with profound shock. "This is the aura of my master." Meanwhile, within the Taishao sacred domain, in the Xianxiaaudiobooks, Qin Yuan stood suspended in the void, raising one hand slightly, fingers spread wide. The air began to tremble, his golden gaze seemingly penetrating through dozens of dimensions, the patterns on his palm transforming into cracks that breached the dimensional barriers. This hand pierced through barriers deemed unbreakable by the laws. Those barriers traversed were as fragile as glass, shattering upon the slightest touch. Qin Yuan's voice resonated across dozens of realms, echoing in the heavens of the Tongtian sacred realm, akin to a deity whispering. The Tongtian Hand. Chapter 88. That individual. Unattached to karma. In that moment, Qin Yuan's voice resembled that of an ancient god issuing a decree at the dawn of chaos. The decree carried the power to shatter the universe, reverberating in layered waves. With each word he uttered, the void erupted with black cracks resembling a spider's web. At this instant, Qin Yuan's right hand, wielding the power to shatter great realms, reached the heavens above the Tongtian sacred realm. In a flash, the heavens of the Tongtian sacred realm could no longer contain this overwhelming force. The deity's whisper, which transcended the universe, lingered throughout the entire sacred realm. At that very moment, the entire cosmos of the Tongtian sacred realm reverberated, the space quaking. All cultivators within the Tongtian sacred realm were momentarily stunned by this sudden, celestial phenomenon. Collectively, their gazes shifted skyward. They beheld a colossal black fissure that had formed in the once radiant heavens, an abyss seemingly suspended in the air. The rift was so profound, it appeared to have traversed countless dimensional barriers. At this moment, Qin Yuan slowly began to rotate his right palm. In the next instant, the fissure in the heavens of the Tongtian sacred realm expanded exponentially. Deep within the dark chasm, tendrils of light began to undulate. The Tongtian Hand. The supreme pressure continued to pervade. In this moment, all cultivators within the Tongtian sacred realm sensed an unprecedented terror. Even the Tongtian cultivators from ancient clans were astounded by the spectacle before them. This bizarre occurrence was something they had never witnessed before. Even the elder among them, who had cultivated for millennia, had never encountered such a phenomenon. At this very moment, within the Fang clan's ancient Tianji Hall, the Tongtian Hand. This is the means of Tongtian. Which inconspicuous individual within our Tongtian sacred realm has provoked such a terrifying mighty being? The Grand Elder of the Fang clan felt the immense power emanating from the fissure above, and for a moment, his scalp tingled with apprehension. To wield the Tongtian Hand. What level of cultivation had this individual attained? The second elder swallowed hard, lifting his gaze, merely from the black fissure that seemed to pierce the heavens. It was evident that the other's strength far exceeded that of the pinnacle of the great saint. What realm of might was this? He could not ascertain. Just then, a dark green figure instantaneously transformed into radiant light, arriving at the Fang clan's Tianji Hall. Patriarch. The Grand Elder and others, upon witnessing the Patriarch's arrival, immediately bowed in respect. Fang Quan waved his hand, signaling for everyone to be at ease. After his arrival, he began to speak slowly. Everyone, please return to your respective positions. This opportunity must not be missed. I wish to test it. The Grand Elder and others nodded in agreement. Within the entire Fang clan, the clan leader Fang Quan possesses the most formidable mastery of celestial calculations. Presently, if he were to take the lead and activate the celestial mechanism formation, it might yield a glimpse or two of the hidden truths. The celestial calculation formation is initiated. Fang Quan, endowed with the power of the fourth stage of the great sage, channels his strength into the formation, which bursts forth with an unprecedented brilliance. As an invisible radiance merges into the boundless chasm of darkness above, Fang Quan closes his eyes, and the mark upon his brow begins to flicker incessantly. However, merely 3 heartbeats later, the backlash from the celestial mechanism strikes. This force is beyond Fang Quan's capacity to resist. He coughs up blood, and his spirit plummets to an extreme low. The energy of the entire celestial calculation formation is also depleted. Clan leader, what has transpired? How can this backlash be more severe than the one experienced when calculating for the young clan leader? The clan's elder rushes to Fang Quan's side, sensing his aura, and his expression shifts dramatically. For Fang Quan now teeters on the brink of death. The previous calculation for Fang Mo had only drained the collective spiritual energy of the clan and the stored power of the formation. Yet, unexpectedly, this time the backlash is so immense. Fortunately, I withdrew quickly, otherwise. Fang Quan stabilizes his breath, regaining a modicum of composure. He immediately orders, inform all clan members to refrain from any calculations regarding this matter. Otherwise, death is certain. The command is promptly issued, and the elders quickly gather around. Clan leader, what did you witness? Fang Quan forces a bitter smile. I observed for less than 3 heartbeats, and for the first 2, it was mostly darkness. Only in the final heartbeat did I glimpse an image, a towering figure unrestrained by the forces of heaven and earth, with all things existing at his command. I sense that this individual is untouched by causality. Fang Quan speaks with great difficulty. Untouched by causality. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the dozen or so elders around him turned to one of terror. After reaching the great sage realm, they have gradually come to understand the nature of causality. Although the concept remains somewhat vague to them, as a family of celestial mechanics, they inherently comprehend the dreadfulness of this power. The clan leader's assertion that this person is not bound by causality raises profound questions about the nature of such a formidable being. In summary, some inconspicuous individual from our realm has angered this mighty being, who is now crossing dimensions to exact vengeance. Feng Quan takes a deep breath, gazing at the torn heavens above, his face a picture of shock. Such a method is unfathomable. It far exceeds any height they could aspire to reach. Crossing dimensions to kill. The surrounding elders gasp in astonishment once more. Simultaneously, from the dark rift in the sky, a colossal shadow resembling a hand capable of covering half the sacred realm gradually emerges. An endless array of laws coalesces into chains, entwining the giant hand. Within the palm and the lines of the hand, an all-consuming crimson flame flows. As the enormous dark red hand emerges from the spatial rift, the skies above the sacred realm are violently torn open, creating a dark red chasm. At this moment, all cultivators within the sacred realm are tense with anticipation, curious about who could have provoked such a terrifying entity. To compel such a display of power to cross dimensions and kill is indeed a remarkable feat. In the sacred realm, at the summit of the blood sacrifice sacred sect, Xuemingzi had already noticed the ominous celestial phenomena. After observing for a moment, upon seeing the crimson giant hand, he suddenly experiences a profound realization. Damn, this is directed at me. In an instant, Xuemingzi's aura is firmly locked onto by the hand from the sacred realm. The next moment, the hand descends fiercely upon him. Chapter 89, Crossing Dimensions to Kill. Predecessor. I was wrong. Predecessor. Xuemingzi, sensing the murderous intent emanating from the colossal hand, cries out desperately. At this moment, even he, in his folly, comprehends the gravity of the situation. It must be the figure clad in dark robes from the Tai Shao Holy Domain who has taken action. Xuemingzi truly feels what it means to be crushed by absolute power. The method of crossing dimensions to kill is beyond the capability of even the mightiest beings at the peak of the great sage realm. Such beings can at most break through the barriers of dimensional planes to descend and kill. Yet, it is utterly impossible to achieve what is happening now, crossing dozens of dimensions to execute a kill. However, the giant hand has but one target: to annihilate Xuemingzi. Desperation floods over him. Xuemingzi raises his head in lament. The bloodlight surrounding him surges violently, transforming into a massive blood-red dragon before him. The dragon roars and soars into the sky, attempting to obstruct the descending hand. Yet, all resistance is futile. Where the giant hand passes, space collapses, and the order of power disintegrates. The blood-red dragon shatters upon contact, as if made of paper, crushed mercilessly. With a thunderous crash, it transforms into a shower of blood. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Xuemingzi cries out. The holy extreme celestial tower is about to descend. Perhaps I can grasp the method to ascend to the peak of the great sage realm from within. I cannot die. I must not die. Xuemingzi screams in desperation. Simultaneously, he frantically urges the blood within him, striving to break free from the grip of the giant hand. Yet, no matter how he struggles, he cannot move an inch. He is firmly locked onto by the giant hand. I do not wish to die. This is his final, mournful cry. At this moment, the giant hand has reached the mountain range. In the next instant, Xuemingzi's body is instantly crushed into powder, even as a peak great sage of the third stage. Having cultivated the sacred bone, sacred body, and sacred soul, he is powerless. Thus, Xuemingzi, who possessed the peak strength of the great sage third stage, meets his demise. His reincarnation mark is also utterly obliterated. The surrounding sects recognize that the hand from the sacred realm is descending upon the blood sacrifice sacred sect. The blood sacrifice sacred sect has truly offended a formidable being. I see that the sect master deserves death, practicing such sinister methods, and he himself is exceedingly arrogant. He deserves to die. The screams coming from that direction belong to Xuemingzi. It seems that the great being has crossed dimensions to obliterate him. Well done. Well done. After annihilating Xuemingzi, the giant hand gradually dissipates into the cosmos. The entire sacred realm returns to its previous state of tranquility, as if nothing had ever occurred. At this moment, within the Lu Yun sword sect, Lu Zhanfeng is in a state of exhilaration. It cannot be mistaken. Just now, he utilized his formidable perception at the fourth stage of the Great Sage and can confirm with absolute certainty that the one employing the technique of crossing dimensions to kill is none other than his own master. Master. It has been 40,000 years since he last saw his master. All his extraordinary achievements are gifts from his master. Since emerging from the ancient heavenly tomb, he has never brought shame to his master, but has instead engaged in relentless cultivation. Now he has stepped into the fourth stage of the Great Sage. I must strive even harder in my cultivation, to break through to even greater heights. The Holy Extreme Celestial Tower. Lu Zhanfeng takes a deep breath, his sword intent brimming with an almost uncontrollable sharpness. He casually selected a direction, and in an instant, his form transformed into a beam of sword light, vanishing from sight. Now he sought to explore the region where the Shengji Tongtian Tower would manifest. Meanwhile, at the Luyan Sword Sect, only the sect leader and the elder were left exchanging glances, signifying that collaboration was now impossible. It was hardly surprising, with the temperament of the Sword Sage. Cooperation with them seemed unlikely. The hand of the Tongtian realm had temporarily ceased its cross-border killings. At the entrance of the Tai Shao Holy Domain, outside the Xianxia Heavenly Gate, it was approaching the fifth day. Zhu Zongzhu, do you think that when your son and our holy maiden emerge, they will directly step into the late stage of the Saint Realm? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Han Ning was genuinely amused, never having felt such elation before. It surpassed even his own breakthrough into the Saint Realm. Although his laughter was somewhat peculiar and even jarring, it was melodious to Zhu Tianhai, who sat opposite him. Ha ha ha. Clan leader Han, once Han Li and my Saint Maiden of the Kuaigu Holy Sect emerged from the Xianxia Heavenly Gate. Our two families must host a grand feast, inviting all the denizens of the Tai Shao Holy Domain to celebrate. At that time, the three palace masters of Tai Shao Palace, Tai Qin Palace, and Tai Yao Palace must also attend. Zhu Tianhai was equally elated. His own Saint Maiden had been inside for nearly 5 days. In other words, even if a pig were to stay in the Xianxia Heavenly Gate for 5 days, it would at least emerge in the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. Xiao Lei pondered, what is happening? That esteemed individual has yet to resolve matters within? Yao Lai was still waiting for Xiao Jin's corpse, as he had yet to acquire what he desired, the Tianhua technique practiced by Xiao Jin. If you ask me, who should I ask? Xiao Lei was somewhat perplexed. Qian Li stood nearby, his brow furrowed. For some reason, I have an ominous premonition. In response, Xiao Lei took a deep breath. For now, we can only proceed step by step. However, there is no need for panic. With the three of us at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, there is truly nothing to fear. If that esteemed individual encounters any mishap, we can simply subdue Xiao Jin and his companions upon their emergence. We could even join forces with the Kuaigu Holy Sect and the Han clan. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Lei's violet eyes. To become the master of Tai Shao Palace, one must possess considerable strength. Hearing this, Yao Lai and Qian Li nodded in agreement. If calculated this way, they possessed at least 5 peak saints, which instilled confidence against Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. In the southeast corner of the viewing platform, Li Ruoxue had been quietly waiting for 5 days, filled not with worry, but with anticipation to see his master. The door is about to open. Li Ruoxue seemed to sense something, his gaze suddenly fixed on the sky. The moment his words fell, the ethereal Xianxia Heavenly Gate erupted in a brilliant golden light. At that moment, all the cultivators who had come to witness the Shengzi Yuntian arena turned their attention towards the opening gate in the sky. In the next instant, 2 figures swiftly emerged. Following them were Han Li and Zhu Guorao, who shouted in unison, Clan leader, Sect leader, run. Xiao Jin and his companions are not human. Their master is even less human. Their voices were piercing and filled with terror. Chapter 90. This wave favors me. Long before, within the Xianxia Heavenly Gate, Zhu Guorao and Han Li had fully witnessed the prowess of Xiao Jin's master, the hand of the Tongtian realm. A casual palm strike through the void had directly pushed aside numerous layers of boundary walls, followed by cross-border killings. Such terrifying power had completely surpassed their understanding of the Saint Realm. Thus, at the moment of the enemy's incursions, they desperately communicated with the Xianxia Heavenly Gate, ultimately managing to open it and escape. What is happening? Zhu Tianhai observed the frightened expression of his sect's Saint Maiden and immediately frowned, gesturing with his hand. Zhu Guorao's fleeing figure was instantly drawn to the viewing platform. Meanwhile, Han Ning also frowned, employing soul techniques as black soul energy swirled around the fleeing Han Li, forcibly bringing him before himself. Sect leader, don't restrain me. Hurry and escape. Once Xiao Jin and their master emerge, we will have no chance. Zhu Guorao had completely lost her semblance of a Saint Maiden, resembling a startled bird. Han Li nearly swore in frustration, having escaped so far. He was now forcibly controlled by the clan leader. Clan leader, hurry and run. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong are not human. Their master is even less human. Not human. Han Li's voice was filled with despair, and even his soul state wavered. Han Ning's brow furrowed deeply. Sensing Han Li's condition, he darkly remarked, his soul seems to have endured some intense shock, as if he has witnessed something unimaginable. Han Li, what exactly did you see inside the Xianxia Heavenly Gate? Moreover, you have been inside for nearly 5 days, yet you remain at the half-saint level? What have you been doing in there? Han Ning's scrutiny of Han Li's cultivation only deepened his frown. In 5 days, even a pig could reach the saint realm. Why are you still half a saint? Did you not gain any opportunity during this time? Zhu Tianhai likewise gazed at his sect's saint maiden, his brows knitted tightly. Over the past few days, he and Han Ning had been ecstatic, believing that upon the opening of the Xianxia heavenly gate, they would emerge with at least 2 figures at the late stage of the saint realm. But what was the result? They remained half-saints, with no growth in cultivation whatsoever. It is already a miracle that we managed to survive, Zhu Guorao said, her complexion pale. Sect leader, Xiao Jin's master is too terrifying. However, before she could finish her sentence, another golden radiance emerged from the Xianxia heavenly gate above. Moments later, 3 figures floated out. The foremost figure was Qin Yuan, flanked by Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, who had just stepped into the initial stage of the saint realm. Qin Yuan's cultivation had also reached the initial stage of the saint realm. The 3 stood quietly in the void, their gazes sweeping around before settling on Zhu Tianhai, Han Ning, and Xiao Lei. Oh, Xiao Jin remarked, looking at them with surprise. I thought that once we emerged, you would vanish without a trace. Yet you still dare to remain here. As he spoke, Xiao Jin raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up to Han Ning and the others. At this moment, Lin Chong's aura had firmly locked onto Zhu Tianhai and the others, showing signs of making a move without uttering a word. Following this, Hong Shitian also exited the Xianxia heavenly gate. With that, the gate gradually began to close behind them. The surrounding cultivators were left dumbfounded upon witnessing this. 6 individuals had entered the Xianxia heavenly gate, yet only 4 emerged as saints. The most promising Zhu Guorao and Han Li remained as half-saints. What was happening? Hong Zhan wore a perplexed expression as well. Hong Shitian, upon witnessing the scene, saluted Qin Yuan before swiftly approaching Hong Zhan. What on earth is happening? Hong Zhan inquired. Bewildered. Father, just watch closely. Hong Shitian took a deep breath. You will soon realize that the ally I have secured is a formidable giant. Hong Zhan swallowed hard, turning his gaze back to Qin Yuan and the others in the sky. What despicable means have you employed to seize the opportunity of our sect's sacred maiden? The elders from the Kuei Gusheng Zong glared furiously. What have you done? This is the chance of our clan's holy son. Do you truly wish to pursue a vendetta against us? The elders from the Han clan also roared with rage. Han Ning and Zhu Tianhai exuded a palpable aura of fury, their murderous intent overwhelming. In an instant, the oppressive force of their perfected peak sage realm filled the air. They have actually survived. On the side of the Supreme 3 Palaces, Yao Lai's expression shifted upon seeing Xiao Jin and his companions. Could it be that the esteemed one has faltered? Xiao Lei frowned, casting a deep glance at Xiao Jin and his companions. It is unclear. However, this matter must remain concealed. Otherwise, no one will participate in the future Holy Sun Yunxiao competition. Qianli squinted, conferring with Xiao Lei and Yao Lai for a moment before stepping forward. The 3 began to release their auras, summoning the oppressive presence of 3 perfected peak sages. In that moment, the remaining cultivators in the stands felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon them. Zhu Tianhai, Han Ning, along with Xiao Lei, Qianli, and Yao Lai, 5 peak sages unleashing their might, stagnated the spiritual energy within the Wanxiao mountain range. You have certainly done something excessive within the Xianxia Tianmen, have you not? Xiao Lei stated. The Xianxia Tianmen has always been a realm where only merit prevails. While we do not know the methods you employed, it is undeniable that you have seized the opportunities meant for the top 3 holy sons and maidens. He glanced at the already enraged Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning before continuing. You 3 must provide an explanation to the Han clan and the Kuei Gusheng Zone. Xiao Lei sensed that although the 3 opponents had undergone significant advancements, they were still in the early sage realm, faced with his 5 perfected peak sages. The outcome was evident. The advantage lies with us. At that moment, confidence surged within Xiao Lei's heart, with 5 peak sages on their side. Along with elders from the Supreme 3 Palaces and the accompanying factions from the Kuei, Gusheng Zone, and the Han clan, they boasted at least 20 mid-sage realm cultivators. Even if the opponents had some tricks up their sleeves, they were not to be feared. Patriarch, we cannot defeat them. Run, run, you from Taishao Palace. If you wish to perish, do not drag us down. Han Li gazed at the 3 imposing figures in the sky, terror-stricken. What are you panicking about? Xiao Lei shot a glare at the frightened Han Li, his brow furrowing. Are you suggesting that our 5 peak sages stand no chance against them? Yao Lai added. Do you not see that the advantage is ours? Han Li, overwhelmed by despair, erupted in anger. Shut up. Enough. Han Ning also began to simmer with rage. Their holy son had never behaved so recklessly before. He stepped forward, confronting Xiao Lei and his companions. It seems there is something peculiar about them. Let us not underestimate our foes. We must join forces to vanquish them. Dark energies began to coalesce in Han Ning's gaze. Xiao Lei's trio exchanged glances, silently gathering their own spiritual energies. They were ancient beings, having lived for thousands of years, well aware of the principle that even when hunting a rabbit, one should use full strength. What is happening? The cultivators in the stands were utterly perplexed. Why had tensions escalated so dramatically upon their emergence from the Xianxiaaudiobooks men? The three leaders of the Supreme Three Palaces, along with the leader of the Kuei, Gu Shengzong, and the patriarch of the Han clan, 5 Peak Sages, were preparing to attack 3 newly ascended sages? I have no idea. Did the leader of the Kuei, Gu Shengzong, not just proclaim that their sacred maideness opportunity was snatched away? It was indeed true. Han Li and Zhugu Liao seemed to be at the half-saint level. Thus, it appeared that Xiao Jin's actions were unjustified, having wrongfully taken someone else's chance. In the southeastern corner, Li Ruoshui's expression turned cold upon hearing the remarks from the nearby cultivators. What is wrong with seizing someone else's opportunity? In this realm, only merit matters. Whoever claims it is entitled to it. While such words could be uttered about others, they were intolerable when directed at his master and disciples. The esteemed elder sensed the chill in Li Ruoshui's gaze and felt a shiver run down his spine, awkwardly scratching his head. Brotherly, take it easy. Fang Yimou quickly intervened. Li Ruoshui, typically gentle in demeanor, resembled a delicate scholar, yet he had a breaking point. No one could disparage his master. Should he overhear such slights, he would swiftly cast the offender into the river of reincarnation for a cleansing. With a sigh, Li Ruoshui prepared to meet his master. His eyes locked onto the standoff in the sky, and he could no longer contain his excitement. In the next moment, he stepped forward. Behind him, Fang Yimou adjusted his attire and promptly followed suit. In an instant, 2 figures appeared amidst the confrontation in the sky, Li Ruoshui clad in blue and Fang Yimou in black. Li Ruoshui exuded the aura of a cultured scholar, while Fang Yimou radiated an enigmatic presence that rendered him inscrutable. Upon seeing Li Ruoshui and Fang Yimou, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong furrowed their brows, their internal energies primed for action. Qin Yuan, observing the scene, smiled and said, Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, remain calm. There is no need for us to intervene any further. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong exchanged puzzled glances, while Li Ruoshui gazed at Qin Yuan with excitement. Just as he was about to act, Qin Yuan gestured toward Xiao Lei. Li Ruoshui immediately grasped his master's intent to resolve the matter at hand. He slowly turned around, his piercing gaze locking onto Xiao Lei and his group. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Li Ruoshui and Fang Yimou, Xiao Lei frowned. This matter does not concern you, does it? He inquired, bowing slightly to Fang Yimou and Li Ruoshui. It is only right to assist when witnessing injustice. What, is that not permissible? Fang Yimou replied, casting a sideways glance at Xiao Lei. To him, these individuals were no match for his strength at the early sage level. You must have heard what transpired. Xiao Lei took a deep breath, stating solemnly, they seized the opportunities that rightfully belonged to Han Li and Zhugu Liao within the Xianxiaaudiobooks men. Their actions were unjust. Li Ruoshui chuckled at this, though his laughter held an unsettling quality. What do you mean by unjust? Do opportunities bear names? Did anyone explicitly claim to belong to someone? The crowd of Shi-O-L-I fell silent. Suddenly, El Rushu shouted fiercely, answer me. This outburst startled everyone on Shi-O-L-I's side. Look into my eyes and tell me, is it the case that opportunities belong to whoever seizes them? Your holy sons and daughters lack the capability and yet blame others for snatching your fortunes? Here you are, a large group bullying the few. Is this truly the might of the Shio's sacred domain's supreme 3 palaces? You arrogant bullies. The aura surrounding El Rushu began to surge. He was not one to anger easily, but when provoked, it would surely mean someone had touched his forbidden scales. That opponent would find no place to rest in death. The scholarly demeanor, the gentle elegance, all would vanish. What would emerge next would be El Rushu, the master of the realm of reincarnation. His aura grew increasingly ferocious. Behind him, a dark crimson phantom began to materialize. F.M. swallowed hard. The river of reincarnation. It was evident he had unleashed his lethal move. El Rushu's originally dark eyes transformed into a striking crimson. Within those eyes, it seemed as if blood was surging. This was the water from the river of reincarnation, coalesced from the blood of the souls that had perished at his hands. You blind fools. You dare to bully my junior disciples and my master. Now then, esteemed guests, please come and cleanse your souls in my river of reincarnation. In the next moment, the aura of El Rushu, at the second realm of the great sage, descended with a thunderous roar. The entire Wen-Shi mountain range trembled violently as the surrounding space instantaneously collapsed. A blood-red river, suspended in the air, began to envelop from the heavens above. At this moment, all activity within the Wen-Shi mountain range ceased. As if even the light in the canyon had been imprisoned, a chilling crack echoed, and a serpentine dark red chasm spanning thousands of miles opened in the sky. The blood river hung like a colossal blood-colored python, twisting and descending. Within the river, the blood surged relentlessly. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this was not true river water, but rather billions of viscous droplets of blood plasma pressing against one another. The blood river surged through the air. With each wave crashing forth, one could see countless pale, white bones within. A strong, nauseating scent of blood began to permeate the entire Qin mountain range. The river began to churn, raising waves that were not genuine, but rather foamy crimson bubbles, occasionally revealing terrifying, contorted human faces within. Simultaneously, the aura of the second realm of the great sage overwhelmed the scene. Although Xiaoxia's group had reached the pinnacle of the sage realm, they were now utterly suppressed before the might of a great sage, rendered completely immobile. Moreover, their consciousnesses were engulfed by towering waves of terror. The realization dawned upon their eyes. This suddenly emerging great sage was, in fact, the disciple of the mysterious man in black. And Xiao Jian and Lnzhing were his junior brothers. The river of reincarnation. This was El Rushu, who specialized in the techniques of the realm of reincarnation. You are. Elder L. H. and N's eyes were devoid of arrogance, replaced by sheer terror. The ancestors H and WX Ing and H and W Xing had returned to their clan eons ago, and H and Ning had heard them speak of events in the heavenly sacred realm. Among them, El Rushu, who wielded the arts of the realm of reincarnation, was hailed by the ancestors as the youngest, most promising, and most terrifying figure. Yet at this moment, H and Ning never imagined that the lord of the realm of reincarnation, El Rushu, would appear here, and that he was a disciple of Qin Yuan. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. Calling me grandfather will not suffice. Blood surged within El Rushu's crimson eyes. He tilted his head, gazing at the supreme three palaces, the KG sacred sect, and the HN clan. Are you all ready? Now, please come to the realm of reincarnation I have prepared for you, and receive your baptism. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it sent shivers down the spine. Subsequently, El Rushu raised his right hand, his crimson gaze filled with indifference. The realm of reincarnation. As his words faded, enormous blood-colored dragons emerged from the viscous river of reincarnation and surged towards the individuals of Xioli below. The faces of Xioli's group had long since drained of color. This is impossible. Impossible. I refuse to accept it. I am on the verge of fulfilling the wishes of that great one. I can step into the great sage realm. Xioli's anguished voice echoed through the skies. Beside him, Qianl and Yo Li were equally distressed. I cannot die. I have yet to obtain Xiao Jian's techniques. Damn Xiao Jian. Why wouldn't you agree to become a disciple of Yo Palace? Why? Yo Li screamed, as the blood-colored dragon dragged him into the suspended river of reincarnation. Qianl, too, cried out in despair. I cannot die. I must step into the great sage. At this moment, HN and Ing, ZHT, NHI, and all others from their sect had no means of resistance. Their auras were locked, their spiritual energies suppressed, their souls drawn in, and even their consciousnesses were being consumed by the blood river above. Escape? There was no escape, for a great sage possessed the power to break through barriers. If you truly angered a great sage, they could even breach dimensions to hunt you down. What does it mean to be crushed? This was a complete, utter, and thorough crushing. 5 peak sage realm experts were utterly powerless before a great sage, and from within the blood river, the anguished screams of Xioli and his companions could still be heard. The realm of reincarnation would provide them with ample enjoyment. F.M. gazed at the blood river above, astonished. He knew El Rushu's methods all too well. Even if he had inherited the most profound heavenly mechanism art of the Effing clan, he would not dare claim to be El Rushu's match. If it truly came to a life-and-death confrontation, F.M. had calculated that he would be utterly defeated. There was simply no contest. There was a distinction between prodigies and geniuses. At this moment, blue markings began to emerge in the blood river. These were the reincarnation marks of Xioli and his companions. Upon seeing these marks, El Rushu raised his palm and slowly clenched it. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, these reincarnation marks began to explode. Those below, witnessing the destruction of the reincarnation marks, felt their hearts tremble. Especially the Supreme Realm cultivator who had been singled out by El Rushu, who was now utterly terrified, collapsed to the ground murmuring, "Great Sage Realm, Great Sage Realm." After a while, the cries from the blood river gradually faded. El Rushu's eyes transitioned from crimson to black. The river of reincarnation in the sky slowly vanished, along with the faint cries that disappeared without a trace. The Wen-Shi mountain range returned to its former state, with the spatial fractures gradually mending. In the air, El Rushu reverted to his previous scholarly demeanor, exuding an air of refined elegance. The demeanor of Li Ruoxue was starkly different from that of the Lord of Hell moments ago. He stepped into the void and approached Qin Yuan, then bowed deeply. Swordsmen. This utterance encapsulated Li Ruoxue's anticipation accumulated over countless millennia. A prompt echoed, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of meeting with Li Ruoxue's disciple. Reward, 50 trillion fortune points." Qin Yuan gazed at Li Ruoxue with a smile, acknowledging, "Indeed, quite commendable. Second level of the great sage, rather standard. There is still room for further improvement." Li Ruoxue nodded earnestly, "Yes." Swordsmen. Subsequently, he turned to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, saying, "Greetings, fellow disciples. I assure you, I am not always as I appeared earlier. I am quite amiable in nature." Li Ruoxue spoke with utmost sincerity. "We have met, senior brother." Xiao Jin and Lin Chong promptly bowed in response. Observing Li Ruoxue's demeanor, Qin Yuan could not help but grin. "Ruoxue, keep your composure. In some respects, they are even more eccentric than you." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue chuckled. "That's reassuring, indeed."